After killing the HYDRA commander who had fought to the death, Victor finally broke into the factory's central control room. Looking at the countdown on the control panel, Victor knew that his looting plan had completely failed. These HYDRA members were truly like stones in a latrine, both smelly and hard. Victor saw that the situation was irreversible. This was a purely old-fashioned self-destruct system. Unlike the program-controlled self-destruct systems of the future, it couldn't be hacked and cancelled. Victor had no choice but to seize the remaining time, rush into the factory's warehouse, and drag out a large crate of energy blocks that had not yet been processed into ammunition. Of course, the small amount he dragged out was just a drop in the bucket compared to the mountains of energy blocks piled up in the factory warehouse. Watching the Hydra factory and energy blocks turn to ashes in the intense explosion, Victor felt his heart bleeding. Just as Victor strapped the Muramasa back onto his back and prepared to evacuate, he encountered a Hydra detachment that had received orders to come as reinforcements. This HYDRA detachment was not the direct subordinate force of Red Skull Schmidt. Instead, it belonged to another Hydra titan, Baron Zima. This Baron Zima was the son of the previous Moonstone host, the old Baron Zima. He had a blood feud with Victor and the federal government over his father's death, so he quickly reached a consensus with Red Skull on the point of eliminating Victor. Furthermore, he understood Victor far better than Red Skull did, knowing that he was not a simple opponent. Back then, when his father possessed the Moonstone, he was almost as powerful as a god. In the end, he still met his downfall in Paris and was cut down by Victor's blade. Although almost none of the participants from that year survived. The only survivor was the female spy they had controlled, Mata Hari, but even she didn't know how Victor had done it. Even though she inquired with the high-level officials of the Gallic Roosters afterward, the information she received was all kept secret. Consequently, she was eventually executed in a plot personally masterminded by Baron Zima. Since his own father was dead, what reason did she have to live? Besides, her identity had come under suspicion at that time, and her usefulness was no longer significant. In order to deal with Victor, Baron Zima had been deliberately plotting ways to make himself stronger. He constantly trained and pushed past his limits, learning all sorts of knowledge and killing techniques. It had to be said that he was indeed a genius. He developed a super weapon called the Death Ray for HYDRA. It was said that a single shot could take out an entire army or something. Upon learning this news, the SSR dispatched Captain America and his Howling Commandos to go and stop Baron Zima's research and development. It was precisely because of this that the ones who arrived here were Baron Zima's special detachment, rather than the large force he personally led. Of course, another reason was that he didn't know the invader this time was Victor. For a time, he thought the masked Captain America was his father's killer. Because the information he obtained back then was that his father was killed in Paris by the leader of the super soldiers sent by the federal government. And Steve, who commanded the entire Howling Commandos and wore a patriotic mask, wasn't he the leader of these super soldiers? Baron Zima had also heard that there was an accomplice called Wolverine, which must have been that werewolf. So poor werewolf Uncle Jack suffered from concentrated enemy fire, and at one point, a large patch of his fur was scorched off. Ahem, I've digressed. Let's pull the perspective back to Victor's side. Just as Baron Zima and Steve were in a massive chaotic battle, Victor also began to engage with this detachment. This detachment was personally trained by Baron Zima and was proficient in various fighting techniques and cold weapons. This was specifically prepared by Baron Zima for Victor because he knew the opponent liked melee combat. Moreover, their bodies had all undergone modification, having been injected with a flawed super soldier serum. That's right, the formula was obtained from Red Skull. The side effects caused by injecting this flawed super soldier serum were even more severe than the one Red Skull had injected. Setting aside the collective disfigurement, they all wore purple hoods anyway. It also completely altered their cognition and behavioral habits. Their spirits were severely damaged, and their personalities became extremely cruel and aggressive. However, after being brainwashed, they were completely loyal to Baron Zima. In fact, it was Baron Zima who invented the obey and be rewarded brainwashing method that Hydra favored in later years. After being brainwashed, this group of HYDRA agents injected with the castrated version of the super soldier serum became the trump card in Baron Zima's hands. They consolidated his position within HYDRA, and in every external operation, they were the ones who led the charge and contributed the most. Of course, the primary purpose for Baron Zima creating them was the hope that one day they could kill Victor for him and avenge his father. Now, in such an unexpected situation, the scene Baron Zima had dreamed of day and night actually appeared. His detachment encountered the lone, sabretooth Victor, though he unfortunately had no way of knowing it. The moment the two sides encountered each other, they determined that the other was not an ally. Subsequently, they each drew their weapons and began to launch attacks. The first HYDRA agent to rush up became a sacrifice under the Muramasa sword as usual. Having underestimated the opponent's weapon, he was cleanly sliced in half. After seeing their teammates' fate, the other detachment members quickly began to spread out their positioning. They no longer chose to engage in blade-clashing behaviors with Victor. Instead, they focused on sieging and harassment, covering each other to avoid direct contact with the Muramasa in Victor's hand. This was actually the combat style formulated by Baron Zima, because he knew Victor possessed such a weapon and had obtained relevant data from the hands of the hand. This katana named Muramasa was one of the long-circulated divine artifacts. It could grant a person superhuman physical qualities and could cleave through the vast majority of metal weapons in this world. Although he had made so many preparations, one could even say he had considered various scenarios. In actual combat, it presented a one-sided phenomenon. Because Victor pulled out a Winchester and directly blasted the guy holding email piercers, who was jumping around in front of him like a monkey, into a hornet's nest. Then, with another bullet, he turned the female agent who was trying to sneak attack him from behind into a sieve. As the saying goes, hesitation leads to defeat. When it's time to pull a gun, you should pull a gun. The super soldier serum is a good thing, but unfortunately, it is neither bulletproof nor can it heal rapidly. When your head and half your body are blown off, you're still going to die. After losing 3 members in succession, the remaining detachment members, having lost their teammates' cover, quickly became dead souls under Victor's claws. After dealing with the obstructive fellows, Victor pulled out the Muramasa he had just stuck into the ground to draw his gun. He calculated the time. Perhaps it was time to visit a certain concentration camp. At this time, Marx's family should have already been thrown into the concentration camp to suffer persecution. However, to save them, he had to find a way to deal with the Black King, Sebastian Shaw. This guy was no pushover. He was a man who could hold his own as the Black King in the Hellfire Club. Whether it was the White Queen, the Black King, or the White King, none of them were simple. Especially now, when the Moonstone's energy was insufficient and there was a lack of powerful telepaths. Even a telepath as strong as Professor X could only control him for a short period. But Victor remembered that in the comics, Nick Fury had once taken down Sebastian Shaw. And the method used was quite simple, poisoning his food while Shaw was serving time. As a result, the Black King of the Hellfire Club, who had roamed the Federation for decades and feared most physical and energy attacks, was pathetically poisoned to death like that. But Shaw certainly wouldn't have stored a large amount of energy while in prison, so his physical fitness at that time likely wasn't very high, which is why he could be poisoned. Victor didn't know what state Sebastian Shaw was in at the moment. Moreover, at this stage, if he wanted to poison the man, Mystique was probably the only one who could pull it off. Mystique Raven had just received orders and rushed to Winchester to find Charles. She wouldn't be able to make it to Europe to poison Sebastian Shaw anytime soon. Therefore, if Victor wanted to deal with Shaw, he had to find another way. Actually, there was another problem. If he went to save people, did he have to save everyone inside? The location of that concentration camp and the surrounding circumstances made it impossible for a large number of people to leave safely. Not to mention, the population of the concentration camp was as high as hundreds of thousands. Never mind saving everyone, just identifying Magneto inside would be a hassle. However, Victor still thought of a way, which was to keep a close eye on Sebastian Shaw. During this period, Magneto was discovered by Sebastian Shaw because he accidentally exposed his abilities, which then led to the tragedy. Going there now, Victor only needed to watch Shaw closely and wait patiently for Magneto's ability to be discovered. As for the matter of gathering energy for the Moonstone, Victor already had a new plan. News came from Howard that he had designed a brand new power device based on the inspiration from the Tesseract's energy. He called his invention the Arc Reactor. He believed that this new reactor, using palladium as an energy source, could provide massive amounts of power. If put into industrial production for electricity, Stark Industries would become the world's most powerful industrial giant. However, the arc reactor was still just a blueprint at this point. Completing its manufacture would require breaking through many technical difficulties and scientific barriers. But this provided Victor with a brand new way to restore the Moonstone's energy, without him having to risk contact with the Tesseract again. That damn Infinity Stone seemed to recognize that he was different from everyone else. During their first contact, it had almost thrown him to some unknown corner of the universe. If the Moonstone hadn't suddenly erupted and saved him, and even used that energy to go to another dimension and retrieve the anti-Moonstone, Sabretooth Victor would probably have become human space debris in some corner of outer space by now. And this proved a point mentioned in the original works: the Infinity Stones actually possessed a certain degree of self-awareness. That was why it tried to teleport Victor to some corner of the universe, just as it later sent the Red Skull to be a watchdog. Although Victor didn't know where its hostility toward him came from, it didn't stop him from trying to avoid contact with it as much as possible. Otherwise, with Victor's current strength, he could just call Captain America, Logan, and the others for a direct assault. Red Skull's ragtag bunch wouldn't be able to hold out. However, Victor had received news a while ago that while on a mission, Captain America and the others had encountered not only the hand ninjas but also some vampires wearing sunscreen. It seemed that the king of vampires in Romania finally couldn't resist getting involved. Although Van Helsing was currently giving him trouble, he still sent his subordinates to stir things up. This approach was quite in character for him. After all, for him, the more vampires there were, the better. As long as he didn't give up on life himself, he wouldn't die before vampires went extinct. Taking advantage of the World War to fish in troubled waters and expand his clan was a win-win situation no matter what. Dracula was naturally willing to do it. As for being ground into the dirt by Van Helsing again, what did that matter? It wasn't the first time. Over the years, he had almost gotten used to it. To the point where now, as soon as he heard Van Helsing was coming, he would proactively disperse his subordinates, leaving only himself or a few small fry to avoid unnecessary casualties. This was why in the stories that were passed down later, whenever Dracula appeared as the king of vampires, he was often fighting Van Helsing alone. Because there was simply no need. Even if Van Helsing killed him, he would just go back to his coffin and lie down for a while. But if his elite subordinates were lost, finding replacements would be a hassle. He couldn't go too far from his coffin and could only hop around on his own little patch of land. So, he had to seize this rare opportunity for expansion. After encountering the vampires, Captain America's side had faced quite a bit of trouble due to the enemy's bizarre abilities. However, the Howling Commandos happened to have traitors of the dark creatures, such as a vampire Loli and a werewolf uncle. Once their weaknesses were found, the vampires quickly fell to the same status as the hand ninjas. Above the small fry, but below the bosses, barely counting as elite fodder. Thus, even with the help of these vampires and the hand ninjas, Hydra continued to retreat steadily in the battle against Captain America. If Victor and Logan were added, it would be easy to steamroll the Red Skull and seize the Infinity Stone. Unfortunately, the Space Stone didn't like Victor, so he could only choose to go to a concentration camp in Poland with a cigarette in his mouth to keep watch. In fact, when Victor stepped onto Polish soil for the second time, he was filled with emotion. World War II broke out when Germany invaded this place. When he returned from the other dimension, the first place he stepped on was also this land. But this time, his purpose was not to revisit old haunts but to head to a remote town in this country. Germany had set up a massive concentration camp there, and the young Magneto, Marx, was currently imprisoned there with his parents. At this time in the concentration camp, the poor people imprisoned here were still living day after day in complete numbness. When they entered the concentration camp, they had already been classified and registered. They were assigned to different containment areas based on their bloodlines and abilities. The status and rank of prisoners within different containment areas also varied. For example, those from Country D were of the highest rank, and so on, down to the lowest. The rank Magneto was in was the lowest of them all. Their personal belongings were plundered when they entered the concentration camp. They had only a pitifully small amount of food every day, and the composition of the food was terrible, yet they were burdened with the most arduous and dangerous work. If it were only that, it wouldn't be much. They also constantly faced wanton insults and massacres from the guards, as well as some terrifying experiments. Every day, people tried to escape, but very few succeeded. Most people became corpses after failing, which were then hung up as a warning and an example. Victor considered his will to be as strong as steel and himself to be quite cold-blooded and ruthless. But when he truly witnessed what was happening here, he still felt nauseated. He would kill enemies, but he would not lay a hand on civilians or unarmed women and children. He might have committed war crimes in the past, but compared to everything happening here, what he had done was insignificant. But he was only one person, so he was completely powerless against everything happening here. For the first time, he substantially felt the insignificance of himself and his individual abilities. Even if he could kill all the thousands of guards here, before he could kill them all, the guards would definitely be able to kill even more prisoners. Moreover, even if he killed these guards, he could not lead those exhausted survivors across the entire country to Allied territory while being hunted by the army of Country D. Finally, after taking a deep breath, Victor chose to calm down and search for the whereabouts of Sebastian Shaw. Soon, he found Sebastian Shaw, who was acting as an administrator and researcher, in one of the containment areas. Of course, he wasn't mixed in with the prisoners, nor was he disguised as a guard. His height of over 2 meters and his strong muscles were simply too conspicuous. He simply used a pair of binoculars to observe for several days outside the concentration camp, roughly narrowing down the area based on the scent of Sebastian Shaw in his memory, and finally found him. Then, he began his life of stalking Sebastian Shaw every day. And with each passing day, he added another stroke to this guy's list of crimes. Victor had made up his mind that Sebastian Shaw must die. All these people who committed crimes must die, no one here could escape judgment. But now was not the time. Fortunately, Victor's will was strong enough, and he wasn't the sentimental type. If a person of high moral character and a fragile heart had come instead, they might have gone insane long ago. At the very least, Victor knew what he could do and what he should do. He neither rushed in brainlessly nor turned a blind eye with an indifferent heart. He was planning to help the troops of a certain country currently advancing toward this place, so they could arrive sooner and rescue these innocent people. But before that, he first had to rescue the target of this trip, Magneto Marx. Of course, if conditions permitted, it would be even more perfect to rescue his parents along with him. Just as Victor was slowly stalking Sebastian Shaw and searching for the whereabouts of young Magneto, Logan ran into trouble on the Far East battlefield. Although he and Victor had participated in many wars, including World War I, compared to what he encountered in the Pacific, those were practically like the two sides playing a shooting game. Fighter planes whistled through the sky, occasionally strafing the positions below or dropping a few bombs. Logan felt lucky countless times that he was on the side of the Federal Army. This was a realization he had after seeing the Federal Navy use naval guns to bombard the islands. However, he also felt great admiration for the enemy's cockroach-like vitality, even when naval guns and aerial bombs turned the entire island into a sea of fire. But when they began their landing, they still encountered incredibly fierce resistance. Logan even began to wonder if the opponents also had self-healing abilities. But after he easily snapped the neck of an enemy soldier, he realized that these opponents were just ordinary people. They were merely driven by fanatical beliefs, which made them appear so determined and unafraid of death. Moreover, there were many hand ninjas lurking among them, causing significant losses to the attacking Federal soldiers. Although the SWAT Special Detachment led by Agent Zero and Wolverine was very effective in dealing with the hand. But every time, they had to wait for the other side to launch an attack before they could discover their position. Then Logan and the others would go to clear them out. These ninjas were clad in camouflage, lurking in swamps, grass, trees, and various other places, launching suicidal charges against the attacking Federal Army at any time and place. Although the casualties caused by this method weren't large, the blow to morale was very serious. The Federal soldiers were in a constant state of anxiety while walking on the island. Coupled with various local tropical diseases, the Federal offensive was severely hindered for a time, and the troops stalled on the outskirts of the island. Although Logan had led his team in several charges and successfully broke through the enemy's defense lines using the uniqueness of his own abilities. However, his teammates would soon be completely lost in the enemy's suicidal counterattacks, and in the end, he could only fight his way back to his own lines alone. But his outstanding performance quickly attracted the enemy's attention. Subsequently, they set a trap specifically for Logan. They wanted to capture this guy alive. And the officer who designed and was in charge of this wolf hunt operation was named Ogun. Although he wasn't a ninja of the hand, his swordsmanship and abilities were far more powerful than those ninjas. Furthermore, his lifespan was no shorter than the history of the hand, and his physical fitness and reaction speed far exceeded those of ordinary people. He could even use a katana to form a complete defensive system to block machine gun bullets. Most importantly, he also possessed telepathic abilities and could transfer his body and spirit into a new host. This was exactly why he wanted to capture Logan alive. He had his eye on Logan's strong physical body and superb self-healing ability. Although tailing someone day after day was mind-numbingly dull, Victor's will was ironclad. After more than 10 hours of surveillance each day, Magneto finally appeared. It was an accident born of a mother and son being torn apart. Still a mama's boy at this point, the boy Magneto lost control of his power when he was forcibly separated from his parents. 5 burly soldiers together couldn't drag him away. In the end they had to knock Marks out with a rifle, but before they could carry him off. The commotion, however, had already drawn Victor's attention outside. Inside the camp, Shaw naturally got word as well. Magneto's emergence flooded him with wild joy and ambition. He had already met Victor and knew people like himself weren't unique. But he also realized Victor was not his sort. So when young Magneto Marks was brought before him, he decided his moment had come. Before that, though, he had to test whether the kid's power was truly as formidable as he believed. He ordered his soldiers to bring the boy who could control metal, along with his family, to him. Shaw reacted fast, yet Victor, who had seen Magneto's outburst with his own eyes, moved faster. Sabretooth slipped into action before the news even reached Shaw. He crept into the barracks where Magneto was held, tracked the boy down by the scent and face he'd memorized that day. When he knocked out the guard and burst into the tiny room, the handsome young Marks was in the middle of changing his trousers. At the sight of the hulking intruder, Marks yanked his pants up in panic, so hard that he toppled backward onto the bed. Certain he was about to suffer some unspeakable fate, he was blubbering in terror when a sharp pain at the back of his head sent him into darkness. Just as Victor hoisted him up and reached to pull the trousers into place, a soldier barged in, glanced at Victor's hand, and gave him a knowing grin. Before the grin could spread, a bayonet was planted between his eyes. Victor sighed, his reputation was clearly ruined. But this was no time for lament. He finished dressing the unconscious boy, slung him over a shoulder, and slipped out of the camp. By the time Shaw's men, finally ordered to fetch the boy, located the hut, they found only a corpse and a pair of trousers on the bed. Victor was long gone with his prize. "You useless bastards. Can't even keep watch over one child. Explain to me how an underage brat vanished without trace from a camp on full alert." Shaw raged in his office afterward, but the fact that Magneto had been snatched could not be undone. Still, he quickly produced a counterplan. He would use Magneto's parents as hostages to force the rescuer to show himself. He had no certainty it would work, but it was the only card left to play. While Shaw set his trap, the boy Marks, rescued by Victor, finally woke. His first instinct was to grab his pants and scramble away. When he found them already on, and no pain anywhere, he flushed, then looked around. He was no longer inside the camp but in a woodland bivouac. The owner of the camp was obviously the tall soldier in front of him. Young as he was, Magneto was no fool. He sensed strong military bearing in Victor and realized the man was not what he'd first imagined. He had come to save him. But what value could an ordinary boy have that such a powerful soldier would risk his life to break into a concentration camp? He quickly corrected himself, perhaps he was no longer ordinary. He remembered the previous day, glanced at his hands, then stretched one toward the bayonet Victor was toying with. To his disappointment, nothing happened. Victor watched the theatrical gesture and smiled wryly. He knew the kid hadn't fully awakened and couldn't yet wield his power at will. To spare Marks the embarrassment, Victor handed him the bayonet for self-defense. "All right, now that you're awake, there are things you need to know. First off, congratulations, you're out of that hellhole." Victor always led with the good news. When he told the boy he was free of the camp, a delighted smile lit the youngster's face, short-lived, though. Good news delivered. Now for the bad. It's not that I can't get you out, it's that your parents are still inside. At the time I couldn't extract all 3 of you. Even without being told, the boy had noticed the absence of the 2 people dearest to him. Before he could beg, Victor continued. "We have 2 choices. 1, I take you to safety now, then come back alone for your parents. 2, we go for them together, but I'll probably need your help. Yes, that special ability of yours that controls metal. The boy stared, stunned. He barely understood his own power, only guessing it had something to do with metal, yet Victor had named it outright. But that changed nothing, he couldn't use it at will. Abandoning his parents, however, was unthinkable. Sir, please help me. Since you rescued me, you must want something. Save my parents and I'll agree to any condition you set. Victor appeared unmoved, but he was already calculating a rescue plan. From the boy's face he could tell the kid would be next to useless in a fight. Even after the future Magneto, Marx, became the head of the Brotherhood that spanned the Federation, he never again mentioned what happened during those days when he was first rescued from the concentration camp by Victor. After Victor left Magneto alone in the camp to discover his own abilities, he set off with binoculars to observe the situation at the concentration camp. As for whether leaving him in the woods would lead to trouble, this wasn't some Brazil primeval jungle. Besides, hadn't he left him a bayonet? That was the great Magneto. After all, how could he possibly die in the woods like that? When Victor reached the outskirts of the concentration camp, he quickly located Shaw's position. Then he discovered Shaw talking to a middle-aged prisoner couple. Based on his own memory, Victor quickly recognized them as Magneto's parents. Although he didn't know what Shaw said to Magneto's parents, it clearly wasn't anything good. Victor only saw Magneto's mother holding his father, shaking her head and crying incessantly. Victor didn't choose to act rashly, but instead chose to continue observing. After Shaw finished a long, triumphant speech, he had his soldiers take Magneto's parents into his office. Subsequently, Victor staked out outside for an entire day without seeing them come out of the room. Judging that no more information could be obtained, he chose to return to the camp. When he returned to the camp, he noticed from a distance that young Magneto was collapsed on the ground, motionless. Victor was startled. Had something happened to the little guy? However, when he got closer, he found that the boy hadn't stopped breathing. It seemed he had likely just fainted from hunger. Well, Victor hadn't considered at all that the young Magneto at this time didn't know how to cook or have any wilderness survival experience. Things like drilling wood to make fire or using a helmet to collect dew were completely unheard of to him. The poor little guy, after waiting bitterly for a day, finally fainted from hunger. In fact, since being rescued last night, he hadn't eaten anything. Victor, on the other hand, didn't need to consume food frequently at all. He could even go without eating or drinking for a long time without issue. This led to him completely forgetting about preparing food until young Magneto fainted in front of him. Only then did he realize. It turned out humans needed to eat. He hadn't consumed food due to hunger for a long time. This all started after he came into contact with the Moonstone. Had the cosmic energy largely compensated for the drawback of needing to obtain energy through eating? Of course, this ability might be a nightmare for foodies. But not entirely, because Victor still had a sense of taste, and there were even more things he could eat now. It was just that, unlike ordinary people, he no longer had to regularly consume enough water and food. He could eat and drink a lot at once and then not need anything for a long time. Looking at the fainted young Magneto, Victor decided it would be better to get some food and feed it to him. If the great Magneto were to starve to death in the wild woods before reaching adulthood because of him, where would Victor's dignity go? Ultimately, Victor didn't find any large beast in the woods. Just kidding. With the sounds of gunfire and anti-aircraft guns from the nearby military camp from time to time, plus planes frequently bombing the area, how could there still be any beast here? In the end, Victor only found rats and snakes, two things in his memory that were edible. After processing them by cutting off the heads and skinning them, Bear Grylls style, he built a fire, roasted the food, got some water, and poured a little into the unconscious Magneto's mouth. Soon, having taken in some water and smelling the aroma of roasted meat, Magneto woke up. He was so happy that tears fell. He had thought something happened to Victor or that Victor had abandoned him and run away. He didn't expect him to finally return and even prepare food for him. However, when he saw what was roasting on the fire, his expression changed. On one hand, his reason told him these things couldn't be eaten. But on the other hand, the hunger in his stomach and the fatty aroma from the roasted meat were telling him to eat quickly. Victor watched young Magneto drooling with a conflicted face, yet not daring to start eating the roasted rat and snake meat. He thought for a moment, reached out to take one of the skewers, put it directly into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. Then, after making an exaggeratedly satisfied sound, he turned his gaze toward young Magneto. Seeing that Victor had eaten one of the skewers without hesitation and even gave a very satisfied sigh, young Magneto figured this food must be edible. So he also picked up one of the skewers and took a bite. Then, his tears fell. The poor little Magneto had burned his tongue. After waiting for the rat meat skewer in his hand to cool slightly, he still couldn't wait to start eating. Sure enough, this food was the most delicious thing he had eaten in all this time. Victor looked strangely at young Magneto as he polished off the remaining snake and rat meat, looking like it was delicious and wanting more. He knew himself that these things were roasted quite crudely and had no seasoning. The taste couldn't possibly be that good. In fact, he realized it himself when he ate the first skewer. That expression he put on was actually to trick young Magneto into eating the food. But looking at young Magneto's appearance, he seemed to truly think these things were delicious. Victor quickly realized why that was, and then his expression turned cold again. In his heart, he added another crime to Shaw and his subordinates' list. After eating and drinking his fill, young Magneto received Victor's promise to rescue his parents tomorrow. He lay on the ground with peace of mind and fell asleep. As for things like snakes, rats, ants, and insects, with Victor there, they didn't dare approach this area at all. This was related to the energy field he unintentionally diffused, forming a small deterrent circle. Those low-level beasts would follow their biological instincts and stay away from this terrifying existence that could threaten their lives. At this moment, Victor looked at the peacefully sleeping young Magneto, Marx. His mind, however, was rapidly considering how to rescue his parents tomorrow. Yes, although Victor had promised young Magneto and told him his parents were fine, he knew this was all temporary. If they couldn't be rescued as soon as possible, given Shaw's personality, something unfortunate would definitely happen. But as for exactly what to do, it still required a good plan. Just as Victor was having a headache over how to save Magneto's parents, Logan finally stepped into the trap carefully prepared for him by Ogun. The situation that day wasn't complicated. As usual, Logan led the newly replenished federal recruits in a charge toward the enemy positions. These recruits had only received about a month of training before being sent to the battlefield. What they learned in the training camp was simply not enough for them to survive at the front. However, the threat of death can be the best teacher. As long as they survived a week on the island, they would all become veterans and masters of battlefield survival. Logan's mission was to lead this group of green recruits to break through the enemy's defensive lines and push forward, with the final goal of capturing the island's airfield. In fact, Logan didn't take this mission too seriously. This was because he had been granted the authority to call for naval gunfire support from Allied ships. Under Logan's guidance, after just one round of shelling, the opponent's position turned into a sea of fire. Burning enemy soldiers collapsed amidst wails of agony. Logan and his men quickly seized this opportunity to rush to the front of the enemy position. However, a massive reinforced concrete bunker became an obstacle to their continued advance. After using an M1 to take out several machine gunners, Logan gave up trying to break the blockade this way. No matter how many machine gunners he killed, a new one would immediately take their place. But since it was a fortress, there had to be an entrance. A large fortress like this would certainly have several entrances, and one of them would definitely be a tunnel entrance to facilitate personnel replenishment during wartime. What Logan needed to do now was find that tunnel entrance, kill his way in from there, and eliminate every living soul inside the fortress. This wasn't very difficult for Logan. He soon crawled into the enemy position and followed the trenches to find the tunnel entrance. When he lifted the tunnel cover, he was met with fierce resistance. Bullets from a Type 100 submachine gun struck his body, blooming into small flowers of blood. But Logan pushed through the firepower, rushed into the tunnel, and used the bone claws on both hands to deal with the guards at the entrance. He then picked up a Type 100 submachine gun from the ground and continued pushing inward. After killing over a dozen enemy soldiers, he successfully reached the interior of the fortress. Then, the carnage began. He kicked open the wooden door to the entrance, unsheathed the bone claws on both hands, tilted his head back, and let out a roar. Upon discovering an intruder, the enemy soldiers inside the fortress began turning their muzzles, preparing to gun down this fool who had charged in shouting and screaming. But before they could even raise their weapons, their chests were torn open by Logan's bone claws. Soon, the initial chaotic skirmish evolved into a one-sided carnage by Logan against them. Meanwhile, the Federal Army soldiers below the fortress noticed that the machine guns inside had suddenly ceased fire, followed by roars and screams echoing from within. Logan didn't spend much time clearing out the remaining enemies in the fortress. He then opened the side door of the bunker to let his recruits in to clean up the battlefield. Looking at the messy interior, the recruits began to whisper among themselves as they cleared the area. They recalled the legends they had heard about Wolverine, Logan when they first arrived. To Logan's satisfaction, none of the recruits in this batch vomited upon seeing the corpses. They must have received relevant training back home, such as crawling through barbed wire under raw pig intestines. After securing the bunker, Logan began leading his men further forward. A small accident occurred when they opened the back door of the fortress. An officer lying in wait behind the door launched a sneak attack on Logan. A katana pierced directly through Logan's abdomen, carving a large gash. An ordinary officer naturally couldn't have achieved this. This officer was actually a high-ranking ninja from the hand in disguise. He had studied the chi passed down from Kunlun within the hand, which was why he was able to catch Logan off guard. But such a minor injury was nothing to Logan, who possessed a healing factor. Logan reached out, pulled the katana from his abdomen, and then used it to decapitate the hand ninja leader he had kicked to the ground. Logan's recruits watched in amazement as the wound on his abdomen began to heal rapidly, eventually leaving not even a trace of a scar. Though they were surprised, they had no further reaction. This was all thanks to the federal military's propaganda regarding Captain America. They knew this was just another super soldier from the government. Furthermore, they were quite happy about the fact that their commanding officer might be a super soldier, as it meant a higher survival rate. Little did they know, with great power comes great responsibility. The stronger Logan's abilities were, the more dangerous the missions he had to endure. The Federation was even reluctant to assign him veterans, only letting him carry out missions with recruits. After breaking through the fortress, Logan led his detachment forward. Along the way, ninjas and enemy soldiers hidden in trees and bushes launched constant ambushes against them. Fortunately, Logan's beast instincts allowed him to detect the enemy's traps in advance every time, so the detachment's casualties were not very high. All of this was observed by Logan through his binoculars. From the officer who ambushed Logan at the fortress door to the ambushes along this path, it was all his arrangement. He needed to collect as much intelligence on Logan as possible before adjusting the traps he had designed. He had to strike true with a single blow, there could be no accidents. After enduring over a dozen ambushes and traps, Logan led his detachment to knock out several of the opponent's mortar positions. This resulted in them being frantically hunted by 2 enemy tanks. Compared to Victor's effortless handling of Hydra heavy tanks, Logan could be described as extremely disheveled. Equipped only with sticky bombs, Logan could only clumsily dodge the crossfire of 2 machine guns before sticking the explosives onto the tanks for manual detonation. After finally taking out the 2 tanks with great effort, Logan and his detachment continued on their way. They soon arrived at the crash site of a federal aircraft. After dispatching 2 soldiers to check the situation, Logan had the other soldiers set up a perimeter, intending for everyone to take a short break here. But the moment he sat down, a grenade was tossed into the center of the clearing. Amidst the violent explosion, everyone quickly dove to the ground to avoid the shrapnel. After the explosion, Logan was the first to scramble up. His vision was filled with bonsai charge, soldiers wielding Type 38 rifles with fixed bayonets. Behind these soldiers were several high-ranking ninjas from the hand dressed in black night suits, as well as a strange enemy officer. The soldiers holding Type 38 rifles didn't engage Logan at all. Instead, they went straight for the members of his detachment. As for Logan himself, he was surrounded in the center by 8 high-level the hand ninjas. A bloody battle was now inevitable, and only the last one standing could be the final victor. Logan never thought he would lose, but this time he had truly stumbled. The raw recruits under his command were clearly no match for those battle-hardened elite enemy forces. Soon, they were picked off one by one. Many were brutally disemboweled. There were also several who were heavily wounded and wailing on the ground, only to be finished off by individual shots. In fact, the enemy forces at this moment had no way to take prisoners. They didn't even have enough food for themselves, let alone for captives. Watching his subordinates being killed one by one, Logan was unable to move. His beast instinct told him that the moment he moved, he would suffer a storm of attacks. Although his healing factor could recover his injuries, if he were too heavily wounded in a short period, he would still fall into a coma and lose consciousness. If he fell into such a state here, becoming a prisoner would be inevitable. He still remembered the last time he was captured by the Hand. If Victor hadn't led a team to rescue him, he would still be their puppet ninja, Wolf. This time, Logan decided to go all out, determined not to fall into such a situation again. Thus, he chose one of the ninjas and initiated the attack first. The 8 ninjas had set up an 8 gates formation, which supposedly involved many intricacies and could double the power of chi. Unfortunately, they encountered a brute like Logan. He allowed the Hand ninja to slash a large gash across his chest with a blade. But without a change in expression, he rushed directly in front of the opponent and drove his bone claws into the man's chest. With a pull and a tear, a still beating heart was exposed to the air. The heavily wounded leader of the Hand ninjas made a gurgling sound in his throat, and before he could say anything, Logan ripped out his heart. It takes long to describe, but in reality, Logan completed all of this in a mere instant. However, the blades of the Hand ninjas had already slashed into his back. After gritting his teeth and enduring the pain of the blades in his back, he immediately turned and grabbed the ninja who was slowest to withdraw his hand, then another claw through the heart took his life. With the leader, the eye of the formation, gone and an additional member lost, the Hand's 8 gates formation became a joke before it could even take effect. Subsequently, Logan used this extremely brutal style of trading injuries for kills to strike down the remaining high-level Hand ninjas. The entire ground was soaked with the blood of both sides, and the only one standing in the center was the blood-drenched Wolverine, Logan. Just as he raised his head, prepared to howl in celebration of his victory, Logan rushed in front of him in an instant and pierced his heart with a blade. As Logan struggled to counterattack, Logan struck Logan's temple with a palm strike infused with chi. Having been struck in a vital spot, Logan felt a wave of blurred vision and dizziness. While he stood there swaying, the surrounding enemy soldiers with bayonet rifles quickly closed in and plunged their bayonets into Logan's body. In his daze, Logan's vision finally went black, and he lost consciousness. Then, a certain archangel descended once more. "Mortal, you should feel proud. I have once again deigned to come to the mortal realm for your sake. This time, I will surely send your soul to face judgment." With the same familiar tone and aura, Azrael descended again wearing his leather pants. He came to punish Logan, the sinner who dared to desecrate death, and send him to face judgment. Logan didn't even have the mind to acknowledge him. First, his men were killed off, then after finally winning a bloody battle, he was taken down by a sneak attack. Logan, full of rage, had no intention of wasting words with Azrael and instead directly bared the bone claws on both hands to start the fight. "You despicable fellow. To actually sneak attack the noble Azrael, my lord. I wasn't finished speaking yet. Damn you. Die, sinner." Just like that, the two began their brawl in Logan's consciousness once again. However, this time without Victor's help, Logan found it a bit tricky. While the two were fighting, to those outside, Logan appeared to be in a deep coma. Logan had finally achieved his goal of capturing Wolverine, Logan alive. Just as he was preparing to take Logan back to the airfield and fly back home, a series of violent explosions suddenly came from the airfield, followed by the cheers of the Federal Army. It turned out that while Logan had drawn the elites from the airfield defense forces to ambush Logan, another detachment led by Agent Zero, using the alias Miller, had successfully broken through the defensive lines on the other side and occupied the airfield. The Agent Zero, known as Miller, carved a path through the enemy, roasting a large number of enemy troops with a flamethrower before knocking out countless bunkers with rifle grenades. Before his formidable marksmanship, those bunkers were like targets, easily smashed and blown apart by his rifle grenades. After taking out the bunkers, he alone carried a bazooka rocket launcher and wiped out the 3 Type 97 tanks guarding the airfield. Subsequently, the Federal Army soldiers who occupied the airfield, under his leadership, repelled the enemy's infantry tank coordinated counterattack. Before his powerful dynamic vision, the opponent's tanks were like snails crawling. After losing the tanks, there was no longer any tank to speak of in their infantry tank coordination. In this manner, Agent Zero created a legend in this battle, while poor Logan was humiliatingly turned into a prisoner. Although the fall of the airfield prevented Logan from taking a plane to send himself and Logan home, they soon found a new method. When the Navy's submarines began secretly delivering supplies to the island, they evacuated this island, which was already completely surrounded by the Federal Navy, along with a submarine. This also resulted in Agent Zero being unable to find Logan's whereabouts even after completely capturing all enemy positions and turning every tunnel and POW camp upside down. At this moment, he once again remembered the fear of being dominated by Sabretooth, Victor's wrath. Drops of cold sweat began to appear on the head of this newly minted war hero. As for the Sabretooth Victor he was worried about, Victor didn't know at this time that Logan had been captured again and was currently using his foot to wake up young Magneto. "Kid, get up. Didn't you want to save your parents? Are you going to save them in your dreams? Well, I guess anything is possible in a dream." When Logan finished off that loser Angel of Death Azrael and woke up, he found himself in a prisoner of war camp. Judging by its scale, it didn't look like the small island they had been fighting on before. In fact, Logan had been taken back to a POW camp on the enemy's mainland. Originally, Ogun had brought him back to his own residence, intending to seize Logan's body. But as soon as he entered, he was soundly beaten by the Angel of Death Azrael, who was right in the middle of a heated fight. After being brutally thrashed, he was humiliated and thrown out. Subsequently, Ogun was surprised to discover that a strange power of death had appeared within Wolverine's body, completely suppressing his recovery abilities. After making several attempts, Ogun finally chose to give up. He dumped the unconscious Logan into a local POW camp and then personally stayed there to oversee things. He wanted to see exactly what kind of trickery Logan was up to. After being dumped there, Logan remained in a long-term coma. He didn't need to eat, drink, or use the latrine, nor did he require guarding. Therefore, the guards were happy to just toss him into a cramped little cell, planning to let him fend for himself and simply dispose of the body once he died. As it turned out, after being unconscious for a period of time, Logan actually woke up and appeared to be perfectly fine. Consequently, under Ogun's orders, the guards had no choice but to release Logan and lock him up with the other prisoners. After waking up, Logan didn't show anything that set him apart from the others. He ate and slept with the ordinary prisoners and worked alongside them as a laborer performing hard labor. Even when subjected to bullying from the enemy, he behaved no differently from the other captives. He even allowed a wound to remain on his forehead. Seeing this, Ogun was utterly bewildered. He even began to suspect he had captured the wrong person. Was this still the Wolverine, who was invincible on the battlefield and killed without blinking? As for the reason Logan was doing this, it was because he was observing the situation. When he first woke up, he thought he had fallen into the hands of the Hand. But he discovered that didn't seem to be the case. This place looked like an ordinary concentration camp. He still had an extremely deep impression of the secret The Hand base where he had once been held. That place was teeming with elite black-clad The Hand ninjas, every one of them fully armed and practitioners of a martial art called Chi. This energy called Chi flowed through their entire bodies. They could freely surge and concentrate their Chi in any part of their physique at will. This allowed them to obtain extraordinary abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. Whether it was their strength, speed, stamina, endurance, agility, neural reactions, or senses, all were unprecedentedly enhanced. Combined with the martial arts they painstakingly practiced, their destructive power and attack capabilities in battle reached a startling level. Although Logan was confident he could defeat any one of them individually, when their numbers became too great, he could only rely on his healing factor to flee in disarray, even facing the risk of capture. Furthermore, the Hand possessed many other means. They could resurrect the dead and grant immortality. At the very least, the 5 elders of the Hand were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. They could also use magic to manipulate the human heart. Logan had once been manipulated by them, becoming a puppet and a plaything in their hands. However, it was that very incident that caused the Hand to lose their rare and precious weapon, the Muramasa sword. Yes, the very one Victor is currently using. This time, however, the Hand did not get involved in Logan's affairs. Although they had lost 8 elite ninjas in the effort to help capture Logan. But when the representatives they sent saw Logan's state, they simultaneously sensed a familiar scent on him. The scent of those damned angels. They didn't want to clash with Azrael over a single Logan, otherwise, drawing attention from that side might very well involve Kunlun. As traitors of Kunlun, they knew full well how terrifying the power they once belonged to was. If Kunlun sent people to hunt them down, their leisurely days would likely come to an end. After making Ogun pay a certain price, they decisively abandoned Logan. They let Ogun take Logan back to his residence, which led to Ogun's failed attempt to seize the body and the subsequent beating by Azrael. However, the counterattack Ogun launched before being thrown out inevitably affected Azrael, leading to him being defeated by Logan once again in the end and being forced to return to the high heavens. After observing for a while, Logan finally confirmed that this was just an ordinary POW camp. Then, he began his life as an ordinary prisoner of war. He hadn't even considered the idea of a jailbreak. He had already judged that this was the enemy's home territory. Where would he go after escaping? Could he really swim across the Pacific Ocean? He wasn't like Victor. After obtaining the Moonstone, Victor could fly all over the world. Besides, with the Moonstone, the enemy shouldn't be able to catch Victor at all. Of course, the reason Logan stayed here as an ordinary POW wasn't that he was waiting for Victor to rescue him. It was because he was a bit tired of the constant killing. Like a curse, slaughter and tragedy had accompanied him since shortly after his birth. Whether it was his friends or family, they would all eventually be dragged into it. The strong survived, while the weak often met with misfortune. Even after meeting Victor, the fighting and killing had almost never stopped. Initially, he loved this kind of life. He could release his wild nature at will. No one would fear or blame him for the slaughter he created in battle. After all, they were fighting for federal justice. More and more killing brought more and more rewards and status. But along with the killing came his heart-to-heart talks with Victor and his own reflections. He began to increasingly break free from the influence of his animalistic nature. Before awakening his X gene, Logan was a somewhat shy and introverted person. This was the exact opposite of his brother, Doug Logan, which was why Doug had dared to frame him back then. But after awakening the X gene, while gaining the healing factor, his wild nature also began to gradually influence his personality. It caused him to become increasingly cruel and fond of slaughter during combat, even once living among wolves in a primitive state of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Later, Victor's arrival brought him back into human society. But it also led him onto the path of serving the Federal Army. Although Victor treated him like a brother and he regarded Victor as family, Victor also began to teach him not to be controlled by his wild nature, but to master it and turn it into his own power. And Victor was exactly like that, growing stronger step by step. Logan, however, took a path completely different from Victor's. Because after he learned how to control his wild nature, he could even do it better than Victor. Eventually, he could easily and completely rid himself of its influence. This allowed his original personality to manifest. James Logan Howlett was never someone who enjoyed fighting or cruel killing. Only, Wolverine was. Especially after Victor returned from the Westworld, Logan got a long vacation and began to travel around. It was during that time that Logan began to think about what he truly wanted. He was so different from ordinary people, he was virtually immortal. The healing factor gave him a long and powerful life. He wasn't obsessed with pursuing power like Victor was. Or rather, he had no such motivation at all. His previous battles were, on one hand, influenced by his own wild nature, and on the other, to help Victor. But now, as Victor grew stronger and stronger, the role he could play became weaker and weaker. This also caused Logan to start doubting whether his own existence was still necessary. After all, he didn't want to continue killing anymore. Often, after calming down, he would recall himself during the blood-soaked madness of battle. He felt more and more like he was a beast rather than a man. Now, having entered this POW camp, he had found a perfect opportunity. He was imprisoned here just like an ordinary prisoner of war. As long as he didn't display too many abnormalities, he wouldn't receive much attention. Although the guards here often made things difficult for him and beat him, it was nothing to him. With this single-minded focus, he blended into the ordinary POW camp and acted as an ordinary prisoner. Every day consisted of eating, sleeping, and doing hard labor, which left Ogun utterly bewildered. During this period, Ogun repeatedly had the guards harass and beat him, but Logan simply accepted it with resignation, lying there and taking the blows without resisting at all. In reality, given the power levels of these ordinary human guards, rather than saying they were beating Logan, it was more like they were giving him a massage. However, to make it look more realistic, Logan still controlled his healing factor to make himself appear as though he were injured. There was another reason he did this. He sensed that the strange enemy officer who had captured him was right here, peering at him from some corner of the POW camp. Although he didn't know what the other's purpose was, Logan knew it certainly wasn't anything good. But since the other party hadn't shown themselves, Logan was happy to play dumb and continue his ordinary life as a prisoner of war. He didn't seem to have considered the feelings of Nord, the Agent Zero, currently using the alias Miller. Since Logan's capture, Agent Zero had been under immense pressure. He didn't even dare to tell the home country that Logan had been captured and was missing. After all, their existence and mission were confidential to a certain extent. He merely reported back that Logan had gone to execute an extremely classified mission and had run into a bit of trouble, so he might be out of contact for a while. Meanwhile, he used the time he had bought to launch frantic attacks non-stop. Under his full-scale offensive, the Federal Army began to capture several islands in succession. As a result, he received many awards and became the most distinguished presence on the Far East Front. But the person he was looking for was still nowhere to be found. Every time Agent Zero received a medal, he would imagine his head being twisted off by a suddenly appearing victor. As for the victor he was worried about, after a sleepless night, he had finally thought of a rescue plan that he believed should be effective. Thus, watching the dawn gradually begin to appear in the east, he lightly nudged the still sleeping young Magneto with his foot. After waking the boy up, he began to ask him about the extent of his mastery over his own abilities. Although he didn't hold much hope, maybe there would be a surprise. As it turned out, there was indeed a surprise. Young Magneto held the bayonet Victor had given him in front of his face. Then, he gradually released his grip on the bayonet. Strangely, the bayonet did not fall but remained suspended in midair. Subsequently, under the boy's control, the bayonet began to circle his hand. This gave him a strong sense of confidence, and he began to feel he could do even more. The bayonet suddenly accelerated, then flew out and embedded itself into a large tree, sinking right up to the hilt. Just as Victor was about to go pull it out, the bayonet flew back into young Magneto's hand on its own. He truly was someone worthy of becoming Magneto in the future. He definitely had talent. Although Victor didn't know why he would mess up in the movies, looking at him now, he was quite gifted. Even though young Magneto could easily manipulate the bayonet, Victor still didn't include him in his plan. Instead, he told him to follow him and then, at the appropriate time, follow his orders and take action. Until then, he had to stay quietly in the place Victor designated and not act rashly. In fact, Victor said this just to keep young Magneto steady and prevent him from acting impulsively and easily putting himself in danger. Otherwise, if his parents were rescued but he himself ended up dead, wouldn't all of Victor's efforts be for nothing? In truth, Victor's plan wasn't complicated. One could even say it was very simple. First, he led young Magneto as they sneaked into the camp. Then, he had young Magneto lie flat in an open-top car covered by a tarpaulin to help him observe the surroundings. After Magneto was in position, Victor didn't continue sneaking. Instead, he directly pulled out several grenades and gave the guards a big surprise. Taking advantage of the camp falling into chaos as guards and prisoners ran everywhere, Victor followed the scent of Magneto's parents and found Shaw's office. This time, he didn't go in through the door, nor did he climb through a window. Instead, he chose to break through the wall. He drew a door on the wall with the Muramasa and then gave it a kick. As the wall collapsed, a doorway that allowed him to pass through perfectly appeared before him. Just as Victor stepped inside, he heard a round of applause. As expected of someone I've listed as an opponent, it was actually you who rescued my test subjects. But what surprises me is that you actually came back. This doesn't fit my analysis of you at all. Sebastian Shaw had long since laid traps in his office, waiting for the intruder to arrive. Although the intruder's identity and method were a little beyond his expectations, rendering the ambushes at the door and window useless. He'd never placed much hope in those traps. What he trusted most was his own power. That was why he'd personally taken the last line of defense. He hadn't expected Victor to take the unconventional route and simply tear through the wall. Now he had to act in person. After all, the riffraff under his command were even worse than Hydra and couldn't possibly stop Victor. Just as Sebastian Shaw rose to take Victor down himself, Victor suddenly pulled something out. Well, Dr. Sebastian Shaw. Look at this, a little surprise I prepared for you. Hope you like it. With those words, a blinding glare flooded the room, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. Sebastian Shaw stood motionless, absorbing the kinetic energy of the blast and converting it into power within his body. But the intense light still obscured his vision, so he didn't move rashly. By the time the glare faded, Victor was gone. Victor had seized the chance to dash into the next room, rescue Magneto's parents, toss the couple into young Magneto's car, lift the vehicle, and fly off. Though the rescue idea was cribbed from the neighborhood's flying strongman and speedster, pulling it off was far from simple. Any slip, say, young Magneto being spotted early, would bring unforeseeable consequences. Fortunately, nothing major went wrong. Victor successfully carried the car out of the concentration camp, even finding time to throw 2 cans of gasoline onto it. He did this because, after 100+ kilometers, he ran out of lift and had to land and drive. While young Magneto and his parents expressed amazement and admiration for Victor's power, Victor himself found it downright lame to run out of stamina mid-flight. Luckily, he'd foreseen this and secured a car and enough fuel. All he had to do now was drive east toward the Soviet-occupied zone. Victor wasn't worried about danger in Soviet territory. Though the Red Army had begun its counteroffensive, the Allies hadn't yet turned on one another. Once inside Soviet lines he could catch a cargo ship hauling supplies back to the States. What Victor didn't expect was Sebastian Shaw's determination to recapture them, so great that Shaw stooped to asking Hydra for help. With Hydra's radar sweeps and an agent's analysis, Sebastian Shaw pinpointed Victor's landing site and current route. Armed with that intel, he flew straight to the fiercely contested front, aiming to cut Victor off before he could cross the lines. For assistance he requisitioned an elite Hydra unit, paying with a share of his research results. Not long after they set their ambush on Victor's only road, the convertible Victor was driving appeared in the distance. Just as Shaw thought a highway chase was about to begin, Victor braked and stopped the car outside the kill zone. After saying something to young Magneto, Victor stepped out alone and walked into the ambush. Shaw's supposedly hidden trap was blatantly obvious to Victor's beast-level instincts. The faint prickle of being targeted by rifles had already told him their numbers and positions. Instead of halting, Victor drew Muramasa and accelerated, heading straight for the defenders. Once the Hydra frontline commander realized they'd been spotted, he ordered immediate fire, hoping to stop Victor before he reached their lines. It was futile. Comrades had proved countless times that stopping sabretooth Victor was a fool's dream. The moment Victor crashed into the Hydra soldiers, one-sided carnage began. He even sheathed Muramasa and killed the troops bare-handed. Sebastian Shaw simply watched Victor slaughter every Hydra soldier, never lifting a finger to stop him. To Shaw, Victor was saving him the trouble of silencing witnesses. He couldn't let Hydra learn of young Magneto's existence and potential. Already, begging Hydra for help had raised their suspicions. He even suspected some of these troops were Hydra intelligence agents. Now it didn't matter, whoever they'd been, they were claw fodder for Sabretooth, and the secret of Magneto was safe. As for Hydra coming after him later, he wasn't worried. Covert clashes were routine, and Hydra had its own headaches now. Word was that on the Western Front a man called Captain America led a Howling Commandos unit of freaks who were dismantling Hydra free of charge. Shaw doubted the beleaguered Hydra had time to bother with his Eastern Front nuisance. Captain America didn't care which head or faction you belonged to. If you were HYDRA, you were exterminated on sight, no exceptions. Thus, not just Red Skull but other Hydra factions like Baron Zemo were taking heavy, unified losses from Cap. Shaw knew that if he finished off the man in front of him, he could take that supremely talented teenager back and mold him, launching his own path to domination. He didn't realize Victor was thinking the same: kill the man before him, bring back young Magneto, and maybe take the Black King's seat in the Hellfire Club for himself. And so, each harboring his own plan, the two men smiled oddly at each other and struck at the very same instant. Sebastian Shaw's heavy punch landed on Victor even as Victor's Muramasa bit into Shaw's body. Unsurprisingly, the result was Victor being sent flying by a punch, while Sebastian Shaw didn't even suffer a scratch. Of course, this wasn't because this guy's skin was harder than adamantium, but because he had completely and utterly absorbed all the kinetic energy Victor had put into it. In other words, the moment the Muramasa came into contact with Sebastian Shaw, it fell into a state of absolute stillness. No matter how much force Victor applied, it would all be absorbed by him. Victor clearly didn't have such an ability, he was just durable. So, unsurprisingly, he was sent flying by the opponent's punch, tumbling several times along the roadside before coming to a stop. From this, it was evident that the opponent had been preparing for a long time. There was no telling how much energy he had charged up. This punch was not at all inferior to Mr. Hyde's punch from back then. It was a mystery how long Shaw had to bang his head against a wall to store this much energy. Of course, Shaw didn't accumulate energy by banging his head against a wall as a certain dark-minded fellow imagined. However, it wasn't far off. He had found 7 or 8 strong soldiers among his subordinates and had them beat him up to store energy that way. But that was his usual method of storing energy. This time, to deal with Victor, he had used an extremely radical method. He had obtained a Hydra ray weapon and fired it frantically at himself until he had emptied 10 full magazines. For the first time, he felt stuffed, as if he had reached the upper limit of what he could contain. However, this also made his strength unprecedentedly powerful. He had never felt so good. If he previously felt he could punch a bull to death after charging, he now felt he could punch a mammoth to death. This was the fundamental reason why he dared to contend with Victor and even attempt to keep him there. In the subsequent exchange, although Shaw's combat skills were extremely poor, Victor found that no matter which direction he attacked from, his efforts were futile because the energy was being absorbed by his opponent. Instead, he himself would occasionally suffer heavy blows from the other man. This was because after absorbing a vast amount of energy, Shaw's physical attributes had been enhanced in all aspects. His speed was no longer inferior to Victor's, although he only managed to land 1 out of every 10 punches on Victor. It was enough. Victor couldn't even make contact with him because as soon as he did, he discovered that the other man was actually beginning to absorb his cosmic energy. As time passed, Victor gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Because he had never found a way to deal with his opponent, he instead ended up being beaten and drained. Although with his self-healing ability and the power from the moonstones, these were minor issues. However, he couldn't afford to linger here for too long, otherwise something might happen to young Magneto and his parents. Shaw clearly had no intention of giving Victor time to think. He began to attack Victor relentlessly, not seeking to land a decisive blow, but simply needing to pin him down. For he had prepared a backup plan. Another unit would soon arrive to capture young Magneto and his parents. As for Victor, under his stalling, he wouldn't have any chance to save them. At this thought, a sinister grin began to spread across his face. Just then, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. The strange energy he had absorbed from Victor seemed to be clashing with the energy from the Hydra ray gun he had absorbed earlier. Although he could reconcile them and ultimately convert them into energy for his own use through his special ability, he had absorbed it too quickly and in too great a quantity all at once, resulting in quite a bit of residue. Now, it was starting to clash with the moonstone energy, which began to affect his fighting. This was keenly noticed by Victor. Shaw's movements started to become sluggish, and he stopped absorbing the moonstone energy from Victor's body. As flickering blue and yellow light appeared on Shaw's face, Victor roughly guessed what was happening inside the other man's body. Although he didn't know where this guy had absorbed a large amount of Tesseract energy from, he had now gone and absorbed moonstone energy as well. Now, these two incompatible energies were clashing within him. Victor knew this was his chance, but what should he do? He needed to think it through, but he didn't have much time left. If Shaw successfully absorbed these two forces, he would become unprecedentedly powerful, and that would be when real trouble started. Ultimately, Victor decided to take a risk. Ever since he had absorbed that crate of energy from the Hydra factory last time, the two moonstones had finally been able to return to a self-sufficient state. But this time, Victor was going to start squeezing them again. Because the two moonstones came from diametrically opposite dimensions, their energy properties were also completely opposite. Although for some peculiar reason they could resonate and release even more powerful energy. Victor had discovered another use, drawing the two different moonstone energies into his left and right hands respectively, then crossing his hands to let the two energies collide. This could trigger an annihilation reaction, releasing an unimaginably powerful burst of energy in an instant. The first time he did this, not only were his hands blown to pieces, but he himself was also severely injured. That was an attempt made when the two moonstones were low on energy, and it was that very attempt that drained the last of the moonstone's power. Now that they had finally recovered, he was actually going to go looking for trouble again. And this time, he drew even more energy than before, so the resulting explosion was even larger and stronger. However, one improvement over the last time was that he could slightly control the direction of the detonation. The surging powerful energy was completely absorbed by Shaw the moment it made contact with him. With such a massive influx of power suddenly entering his body, Shaw finally began to buckle. He was already feeling full, and now he was in a state of being about to burst. His skin began to crack. Yes, he was cracking, just like a certain fat man, he cracked. From the fissures in his skin, the light of cosmic energy began to emerge, and Victor felt an extremely intense sense of danger. Ignoring his shattered hands and the Muramasa discarded to the side, he began to retreat rapidly toward the direction of young Magneto's family. Just after he had run over 100 meters, Shaw exploded. After being completely pulverized, he expanded into a sphere of pure energy about 10 meters in diameter. The energy sphere, swirling with blue and yellow light, annihilated all matter within its range, then began to collapse rapidly, shrinking into a tiny point before vanishing in a flash, disappearing completely from this universe without leaving a single trace. Sebastian Shaw's death annihilated everything within 10 meters and, in its final implosion, dragged everything within 100 into a single point. Only sabretooth Victor, who had bolted away at top speed, and the Muramasa blade stuck in the ground survived. Yet when Victor went to pull the sword free, he sensed something different about it. It seemed to have lost some intrinsic quality, becoming nothing more than an inert object. Victor could no longer feel the power or the mad will that once pulsed from the blade. Victor recalled the original lore: the sword granted strength and madness because a sliver of the Muramasa soul dwelt within. Apparently the energy vortex from Sebastian Shaw's detonation hadn't swallowed the steel, but it had sucked away that soul fragment. Victor gave the sword an experimental swing. It was still razor-sharp and could still channel cosmic energy. He decided to set the matter aside for now and consult the blade's forger later. After reclaiming the sword, Victor opened the car door and slid back behind the wheel. Under the still terrified stares of young Magneto's family, he roared off toward the Soviet-occupied zone. Years later, Magneto Eric Laneshare supposedly hated cars, preferring planes or simply levitating, probably because of something that happened in his youth. Thanks to Victor's beast-like reflexes, the speeding car blasted through the crossfire and into Soviet-held territory. Once S-Country's Foreign Office confirmed Victor's identity, he and young Magneto's family boarded a federal freighter that had just unloaded cargo, beginning the voyage home. En route, the freighter was attacked by a D-Country U-boat. The hapless submarine watched in horror as its own torpedo curved back and homed in on it. "Good work, kid. But you'll need a new name. Once we reach the Federation, I'll arrange fresh identities for your family." Under the threat of losing his parents, young Magneto's power erupted and advanced by leaps and bounds. Though it still waxed and waned with emotion, it no longer failed him at random. Having received S-Country's cable, the federal government had reception waiting at the harbor to welcome Victor back. The reception was modest, barely a dozen military policemen and agents in uniform, but security demanded discretion. Brigadier General Philip fumed at Victor's unsanctioned operation, yet since approval was on file, he could do no more than protest. Besides, Philip had just vaulted the biggest promotion hurdle of his career, rising from colonel to brigadier general. He knew this was his ceiling, yet he was content. At the Strategic Science Corps he now wielded real authority and enjoyed both fame and profit. Under Colonel Philip's direction, Captain America and the Howling Commandos tore through Hydra across Europe. Hydra boasted that if one head is cut off, two grow back. Colonel Philip countered, "Then we'll cut off both." And that was exactly what Captain America's team did, razing every HYDRA base and factory they found, wiping out all who resisted. He even relayed a rumored standing order from Strategic Science Corps Supreme Commander Victor, Victor's old motto when he led troops. Standing HYDRA are enemies. Prone HYDRA are well-trained enemies. Fighting back Hydra are cornered enemies. Fleeing HYDRA are die-hard enemies. Under this doctrine, the captain's team became human wrecking balls. Wherever they passed, they scraped the ground 3 times and left not a blade of grass. At first Captain America balked at such orders, but when Hydra fought to the last man and wounded troops dragged federal medics down with them, he learned the brutal truth of war. From then on he kept his head down and executed orders. A fully unleashed Captain America, Steve Rogers, proved the finest battlefield commander and soldier. Under him, the Howling Commandos inflicted such losses on Red Skull that he had to join forces with Baron Zima and other branches just to hold the line. Even with aid from the Hand and Dracula's Romanian vampires, they still lost ground with every battle. Red Skull clashed with Captain America several times, but each bout ended in stalemate. The captain couldn't finish him, and he couldn't kill Steve. Unfortunately for Red Skull, his allies were hopeless, so every engagement ended with HYDRA bases destroyed and Red Skull in retreat. Though HYDRA became more united than ever, the war exposed their hidden strength to the light. Stripped of shadow, exposed Hydra took hits from every direction, losing personnel, vital data, and their own history. After the war, the remnants that slipped back underground forgot even their original purpose, but that's a tale for another time. Once Victor learned the situation in Europe, he tackled young Magneto's identity problem. The name Max Eisenhart couldn't be used, so he adopted his alias from the lore, Eric Lane Share. The renamed family shifted from Jews to Gypsies from Romania. The parents became managers of a Clyd family estate in the federal South. Young Magneto himself was drafted straight into the Strategic Science Corps as a rookie agent, all terms Victor had negotiated with the family aboard ship. At first the parents refused, but Victor warned them Max's power meant he could never live an ordinary life, only tragedy and casualties would follow. Recalling their concentration camp ordeal, they finally agreed. Yet Victor worried, without the trauma of losing his parents, young Eric Laneshare seemed too soft. Victor didn't care about the personality issues because, in his plan, as long as Eric passed his training, he would naturally be reborn. So the first step was to have him learn physics related to magnetism. Then, he would join the newly enlisted recruits for physical training. Since Eric's physical fitness was not much different from that of an ordinary person, Victor decided to have him train with the recruits first to improve his scrawny physique. Additionally, he hoped that the atmosphere of the military camp would change Eric's currently weak personality. After all, he didn't want to raise a powerful but mentally fragile Magneto sissy. While Eric was undergoing training here and making up for the cultural knowledge of various subjects he had missed due to being in the concentration camp, Mystique Raven finally found the target in her orders, Charles Xavier, the eldest son of the Xavier family in New York State. She disguised herself as Charles's mother and sneaked into his kitchen to steal food. Then, she deliberately let Charles discover her identity and was taken in with his help. In fact, all of this had been planned by Raven long ago. Using Nina's telepathic ability, she forged a memory to deceive Charles, whose powers were not yet very strong. As expected, Charles, who was still just a child, was fooled by her. After a simple scan of her memory, he treated her as a fellow mutant little girl who was homeless. This was also the first time Charles realized that there were other mutants like him in this world. He was not alone in this world. He began to take care of Raven like his own sister, and Raven felt the warmth of a truly complete home for the first time. Here, there were parents and an older brother who cared about her, no endless missions or harsh training, and certainly no killing, betrayal, deception, or disguises. To better hide her identity, she changed her blue skin into what a human should look like, disguised herself as an ordinary little girl, and lived in Charles's home. Her life here was so pleasant that Charles, who often peeked at her thoughts, was frequently infected by her happiness. This was the most pleasant time the two of them had ever spent. While the two rich second-generation kids were enjoying life under the beautiful sunshine, our Eric finally completed his recruit camp training. As his fellow comrades began to depart for the battlefield, he was also taken to the Far East battlefield by Victor. Agent Zero, Nord ultimately failed to hide the news from Victor. The information about Logan being captured again leaked out. Knowing that Logan was currently trapped in the enemy's homeland, Victor did not lead men to the rescue again. On one hand, it was too difficult to lead a team into the enemy's territory. On the other hand, he knew Logan would not be in danger. Therefore, after arriving at the front line and giving Agent Zero, Nord a severe lesson, he did not mention Logan's capture again. Victor had the young Eric join a Federal Army recruit unit and head to the front lines where fighting was occurring, letting him experience the cruelty of war. However, on his first day stepping onto the battlefield, Eric did only one thing. He hugged his M1 rifle, pulled his helmet low, closed his eyes, and huddled in the trench doing nothing. Because he was a special talent, under Victor's personal care, he wasn't shot on the spot by the supervising military police. But that night, Sabretooth, so angry his hair stood on end, dragged him back to the camp's shooting range and pointed a pistol at him. If you cannot control your fear, then only death awaits you. Instead of letting you die under an enemy shell, I might as well finish you off right now. With that, Victor pulled the trigger. Driven by the fear of death and rage, Magneto's powers went out of control once again. All the metal weapons in the entire shooting range began to fly through the air, and even the pistol in Victor's hand was no exception. As for the fired bullet, it had long since been deflected and flown off to who knows where. The chaos here quickly attracted the attention of the Federal Army, but they soon lowered their weapons and stayed away at Victor's signal. Eric, having narrowly escaped death, stared at Victor with bloodshot eyes, but he was stared back down by an even more ferocious gaze. Your current state is quite good. Learn to use your power, use it to protect yourself, and turn it into a powerful force. Tomorrow, go back to the front line. I hope you don't disappoint me again. The next day, when Eric stepped onto the battlefield again, his performance was indeed much better than the first day. Or rather, he simply became the most popular person on the line. He used his ability to deflect all enemy bullets and shells away from his own position. On this day, miraculously, no one on the position died, except for him spraining his ankle. When he limped off the position amidst the cheers of the crowd, what awaited him was not the warm praise from Victor he had expected. Instead, it was a new round of cruel training. From his behavior today, Victor analyzed that he still retained unnecessary compassion. Otherwise, with his ability, he could have completely thrown the bullets and shells back at the enemy positions, just as he had done to that U-boat on the Federal transport ship. But when the enemy stood alive before him, he actually went soft. Therefore, Victor specially prepared a surprise for him. This was a teenage prisoner of war about the same age as Eric, but he had been heavily brainwashed and poisoned by a certain ideology. Now Victor gave him a chance for freedom. As long as he killed Eric with the bayonet in his hand tonight, he would be free. Thus, Eric was subjected to a night attack once again. Just as Victor told him to change clothes before meeting, and he had only pulled his pants halfway off, the teenage prisoner rushed in with a bayonet. Eric, who was pinned to the ground in panic, manipulated the bayonet so that it stopped in midair. After several attempts, the teenage prisoner found he could not stab down and let go of the bayonet. Then, using his powerful hands, he throttled Eric's neck, intending to strangle him to death. As long as he strangled Eric, he would be free and could continue to serve the Empire. Even if that man had lied to him, killing Eric, a soldier of the Federal Army, would still count as serving the Empire to the end. With his life threatened once more, Eric finally let go of his unnecessary compassion and other messy thoughts. The sharp bayonet pierced through the teenager's brain and nailed itself deep into the ground. When he stood up, holding his pants with one hand and clutching his coughing throat with the other, Victor walked into his room. This time, he received Victor's applause and praise. War was far more brutal than young Magneto had imagined. After killing the prisoner of war who ambushed him, although he received praise and commendation, Victor threw him back to the front lines the very next day. This time, he would act alongside Agent Zero, who was using the alias Miller, and be responsible for destroying all enemy shore defense cannons to facilitate the federal government's landing from the other side of the island. The brutality of the fighting so far is something I could never have imagined. Our enemies are making their last stand in the jungle, in caves, and in various strongholds. They fight for every inch of land. They are willing to fight to the death for every inch of land. This was Magneto's reflection, written in his personal diary after the day's battle. For the first time, he realized the fragility of life and the cruelty of war. He was instructed to only use his abilities to protect himself, and not to alter the entire battlefield situation as he had done before. Furthermore, the reason he was operating with Agent Zero was to keep his identity a secret. Such an ability, capable of changing the entire course of a battle, would bring him immense danger. Especially now, when he was not yet strong and mature enough. If he were to encounter an enemy assassination, he could very likely perish prematurely. After all, even an ordinary young prisoner of war almost took his life, let alone the hand ninjas who were skilled in stealth and assassination. The soldiers who witnessed young Magneto's abilities that day were all ordered to keep what happened a secret. Of course, they would later be dispatched to the most intense combat zones. Meanwhile, Eric, who was following Agent Zero to attack the enemy, was secretly cheating with his abilities. He was not proficient in using the M1 rifle in his hand, but he could alter the trajectory of the bullets, making them hit the target he wanted them to hit. Achieving this required extremely strong reaction capabilities, which was also a development of his own abilities. He enhanced his reaction capabilities through magnetism, shortening his reaction time to 1/15 of a normal human's. It was precisely because of this that he could manipulate the bullets after they left the barrel. Otherwise, before he could react, the bullets would have flown who knows where. His excellent marksmanship quickly caught the attention of Agent Zero, but Agent Zero did not say much and continued to lead the team to carry out his mission. He had already lost one Logan. If he lost this child too, Victor would probably twist his head off and kick it like a rugby ball. Therefore, even though he noticed that this youth was a bit special, he did not investigate further. Instead, as Victor had instructed, he treated him as an ordinary soldier, only looking out for him at critical moments to ensure he didn't die. Although Agent Zero's mission this time was to destroy the shore defense cannons, before that, he had to clear out all enemy forces in the trench networks along the way. Fortunately, the federal government had brought flamethrower tanks to assist them. These behemoths were highly effective against bunkers and tunnels. Eric watched countless times as enemy soldiers in tunnels and bunkers screamed, burned into charred corpses by the flames spewed by the tanks. At first, he felt sick and couldn't bear it, but in the end, he became completely numb. And he no longer felt the initial guilt when pulling the trigger to kill an enemy. It was from that moment that he began to concentrate on his abilities, sensing every piece of metal flying across the battlefield. Whether they were bullets, shell fragments, or anything else, and through their presence, he sensed every dynamic on the battlefield. He gradually began to enjoy this feeling, which gave him the illusion that the entire battlefield was under his control. Fortunately, Victor's warning still lingered in his mind. Therefore, he did not become arrogant due to this illusion and do anything foolish. In fact, even though he could sense so much metal and magnetic force, his body simply couldn't handle mobilizing such a vast power. Thus, Eric, while sensing his abilities, continued to advance triumphantly with Agent Zero and the others. First, they captured the enemy's anti-tank gun positions, then watched as the federal flamethrower tanks cleared out the remaining enemies, and then continued to advance. Eric had by now grown accustomed to all the killing on the battlefield, and he himself had become one of the killers. Even if the enemies weren't Shaw and his subordinates, they were their allies, weren't they? Since they were all criminals who committed massacres and atrocities, wasn't it only right to kill them? Eric even found a very suitable reason for his actions, which made him feel even less psychological pressure when killing. As they completely crippled the enemy's anti-aircraft gun positions, overwhelming numbers of federal aircraft began to arrive over the island and then subjected the enemy positions to a barrage of bombing. The enemy positions within eyesight were completely transformed into a burning inferno. After the bombing, federal tanks began to charge, and Eric and the others followed closely behind the tanks, performing infantry-tank coordination. Finally, Eric, charging onto the enemy positions alongside the tanks, cleared out the surviving enemy forces with Agent Zero and the others, completing their mission. Shortly after Agent Zero, under the alias Miller, lit the green flare on the enemy's shore defense cannon position, Federal reconnaissance aircraft discovered the situation there. The Federal commander, upon learning that all enemy shore defense cannons at the stronghold had been cleared, ordered the Marines to begin landing simultaneously from this direction of the island. Watching the dense ranks of Federal Army soldiers rushing ashore, Eric suddenly understood that his killing today was not meaningless. If the enemy's shore defense cannons could not be cleared, countless of the Marines landing below would become casualties of the artillery. Therefore, when Eric returned to the camp, Victor saw the completely different demeanor on him and his no longer timid eyes, and knew that his plan had succeeded. Eric also, for the first time, initiated a conversation with Victor. Previously, he had always resisted and feared Victor, even though he had saved his entire family from Shaw. Because of Victor's cold indifference when killing, and his subsequent various trainings and scoldings, Eric had developed a sense of fear towards Victor. But after truly experiencing a battlefield full of life and death, he suddenly felt that he was no longer afraid. Therefore, he wanted to have a good talk with his savior. But when Eric truly stood before Victor, the overwhelming sense of pressure and the indignation in his heart left him in a dilemma. "Mr. Victor, I still don't quite understand what you want me to do. Why did you bring me here and have me join a war that has nothing to do with me?" Ultimately, he voiced the doubts in his heart, waiting anxiously for Victor's answer. Victor also put down the newspaper he was reading, which reported Captain America striking Hydra in Paris and Notre Dame being attacked by a great fire. "You think this war has nothing to do with you. And you want to know why I'm treating you this way and what I want you to do." Victor sat up as he spoke, gesturing for young Magneto Eric to sit down as well. First, let's address your first question, your connection to this war. If it weren't for the instigators of this damn war, you and your parents wouldn't have ended up in a concentration camp. Well, it seems you don't know what that implies. Victor paused there, then took out a report from the CCCP. It was about the concentration camp where Eric had been held, detailing what the Soviet army discovered after capturing it. When they liberated Auschwitz, they found only 7,650 survivors, including 130 children. Documents they found showed that nearly 6,000 people were brutally murdered every day. Eric looked at the document in his hand, his grip gradually tightening. As a former prisoner, he knew exactly how many people were actually in the camp. Seeing only 7,000 survivors made him realize something was terribly wrong. He wondered what had happened there, and what had become of his former neighbors and friends. When he saw the Nazi documents showing over 6,000 people were brutally murdered daily, his eyes turned bloodshot, and all the metal in the room began to tremble and float. Now, do you still think this war has nothing to do with you? Of course, who we are facing now are just allies of your enemies, but they have committed the same crimes elsewhere. So, you know what needs to be done. Victor read the intent in young Eric's bloodshot eyes. He certainly knew what to do. Next was the most important question. As for what I want you to do, look around you first. This floating metal represents not just a gift from the heavens, but also a curse. Prompted by Victor, Eric noticed that the metal objects throughout the room were controlled by the power that erupted from his anger, suspended in midair. Your power hasn't reached its limit yet. According to my calculations, if your power reaches its peak, you could even reverse the Earth's magnetic poles. When these words came from Victor's mouth, young Magneto was stunned. He hadn't realized he could be so powerful. But have you ever thought about how fragile ordinary people are in the face of such great power? How much fear they would feel toward this power? Saying this, Victor smiled at young Magneto, pulled a bottle of whiskey from under the table, and took a swig. You must understand that mutants like us are, after all, a tiny minority. When the ordinary people, who make up the vast majority of the population, act irrationally out of fear, someone needs to stand up to stop them and protect our kin. At this, Eric finally understood. Victor wanted him to be the one to stand up. But why not Victor himself? He possessed even greater power, didn't he? Seeing the confusion in Eric's eyes, Victor sighed and downed the rest of the whiskey in one go. Don't look at me like that, I know what you're thinking. Perhaps in terms of power, I'm not inferior to your future self. But I lack the specific traits a leader should have. Some things depend on talent. And you just happen to have that talent. Don't ask me how I know, I just do. After speaking, Victor shook his fist, which was larger than a clay pot, stifling young Magneto's other questions. Though he had been inexplicably fed a lot of inspirational talk about saving his race and becoming their leader, he felt pretty good. After all, what young boy doesn't hope to achieve great things in the future? Besides, hadn't Mr. Victor said it? With great power comes great responsibility. Victor's high expectations for him surely meant his abilities were being recognized. Ultimately, Eric left Victor's room with a smile. After Eric left, Victor's expression turned serious. He picked up the document he hadn't finished reading, turning past the page about Captain America. The next page contained the latest findings of the Strategic Scientific Reserve in Egypt. After repelling Hydra forces, the Allies took over many ancient Egyptian ruins they had excavated. The research on these ruins was eventually handed over to Dr. Essex, also known as Mr. Sinister. In fact, this was the result of his own active pursuit. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Victor and the others were out of the country to search for the tomb of the god mentioned in the ancient texts. Finally, his hard work paid off, and he found the Tomb of Apocalypse. He then entered it alone after opening the burial site. No one knows what happened during that time, but the final result was that the pyramid completely collapsed and was buried in quicksand. The SWAT detachment that accompanied Dr. Essex suffered no survivors, and even the doctor himself had completely vanished. At this time, the Federation was fully occupied with the ongoing World War. After a brief, fruitless search and rescue mission, they abandoned further action. However, the incident was still compiled into a document and placed in the archives of the Strategic Science Corps, to be dealt with after the war. By a twist of fate, this document was mixed into Captain America's mission reports and mailed to Victor. Of course, this was all thanks to the female secretaries who liked to relax in the office. While Victor was reviewing the document, thousands of kilometers away in Egypt, in the desert over 100 kilometers from where Apocalypse's pyramid was buried, a hand suddenly reached out. The next day, Eric didn't need to head to the front line. After destroying the enemy's shore guns, he and the company where Agent Zero was stationed gained a precious period for rest and reorganization. During this brief rest, he had been studying various books given to him by Victor. As a leader, being just a good fighter wasn't enough. While Eric was studying hard and making progress every day, Captain America's battle with Hydra was finally drawing to a close. He split his Howling Commandos into two teams. The supernatural members were led by the werewolf captain, Jack, who coordinated with the arriving Van Helsing couple to go to Romania and find trouble for Dracula. Meanwhile, he and Bucky led the other teammates to raid a HYDRA high-speed train. On the train was a figure of vital importance to HYDRA, Dr. Zola. Unlike in the movie, only the captain and Bucky successfully boarded the train. Falcon's grandfather didn't make it onto the train in time. Because his knee had taken a bullet in a previous battle, and it was friendly fire, he was currently recuperating in a field hospital. Of course, if he had been hit by HYDRA, he would probably be a puddle of mush by now. After successfully reaching the top of the train, they quickly found a door and entered the interior of this HYDRA high-speed train. In fact, this HYDRA high-speed train, which moved at speeds approaching a bullet train, was something only a cyborg like Bucky and Captain America, Steve Rogers, could climb. Any other ordinary person would have been swept away by the airflow long ago. After entering the train, the two quickly learned Dr. Zola's location from a Hydra guard on board. Dr. Zola also learned of Captain America and Bucky's arrival through the surveillance in the carriages. He immediately ordered the Hydra soldiers on the train to rush to the carriage where the captain and the others were to stop their advance. However, these Hydra grunts were clearly no match for Captain America and Bucky. The two of them tore through the opposition, easily fighting their way into the front carriages. At this time, the heavy armored laser infantry that had once been dispatched to deal with Victor appeared again. After a round of frantic strafing, half of the entire carriage was blasted away, and Bucky, unable to dodge in time, was thrown out of the train. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed a handrail outside the carriage, preventing himself from falling. Steve seized the opportunity while the opponent's cannon barrel needed to cool down, smashed the enemy's helmet with his shield, and then threw him off. Just as Steve climbed out of the car and prepared to reach out to save Bucky, another heavy armored laser soldier stepped out from the carriage ahead. Bucky understood that Steve would never give up on saving him, no matter what. Given the current situation, the most likely outcome was that both of them would be blasted off the cliff by the enemy's cannon. So, he made a decision in his heart that would change both of their fates. He looked at Steve Rogers' anxious face and smiled. Then, he let go of the railing he was holding, allowing the cold wind to blow him off the cliff. Steve watched in agony as Bucky fell into the abyss, with no time even to shout. He knew he had to survive and could not let Bucky's sacrifice be in vain. He nimbly dodged the light beam fired by the opponent and then leapt into the gaping hole in the carriage. In his state of rage, it didn't take Steve much effort to easily deal with all the Hydra soldiers blocking his way and charge into the carriage where Dr. Zola was. Fortunately, he still remembered what his mission was and did not kill Dr. Zola. Dr. Zola, for his part, showed none of the self-sacrificing resolve typical of a Hydra member. After all his subordinates committed suicide, he actually started a staring contest with Steve. Steve was waiting for him to commit suicide, while Zola was waiting for Steve to take him alive. In the end, Steve was indeed not as shameless as Zola and could only take him back with a sour face. Thus, Hydra's important scientific mastermind became a prisoner of the Strategic Science Corps. The day after Bucky's accident, the news reached Victor. He had to return to the Federation to attend Bucky's funeral. After all, in a sense, both Bucky and Steve were his students. Now that something had happened to Bucky, it was only right for him, as their superior and teacher, to attend the funeral. After Victor left, Eric was left alone on the front lines of the Far East. However, at this time, although he was young, he had essentially become a seasoned veteran. By now, the Federal Army had completely surrounded the islands occupied by the enemy and totally cut off their supply lines. Let alone airdrops, even smuggling via submarine was extremely dangerous. Besides, the supplies a submarine could carry were inherently very scarce. Eventually, the enemy forces on the island fell into a state of exhaustion, running out of both food and ammunition. Their food had long been finished, and very little ammunition remained. The only reason they were still fighting was their twisted faith and will. To avoid unnecessary casualties, the Federation had delayed launching a general offensive. In fact, the Federal High Command's plan was to let the enemy surrender in the despair of being out of supplies. Or, they could choose to starve to death to fulfill their twisted faith. The Marines ordered to besiege the enemy naturally found every day extremely boring in such an environment. They couldn't launch an attack, nor did they need to guard against an enemy counterattack. Instead, they often had to deal with individual enemy soldiers and deserters who came to steal food. In his extreme boredom, young Magneto actually came up with a way to amuse himself. He didn't eat all his food during a meal but specifically left a can of luncheon meat. Later, when he returned to the position after the meal, he threw the can near the entrance of an enemy tunnel. Then, he saw a hand that was nothing but skin and bones reach out from within. Just as that hand was about to grab the luncheon meat can, Eric used his ability to move the can slightly further away, placing it just out of reach. In this way, Eric used the opponent's hunger to lure him out of the tunnel step by step. Just as his head appeared blurred at the tunnel entrance, the M1 rifle in Eric's hand cracked. Blood splattered onto the can of luncheon meat, causing Eric to mutter that it was ruined now, it was dirty and completely inedible. Thus, he began to use his ability and the luncheon meat can to lure and kill over a dozen various enemy soldiers trying to snatch the can throughout the afternoon. But in the end, the can couldn't be retrieved because finally, a child of about 10 years old with a bandage wrapped around his head rushed out, and Eric's heart softened after all. Eventually, the enemy surrendered. Their mid to high-level officers chose to commit suicide for their country in despair. Then the rest of the people gave up their resistance. After reclaiming this last invaded island, the offensive against the enemy's homeland was finally about to begin. Eric felt very excited and invigorated by this, as did the others. Of course, the happiest among them was Agent Zero. With Victor's return to the country, he was once again in power. If this invasion of the enemy's homeland could succeed, it would prove that his abilities were not inferior to anyone else's. Just as Agent Zero and Eric were gearing up for a big operation, Bucky's funeral was held as scheduled. After the funeral, Steve ran into the base bar alone to drink his sorrows away. So Victor had to ask Agent 13, Carter, to go and persuade the captain not to drink excessively, lest he harm his body. Carter, who was already worried about Steve, immediately ran to the bar to find him binge drinking after hearing Victor's words. Just as she was about to speak, she was told that because Captain America's metabolism and physical fitness were many times that of an ordinary person, alcohol was harmless to him, and he simply could not get drunk. No matter how strong the liquor, even industrial alcohol, it would be immediately broken down by his powerful physique after he drank it. So Carter had to approach it from a different angle, starting to persuade and alleviate Steve's grief. After entrusting Steve to Carter, Victor decided to go see the famous Dr. Zola. This Dr. Zola was no simple character in any plane of existence in the original works. Not to mention the comics and animations, even in the MCU, his life was legendary. First, he created a machine capable of extracting energy from the Tesseract, and then he successfully infiltrated SHIELD, using it as a host to revive the long-dead Hydra. Later, he even transferred his consciousness into a computer. If he hadn't chosen self-sacrifice in the end and been destroyed by a missile, who knows if he could have gone even further. When Victor met Dr. Zola, even though he was already prepared, he still found it hard to believe that the short, fat man in front of him, who didn't even reach his chest, was the famous Dr. Zola. And when Dr. Zola saw Victor, he was equally stunned. He had imagined the appearance of this legendary Federal hero countless times. Although the Federation had taken many photos and portraits when promoting Victor in the past, those were all processed products and could not truly represent Victor's temperament and bearing. At first sight of Victor, Zola knew that this was an existence even more dangerous and insane than the Red Skull. He didn't understand how such a person could become a hero, instead of a butcher who slaughtered the innocent. Although Victor was a bit surprised inside, he didn't reveal it in his expression at all. Instead, he put on a profound look, pulled out a chair, and sat across from Dr. Zola. "I'm curious why you're different from the other Hydra members. When the others were captured, they couldn't wait to commit suicide by taking poison. Yet you forced our captain to bring back the culprit who caused his friend's death. Facing Victor's interrogation, Dr. Zola couldn't even make a sound. Because what he felt at this moment was an extremely dangerous predator sitting in front of him, watching him, ready to swallow him whole at any moment. I know your intentions and your plan. Since you didn't choose death, it means you want to live. Now, I can give you this chance, but first, you must learn to be obedient. After all, obedience will be rewarded. Under Victor's dangerous gaze, Dr. Zola lowered his head tremblingly. He understood that without the protection of the Allies, the Red Skull could easily kill him. He knew Schmidt, the Red Skull, better than anyone. He was no longer of much use to the Red Skull, but he held too many secrets. Therefore, the Red Skull would certainly want to kill him as quickly as possible. As for whether his betrayal of the Red Skull would lead to the destruction of Hydra, how could that be? Cut off one head like the Red Skull, and two more would naturally take its place. Moreover, Hydra could take this opportunity to go underground again, lurking once more to gain a rare chance to recover and grow. After Dr. Zola carefully chewed over Victor's words about obedience being rewarded several times, he decisively chose to defect, joining the Allies and revealing all of the Red Skull's secrets completely. Subsequently, Deputy Corps Commander Phillips of the Strategic Science Corps began to formulate a series of operational plans based on the intelligence provided by Dr. Zola. Meanwhile, Captain America gathered all the members of the Howling Commandos, gearing up for a major operation to avenge their teammate Bucky. Just as Steve was preparing to launch a general offensive against the Red Skull, the Federation's general offensive in the Far East Theater also began. Steve and the other Marines completed the landing operations on the enemy's home islands almost without encountering any resistance. Subsequently, the Federal Army began to advance rapidly, cutting the opponent's defensive lines to pieces. During this period, the enemy failed to organize any decent resistance. The Federation even completed in just 4 days the tasks originally planned for 15. They had already occupied half of the island and advanced into its central region. Just as the Federal Army began to choose to station themselves on the spot and stop advancing out of caution, a shocking change finally occurred. It was a night of torrential rain, while everyone in the dirty foxholes was discussing whether the enemy was about to surrender. The opponent suddenly launched an all-out suicidal attack. Countless enemy soldiers emerged from tunnels and began launching suicide attacks against the Federal Army. The enemy's naval aviators also launched suicide attacks against the Federal ships. The completely unprepared Federal Army was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Amidst the enemy's frenzied suicide attacks, Eric had to use his special abilities on a large scale to escape with his life. However, the other Marines in the same position all died in the enemy's midnight sneak attack, desperate charges, and suicide bombings with grenades. Eric watched the enemy soldiers charging one after another in suicide attacks, stabbing his teammates to death on the ground one by one. He finally exploded. The young Magneto, his powers running wild, massacred the entire position. Eventually, when the Federal Army stepped onto the site again, the only survivor they found was the unconscious Eric. Night fell. Inside the Zima family castle in Eastern Third Reich, Hydra soldiers bustled about, hurriedly carrying away everything that could be moved. Overseeing the operation was the current Baron Zima, Heinrich Zima. With the Soviet army pressing forward and Hydra and the Reich's forces collapsing on every front, he had no choice but to relocate his family's centuries-old ancestral home to ensure the Zima line survived. Still, he believed that one day he would return. Even if he couldn't, his descendants would. At the thought, he pulled out a notebook and wrote down, "Must father a son." After adding "have a son" to his to-do list, Baron Zima resumed directing the Hydra troops, urging them to speed up and move every last family possession to the secret base he had long since prepared. While the Baron and his men rushed about, a towering man and a little girl of about 9 appeared on the castle's perimeter. The Hydra sentries barely caught sight of them before a dart sprouted from their throats, silencing any alarm. Not quite Bullseye's level, and useless against real experts, but for mopping up trash, it works just fine. The thrower was Victor. His technique came straight from the Hand's Ninja Training Manual. Every high-ranking Hand Ninja carried one. Unfortunately, most of the techniques required cultivating Kunluan's unique chi, so anyone with a line to Kunluan sneered at the contents, while anyone desperate enough to study them could never learn to harness chi. Victor had skimmed a few pages and tossed the manual into the Strategic Science Corps archives. He did memorize a few blade moves and throwing tricks, though. Using them now felt pretty good. Logan, on the other hand, had mastered the hand's entire combat style. Even without chi he remained terrifyingly strong. Probably because the 5 fingers of the hand had embedded certain abilities in him while brainwashing him with their secret arts. Nina offered no reaction to Victor's self-praise, remaining the same cool little girl as always. Watching her, Victor found it impossible to picture the wolf cub who would tear the Clyde Manor to shreds alongside Luther, the pair of them champion wrecking balls. Every chase ended with Tiger Cat pinning her to the floor with one paw, yet she never tired of chasing him. In human or vampire form she was the picture of elegant calm, the polar opposite of her wolf self. Victor shook the thought of Nina away. He hadn't come all the way to Leipzig for a honeymoon. After dropping the gate guards he drew the Muramasa on his back. He'd recently mastered a new trick. Though useless in combat, it was convenient. He could magnetize the scabbard to his back with cosmic energy, sparing him the hassle of rope or carrying it by hand. With a flourish of the blade he kicked the manor gates open and flickered inside. The instant Victor charged in, Nina transformed into a small white wolf cub, leapt onto the wall, and began scaling it. Intruder. Take him down. All units stay alert. Only one intruder confirmed. Gate team, eliminate him. Everyone else hold positions, watch for additional incursions. Sentinels spotted Victor at once. The entire estate went to battle stations as Hydra soldiers rushed the gate. Seeing a lone attacker, they relaxed. Anyone bold enough to strike Zima Castle now was no amateur. But with only one man they could overwhelm him. Moments later they realized how wrong they were. The katana-wielding foe was a blur, a phantom striking from shadow to claim comrades' lives. Victor had learned the trick from the ninja manual: exploit extreme speed and the blind spots created by light and dark for assassination and ambush. Hand ninjas used chi to boost their bodies. Victor's raw physique achieved the same result. Bullets and laser beams screamed past, carving the air, yet none touched him. The weapons couldn't kill him, but he savored dancing on the knife's edge. It felt intoxicating. While dodging he never stopped swinging the Muramasa. Every arc claimed a Hydra life. Yet these troops were Baron Zima's elite, here to cover the evacuation. Even as Victor slaughtered their comrades, they held fast, resolved to fight to the end. While the battle raged at the gate, Baron Zima inside the castle ordered the evacuation accelerated. His heart bled, but prudence demanded he abandon bulky decorations to speed the withdrawal. The order came because the gunfire out front was thinning fast. That was no relief. It meant his men were nearly wiped out, not the enemy. With a single intruder, victory would have silenced the guns at once. Instead, shots and screams were dwindling together, proof the attacker was terrifying. Even his elite guards and laser rifle troops could not stop him. To survive, Baron Zima had to cut his losses. Possessions could be replaced, his life, and the Zima bloodline, could not. However, the order came a moment too late. A white wolf cub dropped from the sky and landed on the crate 2 Hydra soldiers were carrying. Then the wolf cub transformed into a girl in a white wool sweater. Just as he was about to order the guards to eliminate this unknown intruder, every movement in the room froze. The instant Nina paralyzed everyone's consciousness, Victor shoved open the castle gates and swaggered inside. Looks like you beat me to it. Fine, when we get back I'll buy you a strawberry sundae. For now, let's begin. When the last person left, Zima Castle was already a burning ruin, and Nina was walking beside a man in a purple cowl. The HYDRA soldiers assigned to protect them addressed the man as Baron Zima, while 2 pale gold gems hovered above Nina's open palm. That was the core of the new plan Victor had devised after discovering the Moonstone's true properties. The Moonstone grants flight, light projection, and physical enhancement, but it also amplifies each host's existing traits according to their nature. In Carla Sofen's hands it gave invisibility, in Helmut Zima's it revealed an entirely different talent, leaping through time. When Victor held 2 Moonstones, his regeneration and strength soared to unprecedented levels, yet when Nina acquired one, the stone boosted her telepathy. Originally she could read thoughts and memories without physical contact, now she could strip, dominate, and direct a mind while puppeting the body. Most crucially, she could rewrite ordinary memories and loyalties, turning anyone into an obedient servant, Victor's keystone. He had no intention of founding the hollowed-out shell SHIELD would become, and even if he prevented that, the Security Council would still leash the agency. But Hydra's infiltration of SHIELD gave him an idea. He could play cuckoo in reverse and burrow into Hydra itself. Hydra's methods were perfect for off-the-books work, and in the future its assets would still include everything SHIELD possessed. After careful thought, Victor chose Baron Zima. The purple-masked, attention-seeking civilian was the perfect target. The plan had one flaw: Victor himself was immune to telepathy, unable either to wield it or to receive memories through it. Nina could rip every recollection from Zima's mind, yet in theory she could never pass them to Victor. Using another person risked divided loyalties, and Victor refused to stake anything vital on someone else's allegiance. The breakthrough came from the Moonstones themselves. When Victor placed them in the charger Zola and Howard had built, the machine predictably exploded. One Moonstone shot straight into Victor's hand, the other was snatched midair by Nina, who caught it in her teeth. The instant both stones were in contact, Nina's amplified telepathy fused their minds through the gems. The link vanished as soon as she spat the stone into Victor's palm, but after a brief haze he smiled an unreadable smile. He handed both Moonstones to the cool-eyed little girl. The explosion had finished the recharge despite destroying the device. Re-energized, the stones fused with Nina at once, almost singing with delight at their new host. Like two sides of the same coin, the gems mirrored the split inside her, vampire and werewolf, dark yet opposite bloodlines. The Moonstones clearly preferred their new bearer. Victor was discarded as ruthlessly as the previous Baron Zima had once been. So when Nina extracted every memory from Zima and tried to bridge Victor's mind again, she succeeded effortlessly. But something unexpected happened. Victor found himself standing in his own mental landscape, now occupied by a small girl named Nina. Startled, Nina flung away the glowing sphere containing Zima's lifetime of memories and severed the link. Victor examined the memories for a moment, then stepped back into the real world. "I'll explain later. For now, rewrite their memories and perceptions. Someone's waiting for us." Only when she saw Bucky Barnes unearthed from the ice did Nina realize who that someone was. Enhanced, Bucky had survived the freezing. He was merely comatose, though tragically missing an arm. When she delivered him to the HYDRA base now controlled by Wei Ku and saw the mechanical limb the text presented, understanding dawned. "From today you're no longer the capitalists' howling commando. You are the Bolshevik fist of justice, the Winter Soldier." Victor spoke while Hydra technicians sprayed a red 5-pointed star across Bucky's metal arm. Victor watched the technicians finish attaching the arm to Bucky Barnes, then ordered him refrozen and crammed into the base's cryo-storage. Hydra soldiers, staring at the freezer packed with pork, began to worry they might one day be unable to find the Winter Soldier under all that meat. All that pork was Baron Zima's handiwork. Using his authority he had requisitioned huge stocks of supplies and stored them in this base. If HYDRA ever had to go underground again, these stores would keep them alive for a long time, otherwise a base with this many mouths would betray itself buying food and daily necessities. Beneath the base ran an underground water vein. To survive, Zima had thought of everything, even begun moving his family's castle valuables ahead of time. Now, though, it all benefited Victor. He leafed through Zima's private journal while leisurely sipping a drink. He had brought Nina along specifically to take the mission of dealing with Baron Zima, while Captain America and the others handled Red Skull. Baron Strucker had far better luck. Seeing the writing on the wall, he retreated to his partners in the hand to set up a fallback organization. Thus every major Hydra branch made its own plans, and the whole group hovered on the edge of falling apart. Still, they all agreed on one thing: seize the resources of the Nazi Party under the pretext of a comeback and use them to strengthen HYDRA. Granted, each branch strengthened only itself, but at least they still belonged to HYDRA, didn't they? Soon, however, Red Skull's faction would face catastrophe, because his nemesis, Captain America, had come knocking. Captain America chose the simplest, most brutal method: a straight assault through Hydra's front gate. It was a classic Sabretooth-style blitz, and Steve was his star pupil. He first showed off his motorcycle skills, outran every Hydra pursuer, then used the bike to blow open Red Skull's base gates. The bike's builder? Naturally Howard Stark. It wasn't Iron Man armor, but simple weapons retrofits were child's play for him. After blasting the gate, Steve didn't follow Victor's habit of slaughtering everyone. He was captured, surrounded and taken alive by Hydra troops. We should cut him some slack. Unlike Victor and Logan, he had no healing factor. Though his physique and reflexes far exceeded normal, a bullet or a laser blast could still kill him. His shield could only cover half his body, not give 360-degree protection, so he gave up, was hauled before Red Skull. Seeing his men capture Captain America alive filled Red Skull with pride and glee, though he tried to look gracious. Unfortunately, the two could barely exchange 2 sentences before Captain America mocked Red Skull and took a fist to the face. The punch didn't faze the captain. Red Skull had already drawn a weapon, planning to finish him on the spot. Red Skull, to his credit, knew villains die from talking too much and decided to shoot immediately, yet he was still too slow. The Howling Commandos ziplined in, while Phillips's Strategic Science Corps Special Ops Detachment stormed through the front gate. With the heavy gate destroyed, Hydra troops couldn't build a solid defense and were quickly overrun. Realizing the danger, Red Skull abandoned the idea of killing Captain America and evacuated at once. He took the Tesseract, already loaded, aboard his escape aircraft Valkyrie, a warplane ahead of its time. Yes, it was a jet, and vector thrust at that. Hydra truly hoarded black tech. In this era they already possessed such an aircraft. The Third Reich's Me-262 series. Hydra had tossed that to the Nazis just to keep the Empire alive a few more days while they looted supplies. Once Red Skull boarded, set New York as destination, and relaxed, he was safe for the moment. He never expected Captain America to chase the lifting jet in his beloved roadster, then leap onto the landing gear. Inside the plane, Steve went into one-man army mode. Even when a smaller fighter dragged him off Valkyrie, he still managed to storm back aboard. Perhaps it was fate. He and Red Skull had to settle their score. In truth, their strength and reflexes were nearly equal. As Captain America put it, they could fight all day. After tangling forever, they tore the cockpit apart. In the end, Red Skull did something foolish and lost. He grabbed the Tesseract, one of the Infinity Stones, and it flung him into space. After jettisoning Red Skull, the Tesseract burned through the fuselage and fell into the glacier below. To keep the plane from reaching New York and causing massive casualties, Steve steered it into the sea, missing his date with Carter. With Red Skull and Baron Strucker gone, Hydra collapsed into chaos. Part were brainwashed under Victor, masquerading as Zima, while the rest were rounded up by Strategic Science Corps. Stripped of Hydra's help, the Third Reich's war effort crumbled. The European war ended quickly. Red flags flew over Berlin, time to deal with the Far East. But during this period the federal president, Roosevelt, died. Fortunately, his successor chose to continue the war. Europe's settled situation didn't change with Roosevelt's death, yet in the Far East the enemy fought to the last breath. The Federal Navy and Army pounded the enemy's homeland, but resistance was fierce, an attitude of rather shatter jade than surrender. Capturing just one small island in enemy territory had already cost the Federal Army dearly. The enemy's fanatical suicide tactics shattered morale. With the European war over and Soviet forces heading toward the Far East, the federal government had its own hidden agenda. It had no intention of letting the Soviets meddle in the region. The Federation therefore had to end the war before its rival arrived. After repeated warnings produced no response, the leadership resolved to use its ultimate weapon. When the Federal High Command first heard of the fusion strike, they simply refused to believe such a thing was possible. Common sense told them no single bomb could wipe out an entire city. Yet when the final test results were laid before them, they were forced to accept the truth and realized humanity had just opened Pandora's box. Originally the weapon had been developed to stop the Third Reich from using it against the Federation. Now the Federation itself would turn it on its foes. A bitter irony, perhaps, but that is politics and war. Despite the scientists' protests, the bomb was loaded onto the aircraft. At that moment the Federation's enemies in the Far East still had no idea annihilation was moments away. They were busy steeling their people's will to resist to the end. The entire population was put through military training, ready to fight to the last man for nation and belief. They meant to show the Federation that even if it could seize their land, it would have to kill every last one of them to do it. The same brutality spread to the homeland's concentration camps. Guards no longer cared whether prisoners lived or died, working them to the bone. The slightest protest or delay became an excuse to drag someone out as an example and shoot him. Guards even forced captives to dig the pits that would become their own graves. Logan's camp was no exception, though by luck it was not an extermination center, only a place of relentless forced labor. In reality there was little difference. Without enough food, exhausting work soon carried men off just as surely as bullets. Here murder simply traded the gun for a slower blade. While disposing of the useless mouths, the camp still squeezed out their final drop of value. Why not? As the war ground on, Logan's holiday behind barbed wire ended. Comrades vanished one by one, and the tasks piled higher. He tried more than once to escape, only to be stopped by Ogun, an unusual officer who displayed terrifying strength. A master of both ninjutsu and magic, he foiled every one of Logan's breakout attempts. Fortunately, he had no wish to kill Logan. As camp commandant, he protected him from punishment for the failed escapes. But this day an ominous premonition gripped Ogun, an impending disaster he could not name. By now only a dozen prisoners remained alive. Most guards had already been sent to the front. Ogun ordered the survivors disposed of. Only Logan was to be kept, to be dealt with personally. After a fierce fight, Logan was subdued and dragged from the camp toward Ogun's quarters. Ogun saw how the war would end and had no intention of dying for a lost cause. He would look after himself. Just then a blinding flash lit the city, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Federal bombers had succeeded. Fusion warheads obliterated 2 key enemy cities. In an instant every building became rubble. Everything within the blast radius vanished into ash. No one could survive, not even Ogun. The moment the shockwave arrived, his body disintegrated. His spirit endured, though grievously wounded. Logan was hurled aside, but survived. Thanks to his healing factor, he walked away from the crater and the drifting fallout, deciding the sooner he left, the better. Not long after Logan's departure, the shattered empire in the Far East realized the Federation meant to erase them entirely, and fear finally took hold. They promptly accepted unconditional surrender, turning from defiant resistance to slavish obedience overnight. Yes, the crawl-on-your-knees and lick boots variety. The Federation found the reversal bewildering but saw no reason to care. The objective was met. Delighted by the Soviets' fury, Federal leaders secured vast Far Eastern spoils and began plotting their next moves. The new president now cast his gaze on the fledgling Strategic Science Corps. Change was in the air. Yet the agency born under federal auspices soon became an international body, exactly as Washington intended. Through it the Federation meant to shape the world, but its power was still too limited. Federal directive therefore opened the Corps wide to former Hydra scientists and technicians. The Soviets did the same. Under that arrangement, Hydra quietly embedded itself in both superpowers. Before long it had risen to positions of real influence. Victor, too, made headway. Scientists from Baron Zima's circle, on his orders, defected to the Soviets and quickly rendered outstanding service. Moscow told them to recruit more, and one by one Victor installed the entire network inside the USSR. The Winter Soldier was delivered as their super soldier, a gift to seal the bargain. With the war in the Far East over, the world, long shrouded in its shadow, finally saw a glimmer of dawn. The federal government secured vassals and profits in the Far East, and the same pattern played out in Europe. The capitalist nations of Western Europe quickly swung toward the federal government once hostilities ended. Everywhere else was folded into the USSR's sphere of influence. A crimson iron curtain dropped from Central Europe all the way to the western shore of the Pacific, controlling most of the Eurasian landmass. Thus, the two superpowers began another tense standoff. Yet neither, freshly scarred by World War II, was willing to unleash another global conflict. A new term entered the public vocabulary, the Cold War. It described every form of hostility short of open, hot war. The Cold War's opening salvo came during the Prime Minister of the Grating Empire's visit to the federal government, when he delivered the Iron Curtain speech. From Stettin on the Baltic to Trieste on the Adriatic, an Iron Curtain has descended across the continent. With those words, a new world order emerged, and the federal government became its leader and spokesman. The federal government formally declared, wherever peace was threatened, directly or indirectly, by aggression, its own security was at stake. Who posed the threat, and how, would of course be decided by the federal government. Against this backdrop, the Strategic Science Corps expanded explosively. Its branches and agents spread across the globe, its functions seeped into every layer of national societies, and it rose above ordinary intelligence agencies. The clearest example was its orchestration of the partition of the former Third Reich's capital. Another organization loomed in the shadows, Hydra. The federal government unilaterally launched currency reform in its occupation zone, provoking outrage from the USSR. At Victor's signal, HYDRA agents embedded throughout the Soviet apparatus swung into action, proposing to their superiors a perfect solution. Seal all land and water routes between the federal occupation zone and the federal-controlled BL district, they urged, and issue a new currency in the Soviet zone as well. The escalating clash split the entire nation into two states. In the Far East, Baron Strucker, learning of his homeland's division, smashed half the family heirlooms in fury. He then reached out in secret to Baron Zima. Their shared heritage left them in perfect sympathy on this point. Victor replied to Baron Strucker's letter, voicing equal indignation before urging patience, stay hidden and wait for the right moment. Baron Strucker knew, of course, that even with Zima at his side they could never challenge the two colossi. Yet that did not mean doing nothing. He had struck a deal with the Hand, they would help him rebuild HYDRA, this time aimed at the federal government. Victor, after weeks off the grid, finally reported back to the Strategic Science Corps, striking the MIA status beside his and Nina's names. His report claimed that Baron Zima had chosen mutual destruction in their final battle, leaving him and Nina too wounded to do anything but lie low. Only after the war ended did they slip across the blockade and return home, bringing with them a secret Hydra fortune as proof of their story. Impressed by the gold, the newly formed Security Council chose not to question Victor's whereabouts. He was simply relieved of duty and told to go home. The war is over. Heroes like you shouldn't toil for us youngsters any longer. Go home and rest. Victor merely shrugged at the Security Council's verdict, but before leaving he pocketed the files on Nina and Logan. Werewolf Jack took command of the Howling Commandos after Captain America vanished. His human side let him mingle with ordinary soldiers, while his werewolf form kept the supernatural members in line. He was delighted that Victor had pulled Nina out of service, she was his niece, and quitting the life and death game was all for the best. He didn't know his niece had already been thoroughly corrupted by Victor, and at a far more sophisticated level, learning to manipulate hearts and minds. As for Logan, he believed he had found peace. After the war, found by Federal Army units, he refused to rejoin his old unit. Given his unique status and certain ulterior motives, the Security Council approved his discharge and let him stay where he was, to live an ordinary life. He made that choice because he had met a master. The venerable elder warned him that killing only fed the beast inside him. He must learn to be truly human, to abandon his savage instincts and live in peace. Under the master's guidance, Logan sought redemption at a place called Jasmine Falls. It seemed a paradise. There he fell in love with a woman named AI. He had no idea the entire setup was Ogun's trap, every moment engineered so Ogun could seize his body. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Europe, Mr. Sinister, Nathaniel Essex, set foot on London soil after returning from North Africa. Returning to his homeland, he found everything changed. Those who had wronged him had long since been claimed by time. Darwin's theory of evolution and his own theories on mutants had both been vindicated by events. The thought filled him with wistful amusement. Then his lips curved in a truly sinister smile. The past no longer mattered. He had received a God's gift, become its voice, and then sealed the deity away. Now, wielding that divine power, he walked the earth as a living god. Indeed, Dr. Essex had found Apocalypse's pyramid in North Africa, and he then ordered his SWAT detachment to blow open the massive boulder sealing the pyramid's entrance. After entering, he gained a general understanding of Apocalypse's life and passed through the carvings and scripts on the pyramid walls. Subsequently, upon entering the main burial chamber, he successfully awakened Apocalypse. After a brief exchange with Apocalypse, he claimed to be a child of God, a mutant, and wished to become God's spokesperson. He offered to help God rerule this world and overthrow the current governments where ordinary people ruled everything. Apocalypse, sensing the mutant genes within him, believed him and further evolved him, bestowing upon him exceptionally powerful strength. Almost the instant he obtained this power, Mr. Sinister betrayed Apocalypse. Utilizing a backup plan left by the ancient Egyptians who had sealed Apocalypse, he caused Apocalypse to fall into a deep slumber once more. However, he did not expect the price of the backup plan to be so heavy. The entire pyramid sank into an abyss of quicksand, becoming completely buried, and he was no exception. In fact, from the very beginning, the ancient Egyptians had chosen to sacrifice their own lives as a way to seal this malevolent god, Apocalypse. Otherwise, they could never have kept the high and mighty deity Apocalypse asleep for thousands of years. That rebellion had even nearly claimed Apocalypse's life. After being buried by the quicksand, Mr. Sinister did not choose to yield or give up. Using the powerful strength he had just acquired, he broke free from the suction of the quicksand. He followed the direction of the sand flow, rushing out over 100 kilometers before successfully returning to the surface. By this time, Essex's body was nearly drained of all its water by the sand. Fortunately, a passing transport detachment became his savior. After slaughtering the entire detachment and drinking every drop of water they carried, he only then noticed that these people were allies. Or rather, they were former allies. Now, he was going to strike out on his own and take control of his own destiny. Thus, using his newly acquired ability to fire concussive energy, he blasted a large crater into the ground and buried the remains of the transport detachment on the spot. By now, Essex realized that he could never return to the Federation, but fortunately, all the data was still stored in his mind. There wasn't much truly useful data left in the Federation's laboratories. Leaving it there could be considered his way of thanking the Federation for providing him with research funding for so long. The next step was to establish a brand new laboratory and a secret base of his own. Then, he thought of the sewer system built in London during his youth. Thus, he decided to return to London to establish his own underground secret base and laboratory, where he would perfect his research and plans. Having decided on the location, he began his journey home. Since World War II had not yet ended, he could only advance under the cover of night. After all, if he were spotted by reconnaissance planes from either side while advancing alone in the desert, it would be far too suspicious. As for blending in among ordinary people to slip through, that was even more impossible. When Apocalypse transformed him, his physical appearance was also slightly altered. After all, as an apostle of God, how could he look the same as those ordinary mortals? As for his current appearance, it was quite a long story. So, under the cover of night, he successfully crossed the front lines of both sides. In truth, this was not a very difficult task. At this time, the German army and Hydra had already begun a total collapse, and the Allied forces were very scattered, busy capturing prisoners everywhere. Faced with the extraordinary abilities of Dr. Essex, they couldn't discover him at all. Especially with the cover of night, it was impossible to sense his presence. Once he entered the territory of Hydra and the Third Reich, it became even simpler. With war refugees in a hurry everywhere, even if he looked a bit strange, he wouldn't attract too much attention. But the real difficulty lay ahead. He had to find a way to cross the English Channel. Although theoretically, with his physical fitness, he could swim across. After all, some ordinary humans in the future could do it, albeit when the timing and conditions were perfect. While it proved the possibility, Dr. Essex was unwilling to take the risk. This was because he had previously been a pure researcher. From a certain perspective, he still lacked some necessary qualities. Furthermore, he had his eye on some research data left behind by Hydra. After all, he still held quite a bit of admiration for Dr. Zola. Moreover, with his greatly increased strength, he now had the ability to independently break into some small Hydra bases and secret research facilities. Taking action immediately had always been the style of the X Division, and Essex naturally followed that tradition. Even though he had left, he still inherited many of their styles. He successively raided several small Hydra secret bases, harvesting a significant amount of Hydra research data. Although none of it was complete, only fragments. For a genius scientist like him, as long as he had the core ideas, successfully reconstructing them was only a matter of time. After making off with Hydra's scientific data, he set his sights on Hydra's secret vaults. However, these items were too bulky and inconvenient for him to carry or transport. Therefore, he could only kill the insiders responsible for the burial and let the treasures remain buried there, hoping for a future opportunity to retrieve them. Indeed, by this time, Hydra had foreseen the outcome of the war and began to disperse and hide their assets, hoping to use these riches to rise again in the future. Essex had tracked one of the detachments responsible for the burial and dealt with the members after they had finished. Subsequently, he assassinated the relevant personnel in charge, causing this wealth to be recorded as missing in Hydra's files, making it easier for him to claim as his own later. Because there were so many such detachments, Hydra had no time to conduct thorough investigations when accidents occurred. At this point, the speed of the Allied advance was incredibly rapid. Meanwhile, Captain America and his Howling Commandos were causing them trouble every day. Burying assets and going underground were their top priorities. Thus, an interesting cycle emerged. Hydra consumed the resources of the Third Reich, and Essex consumed the resources of Hydra. Of course, what he did was nowhere near as excessive as what Victor did. Finally, having made full preparations, Dr. Essex finally waited for the end of the war. Then, he returned to his hometown, London. The Hellfire Club was first established in the 18th century in the Great Ing Empire by a certain Sir. It is said to have a connection with the King of Ing and has preserved records of mysterious events from the 16th and 17th centuries. From the 1760s, it evolved into a social club for the elite. The club not only provided entertainment that challenged the moral concepts of the time but also offered methods for its members to consolidate their economic and social status. Over time, the club eventually faded into obscurity. However, now, in the former colony of the Great Ing Empire, today's Federation, someone has decided to establish a new Hellfire Club. Post-war Eric Lane Scher, the young Magneto, after recovering from his injuries, was entrusted by Victor to Nina, who had become the head of the new CIA department. Subsequently, under Nina's arrangement, he joined the newly formed Summerland organization and collaborated with the Federation's CIA department to hunt down fugitive Nazi criminals from the Third Reich. With his special abilities, he quickly became one of the most outstanding agents. He always acted alone, yet he always managed to achieve something. He also enjoyed this job, as it allowed him to avenge his people while honing his various abilities and skills. One day, after dealing with a target, he learned that a bank in France was actually holding a shipment of Nazi gold. Seeking them out, Eric used his little tricks to successfully obtain the location of the gold's owner, Argentina. When he arrived at his destination, he found it to be like a paradise, where people lived leisurely, peaceful, and affluent lives. This made him feel angry. Those damned criminals were using the legacy exploited from his people to come here and squander it, enjoying their later years in peace. Meanwhile, his people could only sleep in concentration camps, becoming memories frozen forever. Therefore, he decided to make these guys pay the price. While Eric was taking action, Victor also began to unfold his own plan. Under the alias Sebastian Shaw, he started recruiting mutant members worldwide to join the newly established Hellfire Club. Naturally, the first member he successfully recruited was Nina. He promised her the position of the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, successfully getting this powerful telepathic girl to join his organization. Actually, for Nina, whether she became the White Queen or not didn't really matter. After all, it was Victor who had taken her and her uncle in and helped them a lot. Moreover, she was an important confidant and creator of Victor's other identity. One could say Victor made her the White Queen hoping to keep her tied to him. However, his behavior also fully demonstrated his way of thinking. Everything was from the perspective of interest. No matter what he did, it was always like this. Or rather, he rarely had truly emotional moments. But for now, it wasn't a big problem because Nina ultimately agreed. As for the reason she agreed, it was quite interesting. She only agreed after learning that Victor would serve as the Black King in the club. Because if she didn't take it, Victor would find another powerful woman for the role, and she didn't want any other woman to be the White Queen while Victor was the Black King. Little did she know, Victor had originally planned for the position of Black Queen as well. But in the end, he gave up because he couldn't find a suitable candidate. After all, the Black Queen in the original story was not someone to be trifled with. Whether Victor could find her was one thing, even if he did and recruited her, she would be a major trouble. That person was not someone willing to be subordinate, and her power was obvious to all. The uncertainty was too great, so Victor chose to give up. Victor's second choice was the Red Devil, Azazel. This guy had been wandering all over Europe, looking for opportunities to rescue his fellow tribesmen who were imprisoned in another dimension. Because of the unique nature of his ability, finding his whereabouts was a very difficult task. Fortunately, Nina could find his location through telepathy. Although her range wasn't as wide or fast as Charles using Cerebro, with the help of the Moonstone, covering an entire city was still achievable. Thus, Victor began traveling between major European cities with Nina, searching for the Red Devil's whereabouts. After searching almost all the famous cities in Europe, they finally found him in Paris. At this time, he was luring a deformed-looking woman, attempting to sire offspring with her. Just as he was about to succeed and had even taken off his outer pants, Victor smashed through the bedroom ceiling and landed directly on the large bed. Azazel watched as the beauty before him turned into a 2-meter-tall, muscular man. Startled, he naturally lost all interest and almost suffered lifelong trauma. In his shame and anger, he attacked Victor. Before Victor could even open his mouth to recruit him, he was punched out of the window by the angry Red Devil. Fortunately, they were on the top floor, and there was enough time for people below to dodge before he hit the ground. Ultimately, Victor fell heavily onto the streets of London, cracking the entire stone pavement. Meanwhile, Nina, who had been floating outside the window, had already floated backward to avoid being caught in the fallout the moment he was punched out. But the Red Devil didn't intend to let her go, as he had already guessed that this underage vampire was an accomplice of the guy below. Just as he was about to release an energy attack to knock down the vampire in mid-air, Victor, who had been embedded in the London street after falling from a high altitude, climbed back up along the wall. The moment his head popped up from the window, amidst Nina's careful warning, he took the opponent's attack right in the face. However, this level of attack was like an itch to him. He just tilted his head back, wiped his face, and continued climbing in through the window. Then, sounds of intense fighting and the Red Devil's screams came from the room. Seeing things weren't going well, the Red Devil prepared to take the chance to teleport away. But Nina, who was well prepared, caught his moment of laxity and successfully froze him in mid-air, just as Jean had done to his son. Having controlled the Red Devil, Nina didn't enter through the window but dropped down through the hole Victor had made in the ceiling. In fact, she was the one who asked Victor to make that hole. She felt climbing through a window was too unladylike. Then now, we can have a proper talk. Ultimately, Victor successfully persuaded Red Devil to join his ranks. As for the process, it was nothing more than reasoning with him, the fist of truth, and appealing to his emotions, the emotion of sparing his life. Of course, pure threats wouldn't make Red Devil defect. What Victor showed him was the massive interests behind the Hellfire Club. As an organization whose members would include successful businessmen, nobles, and politicians, the interests involved were simply too immense, and this was exactly what Red Devil wanted. Although he had been working hard to rescue his fellow clansmen before, he was unfortunately too isolated and weak on his own. Even though he possessed powerful personal strength and could come and go as he pleased across the world, his demonic appearance and the cruel past of his race made it impossible for him to get help from others. Instead, he was often obstructed and hunted by the mutants of his arch-nemesis, the Angel faction. But things were different now. After joining the Hellfire Club, he would gain unprecedented opportunities and resources. The first step he wanted to take was to replace Victor and become the new king of the club. But before that, he had to join first and become a valuable member. Victor had promised him that if he could defeat Victor one day, he could become the club's new king. At that time, all the club's resources would be at his disposal. Or rather, any mutant member who joined the club's inner circle had such an opportunity. Therefore, while they fought for the club's interests, they were also fighting for their own. Even if they weren't the king of the club, they could still obtain resources and wealth matching their status. As for what they did with it, as long as it didn't damage the club's interests, the club wouldn't interfere. Similarly, if they caused any trouble outside because of this, they couldn't involve the club. Of course, it was different for the king. The king's enemies were the club's enemies. As for others, they could also have the club step in to help them solve problems, but they had to pay a corresponding price. On the surface, the Hellfire Club was just a large casino and club in Las Vegas, but in essence, it was a place for those businessmen and politicians to enjoy themselves and conduct dark deals. Naturally, it wasn't that no one had designs on it. But no matter how powerful the background of those who targeted it, they would eventually disappear without a trace. At one point, agents from the Strategic Science Corps had even come to investigate it, but the final result still ended in nothing. Of course, in that instance, Victor had personally stepped forward, but not as the Black King, but as an ordinary member who had joined. This also led many military and political bigwigs of the U.S. Federation to join, wanting to know what was so miraculous about this so-called Hellfire Club. Naturally, after they joined, they never left again. Because the little bit of filth in their hearts had long been seen clearly by Nina. Under targeted service, every member who joined the Hellfire Club felt extremely satisfied. Not to mention that while enjoying themselves, they could also gain significant interests at the same time. Why wouldn't they? While the Hellfire Club was flourishing, Victor did not give up on his plan to continue finding members. The next mutant member in his plan was Gambit, but what he ultimately gained was Riptide, Yano's quest. He could create and control whirlwinds and tornadoes of various sizes and perform extremely fine operations on them to produce various effects. For example, absorbing water droplets and then scattering them out to cause damage. When he was found, he was having a conflict with Gambit in a rural casino in Europe. Well, he lost a card game to the other party but wanted to renege on the debt, even framing the other for cheating. Although Gambit did cheat, cheating that isn't caught isn't cheating. Since he couldn't produce evidence and insisted the other cheated, wasn't he just trying to dodge the debt? This ultimately led to the two of them fighting in the casino, which eventually attracted the attention of Hydra personnel lurking in the nearby police station. Actually, Victor initially favored Gambit, but unfortunately, Gambit saw the situation was bad, broke through the circle of Hydra agents, and slipped away, leaving only a half-dead Riptide for Victor. Originally, Riptide could have escaped too, but Gambit gave him a blow before leaving, saying it was the price for trying to renege on the debt. As a result, the severely injured Riptide was captured by the experienced Hydra agents and subsequently transferred to a local laboratory. Just before he was about to be sliced up by the laboratory's researchers, Victor successfully used Baron Zima's identity to trade him to the Hellfire Club. Facing a powerful, Black King, who had saved his life, Yano's quest chose to pledge loyalty without the slightest hesitation and became the most loyal member to Victor in the club. At the very least, he didn't have any thoughts of usurping the throne like Red Devil, nor did he have any thoughts of being a traitor. As long as he had money to spend and could eat, drink, and play, he was satisfied. As for other matters, he would do whatever the boss told him to do. Whether it was killing and arson or swindling and kidnapping, he was a natural. Or rather, except for good deeds, he could do everything else quite well. As for Gambit, although he escaped, Victor did not intend to let him go just like that. Who told this guy to have such strong abilities and be so good at gathering intelligence? In fact, Victor wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to persuade Gambit to join him. Because he knew that at this stage, Gambit had a huge weakness, and he could help him solve that trouble. At this time, Gambit couldn't control his abilities at all. The energy stored in his body was growing stronger by the day, and he couldn't find a suitable way to release it. If this continued, one day he would become a powerful bomb, blowing himself and everything around him to smithereens. Whether what got blown up would be the entire Earth or just a small town depended on the energy accumulated when he exploded. Actually, it must be said that if Gambit had met the real Shaw, they would have definitely become the best partners. One can absorb, and the other can release. With Gambit, Shaw would be like having an almost perfect power bank. Unfortunately, the man is gone, and this can only remain a concept in the end. With Victor's calculated planning, he and Nina actually discovered Gambit's trail in a neighboring country of the one where Riptide was captured. But Gambit, who possessed psychic isolation abilities, soon discovered Nina's presence and began his flight once again. This was exactly what Victor wanted to see. He hadn't hunted a prey for a long time. In truth, the meeting of these two could be called a case of meeting like, each found his match. Victor was a born tracker, while Gambit, Remy Etienne Lebeau, was the prized pupil of the clandestine thieves guild. His own talent, of course, could not be overlooked. After all, not just anyone could pick the guildmaster's wallet at the age of 10. Though he'd been caught red-handed, instead of punishment he was adopted as the guildmaster's son and star pupil. Under the old man's devoted tutelage he matured quickly, becoming the guild's premier thief and its heir apparent. Later, at the guildmaster's arrangement, he met the daughter of the Assassins Guild's leader. The two promptly fell in love and began planning marriage. Then the melodrama struck. Gambit's fiancé's brother, son of the Assassin's chief, looked down on his thieving origins. To decide whether Gambit deserved his sister's hand, they demanded a duel. Gambit won, but accidentally killed his fiancé's brother. In the end Gambit was exiled, forbidden ever to return to New Orleans or to contact anyone in either guild. In exchange, the two guilds signed a non-aggression pact. Thus Gambit lost everything so that everyone else in the Thieves and Assassins guilds might live in peace. It was during that duel that his powers awakened. From then on he wandered the globe, a legendary thief and gambling king, fighting with playing cards. As the years passed his mutant gift kept growing. The energy he stores now exceeds what he can control, and he's running out of options, desperately seeking a cure. While roaming Europe he attracted not only Sabretooth Victor's attention but also that of another, Dr. Nathaniel Essex, Mr. Sinister. In fact, to make Mr. Sinister a better herald, Apocalypse had granted him the ability to sense nearby mutants. Victor tracked Gambit all the way to London, England, where Mr. Sinister had already established himself and sensed their arrival. He didn't know it was Victor and Gambit, only that two powerful mutants had come to London. Looks like I'll have fresh test subjects. The last batch were too weak, useless for improving my genes. Let's hope these two bring me a pleasant surprise. While Mr. Sinister plotted their capture, Victor prepared to approach Gambit directly. First, though, he had a minor snag. Two of his cover identities were showing cracks. Baron Zima, supposedly the leader, had long since stopped staying at headquarters, instead traveling the world and frequently disappearing. Over time morale wavered, and some even began nursing treacherous thoughts, until Nina sniffed them out before they could sprout. What followed was a purge and a new wave of brainwashing, earning Nina the moniker Midnight, and a reputation for ruthlessness throughout HYDRA. With HYDRA stabilized, Nina had to rush to the States to handle some small issues in the Hellfire Club. Thanks to Red Devil she was able to return quickly to Las Vegas and dispose of the troublemakers. Consequently, only Victor reached London. Nina was not at his side. Victor chose the simplest method. He found Gambit's flat and knocked. Gambit, flush from an all-night winning streak, opened the door yawning. "Huh, who are you? Don't think we've met, or are you one of last night's sore losers? Beat it, I'm in a good mood and don't feel like hurting anyone." Clearly Gambit mistook Victor for casino muscle come to reclaim losses. He underestimated the house's generosity. "No idea what you're talking about. I'm here to tell you, you're in danger, big trouble." Victor had meant to threaten a beating if Gambit refused to join the Hellfire Club, hence the big trouble. Before he could finish, a violent shockwave slammed into the flat, blasting both men off their feet. They crashed into opposite walls. The street-facing wall had already disintegrated into rubble. "Waha, still alive? Excellent test material. I can't wait to see you on my dissection table." "Wait, it's you." Like thunder from a clear sky, Mr. Sinister made his entrance, complete with a white smiling mask, ever the self-aware villain. In attire he resembled an old acquaintance of Victor's, the vampire King Dracula. Yet Victor smelled no familiar blood scent, only something similar but different, leaving him unable to place the newcomer. Mr. Sinister clearly recognized Victor, and Victor realized this stranger had to be someone he knew. He dismissed the thought, knock the man down, tear off the mask, and all would be clear. Gambit joined the counterattack, whipping out a deck of cards that levitated and danced above his palm. Charged with kinetic energy, the cards flew, spectacular but largely ineffective. Every card missed, shredding the opposite building's facade. Victor's pounce was met head-on by Mr. Sinister. The two grappled, cosmic energy flaring around Victor while light shimmered over Mr. Sinister's hands. A final shockwave burst outward, leaving them evenly matched, and Mr. Sinister's confidence soared. He had indeed grown stronger. Emboldened, Mr. Sinister pressed the attack, forcing Victor to dodge the barrage of concussive energy. A hit or two wouldn't do any real harm, but the way his opponent fought made it clear that once you were tagged the strikes would never stop. Even with a healing factor, that would be more than Victor could handle, and Gambit finally realized he was in serious trouble. He didn't know who Victor was or where he'd got his intel, but Gambit appreciated the warning, and the fact that he'd been dragged into this mess. So Gambit attacked Mr. Sinister again. This time it wasn't a hasty riposte. He waited for the opening while the man fired at Victor and delivered a fully charged strike. Mr. Sinister barely noticed. He simply sidestepped, letting the thrown card whistle past. He didn't even bother to mock Gambit, just kept firing at Victor, never expecting the card to loop back, split into three, and strike from behind. A string of explosions left Mr. Sinister only lightly wounded but filthy, his dignity in tatters. Even his mask cracked. Victor seized the moment and counterattacked. Victor cursed himself for leaving Muramasa behind. Today was supposed to be a recruitment visit, not a killing spree. No blade required for a friendly chat, until Mr. Sinister crashed the party and turned everything upside down. Victor's fierce counter forced Mr. Sinister to parry, and the mask on his face cracked again, close to falling apart. Realizing he was underprepared, Mr. Sinister opted to retreat. After concentrating a massive shockwave he spun and fled. Gambit and Victor both dived for cover. Only someone like Hulk would try to tank that blast. The entire floor disintegrated under the onslaught, hurling both men through the air. Victor caught a jutting wall beam mid-fall and snagged the plummeting Gambit. By the time they climbed back in through a window, Mr. Sinister was long gone. With their enemy escaped and the racket they'd raised, they didn't linger. They had to clear out before London police sealed the block and the supernatural agencies arrived. Outside, they exchanged a friendly grin and agreed a drink was in order. Once men sit down with a bottle, anything can be settled, especially when Victor held the solution to Gambit's current headache. Learning Victor could fix his problem and set him up running a major Las Vegas casino, Gambit accepted on the spot. The moment Gambit said yes, Victor called Nina, busy sipping a designer Sprite at the club, and told her to send Red Devil to London for pickup. A small welcome party followed, almost spoiled when Riptide saw Gambit and lost his temper. Nina calmed him, but the two still bristled at each other, future clashes inevitable. Victor had bigger things on his mind. He was off to see someone vital, Logan Howlett. Right after World War II, Federal Intel had told Victor where to find Logan, and he guessed the man had grown sick of killing. That was Victor's take. He'd kept an eye on Logan, and when life looked peaceful he simply lifted Logan's file on leaving the Strategic Science Corps. He wanted to stop the Corps from dragging Logan back into their mess. After that he was buried in Hydra affairs and founding the Hellfire Club. Only now, with both stable, could he visit Logan for an upcoming birthday. He'd planned the celebration for ages, determined to give Logan a huge surprise, and to track down Muramasa's forger to reforge the blade. Victor had decided to make Muramasa his personal weapon. Few things rival adamantium. With an indestructible edge in hand, enemies would think twice and he'd gain new options in a fight. He left the itinerary to his staff, but the identity he traveled under was Hellfire's Black King, Sebastian Shaw, a man supposed to be dead. The alias caught CIA attention. Victor had once told young Magneto the man who captured his parents was Sebastian Shaw, not Klaus Schmidt. Eric repeated that to the CIA, hoping they could find Shaw's friends or family so he could exact revenge. Victor never imagined that casual tip-off would now complicate his cover. He set off happily with Nina to visit Logan and hunt for the smith who would forge his perfect blade. He never worried whether Muramasa would agree. Once they met, he was sure the smith would be eager to help. When Victor set out, the CIA's investigation into Sebastian Shaw and the Hellfire Club began simultaneously. They sent their ace female agent, Moira MacTaggart, to investigate the Hellfire Club. As for the mission to go to Japan and investigate Sebastian Shaw, Eric took it upon himself. For several years after the war ended, Logan lived in a paradise-like place called Jasmine Falls. He even fell in love with a local woman named AI here, and AI loved him just as much. They were married shortly after. Logan wasn't the only special person living here. Besides Ogun, who was disguised as a master, there was also the forger of Muramasa, the bladesmith Muramasa. Of course, no one else in the village knew that the unremarkable old blacksmith at the corner of the village was the legendary forger of the Muramasa sword, Muramasa. They all thought he was just an ordinary old blacksmith, though the things he made were exceptionally good. Now, as his 100th birthday approached, Logan wanted to become a father. Of course, he hadn't told anyone else that he was almost 100 years old. He said his birthday was coming up, so he wanted to become a father and add a new member to the village. The villagers, of course, welcomed this warmly. They also liked this hardy, hard-working American. However, even so, Logan did not want to follow the village's tradition. Here, to become a father, one must challenge an old villager who is already a father and then defeat him in a match to prove one is qualified to be a father. When Victor arrived, this was the exact scene he witnessed. Everyone was cheering around a ring, and on the ring, Logan was fighting a villager. Watching Logan throw soft punches and engage in a fake match on the ring with an ordinary person who knew a bit of martial arts, Victor felt like his eyes were going blind, so he decided to help Logan. He stared at Logan's back and released an extremely intense desire to attack. This killing intent was detected almost instantly by Logan's beastly instincts. Logan's claws instinctively thrust out from his hands, and the caught-off-guard villager was run through. He then fell to the ground, unable to get up, as blood began to flow across the ring. In his panic, Logan didn't even have time to look for the source of the killing intent as he suppressed his wild nature. He retracted his bone claws into his hands and began to perform emergency first aid to stop the bleeding of the villager on the ground. Meanwhile, the area below the ring had long since descended into chaos. There were cries of alarm, curses, people calling for a doctor, people stealing money in the confusion, and people fleeing, everything imaginable. Looking at the chaotic scene, the corner of Victor's mouth twitched. It was the first time he had seen such a down-to-earth scene. But soon, he felt a powerful life form approaching. However, when he shifted his gaze over, he saw only an ordinary old blacksmith. That feeling just now seemed like an illusion. But the moment the blacksmith saw the Muramasa on Victor's back, his pupils contracted. None of this escaped Victor's eyes. As for the chaos on and off the stage at this moment, he had already left it to Nina to handle. Soon, the villagers' memories were wiped, and what happened on the stage was modified into an accidental mishap. The villager had tripped and was stabbed by the ime piercers he was carrying in his arms. Of course, while doing this, Nina also applied suggestions to the villagers so they wouldn't think about these things again. Just like that, except for a few villagers escorting the injured person to the hospital for treatment, everyone else began to leave and comfort Logan. Logan watched the abrupt change in the people around him and understood almost instantly what had happened. Then, he spotted Nina and Victor in the crowd. He saw the expressionless vampire girl waving at him, while Victor was staring at the old blacksmith in the village, thinking about something unknown. Logan didn't even have to think to know exactly what was going on with what had just happened. He took a deep breath and then walked over. Almost the instant Victor turned his head, he took a punch to the face. Victor, who was sent flying backward, didn't get angry. Instead, he showed an excited smile. He had thought Logan had really turned into a Mr. Nice Guy. Unexpectedly, Wolverine was still Wolverine after all. Standing up, Victor cracked his neck and then clenched his fists to start his counterattack. Taking a hit without hitting back was never Sabretooth's style. To Nina, the scene that followed looked less like a battle and more like two thugs brawling. There was no combat technique or aesthetic beauty to the moves. There was only the pure collision of fists and flesh, with only blood and sweat being shed. It was only because the strength of the two was so great that the village road suffered for it. As for Muramasa, he chose to leave just as Victor and Logan began their intense brawl. Although he had recognized the weapon he had forged, there was still plenty of time, wasn't there? As an old guy who had lived for hundreds of years, his strength was also not to be underestimated. Of course, his most outstanding skill was still his forging technique. And the Muramasa cursed blade was the pinnacle work of his life's effort. To forge this sharp blade, he had even sacrificed a fragment of his own soul. It was precisely because of the madness deep within Muramasa's heart and soul that all possessors of a Muramasa would be influenced and consumed by madness while receiving a power boost. That soul fragment also gave Muramasa a mysterious link and connection with the weapon he had forged. Or rather, he was the true master of the Muramasa sword. However, when he saw the weapon he had forged just now, he discovered that the soul fragment inside was actually gone. The information contained in this was worth his cautious treatment. But he had already sent out a signal. As for whether the other party could grasp it, it would depend on the wisdom and observation skills of that Muramasa possessor. But he believed that since the other party could possess a Muramasa, they were certainly no ordinary person. The small actions he had shown would definitely be noticed by the other party. So he only needed to make full preparations and wait for the other party to come to his door. As it turned out, several days passed while he waited. In the end, Logan still couldn't beat Victor. With neither his build nor his strength having an advantage, he was eventually pinned to the ground by Victor and given a good thrashing. Afterward, the two used their healing factor to restore their faces, which had swollen like pigs' heads, back to their original state. Logan extended an invitation for Nina and Victor to come to his home for a visit. But when the three arrived at the entrance of Logan's home, what they saw was a wide-open door and blood everywhere. In his urgency, Logan rushed directly into the living room. His wife had already vanished, leaving only a note on the tatami. As a defeated nation, life was not easy for anyone in this country after the war. This naturally included the ninjas of the hand. After all, in an era without war but where most people couldn't fill their bellies, their business naturally didn't fare much better. Consequently, they began to lower their standards, and low-level street assassinations and kidnapping started to fall within their business scope. Unexpectedly, business actually improved quite a bit this way. The gang factions that sprouted like mushrooms after the war provided a large source of business for the Hand. Furthermore, they could take the opportunity to integrate some gangs and turn them into their peripheral forces. Moreover, their ally, Baron Strucker, also needed to absorb a large number of members and expand his influence. On this day, they received another job, to go to a small village on the outskirts of Kyoto and kidnap an ordinary local woman. Although the journey was somewhat long, the price offered by the employer was indeed not low. Besides, the Hand had done things like this countless times before. Though the employer's request this time was a bit strange, asking to make it look like a murder scene while also leaving a threatening note. However, the Hand's rule had always been to do the job for the money, never asking about the employer's background or reasons. Anyone who dared to deceive the Hand had already become a corpse in a gutter. As for the consequences that followed, they were naturally the employer's responsibility to resolve. Of course, one could also hire the Hand to solve them, but the price would be much higher. But this time, despite all their calculations, the Hand still didn't realize they were being set up. And the person setting them up was not afraid of the Hand. This commission was actually issued by Ogun. He felt the timing was ripe, since Logan had already married an ordinary person and wanted to have children. This meant his wild nature had been mostly worn down, otherwise, an excellent warrior would not allow himself to leave behind attachments. On the note he had the Hand leave, it demanded that Logan come alone to rescue his wife and forbade anyone else's involvement, otherwise, he would kill the hostage. The actual situation was that shortly after AI was kidnapped, he abandoned his original body and possessed hers. As for his original body, he killed it with a blade and threw it back into his residence in the village. Thus, when Logan arrived at the Master's residence seeking help, all he saw was the corpse of an old man lying in a pool of blood. Even his spiritual mentor had been killed by the opponent. In a fit of rage, Logan bared his claws once more, and at this moment, he recalled what Victor had once told him. They were born to be perfect killers, carrying ill fortune since birth. If they stayed around ordinary people or relatives and friends who weren't strong enough for long, it would bring them misfortune and disaster. Being immortal was a blessing, but also an irony. You had to watch your friends, family, and lovers grow old while you remained almost entirely unchanged. Furthermore, this would attract countless prying eyes and greed. If one wasn't strong enough, then it wouldn't just be oneself who was affected, but also the friends and relatives around them. At the time, Logan had naturally scoffed at Victor's viewpoint. Because although he had suffered quite a bit of misfortune in the past, life had been quite good since he started following Victor. Only now, having left Victor's protection again, did he realize that perhaps what Victor said was indeed true. The reason he had it so easy before was because someone was acting as his protective umbrella. In fact, it wasn't just Ogun who had eyes on Logan. There were also the 5 fingers of the Hand, and Mr. Sinister far away in London. The Hand had never given up on the strongest ninja they once possessed. As for Mr. Sinister, he had a brand new concept, so he wanted to capture Logan for experiments. Actually, catching Sabretooth would have been the same, but the last encounter had served as a warning. Victor was not someone to be trifled with, so he set his sights on Logan, who had similar abilities but was much weaker. But before that, he still needed to complete another piece of research. If this research could be completed, he would be able to obtain a truly immortal body. The inspiration for this research actually came from scientific data he stole from a secret Hydra research base. After decryption, he interpreted its contents. This data pertained to Dr. Zola's mechanical army projects. However, the mechanical army Dr. Zola created was quickly scrapped and abandoned due to poor battlefield performance. But one of the derivative projects continued. That was the experiment regarding the transfer of human consciousness onto machines. In fact, before being captured by Captain America, Dr. Zola had already completed the vast majority of the research, with only the experiments left to be conducted. These research materials had now fallen into the hands of the Strategic Science Corps, the KGB, and Mr. Sinister. Mr. Sinister found new inspiration within them and began his own experiments. Back when he was still in the Federal Department, he had made astonishing progress in cloning. Now, with the consciousness transfer technology combined with cloning technology, as long as he prepared enough clones and hid his original body in a safe place where no one could find it, then no one would be able to kill him. Because his actions could be carried out entirely through clones. Once a clone was killed, his consciousness would immediately transfer to a new clone. Thus, Mr. Sinister began his mole-like operations across Europe once again. Starting from London, then all of England, until the whole of Europe. He began buying property everywhere, building underground rooms and secret cloning facilities. Normally, these clones were stored there, maintained in a minimal life state. Once a clone was awakened by Mr. Sinister's consciousness, the facilities at that location would be immediately activated, becoming a temporary safe house. Building such secret bases and cloning facilities required a lot of time and money. This resulted in Mr. Sinister only finding the time to cause trouble for Logan much later. Therefore, the trouble Logan currently faced was only Ogun and the Hand. Originally, with Victor's help, neither would have been a threat, but all of this was disrupted by the arrival of the young Magneto Eric. As soon as Eric got off the plane, he began tracking the whereabouts of Sebastian Shaw. However, being in an unfamiliar place and lacking information sources, he soon became like a headless fly. But soon, the local CIA department provided him with assistance. The person responsible for assisting him was named Ichiro Yoshida. With Ichiro's help, Eric quickly discovered that Sebastian Shaw had gone to a place called Cherry Blossom Mountain Waterfall. Eric soon arrived at the aforementioned location and found that it was indeed a wonderful place for tourism. The folk customs were simple, and the scenery was as picturesque as a painting. However, he never found any trace of Shaw. Instead, he unexpectedly encountered his savior and teacher, Victor Creed. The retired Victor was traveling here with Nina Price. Upon Eric's arrival, Victor was surprised but also appeared very happy. However, when he learned that the other party had come tracking the identity of Sebastian Shaw, Victor and Nina exchanged a glance, though they didn't let Eric notice. Victor regretted his old habit of being talkative. Unlike when he embodied Baron Zima, where he always wore a purple mask. When using the identity of Sebastian Shaw, he hadn't used much disguise and had always shown his true face. After all, besides Nina Price, it was impossible for other mutant members of the Hellfire Club to recognize Sabretooth Victor. In fact, he really hadn't appeared in public for a long time, especially after the birth of Captain America. The Federation began a massive propaganda campaign for their new hero, with Captain America's advertisements and films everywhere. As for an outdated and old-fashioned existence like Victor, the Federation couldn't wait to bury their existence. How could they possibly continue to let them appear in the public eye? The post-war Federation high levels had reached a consensus to push Victor out of the Federation's power center, letting him take an honorary title and go home to retire. After all, if he stayed there, he would be a thorn in everyone's side. His seniority was too high, and his status was high enough. Facing the hypocritical behavior of the Federation high levels, Victor, who already had other plans, was naturally happy to comply. Thus, under a mutual understanding between both parties, Victor, the former war hero, began to fade from people's sight. And the generation that had just experienced World War II had already begun to only recognize Steve Rogers, Captain America, as this brand new federal hero. Moreover, they never imagined that Victor Creed, a hero who had been active since the Civil War and was now retired, would actually look so young, as if he were only in his 20s. Furthermore, they weren't the type of people who liked to delve into others' pasts. Perhaps that was why Victor chose them. They were either fellows who lived for the moment, drinking today and worrying about tomorrow when it came. Or they were like Red Devil, single-mindedly wanting to rescue their compatriots and ignoring everything else, completely oblivious to the outside world. At this moment, Magneto's arrival sounded an alarm for Victor, so he began to reconsider the issue of the Sebastian Shaw persona. Under Victor's leadership, although the Hellfire Club was involved in many illegal businesses and power-wealth transactions, it didn't have the approach of starting a world war or having mutants rule the world like in the movies. Therefore, even if he didn't use the Sebastian Shaw persona, there shouldn't be any major problems. However, Victor decided he still needed to consider it carefully. For the time being, he had to deal with the student in front of him, the young Magneto who had already become an agent, Eric Laneshare. Speaking of which, Eric's fake identity was something Victor helped him settle. It was precisely because of Eric's arrival that Victor was unable to focus his full attention on Logan's situation. However, Victor still had quite a bit of confidence in Logan's strength. He was Wolverine, after all. Even without adamantium, he was still Wolverine Logan. At this time, Logan, following the requirements and location stated on the note left by the kidnappers at his home, had refused Victor's help and come alone to rescue his wife. In fact, even if the note hadn't required Logan to come alone, he wouldn't have accepted Victor's help. This involved his dignity as a husband and a man. On Ogun's side, after possessing Logan's wife, he hired several ninjas from the hand to pose as the kidnappers who had taken her. Although the leading jonin keenly sensed something fishy about it, his confidence in his own strength still led him to take the job. This jonin, named Giganshine, was the youngest jonin to emerge from the hand after the war. His talent was extremely high, whether it was the cultivation of chi or various ninjutsu, he made rapid progress. But this time, it was just his bad luck. Encountering even Daredevil would have been better than encountering Wolverine Logan. After all, Logan was the strongest ninja in the history of the hand, second only to the Five Fingers. Giganshine watched as an enraged Logan used the claws extending from his hands to easily massacre all the ninjas under his command. He discovered that the opponent seemed very familiar with their ninjutsu and combat style, one could even say he knew them like the back of his hand. Although Giganshine himself was the same, he could not kill so many genin and chunin with such ease. However, since he had taken the money, he had to see the matter through to the end. Even encountering such a setback was not enough for Giganshine to give up the mission. Furthermore, Logan's strength sparked a desire for a challenge within him. Only by constantly challenging the strong and climbing upward would he have the chance to surpass the legendary strongest ninja of the hand, Wolf. Even though Wolf had been missing for a long time, the legends he left behind still circulated among the ninjas of the hand. Aside from the Five Fingers, Wolf was the only existence who could challenge 10 jonin and emerge victorious. Giganshine did not know at this moment that the Logan he was facing was his idol and the person he wanted to surpass. He only knew that he seemed unable to hold on. No matter how many times Giganshine slashed Logan, the wounds would quickly stop bleeding and then recover as before. Meanwhile, every time he faced Logan's attacks, it was a close call. And he also discovered that this was because the opponent hadn't fought for a long time. For 10 years, Logan, who had indulged in a gentle life every day, had almost forgotten his combat skills. Although he relied on some fragmented memories to deal with those fodder ninjas, when facing this jonin of extraordinary strength, he still felt the opponent was a bit slippery and couldn't be dealt with for a while. As the saying goes, 10 years of hard work can be forgotten in a minute. Nearly 10 years of peaceful life had caused Logan's combat readiness to become lax. However, all of this changed after the opponent asked that question. Giganshine, who was once again forced into a corner, took another claw from Logan and was knocked to the ground, finally asking the question that had been in his heart from the beginning. Such powerful recovery abilities and superhuman physical fitness, plus those bone claws on your hands, who exactly are you? I am Wolverine. In the end, Logan failed to keep Giganshine there. After Logan shouted that he was Wolverine, the opponent threw a smoke bomb and escaped. Logan, whose mind was entirely focused on his wife, didn't pursue him. Instead, he rushed into the room to check on his wife's condition. To his relief, his wife was not injured, and even her clothes weren't disheveled. When she saw Logan enter, AI happily threw herself into his arms. Then the two of them embraced and began a passionate role. It was mostly just doing what comes naturally and brings joy. However, what Logan didn't know was that at this moment, the one controlling his wife AI's body was Ogun, an old man who had lived for hundreds of years. In other words, Logan was actually, with Ogun, this centuries-old man. In short, even after the intimacy, Logan didn't notice anything unusual about his wife. This showed that Ogun's experience was indeed very rich. He could switch between being a man or a woman with ease. This also matched his ability, seizing the bodies of others. Presumably, over the years, it wasn't as if he had never seized a woman's body. It seemed he was a man with many stories, though they were destined to remain unknown. Just after they finished and Logan had completely let down his guard, ready to leave with AI, he found his wife's eyes rolling back as she collapsed. Subsequently, a sharp pain shot through his mind. Ogun, the officer he thought was dead, appeared in his consciousness and began to fight for control of his body. The struggle between the two for conscious control caused Logan's body to lose control. Bone claws sprouted from his hands, and he began to wreak havoc throughout the room. In the mental space, their struggle grew increasingly heated. Fortunately, a certain archangel had given Logan plenty of experience in mental combat. Thus, even facing Ogun, who had hundreds of experiences in seizing bodies, he didn't fall behind in the slightest. In fact, after a period of time, Logan began to gain the upper hand. After all, Ogun had once been thrashed by a certain archangel, though part of that was because his use of magic happened to be perfectly countered by the opponent. However, Ogun quickly thought of a way to make Logan's mind collapse, because their struggle had caused their memories to become interconnected. So, Ogun learned from Logan's past memories that he had once accidentally killed his own lover. Now, he prepared to recreate that moment. He successfully seized the slight opportunity when he had the upper hand, plunging the sharp claws in Logan's hand into AI's abdomen. Watching all this happen, Logan indeed went berserk, just as Ogun had expected. However, the opportunity Ogun envisioned to successfully seize the body did not arrive. Instead, he was thrashed once more. A maddened Logan even tore at his soul at one point. Realizing he couldn't hold out at all, Ogun had no choice but to flee Logan's body in a panic. After Ogun left, Logan held his wife's corpse in a pool of blood and let out a long howl toward the sky. Afterward, he picked up his wife, intending to bury her in the cemetery of the small village where they lived. But just as he stepped out of the room, a large group of the hand ninjas appeared before him. One of the leading ninjas was Giganshine, who had fled earlier. It turned out that as a newly promoted Jonin, although Giganshine had never met Logan, he knew that Logan was once the strongest ninja of the hand. Especially when Logan shouted that he was Wolverine, Giganshine completely confirmed his identity. He then decisively chose to retreat, as he was no match for the strongest ninja. But he hadn't retreated to save his life, he did it to bring the intelligence back to the hand. After all, the Council of Elders had issued an order long ago: report immediately if Logan's whereabouts were discovered. Therefore, as soon as Giganshine returned to the hand's secret base, he immediately reported the discovery of Logan's trail and the details of their encounter. Almost the instant they received the intelligence, the Council of Elders issued an order: dispatch every ninja in this secret base and bring Logan back at all costs. Under such an order, the scene now before Logan's eyes unfolded. Logan looked at the hand ninjas surrounding him and gently placed his wife's body on the ground. Then, he bared the bone claws on both hands and roared as he launched an attack on the hand ninjas. Clearly, in his mind, the hand ninjas were also among the culprits. If they hadn't kidnapped AI, things wouldn't have developed to this point. Therefore, these damned ninjas had to die as well. In fact, Logan had already obtained Ogun's memories during their mental struggle. Naturally, he also learned that his meeting with AI, and even their falling in love, had been secretly arranged by Ogun. But one thing was also confirmed: AI had not been controlled by Ogun to fall in love with him. This poor woman was truly attracted to Logan and then fell in love with him. This was exactly where Ogun's brilliance lay. He had indeed been a master of mental cultivation, so his method of helping Logan find peace was real, as was his guidance leading Logan to where AI was. Everything was allowed to happen naturally, with very little deliberate control. He simply chose the environment most suitable for Logan to find peace and then let him meet the person he was most likely to love and who would love him. It was only due to ideological differences and some accidents that led to Logan's berserk state and Ogun's failure to seize Logan's body. While Logan was in a bloody battle with the hand's high, middle, and low-ranking ninjas, Giganshine stealthily crept up to AI's corpse. He had noticed just now that this woman, who was on the verge of death, seemed very important to Logan. Yes, AI wasn't completely dead yet, though she was close. Moreover, given the current level of medical technology, having lost so much blood, she could basically be declared beyond saving. That was why Logan was so heartbroken. Problems that hospitals couldn't solve didn't mean the hand couldn't. Almost in an instant, a plan formed in Gigantshine's mind. Immediately after, he picked up AI's still warm body and threw a smoke bomb. The explosion and smoke from the bomb drew Logan's attention. Finding his wife's corpse gone, Logan fell into a second state of berserk rage, and he began a reckless, frantic slaughter. He didn't dodge or avoid the attacks of the hand ninjas, adopting a completely life-for-a-life stance. In their panic, the hand ninjas were naturally unable to withstand such a Logan. In the end, except for Giganshine, who had fled early with AI, all other Jonin were killed, and less than a tenth of the Chunin and Genin managed to escape back. However, the fleeing Giganshine miraculously escaped punishment because he proposed an excellent plan to the elders, a plan that could make Logan return to the hand willingly. First, what they had to do was revive the woman he had brought back. However, Gigantsheim hadn't expected his plan to run into major trouble from the very beginning. After slaughtering all the ninjas and letting out a howl of grief, Logan also left. It wasn't that he didn't want to track Gigantsheim's whereabouts, but as a Jonin, the opponent possessed exceptional anti-tracking skills. After fleeing with his people, he left almost no trace to follow. After his search proved fruitless, he returned to the home they had built with their own hands. Looking at the empty house, Logan fell into a state of utter guilt and sorrow. Meanwhile, after spending the whole day feigning compliance with Eric, Victor finally found an opportunity to slip away and check on Logan's situation. Logan also happened to think of his past experiences and returned here to seek Victor's help. If it were Victor, there would surely be a way to deal with and find the hand ninjas. And so, the two of them bumped into each other at Logan's now wrecked home. This made Logan breathe a sigh of relief, because he knew that Victor should have been dealing with Eric at this time. In fact, as soon as Eric appeared, Victor had told Logan that he needed to handle some matters. Logan also felt that he could rescue his wife on his own. Thus, after leaving their respective contact information, the two of them went off to solve their own problems. Unexpectedly, both sides encountered accidents. Looking at Logan before him, Victor could more or less guess a few things based on his current state. His wife definitely hadn't been rescued. As per usual, she was likely missing, neither alive nor dead. Moreover, judging by the bloodstains on his body, he had also gone through a bloody battle. From his expression, it seemed that few of those who fought him had been left alive. This became an opportunity to track the opponent. Soon, Victor took Logan and contacted Eric, who was currently taking Nina on a tour of the newly built Tokyo Tower. At this moment, Eric was also very frustrated. He had clearly come to track Sebastian Shaw, but now he had ended up babysitting for his teacher. Little did he know that the little girl in his eyes was actually much older than him. However, at Victor's request, she had to pretend to be a little girl to stall Eric. In reality, Eric was also curious about the matters Victor had rushed off to handle. However, he didn't ask much because he knew that if Victor wanted him to know, he would naturally tell him. Sure enough, before long, Victor brought Logan to find Eric. Seeing Logan covered in blood, Eric's intuition told him that trouble had arrived. Immediately after, Victor began to explain his relationship with Logan. He also confessed that he was the one using the alias, Sebastian Shaw. When Victor revealed the truth, Eric's face turned green. It turned out his journey across the entire Pacific to track Shaw had been a wild goose chase. However, in the end, Victor still offered some consolation. Or rather, a grand gift. He gave him a Hellfire Club membership card, with a status no lower than Victor's own, the White King. Eric initially refused, but after Victor forced the card into his pocket, he didn't pull it out again. Seeing that Eric had accepted the membership card, Victor began to discuss with him the possibility of using CIA resources to investigate the whereabouts of the hand. Soon, at Eric's request, the Japanese agent named Ichiro provided the address of a peripheral faction of the hand. In fact, it wasn't that the CIA didn't have information on some of the hand's strongholds, but that information was highly classified. It couldn't be handed over just because of a single word from Eric. After all, Eric and the CIA were only in a cooperative relationship at this time. However, for Victor, the address of one peripheral faction was enough. Soon, under Victor's leadership, the group charged directly into the organization's base. Then, under Nina's mental control, the organization's leader spilled everything he knew like beans from a jar. Subsequently, Victor and Logan raided several more of the hand's strongholds in succession. Following the clues, a large number of the hand's bases in Tokyo were uprooted. Facing the furious Wolverine and the powerful Victor, plus the assistance of Eric and Nina, they couldn't even organize an effective resistance. Furthermore, their style this time was to leave no survivors, which gave the CIA and Tokyo police responsible for the cleanup a massive headache. Caught off guard, the hand suffered heavy losses, but they also learned why the opponents had come based on the identities of the attackers. Finally, after Victor and the others wiped out another large stronghold of the hand's counterattack began. Led by Gigantsheim, a team consisting of over a dozen Jonin and several Chunin and Genin attacked Victor and his group. But the resulting battle was indeed a one-sided carnage. With just a wave of his hand, Eric caused the ninjas to lose their weapons and equipment. This was also the first time Eric thoroughly displayed his abilities before the hand. As for the ninjas who had seen his abilities before, they were all dead. Consequently, the hand, having underestimated the strength of Victor and the others, had no choice but to begin a hasty retreat. However, their other objective was achieved. Because Logan recognized his wife, her scent was something he was all too familiar with. But at this moment, AI called herself the Hand Ninja, Yukio. Without even thinking, Logan knew that his wife must have been brainwashed and controlled by them. After all, he had once suffered the same treatment. Back then, it was Victor who had forcibly taken him back and then used some methods that were not very pleasant for him to make him remember who he was. But now, it wouldn't be so much trouble, because with Nina, a newly ascended powerhouse of telepathy, there was no need for such a hassle. Just as Giganshine returned to the secret base with the heavily depleted ninjas, he received news that the control magic had failed. This time, the hand could be said to have lost everything. The price paid to recover AI was not small. They had originally thought they could trade for Wolverine, but now they had truly lost the bait along with the fish. However, this also strengthened the hand's determination to consolidate their forces. Soon, Victor and the others discovered that the hand had begun abandoning their strongholds and quickly evacuating the area. Moreover, after rescuing Logan's wife, there was no longer a need for them to hunt down and kill every last one of the hand's ninjas. Besides, the true culprit, Ogun, was still unaccounted for. He was the real target of Logan's vengeance. However, before everyone could go looking for trouble with Ogun, new matters found them. On the very night AI recovered her memory, a ninja came to Victor's room and placed a letter before him. Victor recognized the ninja's identity and knew he wasn't from the hand. He came from another faction, as the feeling he gave off was entirely different from those of the hand. If the hand was a shadow in the darkness, then this ninja in dark red nightwear before him was madness in the darkness. In fact, once he saw the signature on the letter, he knew why. This letter was written to him by Muramasa. He invited Victor to visit him to discuss Victor's possession of the Muramasa sword. This invitation was exactly what Victor had in mind. So, he told the ninja waiting for a reply that he would attend on time. After receiving Victor's reply, the ninja vanished before him in a puff of green smoke. Victor marveled that this was much more high-end than the choking smoke bombs used by the hand. Of course, this could also be a result of his strength. Shortly after the ninja left, Nina came to Victor's room. Seeing that Victor was unharmed, she turned around, prepared to leave. However, Victor ultimately called out to her, knowing she must have sensed the ninja's arrival and come to check on him out of concern. But after Victor spoke to make her stay, he didn't know what to say. Thus, after the two stared at each other for a while, Victor pulled a bottle of whiskey from under the table. Just as he took out 2 glasses, filled one for himself, and was about to pour one for Nina, the girl produced a bottle of wine from somewhere and handed it to Victor. Looking at the bright red liquid in the bottle, Victor pulled the cork and took a sniff. After confirming it was wine and not some other liquid, he poured a full glass for the girl. When Eric came in to say goodbye to Victor, the scene he saw was Nina elegantly sipping red wine while Victor gulped down whiskey beside her. Seeing the pair with such clashing styles, Eric sensibly refrained from commenting and instead directly stated his plan to return to his home country. Victor didn't try to make him stay, instead telling him to visit the Hellfire Club when he had time. At this time, Nina didn't yet know that Victor had given the White King identity card to Eric, otherwise, she would likely have slammed the White Queen card into Victor's face. Because the two identities, White King and White Queen, sounded far too intimate. However, Victor ultimately managed to avoid this fate, as he had just spoken up to ask for Nina's White Queen identity card back. Since the Sebastian Shaw persona could no longer be used, he would simply step onto the front stage using his sabretooth identity. This way, he could also utilize past connections to resolve many investigations from relevant departments, making the Hellfire Club's operations smoother and the business larger. But as a result, the work on Hydra's side had to be handed over to Nina for management. Otherwise, problems would arise sooner or later. Actually, even now, he was acting as a hands-off manager. Fortunately, Hydra was still in its incubation period, so he didn't need to issue too many orders. However, with Dr. Zola's infiltration of the Strategic Science Corps, that is, SHIELD, it was only a matter of time before Hydra regained its mobility. So next, to maximize profits, there had to be a supreme controller to guide the branch they controlled. And Nina was clearly the best candidate. She had established enough prestige and could use her mental abilities to control a puppet to pose as Victor's, Baron Zima, persona. As for when Baron Zima was truly needed, Victor could just make an appearance, which would save Victor a lot of time and energy. After hearing Victor's explanation, Nina handed over the White Queen card, but she made Victor promise that the Hellfire Club would have no new White Queen or Black Queen. Victor's answer had a deeper meaning, but it still satisfied her. What Victor said was that while he served as the Black King and the head of the Hellfire Club, there would be no White Queen or Black Queen. Early the next morning, the two who had been drinking all night began to bathe and pack their gear. After all, they were going to visit Muramasa together today. As for Logan, after a night of passion with his wife, he planned to continue during the day. Victor, knowing his nature, did not disturb him. He even stopped Nina from going to call the two for a meal. As for Eric, he had already left overnight, having received a new mission and needing to rush to Europe immediately. The address Muramasa left in the letter was not the small village where Logan and he had originally stayed, but another ordinary residence. But when the two arrived there, the ninja who had appeared before Logan the night before appeared once again, and this time, he was there to lead the way for them. Soon, under the guidance of this ninja, they came to a village hidden deep in the mountains. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary village. But in reality, this was Muramasa's territory. He was the supreme leader here and could decide the life and death of everyone. And every adult male here had quite good strength. They usually looked like farmers and fishermen, but in reality, they were a powerful fighting force under Muramasa. In fact, Muramasa had originally only intended to meet Victor in the small village where he lived in seclusion. As it turned out, not only did Victor take a long time to come, but he also caused the incident of attacking the Han's stronghold. This eventually forced Muramasa to change his mind and have his subordinate deliver the letter, inviting them to his secret base. Although he only invited Victor alone, he didn't say much about Nina following along. After all, compared to the Muramasa sword, none of this was important. When Victor and Nina entered Muramasa's residence, Muramasa had already brewed tea and was waiting for them. However, Victor was determined to perfect his persona as a brute and directly picked up the teapot, gulping down the entire pot of tea. After finishing the tea, Victor directly placed the Muramasa sword on the table. He didn't intend to waste words with Muramasa. "I want to reforge this sword to make it a weapon suitable for me. What price do I need to pay for you to help me?" Facing Victor's straightforwardness, Muramasa, while feeling heartache over the tea leaves Victor had chewed and swallowed, didn't answer Victor immediately but instead asked a question in return. "Then, can you tell me, after reforging this sword, what do you plan to do with it? Will you keep it on a high shelf, or let it drink deep of enemy blood?" Facing Muramasa's question, Victor raised his head and began to stare intently into Muramasa's eyes, which were filled with madness and slaughter. Muramasa also stared back at Victor's eyes, and from the depths of those eyes, he saw what he wanted to see. "I already know your answer. I will help you reforge this weapon. However, the price is a fragment of your soul." After saying this, Muramasa picked up the katana that Victor had placed on the table and led Victor into his forging room. Nina wanted to follow, but she was stopped by the accompanying ninjas. Finally, at Victor's signal, she stayed in the room, albeit reluctantly. The maids responsible for hospitality soon came up to clear the table and began brewing tea again for my Lord Muramasa's distinguished guest. After Victor and Muramasa arrived at the forging room, Victor found that it didn't look much different from an ordinary blacksmith shop. In fact, Muramasa bringing him here wasn't to have him observe the reforging of the Muramasa sword, but to use the tools here to extract Victor's soul fragment. However, he discovered that no matter how he tried, he couldn't do it. Even though Victor was willing to pay the price, it was as if Muramasa's magic had no effect on his soul. After several failed attempts, Muramasa had to give up the plan to use Victor's soul to reforge the weapon. But if a soul fragment wasn't used, the forged weapon would ultimately be flawed and unable to perfectly fit its master. "I think soul fragments should also be a form of energy. If you can't extract my soul fragment, then perhaps we can try another kind of energy, like this." While Muramasa was troubled, Victor offered his suggestion. He actually didn't have much hope for it, he just wanted to lighten the atmosphere. But he underestimated Muramasa. This was a man who could forge weapons for Wolverine using souls. After considering Victor's proposal for a while, Muramasa actually nodded in agreement. I can feel that this energy contains the aura of your soul. This is truly miraculous. Perhaps we can give it a try. However, I cannot guarantee that the final forged weapon will satisfy you. Subsequently, under Muramasa's guidance, Victor continuously released the cosmic energy from within his body. As soon as this energy appeared, it was guided by Muramasa and injected into the Muramasa sword, being reforged with every strike of his hammer. Without knowing exactly how Muramasa did it, the originally black metal blade of the Muramasa sword began to gradually undergo a transformation. Or rather, a glowing golden energy aggregate replaced the original metal blade. However, once the reforging was complete and the blade had cooled, the Muramasa returned to its original black metal form. Truly perfect, without a single flaw. It can be said without a doubt that this is one of the most dangerous blades I have ever forged. It is ready for you. Take it. With that, Muramasa handed the weapon to its new master, Victor. The moment Victor gripped the sword, a peculiar sensation was transmitted from the blade. It was as if it were an extension of his own body. Furthermore, Muramasa had not prepared a new scabbard for it, which Victor found very strange. Because when Victor first obtained the Muramasa, he had already discovered that the scabbard housing it was custom-made. Other scabbards simply couldn't contain such a sharp weapon, they would be sliced open if it were put inside. Just as Victor was about to put the Muramasa back into its original scabbard, Muramasa stopped him, telling him that this weapon no longer needed a scabbard. After hearing Muramasa's words, Victor stopped his movements. He then began to charge the Muramasa with the cosmic energy in his body, just as he had done before. This time, the Muramasa sword displayed completely different characteristics. Previously, the Muramasa only allowed the cosmic power to permeate it, making it more convenient for Victor to use. But this time, the Muramasa sword transformed into its reforged state, emitting a golden light as if it had become a part of Victor's cosmic energy itself. As Victor withdrew his cosmic energy, the Muramasa sword actually turned into a dense mass of cosmic energy and entered Victor's body. A very interesting weapon, isn't it? After absorbing the energy from your body, it has shown the ability to freely convert between energy and matter. Even without Muramasa saying so, Victor had already felt the difference in the Muramasa sword. He turned his right hand upward and opened it slightly, and the Muramasa sword appeared in his hand like a streak of light. When he no longer charged the Muramasa sword, it would return to its original metal blade form, although it was as sharp as ever in its metal state. According to Muramasa, once Victor charged it and converted it into its other form, it could slice through objects at the molecular level. However, Victor didn't have any good items on hand to test the blade. Originally, the Muramasa's original scabbard would have been a good whetstone, but Victor couldn't bear to destroy it like that. Instead, he inserted the Muramasa sword, which had returned to its metallic state, into it and slung it back onto his back. Since the reforging was complete, Victor had no reason to stay any longer. Thus, after he and Muramasa returned to the original room, he called for Nina, who was sipping tea, and they rose to take their leave of Muramasa. Muramasa did not try to make Victor stay, his business here was finished. What came next was for Victor to use the Muramasa sword to drink deeply of his enemy's blood. For Muramasa, as a swordsmith, he had no other requirements for the samurai for whom he forged weapons, other than that they must use the weapons he forged to drink deeply of blood, whether that blood belonged to their enemies or to themselves. This was precisely Muramasa's madness. In his view, swords were things meant for killing people. Therefore, every sword he forged was a demonic blade that had taken countless lives. And this time, the one he reforged for Victor was actually one he had used himself. One could say he had also passed something on to Victor. By the time Victor finished reforging the Muramasa sword, it was already night. Although he regretted not staying at Muramasa's place for dinner, since Nina, who had eaten breakfast and lunch there, said the food in Muramasa's home was quite unique and delicious. Eating was no longer a necessity for the current Victor. What he wanted to do now was to leave Japan with Logan as soon as possible. There were still a mountain of matters waiting for him to handle back in the US. The reason Victor wanted to rush back to the federal government so quickly was because Eric had sent him news that a mutant named Charles Xavier had already begun cooperating with the federal government. With his help, the CIA's ace agent, Moira MacTaggart, was preparing a comprehensive investigation into the mutant organization behind the Hellfire Club. Assisting Moira alongside Charles was another mutant named Raven. Interestingly, some unexpected events occurred during this time. That mutant named Raven turned out to be a CIA agent. This fact was unknown even to the current director, as it was reportedly an arrangement made by the first director. In the end, though it's unclear exactly what happened, Charles seemed to forgive Raven for her deception. The two then began assisting Moira in her investigation of the Hellfire Club. As for why the mutants behind the Hellfire Club were exposed, it can only be attributed to Moira's strong infiltration skills and the fact that some people were not reliable enough in their work. In fact, Moira had disguised herself as a club hostess and snuck into a party at the time, where she happened to witness Riptide and Gambit getting into a fight backstage over a trivial matter. During the scuffle, the keen-eyed Gambit noticed Moira's presence but was tied up by Riptide, who used her as an excuse to escape. Ultimately, after confirmation via surveillance footage, Riptide was given a severe dressing down and was now waiting for Victor to return and handle the situation. In fact, Victor only learned about all of this after he left the place where Muramasa was and returned to his residence in Japan. Initially, he just wanted to rush back to handle the matter of Eric joining the Hellfire Club, but now it seemed those plans would have to be postponed. This time, Victor didn't do anything foolish like buying plane tickets. Instead, he directly had Red Devil come to pick them up. This was safe, convenient, and very fast. As for Logan, he naturally chose to leave with Victor. After all, the shadows of the Hand and Ogun had not yet moved away from them. Returning to the federal government with Victor's help would also keep them far away from the headquarters of those two entities. Little did they know, the Hand had already begun to infiltrate and expand its influence toward the federal government. In the Hand's plans, the federal government would become their second base of operations. They had already determined that the federal government's future development potential far exceeded that of Japan. Under Victor's instructions, everyone held hands, and with Red Devil's teleportation ability, they returned to the Hellfire Club headquarters in an instant. Upon returning to the headquarters, Nina familiarly found her spot, opened a bottle of red wine, and began to watch the ensuing events with a cold eye. At this time, the other members of the Hellfire Club had already been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Victor's return, they immediately stood up. "I must say, you've given me quite a surprise, especially you, Questy. But since it has already happened, handling the aftermath is our urgent priority." Although Victor said this, he didn't let Riptide off in the end. Instead, he fined him a large sum of money and ordered him to clean the periphery of the casino. For someone with a proud personality like Riptide, this was far more memorable than a physical beating. Gambit took the opportunity to express his schadenfreude. However, he soon found himself unable to laugh, as Victor planned to have him invite Raven out. Victor wanted to have a good talk with his former student and Nina's good sister. While Victor was making arrangements, Eric and Charles's first meeting was also taking place at CIA headquarters. However, in terms of the encounter between the two parties, this meeting was not pleasant. During the meeting, Charles saw through Eric's lies. Subsequently, he attempted to read Eric's memories but was discovered by Eric. Ultimately, after a brief probe, Charles failed to obtain Eric's memories, but it nonetheless left him with a splitting headache. After experiencing all this, Eric quickly recalled what Victor had once said: only a possessor of telepathy can deal with another possessor of telepathy. Therefore, after shaking off Charles's persistence, he pulled out the White King card Victor had given him. On the back of the card, the address of the Hellfire Club and the switch for the secret door were recorded. Eric's arrival did not come as a surprise to Victor, since Charles had already begun assisting Moira in investigating the Hellfire Club. Then if Eric tried to hide the fact that Victor was the mastermind behind the Hellfire Club during the meeting, he would surely be seen through and probed by the other party. And Eric, lacking the means to deal with telepathy, could only turn to Victor for help. After all, Charles was one of the most powerful telepaths in the world. Although Eric didn't know this yet, he knew he couldn't handle the man. He thought that perhaps the young girl by Victor's side could, as she was also a telepath. In fact, before obtaining the 2 moonstones, Nina was practically nothing in front of Professor X. Even now, she was only barely on the same level as him. But that was enough. After all, even if the investigation went to the end, the federal government could not completely shut down the Hellfire Club. The relationships involved were too complex, and they hadn't done anything that would provoke public outrage. They were just doing business, weren't they? Originally, with Victor's status, he only needed to speak up for the investigation to come to nothing, but he didn't do that. Instead, he prepared to have some fun playing along. Incidentally, he wanted to cultivate Eric's abilities, as he was the successor Victor favored for the Hellfire Club. If he couldn't even deal with the CIA, how could he handle various crises in the future? As for how to make Eric willingly join the Hellfire Club, that was even simpler. In fact, the moment Eric arrived here, it was already destined that he would not leave again. After finishing the discussion about Charles with Eric, Victor tossed him a pre-prepared file folder. Inside this folder were some photographs. These photographs were evidence that the CIA and the Mossad organization were planning to betray Eric. It turned out that the high-ranking officials of the CIA and Mossad unanimously believed that the threat of the Eastern superpower, the Soviet Union, had surpassed that of the nearly extinct Nazis, so they wanted to join forces with the entire Western camp. Nazi personnel were also within the scope of recruitment, but the condition the other party set was the life of Eric, the Nazi hunter. After Eric finished looking at these photos, he already knew they were facts. Because of the unique markings on those CIA documents, which he was familiar with, he could confirm the authenticity of these files. Since you chose to betray me, then you must pay the price for it. From this moment on, Eric made his own choice, joining the Hellfire Club and becoming its White King. Of course, before that, he first had to prove to the others that he had the ability to be the White King. The simplest way was to let his strength speak for itself. Under Eric's manipulation, all the metal objects in the room levitated and began to deform at will, flying before them. No more voices of opposition were heard within the club. Having resolved the internal conflict, the next step was to address the external ones. But before that, Victor called Eric alone into his room. This was the only place in the entire base without any surveillance or listening devices. Eric, you should remember that I once told you why I chose you. But now, I want to tell you what you can do and the significance of doing so. After you know all this, give me your answer. Young Eric was very puzzled by Victor's sudden sentimentality. In his impression, although Victor often did things with deep meaning, he was never so sentimental or hesitant. Yes, Eric sensed a kind of hesitation in Victor's tone. It was as if he himself was unsure whether he should say what came next. I remember what you once said, and I have been preparing for it. But I sense hesitation in your voice. This isn't like the you in my memory. Why is that? When Eric said this, Victor gave a self-deprecating laugh. Indeed, he was hesitating because he understood that what he wanted Eric to do was something he could do himself but was unwilling to do. Since you've put it that way, I'll tell you everything. You should have met the other members of the Hellfire Club. Like us, they are all mutants. Of course, Nina isn't. I'll tell you about her later. What I want to talk to you about now is the future of our kind, the mutants, and ordinary humans. First, let's start with our emergence. As you know, mutants are actually a type of human, but the X gene in our bodies grants us innate superpowers. The abilities we obtain are diverse, for example, my self-healing ability, and your ability to control any form of magnetic field. None of that is important. What matters is that as time passes, there will be more and more mutants like us, yet this Earth is still dominated by ordinary humans. Among our mutant compatriots, there will be more and more powerful ones, and their abilities will become increasingly dangerous. All of this will trigger the vigilance and greed of ordinary humans. I think you understand human nature well enough by now, don't you? They will betray and abandon anyone for profit. My original intention in creating the Hellfire Club was to bring those powerful mutants under my wing, provide them with a livelihood, and control them so they don't use their abilities for evil. After all, no one is born a bad person. However, the CIA's investigation into the Hellfire Club reminded me of something. That is, peace doesn't just stay because you want it to. Rather than saying they are investigating evidence of illegal activities by the Hellfire Club, it's more accurate to say they are testing the mutant organization behind the club. If they find us weak and easily bullied, then I think the dissection tables in their laboratories will be the final fate of our race. I've come to understand that, as the saying goes, if you seek peace through struggle, peace survives. If you seek peace through compromise, peace perishes. And what you must do is become that fighter. You must stand up and call upon like-minded companions to fight for our race. But whether to become such a person is a choice you must make for yourself. I think what your people went through should give you some insight. Although I have other candidates in mind, you alone are the most suitable and capable of accomplishing this. Only under your leadership can the Brotherhood of Mutants make those conspirators hiding in the shadows begin to fear, or even despair." As Victor spoke, Eric's expression gradually became solemn and serious. He also began to hesitate. Did he really want to become such a person? He began to recall his experiences and past over the years, his childhood trauma, how they once escaped Nazi custody only to be betrayed and recaptured. During that second arrest by the Nazis, his attempt to flee led to his sister being shot and killed by cold-blooded Nazi soldiers. This was the reason he had relentlessly hunted down Nazi remnants for years. He was seeking revenge for his dead family. He could also imagine that if Victor hadn't crossed all of Europe to rescue his family back then, their fate would have surely been a tragedy. Now, although his parents had passed away due to the torture they suffered in the concentration camp, at least he had been given the chance to care for them in their final years. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists again. He knew he had been convinced from the bottom of his heart. He had experienced the cruelty of war and witnessed the inhumanity of humans toward their own kind. He hardly needed to think to know what would happen when mutants, as a race, appeared before the world. Eric began to feel it was necessary for him to stand up, recruit a group of like-minded subordinates, and fight for this race. But at this time, he had not yet developed anti-human thoughts. The idea of mutants completely replacing humans had never even occurred to him. He understood Victor's meaning. He would become a hanging sword of Damocles. He would make any conspirator with ill intent toward the mutant race think twice before acting. However, the keen Eric quickly thought of another point. If he did this, it would certainly cause many casualties and property damage. This would, in turn, accelerate the confrontation between mutants and humans, eventually leading them to become complete adversaries. Yet, compared to the massive population of ordinary humans, mutants were no match. From this thought, it was clear that Eric at this time was still unaware of the potential of truly powerful mutants. Victor didn't remind him, though. After all, even if mutants and humans went to war, the ultimate result would be nothing more than the destruction of Earth, their shared home. But facing the question Eric raised, Victor gave him a good solution and candidate. The mutant Eric had encountered who stood with the CIA, Charles Xavier. Victor told Eric that as long as the Hellfire Club took action, the other party would surely begin assisting the CIA, or rather ordinary humans, to come and stop Eric. And now, there was a perfect opportunity for action, assisting a certain superpower in the East to initiate a missile crisis near the Federation. Once they did so, they would immediately be in opposition to the Federation, and after the CIA failed to obstruct them, they would realize Charles's importance and accept his help. Of course, this matter was a double win for Victor. Because his Hydra organization had already successfully infiltrated the Soviet Union, this missile crisis was actually a result of their planning. Another interesting thing was that the Winter Soldier program had already gained approval from the Soviet High Command. But when Victor's subordinates awakened Bucky, they found he had amnesia. So, they straightforwardly began brainwashing him. By the time Victor recalled this matter, the former freedom fighter Bucky was gone. In his place was a fearless materialist, a steadfast warrior whose mission was to liberate all of humanity, the Winter Soldier. Of course, that was the narrative they told the Soviet High Command. In reality, Bucky had been transformed into an obedient, perfect killer. He would unfailingly execute every task assigned to him, and anyone standing in his way would be eliminated. Originally, at General Eugene's request, a mental controller needed to be implanted in his brain to turn him into a complete puppet. But later, under Victor's orders, HYDRA agents made him abandon this plan. Because if the mental controller were hacked or controlled by an enemy, it would be a disaster. Moreover, in a subsequent series of missions, the Winter Soldier's performance was outstanding. Many tasks deemed impossible were completed by him with ease. And this missile crisis was an operation planned by the Soviet military for a long time, so they also sent their best super soldier, the Winter Soldier, to assist their allies. Of course, another duty of the Winter Soldier was to monitor these mutants who had proactively approached them, calling themselves the Hellfire Club. Because the High Command did not trust them, but seeing their sincerity and indeed their powerful abilities, cooperation was not out of the question. After all, since the Federation had already begun deploying missiles in Turkey, they had to respond. It was against this background that the plan to deploy missiles in Cuba was proposed and passed. Of course, in all this, whether it was the Federation's actions or the Soviets, the shadow of Hydra was behind them. At this time, Hydra, under the leadership of Dr. Zola, began its infiltration of the Strategic Science Corps. In fact, since being recruited in '49 by SHIELD, that is, the Strategic Science Corps, through Operation Paperclip, he had already begun restructuring HYDRA, eroding SHIELD from within. In this process, he gained the assistance of Baron Zima and Baron Strucker, who was far away in Japan, further accelerating the process. Ultimately, under the planning of Hydra's new Big Three, the conflict between the Federation and the Soviet Union finally reached its peak. With the outbreak of the missile crisis, a world war was on the verge of erupting. Once this war broke out, it would become the greatest opportunity for Hydra's resurgence. But before the war broke out, Hydra still had to remain dormant. Therefore, in order to completely distance themselves from this crisis, under Baron Zima's suggestion, they hired the Hellfire Club, which had previously had dealings with Baron Zima. After the hiring was finalized, all personnel involved in this plan were either silenced or, after being brainwashed, implanted with new memories that the Hellfire Club had planned it all. Of course, as the Hellfire Club was taking such a huge fall for them, they naturally had to pay a correspondingly hefty price. In addition to a large sum of money, a hidden island suitable for human habitation and rich in resources was traded to the Hellfire Club. This island was not small and was far from all current human shipping routes. It was originally discovered by a Nazi U-boat during commerce raiding operations. Later, it was claimed by Hydra and used as one of their backup secret bases. Now, under Victor's arrangement, it was given to Eric. In fact, the coordinates of this island were originally in the hands of Baron Zima. Since Baron Zima was willing to make such a sacrifice for the great cause of HYDRA, the other two leaders naturally had no objections. Little did they know that this so-called trade was merely a transfer of hands for Victor. But next, there was one more thing to do, the conflict between Eric and himself. Victor had to extract himself from this affair, but as the founder of the Hellfire Club, wanting to get away was not that simple. Therefore, there had to be a sufficiently intense conflict to allow Eric to successfully become the new leader of the Hellfire Club. As for the cause of the conflict, it was also very simple. Eric, in order to realize his ideals, challenged the Black King, Sebastian Shaw. And during the challenge, he discovered that Shaw's true identity was actually Victor in disguise. He eventually defeated Victor and became the new king of the Hellfire Club. Victor also used this challenge to conduct a simple evaluation of Eric's current strength. The metal Eric manipulated could basically cause him little harm, but once Muramasa returned to its metallic state, it could actually be controlled by the other party. Fortunately, after charging it, he could break free from the control. Facing Muramasa, which could cut at a molecular level, it was difficult for Eric to pose a substantial danger to Victor. However, the final result was Victor's physical exhaustion, his inability to continue charging Muramasa, leading to the weapon being taken away and his narrow defeat. Although Gambit and Red Devil both sensed something was amiss, they were no match for either Eric or Victor. So they had to pretend they hadn't seen anything. As for Riptide, who wanted to stand out, he was thoroughly disciplined by Eric. From this day forward, the Hellfire Club will no longer have a Black King or a White King. There will only be the Supreme Grey King. Of course, you may also call me by another title, Magneto. Just as Eric, who called himself Magneto, began his move, a piece of relevant intelligence began to pass through various channels layer by layer, eventually reaching the hands of high-level CIA officials. High-level CIA officials only began to decisively choose to support Charles's actions after learning what kind of enemy they would be facing. In fact, they didn't take Charles's statements and behavior very seriously at first. This was because their archives actually contained records of Captain America and the Howling Commandos during World War II. From their perspective, Charles was just alarmist. Therefore, even with someone like Raven, an insider, speaking for Charles, they did not pay much attention to the threat he mentioned. What could a few mutants with superpowers do? The federal government's military could handle it all. Even if the federal army couldn't, the Howling Commandos certainly could. It wasn't until the federal Black Ops detachment sent to Cuba for a mission was nearly wiped out and brought back extremely important intelligence that high-level CIA officials began to realize the severity of the situation. The initial establishment of the Black Ops detachment was proposed by Victor. For a long time, it was led by Logan and Victor, performing secret missions that couldn't see the light of day all over the world. Its organization at the time was also under the command of the X Division. After the X Division was dismantled and split up, the Black Ops Detachment was assigned to the Intelligence Coordination Office, the predecessor of the current CIA. Under the command and intelligence support of the CIA, this special detachment composed of military elites was almost invincible in various black ops. Whether it was assassination, sabotage, transporting special items, or even training guerrillas, they completed their missions almost perfectly. Until this time, when they went to Cuba to scout intelligence related to the missile crisis. In fact, they also had another task, to act as the vanguard for the simultaneous Operation X. According to the description of the survivors of the Black Ops Detachment on the mission, their task went very smoothly in the early stages, and they soon infiltrated the vicinity of the residence of the Cuban leader, Fidel. Although their identities were later discovered by a Cuban police officer, they eventually succeeded in charging into Fidel's residence and assassinating him. It was precisely after confirming that the target had been successfully assassinated that they sent a signal to CIA headquarters that Operation X could begin. Almost the moment the signal was received, CIA high-level officials issued the order to begin the operation. Led by two senior CIA agents, a federal mercenary force codenamed the 25x6 Assault Brigade began its attack on their target, Cuba. Of course, the true identity of these mercenaries was actually Cuban exiles from the former government who had fled to the Federation. Under the organization of the CIA, they were gathered, trained, and propagandized. In fact, this was also the idea of the federal high-level officials. They were afraid of Cuba becoming a Soviet Union bridgehead near the Federation, yet were unwilling to send their own military to prevent being caught red-handed. Thus, they came up with the idea of using Cubans to deal with Cubans, training over 1,000 Cuban exiles into an army. To ensure the success of this operation, they also sent the elite unit under the CIA, the Black Ops Detachment, to assassinate the enemy's leader to ensure that the opponent's resistance capability and will were weakened to the greatest extent. The Black Ops Detachment indeed did not disappoint their expectations, successfully assassinating the local leader. Subsequently, the 25x6 Assault Brigade's offensive also went very smoothly. Under the direct cover of federal warplanes and federal Navy warships, they landed from the south of Las Villas province in central Cuba, quickly occupied Long Beach and Giron Beach, and began to continue pushing north. Just when they thought the path ahead would also be smooth, a young man wearing a black trench coat stood before them. At this time, the Black Ops Detachment responsible for meeting them also arrived at the scene simultaneously. The scene that followed almost overturned the worldviews of the Black Ops Detachment members. From the moment a mercenary soldier started firing, to over 1,000 mercenaries using various weapons to shoot at the opponent, all the bullets and shells were suspended in mid-air and then thrown back at the heads of the people who fired them. After a period of heavy losses and wailing, this motley crew of over 1,000 exiles began a total collapse. They began to turn and flee frantically, while Eric followed them unhurriedly, driving them toward the seaside. At the seaside, two cargo ships responsible for delivering supplies to the mercenaries were currently stationed. The mercenary soldiers retreating from the front line, under the surprised eyes of their companions and porters, began to flee onto the ships in a panic. Some of the smarter ones even rushed directly into the cargo ship's bridges and began to threaten the captain and crew members, ordering them to set sail immediately. But what happened next plunged them into complete despair. As Eric appeared in everyone's sight, he began to rise from the ground, slowly floating in mid-air, with the sun's light shining on his back, making him look like a deity. And as this deity named Magneto lightly raised a hand, the two cargo ships weighing tens of thousands of tons were lifted from the sea by him. Then, with a flip and a cover of his hand, the two cargo ships suspended in the air flipped over, plunging into the sea with their hulls facing up. During this process, the mercenaries on the ships began to jump overboard to escape, regardless of the danger to their lives. Those still on shore or who hadn't had time to board began to flee in all directions. Of course, there were also some who were not afraid of death, including CIA agents lurking among them, who tried to use guns to ambush Eric, but the bullets they fired eventually hit their own bodies. Among those who ambushed Eric was, naturally, the Black Ops Detachment that had come to meet them. Thus, they watched as the most elite sniper in the team, that guy who liked to talk trash, had his head hit by a bullet he had fired, exploding like a watermelon. Subsequently, the safety pins of the grenades on their bodies began to fly out on their own. Fortunately, most people's grenades were already exhausted, and the few remaining ones were not tightly fastened to their bodies for ease of use. But several teammates still died in the grenade explosions, while the remaining Black Ops detachment members, under the captain's command, began to evacuate quickly. Up to this point, it could be said that the entire operation had failed. Their mission then changed to bringing back what had happened here to report to headquarters. The complacent Eric had no intention of continuing to hunt down these few little mice. He also needed people to help spread his fame to achieve his initial goal. With Eric's assistance, the invading mercenaries were completely wiped out. In fact, only about 90 of them died. The other 1,000 or so became drenched like drowned rats and were taken prisoner. It was precisely this move by Eric that completely shocked all high-level CIA officials, and even the federal high-level officials were alarmed. For the first time, they realized the innumerable nature of the mutant community and the potential possessed by powerful individuals within it. It was no exaggeration to say that Eric alone was equivalent to an entire army. Subsequently, information related to Eric was quickly placed on the conference table. His experiences as a youth, as well as his performance on the Far East battlefield during World War II, his abilities, and even the reason and process of his betrayal by the CIA and Samard. The final result of that meeting was that the CIA began a series of internal investigations, including how the CIA should understand its own status and role, its organizational structure, and its management structure. This investigation directly led to the dismissal of the director at the time and 2 deputy directors, and a brand new department was established, with Charles Xavier becoming a consultant for this department. Although the high-level officials underwent a major reshuffle, it also brought an unprecedented opportunity for the CIA to have its own department for people with special abilities. At this time, the federal military and SHIELD were still in their honeymoon period, with both sides sharing resources and intelligence. Because of this, the role of the CIA was weakened and marginalized. But the failure of Operation X this time and the sudden emergence of mutant forces gave the CIA a new opportunity to rise. They rejected the suggestion to ask SHIELD for help and instead chose to hire Charles as a consultant, establishing a brand new department codenamed X-Men. Meanwhile, the strength displayed by Eric also shocked his allies and employers. This led to Fidel not even daring to use metal knives and forks when hosting a banquet for him. Instead, he chose to eat Chinese food, resulting in the strange sight of a large group of foreigners poking at food with chopsticks. Beef stew with potatoes became the most popular dish, with the potatoes being wiped clean. The Soviet Union representative was very happy about this because, in his view, his Cuban friends all loved the potatoes grown in Siberia. After all, they were all eaten up. As for the Soviet Union's view of Eric, it also underwent a fundamental change. Initially, they only regarded him and the Hellfire Club as pawns that could be used, but now it seemed the pawn was jumping out to become a player. As for HYDRA, Baron Zima, personally played by Victor, was naturally as steady as an old dog, sitting quietly in Western Europe and continuing to make a fortune in silence. Baron Strucker, far away in Japan, and Dr. Zola of SHIELD noted the name Eric Lane share in their little notebooks, listing him as someone not to be easily provoked. There was another person who made a decision completely opposite to Dr. Zola and the others. That was Dr. Essex, Mr. Sinister, far away in London. Eric's display of powerful abilities made his mouth water. Unfortunately, he couldn't get away at this time, so he could only list him on the capture list for experimental materials. Of course, the pressure faced by all these people was not as great as that on Charles Xavier. Because he was the one who would have to face Eric directly, he was Eric's true opponent. Moreover, from the intelligence he had obtained, Eric also had several powerful mutants as subordinates assisting his actions. But none of these were major problems because he was very confident in his telepathy. He was sure he could control them all before any of them could react. Yes, he only wanted to control them and then persuade them to. As a mutant himself, Charles also had his own ideas. Although his research in genetics and biophysics told him that mutants might completely replace humans as the new overlords of Earth, just as Homo sapiens replaced Neanderthals. However, he still hoped that mutants could coexist harmoniously with humans and find a way to survive together. Because every mutant's living environment and social relationships were inseparable from ordinary humans. Between them, they could be family, friends, or lovers. No mutant just popped out of a rock. Therefore, Charles believed that mutants should return to and integrate into this society, living in harmony with ordinary people. But Eric's actions shattered his vision. In Charles's view, Eric's behavior would lead to mutants standing in opposition to humanity, so he had to step forward to stop the other party. But before taking action, he decided to recruit a few like-minded helpers. In case of unexpected situations, there would be people to help him. One of the targets was a member of the Hellfire Club and now one of Magneto Eric's subordinates, Gambit. When Gambit went to meet Mystique Raven, he happened to encounter Charles. When Charles tried to use his ability to read the other's mind, he was rebuffed. It turned out that under Victor's assistance and guidance, the energy stored in Gambit's body was released and absorbed by Nina's Moonstone. Subsequently, Gambit began to gradually master and enhance his abilities. At this time, he could already use the energy stored in his body for electromagnetic interference and mental isolation. This allowed him to avoid the prying eyes of telepaths. If the other party forced a breakthrough of this protective layer, it would cause mental discomfort to both sides. Obviously, Charles did not want to create another accident like the one with Eric. After that incident, he had re-examined his own actions. He began to realize that mutants with evil intentions or those who acted recklessly relying on their abilities would pose a great danger and a threat to both other mutants and humans. Eric's actions in Cuba further solidified his perception and prompted him to take the final step in forming the X-Men. In fact, he still used his abilities to hypnotize and guide the high-level CIA officials, making their decisions develop in a direction favorable to him. Just as Charles began to recruit and prepare to deal with Eric received a surprise from his employer, the Soviet Union. After learning of Eric's actions, General Eugene dispatched the Soviet Union's proud super soldier, Winter Soldier, to test Eric. And now the result of the test was out. The Winter Soldier was tied into a metal pretzel and embedded in the wall, while his metal arm had become a floating toy in Eric's hand. "You are the Winter Soldier. I've heard of you, but I didn't expect that I would actually become your target. Oh, look what I've found in your head." What Eric discovered in the Winter Soldier's brain was a mind control device. It turned out that General Eugene had ultimately ordered his subordinates to secretly install a mind controller on Bucky. However, it had now been discovered by Eric by accident, which piqued his curiosity about the Winter Soldier's true identity. After casually destroying the internal structure of the mind controller, he tossed the unconscious Winter Soldier and his mechanical arm outside the door. The Soviet agents who had been waiting outside to receive the Winter Soldier saw the unconscious Bucky. None of them even dared to step forward to save him. Finally, it was a HYDRA agent who ran forward to rescue the Winter Soldier. Soon, General Eugene learned that the Winter Soldier's probe had failed and that he was in a coma. In his rage, after smashing quite a few glasses, he had no choice but to send the Winter Soldier back to the Creation Laboratory. Meanwhile, Victor sat in the HYDRA base, wearing a purple mask and tasting wine from France. Indeed, this was actually Nina's private stash, but he had pulled it out to drink like water. Just as he was enjoying this rare moment of leisure with the wine, the Winter Soldier was suddenly sent back. According to the intelligence passed up, he had apparently been sent to assassinate Eric and had failed. After being taught a lesson and thrown out the door, he was now in a state of unconsciousness. General Eugene's subordinates had no other choice but to send him back here. Upon learning of the situation, Victor could only feel amused. One had to admit, General Eugene's talent for seeking death was truly top tier. In fact, to deal with Charles, Victor had specifically arranged for Nina to stay by Eric's side. However, the girl was clearly no longer suited to appear before others, therefore, she was only responsible for handling issues like telepathy from Charles and would no longer take action for the Hellfire Club. Another member attempting to leave the Hellfire Club was Gambit. Having a conscience, he began to develop the intent to depart after learning of Eric's carnage of ordinary people in Cuba. Moreover, his initial goal for staying here had been achieved, the problems caused by his ability had been resolved. Since the person who helped him solve those problems had already left, he naturally had no reason to remain. He even had a plan for his destination. He wanted to find Mystique Raven's brother, Charles Xavier, and have a good talk. The last time he went to meet Raven, he had encountered Charles. After failing to read his memories, Charles did not make things difficult for him but instead introduced him to Raven. And when he left, Charles invited Gambit to come over for tea sometime so they could have a proper chat about the Hellfire Club and Eric. Victor had already given instructions regarding Gambit's situation. Thus, when he chose to leave, Eric did not make it hard for him. On the contrary, he gave him a sum of money and told him that the Brotherhood of Mutants would always welcome him, and this would always be a home for any mutant. Gambit smiled upon hearing this. He flicked his cowboy hat with his finger and then turned to walk away gracefully, leaving no answer behind. Shortly after Gambit left, Eric summoned the other members of the Hellfire Club. He first announced Gambit's departure, followed by the reorganization of the Hellfire Club. The name of the organization was changed from the Hellfire Club, a title carrying the traditions of the old human aristocracy, to the simple and clear Brotherhood of Mutants. As for the original rules, they remained unchanged. The strong still held the right to speak within the Brotherhood, but the core mission had shifted. The original Hellfire Club existed to provide benefits for each participant, but now, the Brotherhood would fight for the welfare of all mutants. Of course, their own interests would not be sacrificed. After all, Eric was well versed in the art of leadership and understood that only through shared interests could he unite talent by his side. However, he knew that as time passed and human attitudes toward mutants changed, many mutants with powerful abilities would eventually stand by his side of their own accord. While Eric was rebuilding and reorganizing the Brotherhood, Victor finally met his former student once again, the now ace agent Mystique Raven. "Why are you wearing Nina's dress? Alright, you transformed into it. I thought you would prefer your own appearance. Just like before, after all, there are no outsiders here." Just as Victor finished speaking, the midnight vampire girl before him transformed into a tall, curvaceous adult woman with blue-scaled skin. "It seems you are still the same, instructor. Your assessment of us back then left a deep impression on me. Don't trust anyone, right?" Looking at the Mystique who was teasing him, Victor raised a fist and coughed. This avoided the embarrassment of being seen through. It seemed she had guessed that the big boss, in that year's assessment, was indeed him. The two, who hadn't seen each other for years, finally had time to catch up properly. However, they had both changed significantly, and the one who had changed the most was Raven. She was no longer the simple girl who once admired Wolverine Logan. Her experience as a CIA agent had made her mature and steady, but it had also cost her some things. Perhaps this was the price of growing up. After a sigh, Victor chose to talk business directly with Raven. After all, he was the one who had sent her to become an agent. Now, he had to accept this outcome. In truth, Victor had made a mistake back then. He had never asked for Raven's opinion, merely believing she was best suited for this, so he sent her to the Intelligence Coordination Office. Thinking back, she probably still held some resentment. After all, at that time, she did have some feelings for Logan. Unfortunately, Logan preferred more normal red-headed girls. Even if she could shape-shift, Logan would likely feel uncomfortable in his heart. And she herself would certainly not be happy. After all, no one likes to wear another woman's face while dating or even getting intimate with the person they love. Victor suddenly found this thought quite stimulating, but he quickly tapped his head to banish it from his mind. Meanwhile, Raven was in a state of total confusion. After teasing Victor out of past resentment, she found that the other party was neither furious as she had imagined, nor did he follow the topic to start reminiscing. Instead, the expressions on his face began to shift constantly, yet she could not see through what he was thinking at all. Should she expect nothing less from her instructor? Even after so many years, she still couldn't see through him. She had originally thought that after experiencing so much, she could easily play this man, who looked no different from a brute, like a fiddle. Now, she began to wonder if she was the one being played. Just as Raven was about to reach the limit of the silence and Victor's strange behavior and prepare to take her leave, Victor finally spoke, giving Raven a genuine sigh of relief. "I asked you here this time because I wanted to ask for your opinion on Charles. After all, your mission target back then was him. Now it seems you completed it excellently." Although the matter Victor brought up was a sore point in her current relationship with Charles, the two of them, now being honest with each other, had ultimately reached a reconciliation. Facing Victor's question, Raven finally knew that the mission from all those years ago could finally end in a true sense. Though she had been waiting for this day to come, her starting point was completely different now than it would have been at a different time. But now, when everything was about to pass, ending it all was not a bad choice. After all, the instructor was giving her a chance to start over. In fact, after Raven was sent to go undercover by Charles's side back then, her files had been completely sealed and destroyed. However, Tina, as the director, would certainly have a copy of the mission records and her identity documents. That file could only be viewed by successive directors. As for the Strategic Science Corps, due to personnel shifts, they had long since transferred Raven's files to the Intelligence Coordination Office of that time. In reality, Raven's exposure was because of the current CIA director. Well, he is now the former director. Upon taking office, he specifically reviewed Raven's documents and also learned about Charles's information. However, the data on record was somewhat different from the reality. For example, Charles's profile only stated he was a suspected possessor of telepathy. It didn't specify that this guy could link his brain to all of humanity and wipe them out. However, Raven's identity and abilities were written in considerable detail, which was how the director was able to recognize her and ultimately confirm her identity. As for her reconciliation with Charles, it was because she proactively opened up her memories and thoughts. After Charles saw her inner heart and memories, he finally accepted her past and forgave her. This was the reason she could appear before Victor now. Charles had agreed to her coming to meet Victor. In fact, Charles was also very curious about Victor. As the creator of the Hellfire Club and a hero of the Federation who had lived for over 100 years. What was his inner world like? And how did he know about Charles's abilities and send Raven to his side? These were all unsolved mysteries he wanted to uncover. Charles had originally held high expectations for this meeting, hoping Raven could use her skills to pry something out of Victor's mouth. As it turned out, the development of events completely exceeded his expectations. The pressure and shadow Victor cast over Raven were far too immense. Her sensitive nerves could feel the vast and wild power emanating from Victor. Facing Victor was like facing an extremely terrifying predator. He was constantly scrutinizing you, as if he had already seen through you completely. Of course, the one actually doing this was the wild beastly nature hidden deep within Victor's heart. After he had merged with his beastly nature, this behavior became an instinct. He couldn't feel it himself, but everyone who faced him would feel it all. But in substance, under normal circumstances, Victor was actually just a husky with a serious face. He looked very dangerous, but in reality, you had no idea what kind of random things he was thinking. However, if one truly angered him, or when he was serious, he would let you know why he was called Sabretooth. Facing Victor's question, Raven chose to tell the truth. She told Victor everything about her experience growing up in Charles's home over the years. And based on her own experience, she also shared her analysis and views on Charles. After finishing all this, she fell silent. Looking at the silent Raven before him, Victor sighed. He could guess Raven's current thoughts. After experiencing the light, no one wants to return to the darkness. Even Mystique Raven was the same. After gaining a true home and family, she would not be willing to betray them, and no one could force her to do so. Thus, after Victor stared at her for a while, until Raven began to bow her head and tremble yet still refused to yield, he sighed and let her leave. The last thing he said to her was that he hoped she wouldn't regret today's choice. Of course, if she did, she could come back to find him and Logan. They were also her family. And regarding the matter back then, if he could do it over, he would ask for her opinion before making a decision. After Raven left, Victor did not leave immediately but waited in place for a moment. Then, a young and confident youth stood before him. "You seem to know I was nearby for a while, Mr. Victor. Let me introduce myself. My name is Charles Xavier, and I am Raven's brother. It's a bit cold for me here, so shall we change locations to have a proper talk?" Looking at the youth before him who wore confidence and a smile on his face, Victor began to unconsciously compare him with Eric. Sure enough, in terms of charisma, Eric was completely outclassed. But this was precisely the difference in their philosophies being expressed outwardly. Facing Charles's invitation, Victor readily agreed. Thus, led by Charles, the two came to a high-end restaurant. After Charles ordered a cup of light tea, the waiter handed the menu to Victor, only to see Victor pull a bottle of whiskey from under the table. Just as the waiter was about to remind Victor that outside drinks and food were not allowed here, his expression suddenly changed, and as if nothing had happened, he walked away quite naturally. A very useful ability, isn't it? But I've found it has no effect on you at all, one could even say you don't even feel me using it on you. So, regarding some questions in my heart, I can only ask you directly. I hope you can answer my doubts, alright. Facing the confident young man before him, Victor also flashed a smile. Then, after saying a single sentence, he stood up and left. Go FXXK yourselves. Facing Victor's sudden departure, Charles took no other action. Instead, he watched Victor's tall figure vanish from his sight. When the waiter arrived with the drink Charles had ordered, he found the seats at the table already empty. He then naturally delivered the drink to the next table, and the owner of that table expressed their thanks, as if they had ordered the drink themselves. In fact, the reason Victor chose to leave was precisely because of Charles's act of manipulating a normal person's consciousness and memory. He had always been curious about one thing: why Charles always made a gesture and looked intensely focused whenever he used telepathy or read minds. It was as if he were telling others that he was using his telepathy. However, he hadn't made any gesture just now when controlling that waiter. What did this indicate? It meant he was creating an illusion to tell others that he was a man with principles who wouldn't casually read or control the thoughts of others. But was his ability limited to just that? No. On the contrary, as the most powerful telepath, what Professor X could do was far more than that. He could also alter memories and implant thoughts. In other words, he could change a person's ideas without leaving a trace. Just look at Inception to know how terrifying that is. Therefore, as Charles sat before him, chatting and laughing while freely manipulating the perceptions and memories of the waiter and those around them, Victor understood that the Charles before him was not yet the respected Professor X of the future. Even if his original intentions were good, his current methods were chilling upon reflection. The reason Victor chose to leave directly, rather than trying to guide him like Eric did, was because perhaps only Professor X himself could achieve that. In reality, while Charles seemed peaceful, he was actually much more stubborn than Magneto Eric. His thoughts could only be changed by himself. Another thing that prompted Victor to leave was that he had spotted someone. This person was short and ordinary looking, but possessed an extraordinary and brilliant mind. His name was Bolivar Trask, a visionary scientist. His research into human genetics was not even inferior to that of Dr. Essex, also known as Mr. Sinister. He had also discovered the secrets of the X gene and concluded that mutants would soon appear in large numbers, potentially even replacing humanity. Unlike Dr. Essex, he never thought about becoming a member of the mutants. On the contrary, everything he aimed to do was for the sake of saving humanity. After discovering the X gene, he began to worry about the future of mankind. He deduced that humanity was on the brink of extinction, but he had never received recognition or support from others. However, following Eric's actions in Cuba, his advanced theoretical research finally gained recognition and funding. With the secret support of the federal military, Trask Industries, which claimed to care about the fate of humanity and always stood at the forefront of human progress and development, was established. Similar to Howard, while being a super scientist, his business acumen and political maneuvering were equally outstanding. This allowed his company to advance by leaps and bounds, eventually being listed as one of Stark Industries' competitors. It was precisely because it appeared on this list that Trask Industries came to Victor's attention. Victor, who found the name very familiar, used his Hydra connections to have Dr. Zola mobilize SHIELD resources for an investigation. All of Bolivar Trask's background information soon appeared in the documents in his hands. After a brief flip through them, Victor made a decision. A retired Magneto in a certain parallel universe had once made a similar decision after traveling through the timeline and seeing a world destroyed by Sentinel robots. Upon returning to his own timeline, he personally destroyed the laboratory he believed to be the origin of the Sentinels and erected a brand new statue of Magneto on the ruins. After doing all this, he returned to the Brotherhood of Mutants once more. He began to lead his former subordinates again to prevent the future he had seen from becoming a reality. What Victor intended to do now was much more thorough than Magneto. He planned to eliminate Bolivar Trask in his infancy, while his research was still in the theoretical stage. As for the candidate to carry out this task, it was naturally the fellow currently lying on the operating table in the base's laboratory. A mere ordinary human wasn't worth his personal intervention. He had already thought of the reason for the assassination. It was very simple: the assassination of an advanced weapons researcher for the Federation. This assassination could also serve as a signal for the Winter Soldier's return and an explanation to General Eugene C. "We've fixed the Winter Soldier you broke." Thus, under Victor's orders, the healing surgery for the Winter Soldier began to accelerate. In fact, the most difficult part of the entire healing process was removing the damaged mental controller from his brain. General Eugene had thought it was a good idea when he put it in, but now the thing had been turned into a piece of scrap metal by Eric. This caused Bucky, whose consciousness was affected by it, to fall into a deep coma. The experimental personnel and doctors under Victor not only had to find a way to remove the thing but also had to ensure they didn't damage Bucky's brain tissue. This last part was Victor's command. He didn't want to turn Bucky into an idiot or some other kind of mentally unstable fellow. Under the terrifying high-pressure orders of Baron Zima, "If you can't save his brain, I'll turn yours into brains for a hot pot." The doctors and researchers at the Hydra lab displayed an intense will to survive and burst of potential, ultimately completing the surgery successfully. The first thing Bucky did after waking up was to test his new mechanical arm. Truly worthy of being a Hydra product, it was bound to be top tier. After punching through a steel plate used for testing, the Winter Soldier expressed his satisfaction with his new hand. He then reached out to take the mission list handed over by the researchers, and Bolivar Trask's name was at the very top. When it came to executing missions, the Winter Soldier inherited Victor's style perfectly. He never asked why, only where and who to kill. Now, the person he was going to kill was Bolivar Trask. After a busy day in the laboratory, Bolivar Trask was currently being driven home by his chauffeur, speeding along the road. Just as the driver was racing to get him home, a motorcycle suddenly appeared from behind his car. As the motorcycle gradually accelerated, the two vehicles finally reached the same speed, and the motorcycle pulled up alongside the passenger door where Tesla was sitting. Then, the Winter Soldier, wearing a skull mask, noticed that the other party wasn't wearing a seatbelt, which made things easier. The Winter Soldier extended his robotic arm, smashed the car window with a single punch, and then grabbed Bolivar Trask with his mechanical hand like a doll in a claw machine. Looking at the struggling Tesla in his hand, there was no emotion in the Winter Soldier's eyes. He simply exerted a slight force to toss the man's body forward, then accelerated his motorcycle and crashed into him. After the impact, to ensure the man was completely dead, he stopped the motorcycle again. He walked over to Tesla's corpse and, with his robotic arm at full power, delivered a punch to Tesla's head. As it turned out, he had severely underestimated the power output of his new arm. Not only was he splattered with red and white matter, but the federal police were left with only height to identify the deceased's identity. Just as Bucky killed Strucker, the scientist's driver and bodyguard actually drove off and escaped. Then, this man completely vanished from everyone's sight until Victor, through Dr. Zola's connections in SHIELD, discovered that he had actually absconded with the cash in the car and fled to Mexico, a Latin American country. What he took with him were also a series of important documents and experimental records from the Strucker company. To destroy the evidence, he burned them all. Thus, Strucker's painstakingly built life's work and experimental results went down the drain along with his death and the loss of the important documents. As for the federal authorities, they had to accept the reality that he had been assassinated by a Soviet killer. After all, the Winter Soldier's identity as a Soviet assassin was already well known in the federal intelligence community. However, his other identity, Captain America's best friend, Bucky Barnes, was still only known to those involved with HYDRA. Even his master, General Eugene, was kept in the dark, believing he was just a World War II veteran and political prisoner who had been reformed. Even the Winter Soldier's very federal-like speech and behavior were rationalized by him as the result of special training for infiltrating the Federation. In fact, the first time the Winter Soldier went on a mission, he crossed the Berlin Wall, assassinated 3 federal soldiers, and then staged it as a car accident. It had to be said that when it came to staging car accidents, the Winter Soldier was indeed a master. He had never been suspected, and his skills had never been surpassed. But this time, he messed up. After all, no car accident could throw a small man sitting in the passenger seat out of the car and then smash his head like a completely shattered watermelon. However, the perfunctory nature of the federal police and the CIA's confidentiality regulations eventually led to the incident being publicly announced as a car accident. While the CIA and federal police were out in full force investigating the Winter Soldier's whereabouts, Bucky had already retreated to Europe through SHIELD channels under the cover of Dr. Zola's subordinates. Soon, news of the Winter Soldier's successful mission once again appeared before the high-ranking officials of both the Federation and the Soviet Union. Naturally, the reactions were a mix of joy and concern. Eric, who also learned of the news, merely smiled while holding his wine glass and said nothing more. Since the last time he taught the Winter Soldier a lesson, the Soviets had been much more compliant when cooperating with him. Among everyone, Victor and General Eugene were the happiest. One was happy because a major threat had been eliminated, while the other was happy because his trump card was back. In short, Tesla's death was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear. The Federation viewed this assassination as retaliation and provocation. Consequently, the situation between the two sides began to fall into extreme tension. The Baron Zima, who had facilitated all of this, also received congratulatory letters from Dr. Zola and Baron Strucker. In their letters, they stated that Baron Zima was indeed far-sighted, as his single move had brought the world to the brink of war. In response, although he knew the course of history, Victor couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. After all, there was no such event in history as the Winter Soldier assassinating Tesla. If World War III really broke out, it would be a huge mess. Victor wanted to make amends, but found he didn't know where to start. After a few days of hesitation, he found that the situation had been restrained and suppressed by both sides. It seemed that not all high-ranking officials were fools. They knew that nuclear war would only lead to mutual destruction. Precisely because of this, the entire assassination incident was ultimately downplayed and handled simply. The Sentinel robots, which should have been famous, were thus wiped out in the torrent of history along with their creator. After his initial joy, Victor felt a sense of melancholy. Deep down, he still had a slight desire to face off against the Sentinel robots. However, the upgraded Sentinel robots were simply too powerful, and he didn't dare risk the lives of others. Therefore, in the end, he could only make this decision. The advantage of having a villainous persona was also evident now. After doing some not-so-righteous things, there were others to take the blame and share the consequences. And he, Victor Creed, remained that retired federal hero, a giant in the military rations industry, and a major shareholder of Stark Industries. In reality, the ones managing the estate and the company at this time were the Logans. After getting married, Logan had truly settled down for a while. Word was he was planning to have a son. The reason Victor knew all this was that Logan had written to him, asking him to name his son. Victor replied that he should come up with his own son's name. However, he did agree to the request to become the boy's godfather. At the same time, in his reply, he requested Logan to travel to Europe, as he had important matters that required his help. Upon receiving Victor's reply, Logan made a brief farewell to his wife and set off on his journey. Little did he know that this departure would be a final farewell to his wife. Even the child in his wife's womb would not be met or recognized until many years later. The reason Victor was in a hurry to get Logan to Europe was that he had discovered the whereabouts of Mr. Sinister, and had learned the location of the pyramid where Apocalypse was buried. Shortly after Logan left Clyde Manor, the Hans Jonan, who had been monitoring him in secret, sent a message to headquarters. In fact, from the very beginning, the ninjas of the Hand had made two sets of preparations. After the failure of Plan A to bring back Wolverine, they activated Plan B to bring back Wolverine's child. This was the biggest move they had made on AI. After resurrecting and brainwashing her through secret arts, they also applied other secret arts to her body. Once she became pregnant, the Hand would know even before she did. Their original plan was to wait until AI's pregnancy was confirmed and the child was far enough along, then find a way to lure Logan away and seize her. However, to their surprise, just as they received news of AI's pregnancy, Logan left on his own. This once led them to believe their plan had been exposed and that it was a trap. Precisely because of this, after receiving the news of Logan's departure, they chose to continue monitoring. However, the person in charge of the surveillance was changed to Nobu Yoshioka. Since he had designed this series of plans, he was also dispatched to complete it. If he succeeded, his status within the Hand would be second only to the Five Elders. On Logan's side, after receiving news from Victor, he immediately rushed to the port and took a merchant ship to Europe. While Victor waited for Logan's arrival, Charles also began to busily recruit like-minded companions. He first successfully used his ideals to persuade Gambit to assist him, and then together with Gambit, he found Beast Hank McCoy. Hank strongly agreed with Charles's ideas. Furthermore, he fell in love with Mystique Raven the moment he first saw her. Of course, though he appeared rough on the outside, he was delicate at heart, and he kept this affection hidden, never speaking it aloud. Later, they found Banshee Sean Cassidy and fully tapped into his personal abilities, allowing him to fly and hover in the air using a special uniform. Afterward, while traveling by taxi, they encountered a young black man. It turned out he was also a mutant, and Charles subsequently took him under his wing. In truth, Charles had no choice but to take in the young black man, Armin, because he realized that aside from himself and Gambit, he basically had no one who could truly fight. "What, you say, Beast, Hank? He's a friendly researcher, all right? How could he be expected to go around fighting and killing?" However, he soon gained a mutant with powerful abilities, Alexander Summers, the brother of Cyclops, and known as Impact. After the recruitment ended, Charles brought his companions to the base prepared for them by the CIA, only to find that Eric was already there waiting for them. The surrounding federal soldiers immediately went on alert and began firing at Eric with their weapons. But it was destined to be a futile effort. Bullets were fired at Eric and into the sky, but they neither hit their target nor flew away. Instead, they began to dance in circles around Eric. With a slight curl of Eric's lip, the dancing bullets instantly reversed direction, shooting back at the federal soldiers on the ground who were firing at him. Subsequently, the federal soldiers who had been firing at Eric were hit by their own bullets, leaving the ground covered in casualties. However, the bullets Eric reflected precisely avoided Charles and the others. Now was not the time for a final showdown, he was just here to give them a small lesson. Just as Charles and the others were about to stop Eric, Winter Soldier appeared on the battlefield. This time, of course, he was there to assist Eric. Facing the incoming Winter Soldier, Gambit had no choice but to intercept him. Meanwhile, Charles intended to use his telepathy to end it all. But he discovered another powerful telepath hidden there. The intense clash between the two left Charles unable to take any other action. As for Impact and Banshee, they were still just children. Although their abilities were powerful, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. While the two sides were fighting, Eric had also completed what he wanted to do. He completely destroyed the entire architectural structure of the base. He extracted the metallic substances from it and molded them into a giant statue. The face of this statue was his own. On the base of the statue, his alias Ariel Lane Share was written, along with his new nickname Magneto. In this way, he announced the birth of Magneto and the Brotherhood of Mutants. After completing all this, Eric, Winter Soldier, and the others quickly evacuated the scene one by one with the help of Red Devil. The last to evacuate was Nina, who had been hiding in the shadows. She had been clashing with Charles using telepathy, leaving him powerless to do anything else. Although she did not gain the upper hand during the entire confrontation, she managed to keep her location and identity hidden until her evacuation. To be honest, Nina was still quite shaken by this. It was the first time she had encountered a human with such powerful telepathy. If not for the help of the Moonstone, she would have been almost defenseless before him. One could even say that a normal person's willpower was as fragile as a puppet's before him. But now, she didn't fear him either. Furthermore, she was curious about one thing: with Charles's power, could he peer into Victor's heart? She didn't know the two had already met. After Charles discovered that the base the CIA had prepared for them had turned into ruins, he did not give up on his plans. Instead, he quickly thought of another excellent location for a base. Looking at the castle before him, Charles somehow thought of another person, his brother, Cain Marco. Although Cain was his brother in name, they shared no blood relation. It was simply because Cain's father had married Charles's mother. When Cain came to Charles's home, they did not get along well. Unlike Raven, who was well-behaved and gentle, his personality was completely incompatible with Charles's. He often teased Raven, who was pretending to be a little girl. Later, after Charles's mother and Cain's father passed away one after another, their relationship worsened and became even more hostile. Feeling suffocated at Xavier Manor, Cain chose to go on a journey of exploration. Eventually, in an ancient temple deep in the jungle, he found a glowing red gemstone. But the moment he picked up the gem, the entire temple began to shake and collapse. In the end, Cain failed to escape and was buried under the ruins. And so, Charles received news of his brother's disappearance. He became the sole legal heir to the Xavier family's vast fortune. It was precisely because of this that he could turn the entire manor and castle into the future mutant academy and the secret base of the X-Men. After selecting the site, Charles began to train everyone intensively. After all, aside from Gambit, the others had little combat experience. Sending such a group to fight Eric was simply sending them to their deaths. Or to put it another way, it was like throwing eggs against a stone. Since meeting Victor, Raven had chosen to return to her original appearance. She finally didn't have to pretend anymore, but unfortunately, her decision was not accepted by Charles. The two eventually had a heated argument, and Charles chose to back down. This was because he had secretly peeked into Raven's mind and understood her thoughts. While Charles was training and adjusting his personal emotions, Eric was not idle either. He also began to continue looking for manpower and a way to deal with Charles. Nina would eventually have to leave, so Eric needed someone who could replace her. This person had to be powerful enough and possess telepathy. Lacking intelligence channels, Eric ultimately chose to ask Victor for help, and Victor soon gave him a file. The speed with which this file arrived made Eric even suspect whether Victor had been eyeing the person in the file for a long time. When he opened the file, it was just as he expected. The person inside was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. This woman was not only beautiful but also very powerful. Along with her great power, she was also a mutant. Eric even found a line of crossed-out words in a corner. Faintly, it seemed to say "Best Candidate for White Queen." Eric then recalled that when Victor served as the Black King, Nina seemed to have served as the White Queen. He raised an eyebrow, realized something, and chose to ignore the matter. What he had to do now was find the woman in the file, make her his White Queen and his best assistant. Emma Frost was born into a wealthy family in Boston, USA, the second of 3 daughters. Her father was a cold-hearted businessman, and her mother abused psychiatric drugs due to domestic violence. The relationship between her and her sisters was much like the relationship between the 3 Summers brothers in the comics. It was hard to imagine they were sisters rather than enemies. This also led to her childhood being essentially gray. Her life at school was also very unhappy, because her grades were not good and her appearance was unremarkable. Until one day, her telepathy awakened. Then she did the same thing Charles had done in his student days, reading her classmates' thoughts and the answers to various subject exams. Of course, the difference between her and Charles became apparent at this point. Charles eventually turned himself into a true top student, while she relied on this method to get through exams and satisfy her vanity. Eventually, after a series of family tragedies, Emma left her family, who had nearly driven her mad, and began a life of wandering. During this time, she even used her abilities to win money in casinos. In the end, she was targeted by the criminal underworld behind the casinos and nearly met with misfortune. Fortunately, she used her telepathy in time to make the kidnappers kill each other. Then she manipulated one of them to set her free. After that encounter, she chose to find a stable job and hide her mutant identity and abilities. The job she chose was to become a tutor. However, in a stroke of bad luck, her employer was one of the shareholders of Stark Industries. Then, at a very accidental gathering, Victor met her and discovered her identity as a mutant. In fact, Victor had discovered long ago that he possessed such an ability. He could easily detect and distinguish between ordinary people and mutants. They felt and smelled different to him. After discovering Emma's identity as a mutant, Victor used his intelligence system to investigate her. He eventually confirmed she was the White Queen, Emma. But later, for certain reasons, Victor did not approach her when he founded the Hellfire Club. That was how it came to be that Emma's file was handed over to Eric, letting Eric personally go and convince her. Convincing Emma did not take Eric much time. He told Emma about his ideals and methods. Lacking a sense of belonging and others of her kind, Emma quickly accepted Eric's views the moment she placed her hand in his. Eric knew he no longer needed Nina's assistance. He, the White King, finally had his own White Queen. In a subsequent letter, Victor also sent him an extremely precious gift. It was a helmet. By wearing it, one could be immune to the interference of all telepaths. This included, but was not limited to, memory reading, mind control, and various illusions acting on the mind. This helmet was the latest technological achievement of HYDRA. It was originally intended for the Soviet Union, but because General Eugene messed with the Winter Soldier, making Victor unhappy, Victor threw it directly to Eric. Just as Eric and Charles were making intensive preparations, the missile crisis conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union finally reached the moment of showing its cards. The fleets of both sides began to assemble on a large scale and began a standoff in the Caribbean Sea. Just as war was about to break out, Charles used his power to freeze everyone present. Charles never gave up his efforts for a peaceful resolution, so he intended to have one last talk with Eric. But when he tried to link to the other's brain, he found he could no longer feel him. Then, when he tried to link to the others around Eric, he was blocked by another telepath. However, he could sense that this time, the person by Eric's side had changed. Just as Charles was wondering where Eric had recruited so many rare telepaths, the Soviet warship he thought was under control actually opened fire. Of course, the person who accomplished this was none other than Red Devil, Eric's subordinate. While Emma and Charles were engaged in their mental battle, he slipped onto the Soviet warship and launched the missile. As for why the Soviet soldiers didn't stop him, it was naturally because they had all been frozen by Charles. This also demonstrated Charles's power. While freezing these ordinary people, he could still clash with Emma. But it was precisely because he had frozen all the ordinary people that Red Devil was given an opportunity to strike. After a roar, the missile trailed a long plume of flame as it flew toward the aircraft where Charles was located. Hank, who was piloting the aircraft he had built himself, was preparing to shake off the missile with a simple maneuver. However, he discovered that he had completely lost control of the plane. It turned out Eric had made his move. The aircraft, suspended in midair by Eric's manipulation, soon had its rear end blown apart by the rapidly approaching missile. High-altitude cold winds quickly blew in through the breach in the fuselage, but fortunately, the breach soon vanished. Needless to say, only Eric could have achieved this. After disabling the opponent's plane, Eric took the initiative into his own hands. Even if the negotiations failed, the other party wouldn't be able to fly away. You might say that even without using a missile to hit the plane, he could still manipulate the aircraft to prevent it from escaping. This can only be attributed to Eric's peculiar train of thought at this moment. He was worried that if someone disregarded their own life and rushed out to sacrifice themselves to attack him, the others might take the chance to slip away. In fact, this is a common trope for the X-Men in comics and movies. Eric's actions at this time were implementing the principles Victor had taught him: never leave the opponent any chance for a comeback and completely eliminate any possible backup plans they might have. After rendering the opponent's plane completely incapable of flight, Eric began to guide the aircraft containing Charles and the others to land before him. "I thought that guy would throw us straight into the sea to feed the fish. I told you coming by plane wouldn't work, and I don't mean that against your plane, Hank. It's just that guy's ability is too specifically targeted against these metal creations." The only one who would complain like this was the young black man, Armando. It was precisely because of Victor's intervention that the course of history had completely changed, allowing him to survive instead of dying at Shaw's hands. Soon, the plane was dragged to the shore by Eric, and then everyone, led by Charles, stepped off the aircraft that could no longer fly. Although Eric seemed to have the upper hand at this moment, in reality, Charles was already certain of victory. This was because he saw from Eric's behavior that the other men also did not want a world war to break out. "I originally wanted to talk to you, but the lady beside you stopped me. However, since you've let me stand here instead of sending me to feed the fish, I assume we can still have a proper talk." Eric felt extremely annoyed by Charles's words. He realized that the initiative seemed to have begun shifting before he even noticed it. "If you want to be fed to the fish, I can send you there right now. Besides, while I do want to talk to you, if the talk fails, you're still going to be sent to feed the fish." Clearly, Charles did not take Eric's threat to heart. On the contrary, after hearing Eric's words, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "All right, it seems I should thank you for not sending me to feed the fish immediately and for giving me a chance to negotiate. I can also see that you don't want a world war to break out either. So, tell me, Eric, what is it that you actually want?" Facing Charles's question, Eric naturally spoke of his thoughts and goals. But his ideas were clearly worlds apart from what Charles had imagined. Although they were both acting for the sake of mutants, the divergence in their ideologies was immense. However, Eric had already known this. Everything he did was to confirm Charles's thoughts. And now, he had finally confirmed the other's thoughts. He also knew that everything he had done would ultimately become meaningful. But while the two of them were arguing, they ignored the expression on another person's face. This person was Red Devil, and he was different from everyone else. He inherently loathed all mutants who looked normal, and his personality was actually more like his name, a devil. Or rather, his clansmen were part of the group known as devils by people in ancient times. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sealed away. He had previously joined the Hellfire Club for its resources, and later to provoke a world war so he could fish in troubled waters. Now, he discovered that Eric actually had another plan, which was something he could not tolerate. Therefore, while Eric and Charles were arguing and no one was paying attention to him, he secretly slipped back onto the Soviet warship. This time, all the missiles on the Soviet warship were fired, and Charles's influence over the ordinary people was also interfered with. Red Devil had hidden his abilities. His power was far from being as weak as he had displayed. In fact, he also possessed mental control abilities. However, because he was no match for Victor before, he chose to endure and bide his time. Until this moment, he had finally found an opportunity. The Federal Fleet Commander, seeing the Soviet fleet firing with all its might, immediately ordered to return fire. Just like that, both fleets began firing at full power toward each other. At this moment, the only one who could stop all of this was Magneto Eric. Under Charles's pleading gaze, Eric finally made his move after all. Of course, only he knew the reason for his intervention. Nothing could create a greater impact or a better deterrent than this opportunity. Under Eric's manipulation, all the missiles and shells were suspended in mid-air, then lost their momentum and fell into the sea, becoming scrap metal. Meanwhile, at Eric's signal, Emma worked with Charles to neutralize and suppress Red Devil's mental control ability. The fleets on both sides finally came to their senses and realized what had just happened. The commanders of both sides began to order a ceasefire. Just as Charles was about to take the opportunity to persuade Eric, the Federal and Soviet fleets began to turn their gun ports, aiming them at Eric. Of course, Moira was already urgently contacting the Federal side, trying to stop what was about to happen, because she and Charles were also here. But the reply she received was that mutants had become a massive threat, and to eliminate this threat, they were asked to make a great sacrifice. Eric had already overheard the Federal side's reply from the side, and he gave Charles a mocking smile in response. It was precisely because of the decisions made by both sides that a flaw appeared in Charles and Emma's suppression of Red Devil, allowing him to successfully seize the chance to teleport away. However, Charles and Emma had no energy left to worry about him at this moment. They had to immediately find a way to deal with the crisis before them. Ultimately, this crisis was satisfactorily resolved through the abilities of Charles and Emma. Of course, the most unsatisfactory part was that Charles lost his girlfriend, Moira. As for how everyone left, it was by taking the aircraft Hank had built. With Magneto's assistance and the presence of Hank, the creator, repairing the plane was as simple as could be. Interestingly, Eric even let the others leave first, leaving only Emma to accompany him, staying at the school Charles founded for several months. During that time, the two of them had many long talks and secretly built some facilities. No one else knew what they talked about or exactly what they did. They only knew that Eric left with a smile, and Charles likewise saw him out of his academy with a smile on his face. It was from this moment on that the X-Men vanished from the CIA's files, as if they had never existed. However, the world gained a new private university called X Academy. It recruited mutant children from all over the world, where they could receive an education and be cared for. As for Eric, he became a notorious supervillain. He opposed the federal government several times, destroying a series of their laboratories and projects. He also frequently planned attacks on certain high-level federal officials who were unfriendly to mutants, and the only ones who could stop him and his subordinates were Professor X Charles's X-Men. While the federal government was witnessing the battle between the X-Men and the Brotherhood, Logan's pursuit of Mr. Sinister in Europe finally yielded results. At this time, Logan was wearing a yellow skin-tight suit and a yellow and black mask that covered his highly distinctive face. In fact, he was quite resistant to this outfit. However, Victor insisted that he wear it and lead a Hydra strike team into action. The HYDRA members under Victor, after undergoing long-term brainwashing, had nothing left in their minds except the belief that Victor's orders were absolutely correct. Even after the purging and brainwashing, some people had learned Victor's true identity and accepted him as the supreme leader. And more such people were appearing, gradually replacing other Hydra believers. Originally, this work had temporarily stalled due to Nina's departure. But now she was back, so the brainwashing and ideological indoctrination resumed. One day, everyone here would become Victor's fanatical followers. The detachment Logan led was exactly such a team with that kind of background. Of course, Victor hadn't told him this, only saying that these were Hydra's elite forces, so he had to wear that uniform to hide his identity. When he said these things, Victor was holding his pet tiger cat, Luther, while the tiger cat purred comfortably under Victor's stroking. Although he was skeptical of Victor's explanation, Logan ultimately chose to put on that uniform. But soon, he discovered a problem. This problem was very serious, and Iron Man had encountered it as well. Of course, the high IQ Stark had successfully solved it. But Logan had no way to solve it, because the problem was, once you put on the battle suit, how are you supposed to go to the bathroom? After all, Victor hadn't included a zipper in the design. Iron Man's solution was to install a circulatory system in the armor, which could even be drunk after filtering. Of course, I suspect he wouldn't drink it, but Logan had no way to install a filtration system in his skin-tight suit, therefore, he chose to hold it in. In any case, for him, holding it for over 10 hours wouldn't have the slightest impact. The healing factor could also work on the kidneys. So, he didn't have to worry about damaging his kidneys or getting uremia from holding it. Of course, he still noted this matter in his little notebook, intending to bring it up with Victor when he returned, requesting a modification to the battle suit to add a zipper or something. However, in the short term, he wouldn't have that chance. Based on the intelligence provided by Victor, he had discovered Dr. Essex's whereabouts. At this moment, Mr. Sinister, also known as Dr. Essex, was building a new base. He had recently acquired something good, so he decided to build a new base to conduct experiments. The good thing he had acquired was the federal government's latest research result, a derivative of Captain America's shield, the formula for adamantium. Of course, he wasn't planning to set up a steel mill, he was preparing to conduct a great biological experiment. That was to turn the indestructible adamantium into a human skeletal system. Unfortunately, whether it was his own clones or other innocent people he had kidnapped, none could withstand the scalding metal and the injection process. All the test subjects died in agony during the process. Of course, their wails could not sway Dr. Essex in the slightest. However, the failure was unacceptable to him. But now, he had the ideal experimental candidate in mind. Of course, his first choice was Victor, but he couldn't handle Victor. Therefore, he set his sights on someone he could handle, whose abilities were similar to Victor's. This person was Victor's brother, Wolverine Logan. What he didn't expect was that before he could go looking for trouble with Logan, the other party had delivered himself right to his door. He was both surprised and delighted by this. In fact, Victor had still underestimated Mr. Sinister's abilities. Or rather, he had overestimated Wolverine's combat power at this time. He thought that even if Logan couldn't handle the opponent, he could at least escape. As it turned out, Logan's trip was like a wolf entering a tiger's den. He went and never returned. Victor didn't even receive any news, because after sending Logan to track Dr. Essex, he himself had headed to Africa to find Apocalypse's pyramid. And he had actually found it, or rather, he had sensed Apocalypse's presence. He then chose to go and see Apocalypse alone, only to be kept inside. I was once betrayed, but now, you have appeared before me. My child, your choice will determine your destiny. Looking at the oddly styled Apocalypse before him, who spoke like a benevolent father, Victor instantly knew this was the movie version of Apocalypse, not the comic book version. Had it been the comic version, he would have pounced long ago to enslave him. There would be no talk of this Trianibia-filled nonsense. If you didn't submit, he'd beat you until you did. In truth, as a mutant himself, Victor's feelings toward this Apocalypse were quite complex. While he was a major villain to ordinary humans, he wasn't truly bad for mutants. One could even say the dynasty he established was nothing short of a paradise for mutants. However, for ordinary people, it was far too cruel. After all, no one wants to be enslaved, with no human rights or freedom to speak of. It was precisely because of this that he was eventually betrayed and imprisoned in the pyramid for thousands of years. Yet, he was genuinely good to his mutant subordinates, treating them like his own children. This was why the previous Phoenix, one of the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, had risked her life to save him. It was also why Apocalypse felt such exceptional rage. Those lowly slaves had dared to betray and harm him, even causing the deaths of his 4 horsemen of apocalypse. He swore to make them pay, but he never expected that thousands of years later, the first mutant to find him would be a traitor. This truly hurt his feelings. He couldn't help but lament that times had changed. The simple era of, "I treat you well, and you treat me well," was gone forever. Just as he was lamenting the decline of public morals and the loss of ancient integrity, he felt another powerful mutant individual approaching. But he simultaneously sensed that within this body, there was more than just mutant power. There was another, even more powerful force intertwined with the mutant abilities. Victor's ability to find Apocalypse's pyramid was ultimately thanks to his own mutant sensing capabilities. The location of the pyramid recorded in the ancient text he obtained was its original position. However, after Dr. Essex's last visit, the pyramid had sunk into bottomless quicksand, causing its position to shift significantly. Nevertheless, Apocalypse's power was so immense that it allowed Victor to sense his presence even from a great distance. At the same moment Victor sensed Apocalypse's location, Apocalypse also detected his presence and arrival. Upon sensing Victor, Apocalypse immediately cleared all the sand from the entire hall. After all, Victor was about to arrive, and he couldn't lack prestige. Thus, when Victor arrived, he found that Apocalypse indeed had quite the flair, having turned the entire hall into something resembling a crystal palace. The reality was that no matter how Apocalypse moved the sand, it would always flow back in. In a fit of rage, Apocalypse used high temperatures to turn all the sand into glass. Of course, the actual situation was that the glass he fired was extremely irregular, and deep within this location, there was no light source at all. The only light source was the Muramasa sword in Victor's hand. After charging the Muramasa sword, it became a lightsaber composed of cosmic energy, serving as a lighting tool. Consequently, the actual lighting effect was extremely limited. As he walked through the deep, dark corridors of the pyramid, it felt like walking through a passage that would never end. Naturally, an experience that would be terrifying for an ordinary person was a piece of cake for Victor. He felt nothing other than a bit of boredom. He even hoped a monster would rush out of the darkness to relieve his fatigue. Unfortunately, no other creatures appeared until he reached Apocalypse. "I am very sorry for what happened to you. But now that I am here, you no longer need to worry about being betrayed." What Apocalypse saw in Victor's eyes was something entirely different from Dr. Essex. Although there was similar ambition and defiance, it lacked the craftiness and deception. Therefore, he decided to give Victor a chance. He used his ability once again to begin enhancing Victor's powers. On Victor's side, he was left in a state of bewilderment. He hadn't even figured out how to communicate with Apocalypse before the other party had already begun strengthening his abilities. Victor could feel power surging through his body, and the activity of his healing factor was constantly increasing. The greatest change, however, was in his bones. His bones began to rapidly absorb the cosmic energy in his body, becoming increasingly tough and refined. But at that moment, a mutation occurred. It turned out that after Apocalypse began strengthening Victor, Victor had converted the Muramasa into an energy form and drawn it into his body. As his bones began to frantically absorb cosmic energy, the Muramasa was absorbed along with it. Subsequently, his bones began to assimilate the Muramasa. The assimilation process required a massive amount of energy. Once the cosmic energy in his body was exhausted, the burden of this consumption fell entirely on Apocalypse. Apocalypse felt this was just a trifle, no big deal. But as time passed, he realized something was wrong. He discovered that this process was lasting far too long. So long that even with his power, he began to feel the strain. However, his pride as a god king prevented him from retreating. Instead, he started going all out, refusing to believe he couldn't do it. It was just enhancing a mutant, he'd done it before, so why wouldn't it work today? Could it be that his power had significantly declined after sleeping for thousands of years? Impossible. He had to see this through today. Thus, through Apocalypse's persistence, the enhancement of Victor was finally completed. Originally, Apocalypse's power hadn't declined due to his slumber, but after completing Victor's enhancement, it had diminished significantly. In other words, Apocalypse had now fallen into a weakened state. But there was another person whose situation was similar to his, Victor. Under the consumption of Apocalypse's vast power and all of his own cosmic energy, his body underwent a qualitative change. His current transformation was somewhat similar to Angel in the movies. Angel's wings had turned into metal, whereas Victor's entire skeletal structure had been converted into the special material used to forge the Muramasa. It was for this reason that a massive amount of Apocalypse's power was consumed, because the material used to forge the Muramasa was incredibly powerful, not at all inferior to adamantium. However, after completing this entire conversion, Victor also fell into a state of extreme weakness. His body was completely overextended, and his cosmic energy was exhausted. When he woke up, he found he could hardly move and could only slump on the ground. Apocalypse was slightly better. He could support himself to stand up and then sat down on his coffin lid. And so, the two began a silent game of staring at each other. Both saw the other's weakness, yet neither spoke of it. "My lord, do not worry. I prepared a backup plan before coming here. Through this signal transmitter, my subordinates will follow the signal it emits to find our location once they realize I'm missing." But Victor forgot one thing: they were extremely deep underground. The signal emitted by the transmitter in his hand was very strong, but by the time it penetrated to the surface, it was already extremely faint. Furthermore, he was the type who was often missing from the base for long periods. Waiting for those Hydra simpletons under his command to notice his disappearance would likely take a long time. And indeed, his Hydra subordinates, who were already used to his frequent disappearances and skipping work, didn't notice his failure to return at all. Instead, it was Nina who sensed something was wrong and dispatched her men to begin a search. But no matter how many times they flew planes with signal receivers over the area Victor had specified, they never found a signal. Only then did they realize something was amiss. According to their original agreement, if Victor didn't encounter any problems, he would also emit a certain signal. That signal signified that everything was normal and he was safe. Another signal meant he needed assistance. There was actually a third: to stay away immediately and gather Eric and the others to handle the aftermath. But now, there were no signals at all, as if he had completely ceased to exist. At this point, even Nina, who had initially only given tentative orders, began to grow anxious. She ordered ground troops to search and expanded the range to over 200 kilometers. It was this order that eventually led them to find Victor and Apocalypse. While Nina and the others were drawing manpower to search for a needle in a haystack in the African desert, Logan and Dr. Essex, two old acquaintances, finally met again. "I didn't expect us to meet in such a scene. Doctor, someone wants to see you. How about coming with me?" Facing the invitation from his old friend Logan, Dr. Essex naturally wouldn't agree. He knew the person who wanted to see him was Victor, whom he had always been extremely wary of. "I would love to accept your invitation, but I have experiments yet to finish. So, why don't you come to my place for a bit, and once I've finished the experiment, I'll go with you to see that person." Just as Logan was about to answer Dr. Essex, Mr. Sinister launched an attack first. A blast of concussive energy flew straight toward his face. Fortunately, his movements were swift enough and his beast instincts sharp enough. Dr. Essex's sneak attack didn't yield the desired result, so the doctor began by dealing with the grunts holding guns. The HYDRA task force members assisting Logan were the elite of the elite, but their opponent was simply too powerful. No matter how much ammunition they poured into him, he remained completely unharmed. Instead, his teammates were obliterated one by one under the opponent's powerful concussive energy attacks. Logan now understood that this wouldn't end peacefully. Although Mr. Sinister's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations, he still had confidence in defeating him. As such, he threw Victor's instructions, to immediately retreat and call for help if things looked bad, to the back of his mind. Of course, Victor, currently trapped underground, couldn't provide him with any support anyway. Logan bared his claws and began his attack on the doctor. Dr. Essex retreated while frantically firing concussive energy at Logan. He understood that whether it was Victor or Logan, he would never be their match in close-quarters combat. After dodging several concussive blasts, Logan finally lunged in front of Dr. Essex. Just as he pinned the other man to the ground and prepared to strike with a claw, he found the other man had placed both hands on either side of his waist. With a violent scream, several of his organs were blasted out by intense concussive energy. The heavily wounded Wolverine collapsed to the ground, unable to even crawl. His vision began to blur, and finally, he fell into complete darkness. Shortly after Wolverine lost consciousness, a certain lingering archangel appeared again. However, this time, he didn't stay for long. Because Dr. Essex quickly took Logan back to his laboratory and performed emergency treatment on him. Under the effects of the doctor's powerful drugs, the activity of Logan's healing factor was greatly increased, and his severe injuries were repaired almost instantly. This was exactly the result Dr. Essex wanted to see. This unparalleled self-healing ability meant he could immediately proceed to the next step of the experiment. He first secured Logan to the operating table with specialized alloy handcuffs to prevent him from struggling and escaping. Although Logan's injuries had recovered, his consciousness remained in a coma. This was also one of the side effects of the Archangel's descent. Though it hadn't taken Logan away, it still caused a massive drain on his mental energy every time. It was because of this that Logan was cuffed to the operating table by Dr. Essex without any ability to resist. When Logan woke up, he found himself cuffed to a metal operating table, with metal tubes inserted all over his body. Enduring the sharp pain in his body, he began to struggle with all his might, trying to escape. But he found it was a completely futile effort. He couldn't break free at all. Watching the struggling Logan below, a crazed and cold-blooded smile appeared at the corners of Dr. Essex's mouth. Now, let us begin the experiment. Success or failure hinges on this. If it fails, then there will be no more Logan in this world. Ha 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 ha. And so, at Dr. Essex's command, Logan met the destiny that was bound to be his in this peculiar fashion. Amidst his waves of screams and struggles, adamantium was injected into his body, coating his entire skeleton. On this day, Wolverine was reborn, finally seeking some Kittian recommendation votes. Dr. Essex had prepared for today's experiment for a long time, so he could only succeed and could not allow failure to occur. In fact, he did succeed. After the adamantium was injected into Logan's body, it completely covered his entire skeleton. Logan's powerful healing factor allowed him to survive this process successfully. Furthermore, it induced a molecular-level change in the adamantium. This caused the true adamantium wrapping his skeleton to turn into adamantium beta, which has the same effects as true adamantium but does not inhibit the biological processes of the bones. Adamantium beta also provided feedback to Logan's healing factor, making it more active and significantly increasing Logan's resistance to damage. Of course, neither Logan nor Dr. Essex knew any of this. One was performing this experiment for the first time, and the other was being experimented on for the first time. However, Dr. Essex was slightly better off than Logan in that he knew the experiment had been a success. The next step was to brainwash Logan. He had even thought of a codename for him after the brainwashing. Eye Patch would do. Or calling him Weapon X of the Weapon X program would also be good. Unfortunately, his words about brainwashing Logan were heard by the already awake Logan. However, he did not make a sound, instead pretending to be unconscious. Just as the experimental staff came forward to unlock his metal handcuffs and prepare to move him to the brainwashing machine, Logan's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, and burning within them was endless fury and a savage wildness. As the claws, now turned into adamantium, thrust out from his hands, the bone claws that could originally only be used for piercing had transformed into indestructible blades. Even the alloy handcuffs that originally bound him were more fragile than tofu before the claws. As Logan began to slaughter the personnel in the laboratory, the entire base fell into a state of alert. The shrieking alarms and flashing red lights all indicated the crisis of the situation. From the moment Logan killed the first researcher, the security door of the room he was in was closed and locked. In other words, those in the laboratory who hadn't had time to escape became abandoned sacrifices. Facing Logan, who wasn't even wearing underwear, they had no ability to resist. After dealing with this group of intellectuals like cutting melons and vegetables, Logan arrived before the tightly closed security door. He extended his left hand and retracted 2 of the 3 claws. Then, the base security personnel waiting in full array outside the security door saw a single claw pierce through the door. It then moved along the edge of the door, finally drawing a large door frame. With a kick from Logan, the door frame he had drawn fell outward. The moment Logan's figure appeared, the security personnel quickly began firing at him. Logan simply crossed his claws to shield his face and began to charge through the hail of bullets. As the distance between him and the security personnel continued to close, upon reaching an appropriate distance, he spread his arms and leapt up. When he landed, 2 security personnel fell to the ground with him. Their helmets and brains had already been pierced by the Wolverine's claws. The other panicked security personnel began to retreat while continuing to fire, but the Wolverine, who had already rushed among them, obviously would not let them off so easily. Watching Logan frantically slaughtering his subordinates on the monitor, Essex was not only not angry, but became increasingly satisfied with this weapon he had created. After all, with weapons, the more powerful the better. Thus, he began to deploy more security personnel to capture Logan. But this was clearly just sending sheep into a wolf's mouth. No matter how many security personnel he dispatched, they were all eventually killed by Logan, with not a single one left. Realizing that ordinary people could no longer pose a threat to Logan, Dr. Essex began to send out his other experimental products. The first he sent out were some enhanced soldiers. These soldiers had been injected by Dr. Essex with some defective super soldier serum, and their physical fitness had been somewhat enhanced. They had then undergone a series of combat and cold weapon training, performing quite excellently in battles against regular soldiers. But when they were sent to face the Wolverine, it turned into a one-sided massacre. The enhanced humans holding stun batons and long knives were no match for Logan. They were often cut in half along with their weapons, performing even worse than the security personnel with guns. At least Logan had to rush over to kill those with guns, whereas these enhanced humans practically delivered themselves to Logan's claws. Logan quickly slaughtered his way through another corridor, which was now littered with the corpses of enhanced humans. Seeing the fate of these enhanced humans, Dr. Essex, besides cursing them as useless, became even more satisfied with Logan. So, he sent out even further enhanced humans. These enhanced humans had undergone more physical modifications, making them almost lose their human form. Their bulging muscles and overgrown bones fully demonstrated this. Their strong bodies also allowed them to carry more lethal weapons. They each wielded a Vulcan cannon in both hands and carried a rocket launcher on their backs. As soon as Logan entered the hall, he was subjected to their frantic strafing and bombardment. However, Logan already had experience dealing with these big lugs. Because the essence of these guys was not much different from the Hydra heavy laser infantry during World War II. Logan had long known how to deal with them. It was simple, just get behind them. Logan fully utilized his speed advantage, easily dodging their strafing. He then quickly got behind them and jumped onto their backs. Compared to dealing with heavy laser infantry which required grenades or rifles, Logan now only needed to use his claws to pierce or cut off their heads. After seeing the rocket giant also return without success, Dr. Essex had obtained the data he wanted. Conventional gunpowder weapons and general enhanced soldiers were no longer a threat to Logan. Then, what would be sent out next would be his masterpieces. These works were the products of various experiments he had conducted during this period. And what he wanted to do now was to find the most outstanding one among these works. From the current perspective, Logan was the most likely candidate. Mr. Sinister first sent out a muscle giant whose entire body was completely deformed. His powerful muscles could not even be penetrated by bullets. As soon as the giant appeared, he gave Logan a show of strength. Logan, who had been unstoppable all the way, was directly knocked flying by him, sent backward and embedded into the corridor wall. However, this big lug wasn't very bright. Besides throwing things, he only knew how to smash and ram. After Logan guided him into several collisions, he successfully seized the opportunity to jump onto his back. Then a cruel thing happened. 6 adamantium claws were thrust directly into the temples on both sides of his head. Gushing blood and a massive wail announced the death of the muscle giant. With the muscle giant's fall, Dr. Essex signaled his subordinates to release the next work. If the muscle giant was a symbol of strength, then Dual Blades was the representative of speed. His speed and neural reaction capabilities were incredibly fast, and the dual blades in his hands, combined with his abilities, became sharp tools for harvesting lives. But this time, he was facing the Wolverine, who also possessed superhuman speed and neural reaction capabilities. Although Logan's speed wasn't as exaggerated as Dual Blades, his wild instincts allowed him to successfully parry the opponent's attacks. Consequently, Dual Blades lost one of his 2 swords right at the start. He struck Logan's claws with his blade, which unsurprisingly snapped. In the subsequent exchange, he could only use one sword to attack and had to avoid contact with Logan's claws, which made it difficult for him to wound his opponent. Ultimately, the restricted Dual Blades fell under Logan's extensive combat experience and powerful healing factor. Logan deliberately left an opening, allowing himself to be run through. He then used his muscles and left hand to pin Dual Blade's arm and blade. As for his right hand, it held a shotgun he had scavenged from some corpse. After a gunshot, the dual blade's head exploded like a watermelon into a mess that would need to be pixelated. I like his brutal style, though it is indeed a bit too disgusting. Remember to tell the cleaning crew to tidy it up later. Mr. Sinister commented on Logan's style while continuing to send out his excellent works. After strength and speed both failed, he sent out a combination of the two. In fact, the original body of this experimental subject was a hand ninja. Out of curiosity about chi, Mr. Sinister had secretly captured many hand ninjas. Europe was not within the hand's sphere of influence, so after their personnel went missing here, they had no way to conduct a very detailed search. Moreover, he didn't go too far, he just frequently placed orders with the hand. Then he would capture some of the ninjas, and of course, when disposing of them, there would be a scene showing they had reasonably died in action. Furthermore, he generally captured genin and chinin who served as cannon fodder. As for jonin, he had only captured one, and that jonin eventually became the opponent before Logan. After undergoing a series of torture and brainwashing modifications, the original hand jonin had turned into a complete monster. His original ninjutsu had been completely forgotten, but his swordsmanship had received an unexpected enhancement. He could use the blade in his hand to slash out arcs of sword chi. Even with Logan's tough skin, after being slashed, a large gash was still opened, and blood splattered. But it was limited to that. The sharp sword chi vanished without a trace the moment it encountered the adamantium skeleton. Precisely because of this, his attacks could not pose a fatal threat or cause heavy damage to Logan. Moreover, the sword in his hand did not dare to collide with Logan's blades, forcing him to constantly use sword chi. Eventually, after enduring several arcs of sword chi, Logan successfully rushed in front of him. The howling Logan thrust his claws into the jonin's chest, and subsequently, the jonin's lungs and heart were torn to shreds by the adamantium blades. Not many people could survive after sustaining such damage, and the jonin naturally could not either. As the opponents he encountered grew stronger and stronger, Logan finally realized something was wrong. But he still didn't take any of it seriously, because he felt his condition was better than ever before. So, he found a surveillance camera. Then he showed the claws of his left hand, subsequently retracting two of them, leaving only the middle one. "My lord, look at Logan, he's saying, 'Fuck you' to you." "My lord, I was wrong. Spare me. Don't kill me, ah." After dealing with that talkative subordinate, Dr. Essex expressionlessly signaled the successor to continue releasing his excellent works to deal with Logan. He specifically instructed to send a stronger one. Because it was one thing for Logan to be unhygienic earlier, but now he was actually being impolite, he had to be taught a lesson. Therefore, the opponent sent to Logan this time was no longer one who relied purely on physical strength and fists to fight. Instead, it was a mutant experimental product using superpowers as weapons. The first one sent out was a mutant who manipulated lightning. Let's just call him Electro. Of course, his codename in the experimental records was also this. Electro could release extremely powerful lightning for long-range attacks, and his speed was as swift as a lightning bolt. Furthermore, he could fly. Therefore, when facing Electro, Logan fell into a hard battle. Because metal is conductive, of course, this had nothing to do with Logan being electrocuted until he was twisted like a fried dough twist. Facing Electro's ultrafast speed and long-range lightning attacks, Logan had almost no countermeasure. Soon, he was electrocuted until his whole body was black and his hair stood on end. If it weren't for his incredibly powerful healing factor constantly healing his injuries, he would have been turned into a roasted wolf by now. But the reason Wolverine is that he is not so easily defeated. After being repeatedly electrocuted and hit, Logan finally discovered the opponent's movement trajectory. So, he used the simplest method. He braved the electrocution to reach the side of the opponent's movement trajectory, and the moment the opponent passed by, he extended his claws, blocking the opponent's path. Flying blood meant the success of Logan's plan, and it also meant the end for Electro. Watching Electro's death, Dr. Essex, besides calling him an idiot, finally made up his mind. This time, the one he was going to send out was not an ordinary experimental subject. Instead, it was an extremely special existence, his own clone. Actually, it wasn't a complete clone, but rather a genetic experiment product that had been modified and weakened. But for the Wolverine, it could still be considered a formidable foe. This clone also possessed powerful endurance and healing factor, and was immensely strong, capable of lifting weights of around 50 tons. At this time, the Wolverine did not know a formidable foe was approaching, he only knew that he seemed to have found the exit. After a frantic slaughter that felt like cutting through a path of obstacles, Logan was indeed nearing the exit of this secret base. It was precisely because of this that Mr. Sinister sent out his most prized creation to stop and end Logan's escape journey. If even this creation failed, then he would have to take action personally. If he did take action personally, it would only mean one thing. That was that Logan's strength had already reached the same level as his own. Of course, this was what Dr. Essex himself believed. However, judging from the current situation, he had no choice but to take action personally. Because even his cyborg, after causing some trouble for Logan, was still stabbed to the ground by Logan's adamantium claws. Although at the beginning, when the cyborg first appeared, it used its strength advantage to give Logan a good beating. Facing the incredibly strong cyborg, Logan was still too careless. After stabbing his claws into the opponent's chest, he found that the other party didn't fall down like that, but instead grabbed his arm. By the time he realized something was wrong, he had already been thrown to the ground. After several consecutive left and right slams, the cyborg used his rice cooker-sized fists to hammer at Logan's heart. As a result, with one punch, several of the fingers on the fist he slammed against Wolverine Logan's adamantium ribs were instantly fractured. While he was clutching his arm and howling in pain from the fractured finger bones, Logan seized the opportunity to stand up. Seeing Logan stand up again, the cyborg ignored the pain in his fingers and continued his attack. Facing the incoming fist, Logan revealed a sinister smile. He also extended a fist, and the two fists, one large and one small, collided at extreme speed. Subsequently, the expected impact and airwaves did not arrive, nor was Logan sent flying. Instead, it was the large cyborg who was clutching his arm and letting out a painful howl. It turned out that at the moment their fists were about to touch, Logan's 3 adamantium claws pierced out from the back of his hand. The indestructible claws instantly pierced through the cyborg's tough skin and steel-like bones, causing severe damage to his entire palm. However, these injuries could not cause substantial, fatal damage to the cyborg. Although it hurt, it couldn't stop him from continuing toward Logan. After letting out a howl while clutching his palm, he began to attack Logan again. This time he had learned his lesson. He no longer traded punches with Logan but instead smashed directly at Logan's body. But Logan wouldn't let him have his way. Facing the rapidly smashing fist, Logan rolled on the ground, dodging it while simultaneously circling behind the cyborg. Then came the classic backriding impalement. Logan clamped his legs around the cyborg's strong waist, then extended his claws and began a frantic pile-driving operation on the cyborg's back. As Logan's claws were continuously inserted and withdrawn, the gushing blood sprayed everywhere, nearly blurring Logan's eyes. It was precisely because of this that his movements stalled for a moment. And this stall resulted in him being grabbed off the cyborg's back. Logan, having been pulled down, was naturally pinned to the ground and given another good beating. This time, the cyborg didn't care if his bones fractured, he just beat him first. However, after more than a dozen punches, he stopped. Judging from his slightly trembling hand, they were likely all shattered, and the pain was quite severe. As for Logan, he had long since grown accustomed to such pain. It wasn't that it didn't hurt, on the contrary, it was just that his bodily functions and he himself had lost much of their reaction to pain. Because pain itself is a bodily warning mechanism, telling a person which part of their body has been injured. But because of the existence of the healing factor, its function was greatly weakened. Furthermore, if you hurt enough, you really do get used to it. From the cyborg situation, he had still experienced too little. As for Logan, over the past 100 years, he had almost forgotten how many injuries he had suffered. Although it would hurt every time, he had learned to endure it as if nothing were wrong. Looking at the large cyborg before him, Logan knew he could no longer pose a threat. Sure enough, the cyborg's subsequent attacks all hit empty air. And Logan was able to seize the opportunity every time to jump onto his back, stabbing several large blood holes and leaving several massive lacerations. The cyborg's blood had already sprayed everywhere. With the loss of a large amount of blood, his movements began to become sluggish and weak. Finally, after another miss, Logan climbed to the position of his neck. As a flash of blood light passed, a high-flying head and gushing blood announced the cyborg's failure and exit. Logan, after wiping a handful of blood from his face, spat out the blood he had accidentally swallowed. Then he stood up and began walking toward the exit. By this time, the base's security personnel had long since cleared out completely. When the enhanced humans were first sent out, they still dared to shoot at Logan with guns from a distance. Later on, besides another batch being cut down by Logan, a large number were caught in the crossfire of the battle's aftermath and died unnatural deaths. Although they were all consumables, Dr. Essex was unwilling to waste them for nothing. Therefore, under the relieved gaze of the security supervisor, Mr. Sinister gave the order for them to retreat. After his cyborg was also killed by Logan, Dr. Essex had no choice but to take action personally. Because he had realized that with this Wolverine Logan he had created, no one else in the base was Logan's match except for him. Thus, when Logan stepped through the base gates, he found that Dr. Essex had already been waiting for him there for a long time. "You once lost to me, so you were brought here and became my most outstanding creation. But even so, today will be no exception, you will still lose to me." Facing the unrecognizable and bizarre-looking Dr. Essex, Logan didn't waste any words, but instead bared his claws and pounced directly. Watching the pouncing Logan, Mr. Sinister used his concussive energy again, but found that it was no longer of any use. The energy rays he fired were blocked by Logan's adamantium claws without the slightest effort. This time it was Dr. Essex's turn to be surprised. Before he could react, Logan pounced in front of him and gave him a slash across the face. Although Dr. Essex dodged Logan's attack at the critical moment, avoiding the fate of having his brain sliced into several pieces, but the adamantium claws that swiped across his face still left 3 bloody, mangled gashes. Although he quickly recovered from the injuries, provoked by the blood and pain, he began to no longer hold back his strength. A Mr. Sinister going all out possessed quite formidable strength, far stronger than most supervillains. Although not as good as Apocalypse, he was not far off. However, unfortunately, the opponent he encountered was Wolverine Logan, and it was a Wolverine Logan he himself had reinforced with adamantium. The skeleton composed of adamantium beta was indestructible, perfectly protecting all of Logan's vital organs. Combined with a highly activated healing factor, even if Dark Phoenix were to try and kill Logan now, it would take half a day of effort. And Mr. Sinister's level, compared to the Phoenix Force, was simply like a small fish seeing a whale. Therefore, no matter how he attacked Logan, the other party could always get up as if nothing had happened and charge at him. In fact, at this moment, Mr. Sinister was very much like a boss in a game. No matter how many times the boss smashes the player will always come back until the moment it is taken down. What Mr. Sinister faced was Wolverine Logan. No matter how he attacked the opponent, Logan could always quickly recover to an unscathed state and then extend his claws to charge at him. By now, the base's gates had long since vanished in their battle, and even the entire corridor had expanded by a circle because of Mr. Sinister's attacks. At this point, Dr. Essex was completely blinded by rage. Strictly speaking, he had never been an outstanding warrior. He might be an extremely clever careerist, conspirator, and scientist, but his talent in combat was still inferior to natural killing machines like Logan. Although his powerful personal strength covered up this flaw, after falling into a prolonged battle, the psychological issues still became prominent. When facing the evenly matched victor, he only persisted for a while before choosing to retreat, lacking any courage or determination to fight to the death. He preferred to use schemes to deal with opponents. For example, in the original work, to deal with Apocalypse, he chose to create an Apocalypse killer, Cable, rather than making himself stronger to crush Apocalypse. So, now facing a Wolverine Logan who was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed no matter what, he had completely lost his mind. He used all of his powerful abilities. Various energy beams began to fly everywhere, starting a reckless bombardment of the surroundings. And the first to suffer because of this were Mr. Sinister's subordinates who were still in the base. Many of them were caught in their boss's attacks and subsequently died unnatural deaths. Fortunately, the base security supervisor acted decisively and chose to evacuate immediately to avoid pointless casualties. As for whether leaving Mr. Sinister here would cause trouble, of course there would be no problem. Looking back, they only needed to say they believed that with my lord's powerful strength, there was simply no need for them to be there holding him back. Mr. Sinister naturally wouldn't make things difficult for them, because most of the time, Dr. Essex was not a bloodthirsty person. He just liked doing experiments, and the experimental materials were just a bit special. Besides, these subordinates had all been instilled with an consciousness of absolute loyalty to him through his telepathy ability. So he wasn't in the least bit worried about their betrayal. He wouldn't be overly harsh regarding correct tactical command. Of course, if someone really liked seeking death, like that FCKU guy, then he would definitely not be soft-hearted. After all, his experimental materials were always scarce, and he wouldn't mind one more. At this time, unlike Mr. Sinister who had completely let himself go, Logan was always very clear that his goal was to escape from here. And Mr. Sinister's indiscriminate attacks at this moment clearly gave him the best opportunity. It wasn't just Mr. Sinister's subordinates who were running away, Logan was also prepared to slip away. At first, Logan continued to attack Dr. Essex from time to provoke his emotions. Once he found that the other party had fallen into a complete state of incompetent rage, he began to secretly retreat. Ultimately, with the help of the flying dust and the fire exploding everywhere, Logan successfully disappeared into the sea of fire. As for Dr. Essex, he didn't notice this at all and continued his indiscriminate destructive attacks. Under Mr. Sinister's series of destructive strikes, the base's self-destruct mechanism was successfully triggered. With an earth-shattering explosion, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. When Mr. Sinister woke up in his cloning tank, he was dazed for a while, completely unaware of what had happened. How did a flash of fire appear before his eyes and then he ended up in this base's resurrection tank? Subsequently, he began to recall carefully what exactly had happened. As he recalled, everything that had happened before began to surface in his mind. Logan's adamantium injection experiment was a great success. The successful Wolverine Logan also successfully escaped his bonds, followed by a series of slaughters and battles. He had turned his subordinates and other experimental subjects upside down. Even his own cyborg had been defeated by him. Left with no choice, he had to take action personally to deal with him and prevent his escape. Thinking of this, Dr. Essex's expression gradually began to turn ugly. He finally remembered what happened afterward. Clearly, Logan had taken advantage of his rage and used that opportunity to successfully slip away. Because he didn't believe that fellow Logan would stay in place and get caught in the base's self-destruction with him. After all, as colleagues who had worked together for many years, they still knew quite a bit about each other. This fellow Logan, while having the ferocity of a hungry wolf, was also as cunning as a wolf. Although he usually acted very reckless, that was a combat style caused by his abilities. In reality, at many times, he was not lacking a brain. As for the subsequent explosion and the loss of that cloned body of his, it was clearly because his own attacks had triggered the base's self-destruct mechanism. This device was originally something he had set up and was proud of. Because even if his body was destroyed, he wouldn't die but would instead transfer to a brand new cloned body. So using this seemingly mutually destructive method to deal with a troublesome strong enemy was actually more than worth it. But after all his calculations, he never expected that this first explosion would actually screw him over. Dr. Essex had already given up on rushing back to capture Logan. For some reason, the location of each of his resurrections would be extremely far from the location of his death. By the time he rushed back now, he estimated Logan could have returned to the Federation and fathered another child. Meanwhile, deep underground in the North African desert, Victor. Apocalypse. Victor, slumped on the ground, was gradually recovering. His body had been spontaneously absorbing cosmic energy, but because he was deep underground, the energy he could absorb was extremely limited. As for Apocalypse, although he appeared to be in much better condition than Victor, his actual trouble was significantly greater. Because Victor was at least in a state of recovery, while he would remain in this weakened state for a long time. Unless he found a way to restore his power, he would be in such a weakened state for quite a while. However, for him, this might be a good thing. In his current state, let alone conquering the world, even encountering that traitorous Mr. Sinister, Dr. Essex, would be more than he could handle. But the situation now was that he had ended up like this for Victor's sake, so Victor certainly couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Moreover, he didn't have much ill will toward Apocalypse to begin with, which was also because they were both mutants. Speaking of which, some would surely say Victor was too narrow-minded, lacking Professor Charles's boundless love. But Victor had never been some saintly hero, had he? At best, he was a good person in the standard sense, albeit a rather selfish one. Of course, his personality wasn't that simple, but that's how an ordinary person would summarize it. He wasn't a traitorous, ungrateful careerist like Mr. Sinister, so when faced with Apocalypse, who had helped him so much, he naturally couldn't ignore him. Besides, this Apocalypse was much easier to trick than the conniving one in the comics. Victor could take this opportunity to trick him into going to his base. As for what to do next, he'd figure that out later. Anyway, as long as Apocalypse's power didn't recover, he couldn't cause much trouble. And after Victor's own enhancement this time, once he fully recovered, he wouldn't be afraid of any trouble Apocalypse might cause. He had a premonition that once he recovered this time, his power would increase significantly again. The extent of the increase might even allow him to reach Apocalypse's level. But as things stood, all of this was just talk. The two of them, trapped underground, had been in this state for an unknown amount of time. Fortunately, the signal transmitter's battery was enough to last for several years. As for the principle behind it, one would have to ask Hydra's Black Tech R&D personnel. Victor didn't know anyway, he just wanted to complain about why they hadn't put a clock on it. However, the passage of time held little meaning for these two beings who didn't need to eat. Victor was already a semi-energy entity, he didn't need food and could survive by absorbing cosmic energy. As for the big boss Apocalypse, he had been starving for thousands of years. Even if he starved for another few thousand, he probably wouldn't die. Still, it wasn't a pleasant feeling. While the two were suffering and waiting underground, the people searching for them above were nearly driven mad with worry. Under Nina's high-pressure orders, dozens of expedition teams disguised as agents began a surface search. It was precisely because of their surface search operations that they eventually succeeded in finding the signal sent by Victor. Once the general area was determined, a massive excavation project followed, utilizing various connections. An archaeological team arrived, though its members were Hydra through and through. They subsequently announced a major discovery and cordoned off the area. In fact, the locals knew this was a vast area of quicksand, so they didn't pay much attention to the archaeologists' activities. And indeed, the quicksand caused significant trouble for the excavation work, even resulting in the loss of several workers at one point. Having found the location but being unable to proceed with the rescue was unacceptable to Nina. Thus, she ordered her subordinates to find a way to solve the problem immediately, or else she would bury them in it. Under the pressure of a strong desire to survive, the subordinate agents racked their brains. Eventually, they came up with a method to isolate the quicksand for excavation. During their digging, another piece of good news arrived. Wolverine Logan, who had been sent out on a mission, had also returned. They had once thought he was missing and captured by Mr. Sinister, but to their surprise, he had returned on his own. In fact, he had indeed been captured and turned into an experimental subject. However, that highly successful experiment had instead greatly enhanced his strength, allowing him to escape. But for now, no one else knew this. As soon as he returned, he learned the news of his own disappearance. He then immediately rushed to Africa to rendezvous with Nina. Looking at the massive yet slow-moving excavation site, he was completely speechless. Neither he nor Nina could figure out how Victor had reached such a depth underground and become trapped there. However, it must have been something important, and he must have encountered a very special situation, otherwise, with Victor's strength, such a thing shouldn't have happened. As time passed, the excavation work, though slow, was steadily progressing. The tip of the pyramid had already begun to emerge. While everyone was busy with the events in North Africa, something major happened at Clyde Manor back in the Federation. It turned out that as time went by, Wolverine's wife finally discovered she was pregnant. Wanting to surprise Logan, she didn't write to tell him. Nina, on her part, hadn't contacted her either, fearing she would worry because of Logan's earlier disappearance. This led to a lack of communication between the two sides. Meanwhile, after a long wait, the Hand finally found the right moment and the necessary stage of pregnancy. Subsequently, they mobilized everyone useful in the Federation for a raid on Clyde Manor. Having learned through Mr. Sinister's channels that Logan had been captured, and knowing they couldn't get Logan from Dr. Essex, the Hand determined to get their hands on his son. Thus came the raid. That night, countless the Hand ninjas stormed the heavily guarded Clyde Manor. The entire residence echoed with the sounds of gunfire and slaughter, and the battle ended with Clyde Manor engulfed in flames. Victor, still idling underground, had no idea that the Hand had burned down his home. But one person had truly met her end, Wolverine's pregnant wife. Not only was she killed, but the child in her womb was cut out and taken away. Perhaps this was her destined fate. When the HYDRA agents, disguised as an archaeological team, dug Victor and Apocalypse out of the pyramid, both were blinded by the sudden influx of light. However, they soon fell into a state of ecstasy. The arrival of light meant they had finally been found. Whether the newcomers were hostile or Victor's subordinates had found them was not an issue. This was because Victor had already recovered a small portion of his combat power, while Apocalypse had retained some of his as well. Ordinary tomb raiders or archaeological teams were no match for them, so they weren't worried at all. However, the first person to enter was neither a tomb raider nor an archaeologist, but the vampire girl, Nina. Seeing Victor slumped on the ground playing dead, though clearly fine, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. "So, don't you think you should explain to me why you suddenly left without saying goodbye to play archaeologist in the North African desert? And as a result, you ended up completely out of contact. What exactly is going on? Also, shouldn't you introduce who this middle-aged man is?" Faced with Nina's slightly teasing tone, Victor's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He hadn't exactly left without a word, but since Nina was the one who dug him out, he let her say what she wanted. As for the boss, Apocalypse, blood began to rush to his head the moment he heard Nina call him middle-aged man. Unfortunately, his face was too blue to show any signs of rising anger. As for discerning it from Apocalypse's expression, that was even more impossible. To maintain the dignity and nobility of the God King Apocalypse, his face always remained impassive, a veteran of the poker face. "This incident was indeed my fault. I didn't expect such an accident to occur. Thank you for your hard work, Nina. Also, this isn't just some middle-aged man, he is the master of this pyramid, the God King of Egypt from thousands of years ago, Lord Apocalypse." Apocalypse was relatively satisfied with Victor's introduction of him, but he was quite dissatisfied with the reactions of Nina and the HYDRA agents who followed. These ordinary people didn't immediately bow down and become his slaves upon seeing him. It seemed he had indeed been buried for too long. It was time to let them remember the fear of being ruled by Apocalypse. Thus, he raised his left hand, intending to give them a show of force, only to remember that his power had significantly declined. Uncle Apocalypse, do you have something to say? If you need anything, just tell these people to do it. Victor already told me about you, you gave him a lot of help. This place is about to collapse, and since you have nowhere to go in this era, why don't you come back with Victor and me?" Just as Apocalypse held his hand up, drawing everyone's gaze and falling into an awkward silence, Nina's sudden words broke the tension for him. Feeling a sense of relief, he began to truly observe this girl for the first time. He then discovered that the girl's strength was not weak, and she was not the ordinary person he had imagined. Instead, she reminded him of another woman, a fellow mutant, yet with a different identity, and even more ancient than himself. He shook his head, casting that terrifying old woman from his mind, and began to consider Nina's invitation. "Since you invite the great Apocalypse to be your guest, I shall reluctantly agree to repay your kindness. Furthermore, I wish to learn more about this era. I have slept for too long enough for everyone to have forgotten me." Hearing Apocalypse's slightly Chuyanibious speech, a flash of embarrassment crossed Nina's face, but she immediately returned to normal before anyone could notice. Victor knew that part of the reason Apocalypse agreed to Nina was because of him. By now, Apocalypse had already regarded Victor as one of his 4 horsemen. This was because Victor had previously said someone would come for them, and after Nina entered, she indeed showed a close relationship with Victor. Only then did Apocalypse lower his guard and agree to go with them. Otherwise, even if his power had declined significantly, Apocalypse would never live under someone else's roof. Just as the group was discussing how to settle Apocalypse, Logan also walked in. The moment he saw Victor, before he could even speak, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Such a thing had never happened before, because with his healing factor, it was impossible for Logan to experience such a condition. Thus, the group left a portion of people to handle the aftermath, such as moving the gold out of the pyramid, while the rest began a swift return. Only by returning to the base in Europe would they have the conditions to conduct a full range of tests and analysis on Logan's situation. As for the boss Apocalypse, he fulfilled his initial promise and left the place with Victor and the others. Along the way, however, the way he addressed Victor drew sideways glances from the others. Victor had to continue explaining to Nina what had happened underground and the significance behind it. Upon learning that Victor had actually become one of Apocalypse's so-called four horsemen, Nina actually went to ask Apocalypse if she could become one as well. Initially, Apocalypse refused because she wasn't even a mutant, but thinking she might be of the same kind as that old woman Celine, he hesitated and actually agreed. Moreover, he was happy to have an extra powerful horseman to protect him. He didn't consider at all the possibility of being sidelined by two nominal horsemen. Thus, despite the slight gloom of Logan's coma, the overall mood of the returning team was quite good. However, for the X-Men of the past and future in another timeline, things were not so pleasant. On the contrary, they were facing an unprecedented crisis. Both humans and mutants were being nearly slaughtered to extinction by Sentinel robots, and their only hope was Wolverine Logan, who was traveling through time with his consciousness. Originally, in their plan, everything should have gone smoothly. Logan should have returned to the past and prevented the birth of the Sentinel robots, ushering in a better future for mutants and humans. But a variable occurred during the execution of this plan. The parallel world power carried by the two moonstones that had once crossed parallel worlds, combined with Logan's nearly identical body and soul, caused a displacement between the souls of three Logans. The soul that should have gone to the past ended up in the body of the Logan in Victor's universe, while the Logan from Victor's universe was sent to the past of that other timeline. With a face full of depression and regret at having his good business interrupted, Logan began to slaughter in all directions. Looking at the bone claws extending from his hands, Logan began to feel something was increasingly wrong. In the distant future of this timeline, Professor X, Magneto, and the rest, including the Sentinel robots and the entire world, fell into complete stillness and stagnation, beginning to flicker as if about to vanish. Meanwhile, Apocalypse and Logan, who were brought back to the base, enjoyed completely different treatments. Due to a lack of sufficient power, the boss Apocalypse could no longer learn about the whole world just by touching a television. Thus, he had to learn all the knowledge about this era through books as ancient as himself and the new technology of television. Of course, his living environment and standards were arranged to the most comfortable degree. All his requests were basically met as long as they could be fulfilled. As for Nina, upon returning to the base, she immediately took over various affairs and began to maintain the operation of the entire organization. Victor, on the other hand, stayed by Logan's side without leaving a step after he was brought back. He waited throughout for the results of various tests on Logan by the experimental staff. Although Nina felt a bit of dissatisfaction in her heart, she didn't say much. However, when the test results came out, Victor was greatly shocked. It turned out that at some unknown point, Logan had completed the adamantium injection. His skeleton was completely covered by adamantium beta, and the healing factor in his body had become even more active. It could be said that Logan's state was better than ever, yet he happened to be in a coma. In fact, the main reason for Logan's coma was the shock during time travel, which caused his soul to lose consciousness. However, after a period of time, he finally recovered. When Logan Howlett opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was that face he was so familiar with yet detested. Combined with the surrounding laboratory setting, Logan briefly thought he had traveled to the wrong time. But that didn't matter anymore. He would fight his older brother Victor first. Thinking of this, he unhesitatingly bared his claws and lunged. Although he was curious why they were still adamantium claws, hitting Victor was the most important thing right now. Victor, meanwhile, watched in bewilderment as the awakened Logan went on a rampage, first knocking over a bunch of experimental staff and then tearing the entire lab to pieces. Thinking of those expensive instruments, Victor felt a surge of anger and heartache. Therefore, when Logan charged at him roaring his name, he unhesitatingly smashed a fist into his face. The result of this collision was that both men simultaneously marveled at how hard the other's bones were. While Logan had obtained adamantium bones, Victor's body had also undergone changes. His skeleton had been replaced by a type of cosmic energy substance, gaining hardness no weaker than a Muramasa sword, yet without the properties of metal. Thus, Magneto could no longer control his skeleton or the mutated Muramasa. Yes, the Muramasa had now truly become a part of his body, an extension of his skeleton. Except for no longer being metal, all other properties were retained. However, when Victor stopped supplying cosmic energy, it would disappear and return to his body, rather than stabilizing into a metal blade as before. While Victor and Logan were fighting tooth and nail in the alloy lab, the boss Apocalypse, living next door to the lab, was eating chocolate produced by a food company under Victor's name while watching performance videos of the federal hero, Captain America. He could not understand why a superhero would perform on stage like a joker with a group of showgirls exposing their long white legs. Aside from lamenting that times had changed, he couldn't say much else. After all, in his era, those heroes who came to crusade against him might have been weak in strength, but their character was noble. Their most obvious trait, however, was pride. This Captain America, while his character was also worth appreciating, had a rather eyesore-inducing behavior. However, after checking Steve's files, Apocalypse instantly understood what had happened. It was indeed the base nature of mortals. These despicable mortals actually insulted a hero so much, truly damnable. Yet, because of this, he felt even more appreciation for Captain America, for his heart was so broad that he could actually forgive them for such a desecration. Setting aside the various musings of the boss Apocalypse, Nina began to continue the pursuit of Mr. Sinister. Ever since Logan found his location last time, the HYDRA agents could no longer find any trace of him. As for the base Logan escaped from last time, it had long been blown into a flat plain, leaving no clues behind. Meanwhile, Mr. Sinister had started a brand new attempt after Logan's escape. He had finally made a breakthrough in cloning. He could now create perfect clones with strength not much weaker than the original. Therefore, he prepared to clone someone he had long coveted, Sabretooth Victor. He took out Victor's blood that he had kept for a long time, which he had obtained back when they both worked in the Federal X Division. He had kept some for himself back then, and now it could finally be put to use. He wanted to use Victor's clone to give everyone a surprise. While Mr. Sinister was launching his experiments, the Federation fell into a state of panic due to a series of assassinations by the Winter Soldier. Even the president of the Federation, Kennedy, was assassinated. The assassin was eventually identified as the Soviet assassin Winter Soldier and the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, Magneto Eric. Behind the actual truth, however, was Dr. Zola manipulating it all. He had the Winter Soldier assassinate all federal high-ranking officials who hindered the development of SHIELD and reached a certain level of cooperation with Eric's Brotherhood. The Winter Soldier would include federal officials who were unfriendly to mutants in his assassination scope, while Eric would be responsible for assisting and sharing the blame, pushing the matter onto the Soviet Union. Thus, the two hit it off and reached a perfect cooperation. After a long fight, the result of the battle between Victor and Logan finally came out. Looking at his adamantium claws being caught by the opponent, only able to slice through the skin and flesh of the hands but unable to cause any damage to the bones. Logan recalled those days from the past. His countless struggles with Victor had always ended in his own defeat. But since obtaining his adamantium claws, he had never lost again. Today, however, Wolverine finally recalled the fear of being dominated by Sabretooth. With a heavy punch from Victor, condensed with cosmic energy, Logan, struck in the temple, was sent flying sideways. Then, his alloy head crashed through the laboratory wall and emerged from the television in Apocalypse's room. Fortunately, the movie The Ring hadn't been filmed in this era yet, otherwise, Logan would have gained another nickname like Sadako Wolf or Goldie. However, Logan's sudden appearance clearly annoyed the big boss Apocalypse, who was watching a program, and then Logan only saw a blue fist the size of a casserole pot blurring toward him. Leaving aside the big boss Apocalypse, who was rubbing his hands after hitting Logan, sitting on the ground, looked at the Victor before him and finally began to realize something was wrong. First of all, the Victor in front of him was definitely not right. His abilities and his attitude toward Logan were both a bit off. Secondly, the location. He could swear on his claws that the Hydra logo on the laboratory wall was one he had never seen before, and the organization it represented was an existence he had never heard of. This meant either he had amnesia again, or there was a major problem with their time travel plan. And his bellyful of questions could only be resolved through this person before him, whom he had once loathed intensely. Victor, tell me, where exactly is this place? And who did you scheme with for what plot? Is it Stryker? When the Logan before him uttered the name Stryker, Victor's eyes nearly bulged out. Because by any account, Logan shouldn't know about some green recruit still serving in Vietnam. Moreover, what Victor and Logan didn't know was that the unlucky Stryker in this universe had been killed by Vietnamese guerrillas before he could even become an officer. Of course, perhaps they would never know this. For now, the name Stryker had indeed become the current focus. How do you know that name? You shouldn't know it. Damn it, are you James Logan Howlett? Facing Victor's question, Logan expressed even more surprise. Are you still my biological brother? How can you even ask me my real name? Looking at the Logan before him who was about to flare up again, Victor began to have some bad suspicions. Therefore, before Logan erupted, he conducted further testing. I am not your brother. My name is Victor Howlett, the heir to Howlett Manor. Although I also have a healing factor, I have no blood relation to you. Your brother is Doug Logan, not me. Hearing Victor's words, the claws Logan had halfway extended retracted again. From Victor's expression, he concluded that the other party was not lying. But that also meant things were in big trouble. He hadn't just traveled through time, he might have even traveled through space. Logan, guessing he had arrived in a parallel universe, was still making a final struggle. Perhaps this was a historical change caused by his time travel. No need to ask further, I already know what happened. Do you come from an apocalyptic era about to be destroyed by Sentinel robots, and then the X-Men came up with a way to travel through time? After hearing Victor's words, Logan's eyes nearly bulged out in surprise. How did he know about the plan he had with the professor and the others? This wasn't scientific. I can't explain the issues here to you in a short time, but first, congratulations, you've become the only other multiverse traveler in this universe. Don't look at me like that, the other one is me. Subsequently, Victor told Logan about his past experiences. Upon hearing that Victor had once been to a West Coast Avengers universe, Logan felt his entire worldview had been refreshed. Indeed, nothing is too strange in the multiverse. As Victor spoke, Logan's worldview was gradually being reshaped. The relationship between Victor and Logan in this universe also made him feel it was inconceivable. Recalling his relationship with his brother and looking at the relationship between Victor and Logan in this universe, the Logan from the mutant timeline began to be lost in thought, but his family matters were clearly not the priority. What needed to be solved now was how to get back and where the Logan of this universe had actually gone. Just as Victor and the Logan from the other universe were discussing the whereabouts of the Logan of this universe, a certain guy who was currently embracing a girl in each arm sneezed. Although he didn't know how he had gotten here and had no recollection in his memory, there was neither Hydra nor the Hand here. He could do whatever he wanted, no one was his match, and there wasn't a mountain of trouble. The only regret was that there were no good buddies or his wife. Thinking of this, Logan dismissed the two call girls and then took a swig of wine. Just then, two people he was very familiar with walked in. One was named Eric Lane Scher, and the other was named Charles Xavier. Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing, they clearly had a good relationship. This was Logan's turn to be depressed. Aren't these two old rivals? Why are they here, as close as best friends? This script is wrong. Subsequently, Charles also extended an invitation to him, asking him to deal with some Sebastian Shaw or something. Didn't you see that Lord Logan is in a bad mood? Logan decisively sent the two away with a fuck off. After Eric and the other left, Logan drank alone for a while longer, and then he decided to go find some fun, otherwise it was just too boring. You mean to say this kid is a mutant from a parallel universe? And in that universe, he and you are biological brothers. Clearly, Apocalypse didn't know much about concepts like parallel universes. After all, he had only dominated ancient Egypt for a period before being buried by his subordinates. But the reason Victor called the big boss Apocalypse over to discuss was, on one hand, out of fear that he would misunderstand Victor as being disrespectful and then cause trouble. On the other hand, it was because Apocalypse possessed an extremely powerful ability, the exchange of consciousness between bodies. Since consciousness could be transferred from one body to another, it meant that an exchange of consciousness between two bodies could also be achieved. Given the current situation of the two Logans, it was very likely that this ability would be needed. The other participant was the Midnight Vampire girl, Nina. She had originally received an express package from the Federation, but before she had time to open it, she was called over by Victor. Because if they wanted to open a space-time gate, there were only two ways. First, return to the Federation and steal the Tesseract from SHIELD. That Sundara Infinity Stone had already been fished up from the seabed by Howard, and a series of studies had recently been conducted on it. He heard that Howard, based on the inspiration provided by the Tesseract, had worked with a scientist named Venko who defected from the Soviet Union to create the arc reactor. This fellow Howard also set up something called the Stark World Expo in New York and invited Victor to attend. As it happened, Victor was buried in a pyramid beneath the North African desert at the time, so he naturally couldn't make the trip. For this, Howard even complained to his wife, saying Victor didn't give him face. However, after a series of considerations, Victor still gave up on the plan to steal the Tesseract. The main reason was not wanting to alarm Dr. Zola, and the secondary reason was because his compatibility with this stone was poor. Then only one method remained: through the 2 moonstones currently inside Nina's body, open a spacetime tunnel to travel to the desired universe. As for how to solve the coordinates on the other end, that was very simple. There was bound to be some kind of connection between the 2 Logans. By using this connection, they could naturally find that universe. However, the energy required to open this passage was exceptionally massive, and it could very likely lead to the 2 moonstones losing their energy and falling into a weakened state, just like before. For the vampire girl, whose current abilities mostly relied on the moonstones, this might be a bad thing. Therefore, Victor decided to ask for her opinion first before making a decision. If it really didn't work, he could only go with Logan in disguise to break into the current SHIELD base. But in the end, Nina's decision surprised him slightly. Upon hearing that he needed the moonstones to open a spacetime tunnel to save someone, the girl didn't say another word but directly extended her right hand. As her clenched palm opened, 2 stones containing powerful energy appeared in her hand, and the originally powerful aura on Nina's body rapidly weakened because of this. She even struggled to stand for a moment and fell backward, but Victor caught her in time. After carrying Nina to a chair and settling her down, he picked up the 2 moonstones and then wrapped them in cosmic energy. With one hand on Logan's shoulder and the other manipulating cosmic energy, he had the moonstones seek out and open a path to the spacetime where an individual with the same aura as Logan existed. From a long time ago, Victor had discovered one thing: once the positive and negative moonstones were aggregated together, they underwent a massive change. They seemed to have gained their own consciousness, just like the Infinity Stones, and their power and abilities were also greatly enhanced. It was precisely because of this that they possessed the ability to open multiverse portals. But clearly, every opening still required an enormous amount of energy and a price. This time, however, they clearly didn't want to be the only ones providing energy. The cosmic energy that Victor had finally recovered was also drained completely in this door-opening event. The moment the portal opened, Logan and Victor were sucked inside. Almost the instant they disappeared, the portal closed. After the 2 moonstones flashed, they immediately flew back into Nina's body. Then Nina discovered that although the 2 moonstones had consumed a large amount of energy, it was still within an acceptable range, and there was even some lingering power to continue strengthening her abilities. This was much better than back then when they had to drain Victor's energy. The actual situation at the time was that the moonstones only provided the energy for positioning and opening. The energy to maintain the portal's existence was all drained from Victor. This was why the portal only lasted for a brief moment and disappeared immediately after Victor was transported. And the big boss Apocalypse, who was originally planned to go with them, was left behind just like that. After a moment of daze, he turned and returned to his new room. Because the previous room had a hole in it from Logan's head and the TV was broken, he had changed to a new room and gotten a new TV to continue learning modern knowledge, such as math, physics, and chemistry. He already knew by now that it was no longer mutants who ruled the world, but ordinary humans. He was very curious about what kind of means and power ordinary humans used to rule such a massive planet. After all, even with his power, what he could command back then was only that area within the Nile River basin. Compared to the rule and sphere of influence of the current 2 superpowers, that was simply insignificant. As a successful king, one naturally had to know how to learn with an open mind. On Nina's side, she finally had time to deal with that urgent express package. But when she saw the contents, her face quickly became extremely ugly. Indeed, the content of the package was that Clyde Manor had been attacked by the Hand, with heavy casualties. Logan's wife had died a tragic death, and the child in her womb had been taken away. This clearly touched a certain girl's bottom line, and an angry midnight vampire didn't care whether your hand was an ally of Baron Strucker or not. She began to quickly mobilize the resources under her command and decided to return to the Federation in person. She wanted to see why the Hand thought that attacking Clyde Manor would not require paying any price whatsoever. As for Logan and Victor, who had passed through the portal, they were unfortunately sent to a large-scale confrontation scene. Looking at the US and Soviet navies facing off and the X-jet soaring in the sky, both Logan and Victor voiced their respective feelings. Of course, the starting points of their feelings were completely different. Logan was reminiscing about the times he fought alongside his comrades from the X-Men. As for Victor, he was lamenting his own fate. After all his planning and calculating, saving people in advance and dubbing Eric, he still hadn't escaped the destiny of running to this godforsaken place to be a troublemaker. Thus, he decided to vent all his anger on a certain guy named Shaw. He was going to crush his dog head. Shaw was currently unaware that a thug was already planning to smash his head in. He was still dreaming his pipe dream of a world war breaking out and mutants seizing the opportunity to rule the world. Although Logan had heard of this battle, he had never actually participated in it. He heard it was the Professor and Magneto's first and last collaboration. As for what exactly happened back then, all participants were tight-lipped, making Logan extremely curious. He never expected that he would personally take part in this scene. But this also indicated that his journey through time and space had indeed encountered problems, and the time of crossing was much earlier than anticipated. However, this was also a good thing, as it meant he would have more time to resolve the crisis they faced in the future. Judging from the current situation, Eric and Charles were still fighting side by side to deal with their first powerful enemy, the remnants of the NC, the mutant Sebastian Shaw. Shaw's ability was said to be quite powerful, capable of absorbing energy in any form. He was finally defeated only through the combined efforts of Charles and Eric. What happened next completely baffled Logan. After the Soviet ships crossed the Federal fleet's warning line, they were actually destroyed by their own fleet. Victor, however, knew that this was obviously Charles's doing, but watching it live was certainly much more thrilling than seeing it in a movie theater. Following this, he pulled out 2 bottles of whiskey from who knows where and handed one to Logan. Then, the two of them started drinking and watching the show on the beach. Of course, Logan initially refused, but after smelling the aroma of the liquor, he decided to take a sip first. No harm in drinking free booze. After the first sip, countless more naturally followed. By the time Eric actually stood on the plane and hoisted the 30,000-ton submarine out of the sea, both sides' generals and soldiers were stunned. They realized for the first time just how powerful mutants were, so much so that the original disputes between the two sides were temporarily cast aside. Shaw, who was inside the submarine and had been forewarned by Red Devil, arrived early at the reactor of the nuclear submarine he was aboard. He exposed himself directly to the reactor and grasped 2 nuclear fuel rods with both hands. In this way, a steady stream of energy began to pour into his body. Riptide, meanwhile, went directly outside the submarine and used his ability to create a massive water spout, shooting down the fighter jet Eric was on. After the fighter jet lost control, Eric naturally could no longer control the submarine. As a shadow drifted over, Victor and Logan saw a gigantic cigar heading towards them. Victor realized it was time to show off. He dropped the wine bottle in his hand and made a posture as if drawing a sword and charging energy. Logan, who was just about to pull him away to dodge, was stunned by Victor's sudden, strange movement. In that moment of shock, something eye-popping happened. A golden glowing blade suddenly appeared in Victor's hand, and then a crescent-shaped blade light was slashed out. The golden crescent carved a straight trajectory in the air, slicing the falling submarine into 2 segments. Victor, who had just completed all this and wanted to maintain his imposing demeanor, involuntarily plopped down onto the ground because his body was completely drained. Logan, who had witnessed everything, quickly ran over to help him up, then draped Victor's arm over his shoulder and led him away from the area. Because right behind the submarine wreckage, the plane carrying Charles and the others was crashing down. Logan neither wanted himself and Victor to be hit, nor did he want Victor to cause some kind of trouble and blow up the plane. If he accidentally killed Eric and Charles inside, wouldn't that be a double kill? If those 2 died, who would go with him to change the future? Therefore, he dragged and carried Victor, who was shouting that he was still fine, to the side and made him sit down to continue watching the show. However, the show was ruined. Shaw was originally standing properly inside the reactor absorbing energy. But Victor cut the entire reactor chamber in half. What was he going to absorb now? The gushing nuclear radiation energy was absorbed by Shaw almost instantly, and at the same time, the light blade Victor had slashed out was also absorbed. It contained almost all of Victor's cosmic energy. This was his first time using it, so he overexerted himself slightly. Then Shaw exploded just like that. That's right, he exploded again. And this time, the explosion was quite significant, evidenced by the mushroom cloud rising into the sky and the shattered submarine. But that was the extent of it. Compared to a nuclear explosion, it was a negligible blast. After all, it didn't even kill Charles and Eric, who were nearby in the crashed plane, did it? The only proof of Shaw's existence remaining in this world was his helmet, which had been blown off and eventually rolled to Victor's feet. Victor reached out and picked up the still smoking helmet, then casually put it on his own head. Logan recognized the helmet, it was too familiar. Wasn't this the goofy helmet Magneto wore every day, the one that could grant immunity to Professor X's telepathy? What's going on with this helmet? Why is it here? And why are you putting it on? You're not planning to harm Professor X, are you? Victor did not simply laugh off Logan's question. Instead, he told him the identity of the helmet's first master and the grudges and grievances between him and Magneto Eric. After hearing Eric's past, Logan took a deep gulp of liquor and sat silently on the ground for a long time. Just as Logan was drinking gloomily, someone came looking for trouble. The first person to find them was Riptide, one of Shaw's subordinates. This guy was wearing a dashing suit, ready to avenge his boss. However, he ran into the short-tempered Logan, and they immediately started fighting. As for the true culprit, Victor continued to sit on the sidelines, drinking and watching the show. At first, Logan was knocked rolling all over the ground by Riptide's ability, getting a mouthful of sand and dust. Facing the rapidly spinning sand tornado, Logan was careless for a moment and was thrown away. However, Logan, filled with sand and truly enraged, charged into the sand tornado with the same resolve and intensity he had shown when he stabbed Dark Phoenix Jean back then. Not long after he rushed in, the sand's rotation gradually slowed down, finally coming to a halt before starting to fall and scatter. The raised sand particles ultimately failed to obscure the sun's light. Instead, they were ended by Wolverine Logan and finally buried beneath the beach. Red Devil, who had just escaped the entanglement of the X-Men, landed and saw Logan pulling his claws out of Riptide's body. He instantly arrived next to Logan and sent him high into the air. Then he disappeared, reappeared on the ground, and was preparing to teleport Victor up as well. He hesitated because his many years of experience and intuition told him that if he got close to the opponent, he would have no chance of survival. Just as he hesitated, Victor smiled and looked at him. Red Devil's hair stood on end. He used almost all his willpower to stop himself from instinctively teleporting away. But what puzzled him was that the other party kept smiling at him without any intention of attacking. He didn't understand why until he felt the sky seem to darken slightly. It must be said that Red Devil's physique was quite sturdy. Having a Wolverine weighing several hundred pounds crash onto him only knocked him unconscious, not dead. After stopping Logan's plan to finish him off, Victor dragged Red Devil over and sat on him, using him as a cushion. This way, he could maintain physical contact and prevent him from teleporting away after waking up. You ask why not carry him? Carrying is tiring, sitting is comfortable and easy. The third and last person to appear was Angel. The moment she saw Victor wearing the helmet, and Red Devil being used as a human cushion while Riptide was completely dead, she decisively made the wisest choice. However, clearly, this show wouldn't last much longer, as Charles, Eric, and the others also arrived in front of Victor and Logan. This is Logan Howlett, also known as Wolverine. He has come bearing the mission to save this world, and he wishes to speak with you too. Eric and Charles both recognized Logan as the mutant who dared to tell them to fuck off. But Eric noticed something was wrong. Immediately after, Logan felt a familiar sensation and a familiar feeling. He was once again controlled by Eric using his ability, seizing control of all his bones and lifting him up. Charles, he isn't the mutant we met, or at least he isn't now. Also, before he asks us to save the world, let's save ourselves first. Saying this, he turned his face toward the Federal and Soviet fleets. At his indication, Charles used his ability to investigate the fleet commanders and others. They discovered that the crisis Eric spoke of had indeed occurred. Under orders from the high-ranking officials of the Federation and the Soviet Union, they were preparing to eliminate the great threat of mutants once and for all. Moira, contacted by Charles, tried to reach the fleet commanders to call a ceasefire. However, what she didn't know was that she had already become collateral damage. After all, she was just a CIA agent. No matter how outstanding she was, she was a negligible sacrifice compared to the terrifying threat of the mutants. Just like that, with a command from the two commanders, the two fleets began firing all their weapons at once, preparing to completely destroy the mutants. However, they overlooked the existence of one person, the person who used to be called Eric, but who had now transformed into Magneto. The young Magneto successfully used his ability to suspend all the missiles and cannonballs in the air. Just as Charles was happy about this, Magneto's next action greatly shocked him. "Eric, you once said that we are superior people compared to them. Now is the time to show it. They are only following orders, spare them." However, Magneto clearly ignored him, so he tried to interfere with the young Magneto using his own ability. "Young man, your ideas are very interesting, I'm quite intrigued. Take this helmet as a welcome gift." Saying this, Victor took the helmet off his own head and placed it on Magneto's head, all while Charles watched in surprise. Magneto thus broke free from Charles's control and was able to continue directing the missiles toward the two fleets. As for Charles, Victor knocked him unconscious on the ground with a hand chop. At the same time, the frantic Moira rushed out of the plane. She saw Charles lying unconscious on the ground, and Magneto Eric attacking the fleets. Her quality as an excellent agent made her subconsciously pull out her pistol. Just as she was about to shoot, a hand grabbed the pistol she was holding. Then, under her surprised and terrified gaze, her pistol was crushed into a ball of twisted metal. Before she could say anything, she felt a sharp pain in the back of her head, and then she knew nothing more. The high-ranking officials of the Federation and the Soviet Union paid a sufficient price for their recklessness and arrogance. Few ships from the two fleets were able to return, and this was only because Eric showed mercy, leaving behind a few small boats for rescue efforts. However, the rift between Charles and Eric, and even the rift between Victor and this world's Logan, were inevitably created. In fact, the moment Moira was knocked unconscious, the other X-Men members finally remembered their duty, and everyone, including Raven, launched an attack on Victor. First, Beast lunged over, but the punch he threw was easily caught by Victor. However, the punch Victor landed on his face made his head ring. Victor delivered a complete combination of punches to Beast's upper body, just as if he were hitting a specialized punching bag at home. With Victor's final uppercut, Beast was KO'd and fell unconscious. The second person to attack was Impact. An extremely strong beam of cosmic energy shot out from his chest, aimed at Victor. But Victor skillfully blocked it with one hand, and then, under the fearful gaze of the young Impact, Victor walked right up to him, enduring the attack. Just as Victor was about to strike, Wolverine Logan rushed over. He could not agree with the views and actions of Victor and Magneto. Therefore, even if it meant clashing with Victor, he still intervened. Strictly speaking, the two of them didn't have much of a relationship anyway, they just looked like the people most familiar to each other. However, Logan clearly forgot about the existence of another person. As he prepared to charge, he was controlled by Magneto. Eric lifted his hand, and Logan was sent into intimate contact with the sheet metal of the plane wreckage. Fortunately, he was only stuck to it, not negatively impacted. With Eric's assistance, Victor successfully dealt with everyone who tried to stop them. After sinking the fleets, they successfully left the area with the help of Red Devil. As for Charles, Moira, and the others, they were left behind. How they handled the aftermath was their business. When Charles and the others woke up, Magneto and his group had already left. But the federal recovery teams hadn't arrived yet, they wouldn't dare come here for a while. However, they had already dispatched elite Special Forces operators, advancing from the perimeter. It wouldn't be long before they reached the site. Fortunately, before any irreversible losses, both Logan and Professor Charles had regained consciousness. Then, with Professor X's help, Beast and the rest of the X-Men woke up one after another. Immediately afterward, Charles sensed the presence of the Federal Special Forces. Apart from Moira, who chose to stay, the other X-Men left with Charles. They had to vanish from the government site for a time. Because of Eric's actions, they were likely now wanted fugitives themselves. Meanwhile, Eric and his companions, no longer concerned with the federal government stance, launched a direct assault on CIA headquarters. While sending a group of top federal officials sky-high, they also freed White Queen Emma, who had been imprisoned beneath the base. Emma expressed a certain surprise at the arrival of her former comrades and Eric, but she was quickly persuaded by Magneto and joined his ranks. Clearly, however, a handful of them could not realize the dream of mutant domination of the world. Yet Victor knew someone who could. After recruiting Emma, Magneto finally decided to have a proper talk with Victor. In truth, he was quite wary of him. He knew nothing of Victor's origins, and Victor's power was simply too great. He couldn't gauge the man's limits at all. Had Victor not aided him on the beach, and obviously been a mutant who shared his ideals, Magneto would never have allowed him to act alongside him. After all, traveling with an unidentified powerhouse was little different from carrying a ticking time bomb. Precisely for this reason, Magneto had been determined to secure Emma's allegiance. He hoped Emma would help him read Victor's mind during their conversation and detect any lies. To that end, he prepared a room with an adjacent darkroom for the talk. Unfortunately, he didn't know Victor could sense nearby mutants. Moreover, Emma's telepathy had no effect on him whatsoever. If Professor X couldn't accomplish it, White Queen Emma stood no chance. Soon, however, Eric no longer had the luxury of dwelling on the issue, because Victor told him something. According to Victor, in the distant past, Egypt had in fact been ruled by mutants, and the supreme ruler was a mighty mutant called Apocalypse. That much only mildly intrigued Eric. After all, no matter how formidable Apocalypse had been, it was ancient history. Ancient Egypt was long gone. What use was such information? Eric's attitude resembled that of Apocalypse newly awakened in the movies. What? My divine kingdom of Egypt has fallen? Impossible. But when Magneto learned Apocalypse was still alive, his expression changed. He knew what that meant. Unable to confirm the truth of Victor's words, he decided to ask Emma first. He hastily ended the conversation and left the room. Watching the young Magneto's reaction, Victor realized the man was already 80% convinced. As for Emma's verification, he could guess the outcome. In fact, when Eric saw Emma's astonished face, he assumed it was because of Victor's revelations. But when Emma told him her telepathy had no effect on Victor, Eric understood why Charles had been helpless against Victor on the beach. Still, in their subsequent discussion, they agreed Victor was probably not lying. With his power, he had no need to deceive them. What they needed to learn next were his origins and purpose. Eric believed Victor wouldn't mention Apocalypse without reason. So Eric sought Victor out again to continue their earlier conversation, and Victor was already waiting. Seeing the whiskey in Victor's hand, Eric wondered where he had gotten alcohol. He was sure there hadn't been any in the house. But that wasn't the point. He wanted to know Victor's background, his goals, and why he had brought up Apocalypse. From your expression, you believe the Apocalypse story, yet you don't trust me. As expected of Magneto, so suspicious. Eric remained half skeptical of every word Victor spoke, yet he had to listen. For this was his only source of intelligence on Victor. And as Victor spoke, Eric's expression grew ever more vivid. In Victor's universe, there was also an Eric whose youthful experiences closely mirrored his own. The sole difference, in that universe, the man before him had never rescued Eric and his family from the concentration camp, leaving them there forever. By this point, Eric was already 80% convinced, because apart from Shaw, only Charles knew those details of his past. Yet Victor recounted them clearly, including many particulars only Eric himself knew. In fact, those were things the Eric of Victor's universe had told him. The two had held numerous private, lengthy conversations and shared an excellent rapport. Upon learning that Victor came from a parallel universe, and that in this universe's future, mutants would be wiped out by Sentinel robots, Eric found it hard to accept. But if interdimensional travelers existed, then time travel didn't seem so impossible. The problem, the time-traveling Wolverine had sided with Charles. Still, it wasn't serious. Victor was here to aid him now, wasn't he? Moreover, Victor's objectives required finding Wolverine, so the man couldn't escape his grasp. Since the future was known, it had to be changed. Otherwise, what right had Magneto to face his mutant brothers and sisters? Just as Magneto resolved himself, Victor revealed his plan. Everything would begin with a mutant named Caliban. Caliban was unfortunate from the moment he was born, because his appearance was not the type that was no different from ordinary humans. Therefore, his parents were frightened by what he looked like when he was born. He was born with pale skin and large eyes, looking like an outsider at a glance. It was precisely for this reason that his father named him Caliban, the half-human, half-beast monster from Shakespeare's play The Tempest. And when he was still a child, his father kicked him out of the house. At this time, Caliban was homeless and wandering the streets in a wretched state. One day, while Caliban was forced to search for food in a trash heap, a tall, blond man appeared before him. "Caliban, are you hungry? Do you want to come with me to a place where there's food? As long as you come, you'll never go hungry or cold again, or need to look for food in trash cans." In fact, Caliban had sensed Victor's presence when he was still 40 kilometers away. However, Caliban hadn't expected that Victor had actually come to help him. Shortly after he started wandering, Caliban discovered this ability of his. He could track and sense some people within 40 kilometers. But as a teenager who hadn't received much education and rummaged through trash cans every day just to not starve to death, he hadn't thought at all about what this ability meant. When Victor brought Caliban before Eric, looking at the strange-looking, poorly dressed Caliban, Eric didn't feel any disgust. Instead, a trace of sympathy arose. Although Eric would have kept Caliban even just because of the other's ability, he saw in Caliban the suffering endured as a mutant. This also further strengthened his resolve for the cause he was working on. If mutants were still suffering, then he had to persevere. After finding Caliban, Eric did exactly as he and Victor had discussed at the beginning. Using Caliban's ability, he began to recruit and build up his forces everywhere. Meanwhile, Victor temporarily left them and headed to Egypt to search for the whereabouts of the Apocalypse Pyramid. Clearly, Victor had already convinced Eric. After learning that Apocalypse possessed the power to permanently enhance mutant abilities, Eric understood why the other had become the God King of ancient Egypt. Yes, in the era of Apocalypse's rule, mutants were gods, and Apocalypse was the God King. But now, mutants had become like rats crossing the street and experimental materials. Eric didn't ask for mutants to become gods again or rule the world or anything. He only asked that mutants have the same right to survival as ordinary people. After all, the families of most mutants were also ordinary people. Because they were mutants, they suffered all kinds of discrimination and unfair treatment, and were forced to separate from their families. Moreover, according to Charles's theory, mutants are the future of human evolution. As long as they can live in peace, eventually all humans will become mutants, because the X factor is hidden within their genes. It was precisely for this reason that the future of this timeline was almost destroyed by Sentinel robots. Because after the Sentinel robots had almost finished killing the mutants, they began to kill ordinary humans who possessed latent mutant genes. In the end, almost all humans on Earth were swept away. What Eric didn't know was that because he had taken out the entire high-level leadership of the CIA, it led the federal government to find and hire the young Bolivar Trask ahead of schedule. At this time, Bolivar Trask had already successfully concluded that mutants would replace humans and had even created a mutant detector based on the existence of the X gene. But Bolivar, who had completed all this, was out of money, so he hoped the government could invest in him. It was because of this that he entered the Federation's site. Subsequently, the two sides hit it off and began working together toward the destruction of mutants. Meanwhile, Charles and the others were having a headache over the follow-up impact of Eric's actions. After Moira was taken back by the Federation Special Forces, although she repeatedly emphasized her innocence and that of Charles and the others, she was still isolated and placed under investigation. As for Charles and the others, they were put on the federal government's wanted list along with Eric, becoming one of the Federation's most wanted criminals. Of course, under the effect of Charles's ability, the wanted poster didn't have much impact on them. He only needed to constantly influence the people around him through his ability. However, the news brought by Wolverine Logan made them extremely anxious. Furthermore, Charles had checked Logan's memory through his own ability and confirmed the truth of the matter. He also saw another scene, which was a future that was fixed and about to disappear. This was also why Logan's consciousness could stably remain in this body. If Logan couldn't get back the body that truly belonged to him, then this world would fall into a paradox that would cause it to collapse. Because the Logan at this time could not be considered the true Logan in history, and the same was true for the Logan from Victor's world. This meant that in history, they both existed and did not exist. If Logan ceased to exist in this timeline, then the future that traveled back would also cease to exist. The subsequent series of chain reactions would have unimaginable consequences. Fortunately, Professor X's Cerebro had been completed by now, so they only needed to sneak into Xavier Castle, which had already been cordoned off and blockaded by the Federation, to find the whereabouts of the other Logan through Cerebro. For the X-Men at this time, this was really a piece of cake. Under Professor X's ability, they successfully reached the entrance of the secret base. Then something awkward happened. The Federal agents were very clever and cut the power to the entire Xavier estate. so they couldn't open the elevator doors or take the elevator into the base. Although there was a pre-prepared secret passage they could enter on foot, without electricity, they still couldn't start Cerebro to find Logan's whereabouts. Fortunately, Charles hadn't been shot in the butt, so being mobile, he directly controlled an agent to turn on the power switch. After turning on the power switch, everyone came before Cerebro. As Charles put on Cerebro, he quickly found Logan's whereabouts. But after finding Logan, he didn't immediately turn off Cerebro. A thought flashed through his mind: should he use his ability to modify the memories of the high-level federal officials and cancel their wanted status? After hesitating for a moment, he temporarily suppressed this thought. Everything would wait until Logan was found. As for subsequent matters, they would wait until the problem of the two Logans swapping bodies was resolved. And what they didn't know was that Victor had already found the location of the Apocalypse Pyramid. Sure enough, without Mr. Sinister causing trouble, the pyramid was still sitting there perfectly fine. When Charles and the others found Logan, he was unaware of the situation and had just finished a session of vigorous plowing on a new, beautiful girl. Exhausted, the girl had fallen asleep, while he was smoking by the window. Consequently, when he sensed someone outside the door, he didn't even bother to put on pants. He assumed it was another one of his father's lackeys coming to find him. But when he opened the door, he discovered a mirror had somehow been installed outside. Thinking he hadn't slept well, he closed the door again. After closing it, he felt something was off. It seemed his reflection in the mirror was wearing clothes. So Logan opened the door again and spoke. "All right, stop messing around, Raven. Did Victor send you to find me? Speaking of which, shouldn't you be with Eric right now?" The expressions of the others standing next to this world's Logan changed upon hearing his words. It was true that Raven had already run off with Eric. Then, everyone's gaze inevitably drifted downward, and they began to marvel at Logan's impressive equipment. It was only then that Logan noticed the others. Flushing red, this world's Logan pushed him back into the room and shut the others out. Looking at the girl lying on the bed, the thought that flashed through his mind was, if she gets pregnant, whose kid is it? After all, the body was his, but the consciousness belonged to the Logan from a different time and space. Finally, he concluded that since it was Logan's spawn either way, it didn't matter whose it was. "Put my clothes on first and stop embarrassing me. Victor traveled to this parallel universe just to find you." When Logan heard the names Victor and Parallel Universe, his expression began to change. He quickly finished dressing. There was a small interlude. The girl on the bed woke up once while Logan was dressing. Seeing two Logans beside her, she thought she was still dreaming and wanted to experience two such strong men. She then turned over and went back to sleep, muttering something under her breath. The two Logans glanced at each other, their unspoken understanding clear. They both ignored the girl's reaction and continued their conversation. Upon learning of Victor's arrival, Logan realized the gravity of the situation. As this world's Logan explained and showed off his adamantium claws, Logan realized that during this time, he had been using the other's body. Naturally, any seeds he had sown belonged to the other guy as well. For some reason, he felt a surge of indignation. All his hard work sowing seeds was essentially unpaid labor. However, in matters like this, as long as there was pleasure, it was fine. No longer dwelling on the matter, Logan continued to discuss with this world's Logan how they could reclaim their respective bodies. What they didn't know was that everything they said was being monitored by Charles using his powers. Since the beach incident, Charles had increasingly loathed the feeling of things spiraling out of his control. Therefore, he chose to monitor both Logans entirely. However, the Logans' discussion didn't yield any constructive progress. They still reached the conclusion that only Sabretooth Victor from the other world might have a solution. Little did they know, Victor's plan was actually to awaken Apocalypse and have him handle everything. While the two Logans discussed their problem, Eric took Caliban to the streets to recruit soldiers. Initially, those mutants who looked no different from ordinary people and hid their identities were completely unwilling to join them. Only those who couldn't control their powers, or had strange appearances and suffered unfair treatment, eventually ending up on the streets, were willing to join. But soon, an action by the federal government did Eric a huge favor. The mutant detector invented by Bolivar Trask allowed federal soldiers to easily identify mutants hidden among ordinary people. Thus, the Great Purge began. The Federation specifically established numerous containment facilities to capture and hold mutants. If a captured mutant showed even the slightest resistance, the federal military and police had the right to shoot them on the spot. Of course, from the beginning, their orders were to capture them alive as much as possible to serve as experimental subjects for Dr. Bolivar. This operation led to numerous conflicts between mutants and the police from the start. Bloodshed was inevitable. Countless families were torn apart, and many mutants became homeless or were dragged into containment centers, eventually becoming Bolivar's experimental subjects. It was precisely the rollout of this policy that drove many mutants to actively join Eric's ranks. Eric also began attacking containment facilities everywhere to rescue captured mutants. In the process of clashing with Magneto, Eric and his Brotherhood, the federal government found its weapons and army to be completely ineffective. Their weapons and equipment were made of metal, which meant their own armaments betrayed them when facing Magneto. After suffering heavy losses in several battles, the federal army began to shrink its defensive lines. Once Magneto appeared, they would kill the mutants inside the containment centers to prevent them from joining Magneto's Brotherhood. This further escalated the conflict between mutants and the government, but to some extent, it also made Eric hesitant. After all, he couldn't ignore the lives of the mutants in the centers. However, those mutants who had originally been willing to be contained also began finding ways to escape. While the outside world was in chaos, Charles had to first find Victor's whereabouts. But Victor was immune to his powers, so he couldn't find him through Cerebro. The only way to learn of Victor's location was to find his old friend, Magneto Eric. After all, it was Victor who had assisted Eric in completing the carnage of the two fleets on the beach. He should have left with Eric in the end. Furthermore, the current situation of mutants necessitated a discussion with Eric. Otherwise, war between mutants and the human government was imminent. In fact, the emergence of mutants was a great boon for human unity. Just look, the two superpowers had stopped their Cold War and ignored ideology, focusing all their efforts on dealing with mutants first. While the outside world was a mess, Victor opened the gates of the Apocalypse Pyramid. To Victor, the so-called giant stones and traps were all child's play. This time, he planned to do some roleplay and be an excellent horseman of Apocalypse. The loyal sabretooth, not bad. Now, be resurrected. My God King. This world has become filthy again and needs you to cleanse and purge it. Let mortals return to your rule. Accompanied by Victor's Chuyanibia's speech, Apocalypse, who had slept for thousands of years, opened his eyes once more. He would save this fallen world. Unlike the movie, where the first thing he saw upon waking was a few grave robbers and local thugs, this time, the first thing he saw was a sturdy man with a head of blonde hair. For some reason, looking at Victor's smiling face, Apocalypse couldn't help but feel a tightening in his rear. But the subsequent development was quite normal. After all, this was the mutant universe, not a philosophical one. The traces of power on your body. Could you be a descendant of my horseman? It seems I haven't been completely forgotten. What has the world become now? Victor wasn't surprised that Apocalypse noticed the traces of his previous enhancement. However, he hadn't expected that he wouldn't even need to explain. He was directly taken for a descendant of a horseman. In that case, the issue of trust should no longer exist. After all, judging by his performance in the movies, this Apocalypse was a bit simple-minded. My Lord Apocalypse, this world is now ruled by ordinary humans. And after their betrayal, they have now begun to persecute our fellow brothers and sisters. In fact, after Victor brought Apocalypse to a television in a hotel and let him touch it to learn, everything was laid out before Apocalypse. Weak mortals have actually come to rule this world. But now that I have returned, they will remember the fear of being ruled and dominated by me. I am Apocalypse. After delivering his declaration, Apocalypse followed Victor's suggestion and went to meet with Magneto Eric. He wanted to bring Eric under his command. Obviously, this was not a simple task, for how could the proud Magneto bow down just because you were a so-called God King of ancient times? It was impossible. And indeed, after learning that this strange-looking mutant was the Apocalypse Victor had mentioned, he actually challenged him. Subsequently, under the witness of numerous mutants from the Brotherhood, the two engaged in what could be called an epic duel. One side was the current leader, Magneto, and the other was the ancient king of mutants, Apocalypse. Magneto was the first to strike, manipulating several pieces of metal of various sizes to pierce toward Apocalypse. This was a probing attack, but Apocalypse's counterattack exceeded his imagination. With just a clench of his fist, Magneto's attack was completely blocked by his telekinesis. Then, using his ability to change the properties of matter, he turned the suspended steel into dust that scattered with the wind. Seeing Apocalypse turn the metal he controlled into dust, Eric's expression changed. His gaze sharpened, and more metal transformed into spikes, flying toward Apocalypse. Apocalypse didn't even bother to move as these attacks were neutralized. Eric decisively adjusted his strategy, beginning to manipulate buildings containing large amounts of metal to crush Apocalypse. He had realized that if he continued using such small objects against Apocalypse, they wouldn't pose any threat at all. When he hurled an entire skyscraper at Apocalypse, the latter finally began to take things a bit seriously. He clenched his left hand, and purple energy began to gather around his body and on his fist. With a single punch, the erupting energy instantly pulverized the entire building layer by layer. However, Eric did not give up. He threw several more buildings over. In this way, their duel moved from the original underground room into an open-air grand battle. Their arena was this very city. As for the spectating mutants and Victor, they had long since run as far away as possible. Even the surrounding ordinary people had moved far away under Emma's control. Of course, as soon as Eric uprooted the first skyscraper, the police had already begun organizing the evacuation of the masses. Soon, the National Guard, having received notification, arrived on the scene. But clearly, this was not a situation they could handle. The exchange between the two was not something they could interfere in without heavy firepower. On the contrary, just the collateral damage from the battle caused them heavy losses. The Air Force called in later was also swatted out of the sky like flies. This was the first time the federal government witnessed the destructive power and combat capability of powerful mutants. Ultimately, the federal government, unable to resolve to use nuclear bombs, had to use all its personnel for evacuating the public. They only arranged for a few observation posts to monitor the two mutants who were fighting. At the same time, they increased their investment and support for Bolivar, demanding that he produce results for the Sentinel robots as soon as possible. With the full support of the government, Bolivar's research progress began to make great strides. However, there was one thing he didn't expect: the federal government had actually made two sets of plans. The CIA agent Moira, who had been isolated for investigation, had not gone up in smoke with the CIA headquarters because of that isolation. Now she was released, her loyalty having been verified. She was given a new mission: to find and recruit Charles. They realized that if the Sentinel robots weren't effective enough, Charles might be their last hope. The power of mutants made them realize that only a mutant could counter a mutant. And now, there happened to be such a powerful mutant willing to help and assist the government, so why not? Little did they know that their behavior of mass arrests and using mutants for experiments had made even Charles feel extremely dissatisfied. However, the government had already thought of an excuse. If the Sentinel robots failed, they would throw Bolivar out to be the scapegoat. They would claim he did everything alone and sever all ties. If the Sentinel robots were strong enough to sweep away all mutants, then Charles would be useless. They would let him be destroyed by the robots as well. After all, he was also a mutant. Facing the suddenly revoked wanted order and the pleas for help from Moira and the federal government, Charles ignored the opposition of others and chose to meet with Moira, agreeing to assist the federal government. This is the only chance to reverse the perception of mutants held by ordinary people and the government. If we don't seize this opportunity, then war will truly descend. Clearly, Charles saw through the government's little schemes. But he still had to assist them because, as he said, this was the only chance to prevent war. Just as Charles agreed to assist the federal government, the battle between Apocalypse and Eric finally reached its conclusion. The immense destruction caused by their every move had nearly leveled half the city. In the end, Magneto Eric, finding himself helpless against Apocalypse, had to admit defeat. He could see that the other party hadn't even used his full strength while fighting him. After determining the candidate for the leader, the Brotherhood of Mutants was set to continue their operations. However, at that moment, Victor spoke his request to Apocalypse. He hoped Apocalypse could help him swap the consciousnesses of the two Wolverines back into their respective bodies. Otherwise, this world might be destroyed. By now, Apocalypse had also figured out Victor's identity, a Horseman of Apocalypse, from another universe. He was here to assist him, help Logan reclaim his body, and save this world. Although he felt some regret that Victor would eventually leave, now that he had many subordinates in the Brotherhood, he did not insist on Victor staying. Faced with the threat of world destruction, whether it was Charles, who wanted to assist the federal government, or Apocalypse, who wanted to rule the world, both had to work for Victor first to swap the two Logans' bodies back. Thus, by mutual agreement, they soon met. Seeing his old friend after so long, Charles was about to step forward to say hello when he unexpectedly discovered Apocalypse's presence. Apocalypse also sensed Charles's presence. Charles's power among the many mutants was like the bright moon compared to a firefly. However, Apocalypse hadn't yet thought of seizing his power to manipulate the humans of the entire world. What they needed to do now was return to Egypt, rebuild the pyramid, and modify the equipment within. At this time, Apocalypse had all sorts of mutants under his command, many of whom were still just children. They had been taken from their homes and sent to detention centers. Ultimately, after a series of turmoils, many of their companions died. The survivors joined Eric's brotherhood. Of course, it was now Apocalypse's brotherhood. As for Eric, he was now one of Apocalypse's 4 horsemen. With the help of Red Devil's ability, Charles's group, along with Eric, Apocalypse, and Victor, reached the collapsed pyramid in an instant. Subsequently, Apocalypse began the reconstruction of the pyramid. Meanwhile, Bolivar had finally developed the first-generation Sentinel robots. Based on photos taken by federal government satellites, they located Apocalypse and the others in Egypt. Following that, the production capacity and efficiency of an industrial superpower were put on display. After the prototype was created, mass production began simultaneously. Furthermore, as soon as the robots came off the assembly line, they were immediately loaded onto transport planes, ready to be deployed to the battlefield. As for the conventional forces, they had already appeared on the outskirts of the city where Victor and the others were located. As for the ordinary people who originally lived there, they had all fled when Apocalypse last appeared. The force stationed here was originally a federal overseas unit. They wanted to study the site to find out Apocalypse's origins. Just as they had achieved some results, Apocalypse arrived with Eric and the others. With a gentle wave of Apocalypse's hands, the rising pyramid completely destroyed the Federal Army camp. The heavily damaged Federal Army had to begin a retreat, and Apocalypse had no intention of exterminating them all. After all, they were just ants. There was no need to care that much. Soon, Apocalypse completed the reconstruction and modification of the pyramid. It must be said that Apocalypse's power far exceeded that of ordinary mutants. Even powerhouses like Eric and Charles were no match for him. The only mutant capable of destroying him, Jean, the host of this generation's Phoenix Force, was only 8 years old and hadn't even awakened her abilities yet. She was still just an ordinary child. But recently, nightmares had begun to haunt her. She always dreamed of a burning world. Moreover, along with her nightmares, the things in her room began to vibrate slowly. Just as Apocalypse finished rebuilding the pyramid and began the modifications, the federal government and the Soviet Union finally decided to take action. They mobilized a large amount of heavy firepower and the Air Force, preparing to launch a saturation strike. However, the shells and missiles they fired were all thrown back onto their own heads by Eric. The heavily damaged Federal and Soviet armies did not give up, and the reinforcements they had long been waiting for finally arrived. The Sentinel robots developed by Bolivar were finally transported to the battlefield. Then, these robots displayed extremely powerful combat capabilities. Eric, who had no chance to tamper with them, could not manipulate these Sentinel robots, which contained no metal at all. In fact, Victor was quite curious whether the ammunition for these robots was also specially made. Because Magneto actually needed to manipulate metal to create a shield, rather than controlling the ammunition to fly back for a counterattack as he had before. Seeing Magneto looking slightly disheveled, Victor decided to personally take on these Sentinel robots. He then chose one of them and pounced. Seeing Victor's somewhat primitive and wild fighting style, Magneto was about to mock him. However, he discovered that the Sentinel robot he was helpless against had its head twisted off by Victor just like that. Once the Sentinel robot lost its head, the unit stopped functioning. This showed that the first-generation Sentinel robots had not yet reached the level of the future ones that could adapt to and recover from any injury. Then the next problem was simple: as long as they could be destroyed by physical strikes, then taking out these robots was just a matter of time. Sure enough, under Eric's manipulation, metal spikes converted into hard alloy soon penetrated the Sentinel robots' bodies, causing irreversible damage to them. Although the Sentinel robots were eventually exhausted, the recording instruments in their bodies recorded the entire combat process and sent it back to Bolivar's base. After analysis and recording, Bolivar confirmed that the material of the Sentinel robots could not be controlled by Magneto, but it could still be destroyed. He had to develop a material that could adapt to changing attacks in order to eliminate these mutants. Thinking of this, Bolivar began to pack his things. He understood it was time for him to leave. Because when the Sentinel robots were declared a failure, he would be thrown out to become the federal government scapegoat. As expected, shortly after he left, the rebuilt federal CIA dispatched agents to raid his laboratory. Unfortunately, by then, Bolivar's place was already empty. But this did not stop the federal government from throwing dirt on him, saying they had been deceived by him into capturing mutants. Subsequently, the government began to release the mutants who had already been detained, attempting to reach a reconciliation. After seeing the federal government's sincerity, Charles also began trying to persuade Eric. At this time, however, Apocalypse finally completed the consciousness transfer between the two Wolverines and stepped outside the pyramid once more. Surveying the wreckage around the pyramid, Apocalypse understood in an instant what had happened. And right then, the federal government issued an order to release the mutants. That very decree split the mutants once more. They had only banded together because they'd run out of road. Now, offered the chance to go home and live ordinary lives, few were willing to keep fighting. Meanwhile, as the two Logans reclaimed their bodies, they linked again with the future Professor X. The future continued, yet the Sentinel robots had not vanished, they kept attacking. Realizing the timeline remained unchanged, the two Logans burst out of the pyramid, only to find Charles and Apocalypse's faction already facing off. By now the government had branded Bolivar an outlaw and chosen to accept mutants. So Charles led those willing to return, locking them in a standoff with Apocalypse and his followers. Eric stood caught in the middle, torn. In truth he leaned toward Charles. After all these days he had seen what Apocalypse truly was. Yet he also knew Apocalypse's might, and held little hope for Charles in open conflict. Soon the quarrel moved from words to blows. Apocalypse's power surpassed Charles's wildest imagining. The ancient mutant toppled every X-Man without the slightest effort. None of their attacks, Scott's included, left a scratch. And when Charles tried to invade Apocalypse's mind, the real disaster began. He found Apocalypse's will far stronger than imagined. Inside their shared mental space, Charles was slammed to the floor and brutally pummeled. He nearly lost his body outright. Only by decisively severing the psychic link, at a steep cost, did he escape. As Charles thought it was over, Red Devil suddenly seized him and spirited him away. In the annals of Red Devil's people, Apocalypse is no savior of mutants but a true destroyer. He enslaves humans while seeking gifted mutants, seizing their bodies for his own. In fact, those who once turned against Apocalypse included not only baseline humans but many mutants as well. All of it, however, has been swallowed by the river of history. Now Apocalypse has returned, and only suffering and ruin await the world. Red Devil would rather aid his former enemy, Charles Xavier, than live under Apocalypse's rule. Though startled by the sudden rescue, Charles quickly learned from this ancient mutant everything about Apocalypse. Discovering that Apocalypse can prolong life and steal powers by switching bodies, Charles knew he himself was in grave danger. His own ability to control minds across the globe is precisely the power Apocalypse must possess if he intends to dominate the world. After learning this, Charles secretly reached out to his old friend Eric and told him everything. When Eric heard the truth about Apocalypse's abilities, he glanced at Victor and the ancient mutant, then lowered his gaze and did nothing. Apart from the fleeing Charles and Red Devil, every other X-Man was knocked out and taken. Even this world's unknockable Logan was subdued and carried off. The other Logan, at Victor's signal, walked to Victor's side, head bowed and silent. Apocalypse was pleased by this Logan's compliance. He coveted the man's battle instincts and hoped to make him one of his horsemen. This Logan was beyond reach, of course, but the native Wolverine, though stubborn, might yet be broken in time. With the X-Men crushed and Charles gone, any mutants still wishing to resist were forced to bow to Apocalypse once more. Apocalypse then declared war on every human government, hijacking satellites and televisions worldwide to broadcast his declaration. Facing Apocalypse's vast threat, and with both Charles and Bolivar missing, the federal government and the Soviet Union chose their final option. After all, the bombs would fall on Egypt, not their own soil. They felt no guilt. they simply forgot about Magneto. Though Eric already planned to turn on Apocalypse, he showed no mercy when the two superpowers launched their nukes. The missiles arced overhead, only for Eric to spin them back toward their senders. Though shot down mid-return, they still poisoned the land and killed many below. With nuclear weapons useless, the two superpowers panicked. Some mutants, however, rejoiced. For the first time they realized how mighty they truly were. Total war followed. Under Magneto and Apocalypse, the world's governments were decapitated almost overnight. All who would not surrender died. With leaders gone, global order collapsed into chaos. Exactly what Apocalypse wanted. At that moment the native Logan blacked out, awakening clad in ornate armor on a vast bed, beautiful women attending him. He remembered nothing of the interval, yet the wall-mounted TV told him Professor X, still sporting hair, was public enemy number 1 of the Apocalypse Empire, a traitor to mutants. Enemy number 2, former horseman Magneto Eric. And what was this Bolivar rebel army nonsense? Meanwhile, the other Logan and Victor sat drinking in a country tavern alongside this world's Victor, Logan's own brother, Sabretooth Victor. In fact, the time they spent stranded here wasn't very long, at least, for the two of them, it didn't feel long. After this world's apocalypse declared war on ordinary people, Victor left with Logan. He didn't know if staying there too long would have any adverse effects. As it turned out, shortly after they left, the Great War between Apocalypse and the human government began. Victor, however, hadn't been able to find a way to open a return portal. Relying solely on his own power, he was still a bit short. As for going back to seek Apocalypse's help, that was even more impossible. That man was currently dreaming of ruling the world. As time passed, after Apocalypse slaughtered a large number of high-ranking human government officials, the world fell into chaos. Subsequently, relying on his own formidable strength and his mutant subordinates, he forged a new order amidst the chaos. He successfully ruled the world, becoming the apex of the pyramid. However, Apocalypse's rule was not as stable as he had imagined. Under his tyranny and enslavement, ordinary people and even mutants continued to rise up in resistance. Especially after the exposure of his practice of seizing mutant bodies to extend his life and steal their abilities, more and more mutants chose to overthrow this Holy Father. Among them, the two most powerful were Magneto Eric, one of the former four horsemen of Apocalypse, and his friend, Professor X Charles Xavier. Meanwhile, the rebel army of ordinary people was led by Bolivar. After escaping the pursuit of the federal government, this guy had been living under an assumed name and eventually developed a new generation of Sentinel robots. Relying on these Sentinel robots, he successfully repelled Apocalypse's armies and mutant officials, liberating a portion of the enslaved ordinary people. Because of this, more and more ordinary people began to join his ranks. But Apocalypse didn't care much, considering the opposition to be merely playing minor games. In his view, as soon as he personally took action, the opposition would quickly collapse. For now, he let them cause a ruckus to add a little fun to his life. After all, as the supreme ruler, his life was far too dull. Moreover, in his eyes, the mutant traitors led by Charles and Eric were even more detestable. After all, heretics are more hated than heathens, and traitors need to be eliminated more than enemies. However, due to the unique nature of Charles's abilities and Red Devil's powerful teleportation, Apocalypse's subordinates had never been able to catch the tail of Charles and the others. As for Victor, during this time, he had been searching for one person, a mutant who possessed talent and was powerful enough. Originally, this mutant should have lost her mother in a car accident and been adopted by Professor X Charles into his Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. However, because of Victor's interference, the timeline of this world had veered in an unknown direction during the Missile Crisis battle. As a result, the host of the Phoenix Force, Jean, remained missing to this day. As for asking Caliban for help, that was even more unrealistic. Because after being bullied once by this universe's Sabretooth, Caliban had become a new horseman of Apocalypse. While gaining a body full of muscles and becoming a hunk, he had also lost his original abilities. Consequently, while he was bullying Sabretooth, he was encountered by Victor and Logan. After receiving a severe beating, he brought back news to his master that Victor was still in this universe. Apocalypse didn't care too much about this. They would leave eventually, it was just a matter of time. But what he didn't expect was that another horseman of Apocalypse under his command had defected. The one who defected was precisely this world's Wolverine Logan. The reason he had become the Horseman of War was that he had successfully changed the future. The moment the future was changed, his consciousness returned to the future. But because the change he made to the future wasn't thorough enough, his consciousness returned to a brand new spacetime intersection rather than his original timeline. Of course, part of the reason lay with the two travelers, Victor and Logan. Their presence had similarly disrupted the spacetime of this world. Originally, the two of them had been hiding their identities, constantly searching for Jean Grey's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, they ran into Caliban bullying Sabretooth. After saving him, they learned that after Sabretooth separated from Logan, he had become a mercenary. He had once been hired to kidnap and use Caliban to find Psylocke's whereabouts. Due to Caliban's lack of cooperation, Psylocke escaped. Consequently, Caliban suffered a little lesson from Sabretooth. It was after that incident that Caliban left his original organization and joined Apocalypse's fold. He wanted to possess powerful strength so he could protect himself and seek revenge. His choice did indeed bring him great power, but his revenge was not achieved due to Victor's intervention. In fact, this universe's Sabretooth hadn't been doing well after separating from Logan. He didn't have any decent skills to make a living, so he had been working as a mercenary. In any case, his abilities meant he wasn't afraid of getting hurt, and he was a natural-born killer and warrior. But as a mercenary, his ceiling was only so high. As for Logan, after he became one of the four horsemen for the ruler Apocalypse, Sabretooth had once gone to challenge him, but the outcome and aftermath were miserable. Interestingly, in this universe, it was actually Sabretooth Victor who had obtained adamantium. Then he still lost to Logan in battle, and eventually, even the adamantium was stripped away by Apocalypse and bestowed upon Logan. This was an even bigger blow to Sabretooth. Since then, he had become a mercenary, specifically taking contracts from Apocalypse's opponents to oppose Logan and Apocalypse. This was precisely one of the reasons why Caliban had come to deal with him later. After Victor saved him, he saw Logan, who looked exactly like this world's Wolverine, and Victor. For a time, he thought they were other mutants in disguise. It wasn't until he saw Logan's unique adamantium claws that he finally believed Victor's words. But this made him even more confused. What did it mean to be a Logan and Victor from the multiverse? While the three were drinking and Victor was explaining things to him, a major news story broke on the television. Wolverine Logan, one of the four horsemen of Apocalypse, had defected. Hearing this, Sabretooth could no longer sit still, but as soon as he stood up, he was pressed back down by Victor. After refilling the drink, Victor told him not to worry, that he would take him to find Logan. Because Victor realized that perhaps Jean was about to appear. This world's Wolverine's betrayal of Apocalypse likely signaled that certain events were about to unfold. In fact, it was exactly so. Shortly after Logan's escape, while on the run, he encountered the woman he had loved before returning to the past, Jean Grey. At this time, Jean was still just a teenage girl. Due to the change in history, her parents had not died with her in a car accident. On the contrary, because her identity as a mutant was discovered, she was taken into custody by the federal government. Later, although forced by the situation, the Federation released her. However, her reunion with her family did not last long before the war launched by Apocalypse changed everything. Mutant thugs under Apocalypse's command burst into her home and killed her parents. Traumatized, Jean's own powers erupted. After killing the mutant thugs who had burst into her home, she began to wander alone. Her abilities were inherently powerful, and without Professor X to place restrictions on them, they began to grow by leaps and bounds. The chaotic society also let her witness the darkest side of the human heart. Before her powerful telepathic abilities, no one could lie to her. Therefore, having almost lost hope in humanity, she chose to live and wander alone. Fortunately, her powers were strong enough to help her avoid many tragic encounters. Or rather, those who intended her harm met with tragedy. These experiences also made her personality completely different from the one in the movies. In other words, she directly became the Dark Phoenix, instead of the gentle and lovely X-Men Jean Grey from the movies. It was just that she was more reclusive and not quite as fond of killing. Every person she killed was someone with ill intentions toward her or one of Apocalypse's subordinates. After every assassination operation against Apocalypse's men, she would erase the memories of the surrounding witnesses. And because her power was sufficient, the telepaths capable of breaking through her modified memories were few and far between. The most likely candidate, Professor X, was an enemy of Apocalypse. Thus, she became a non-existent assassin. Though she continuously assassinated the mutants under Apocalypse's command, no one could track her whereabouts. Precisely because of this, her assassination targets also began to escalate, from small local leaders at the start to ruling class officials later on. Until this time, when she was preparing to strike at the Four Horsemen, who were second only to Apocalypse, she encountered Logan's defection. The target she chose for assassination was Wolverine Logan, whom she considered the easiest to approach and deal with. As it turned out, before she could sneak in and act, Logan came out first. Logan recognized her identity the moment he saw her. He then killed the guards around him and pulled her along, starting to flee Cairo, Apocalypse's territory. The moment Logan grabbed her hand, Jean was ready to crush him into dust. But seeing the concern in his eyes and feeling his heartfelt anxiety and joy, she hesitated at the moment of action, and this hesitation led to her being pulled away from the gates of Apocalypse's palace by Logan. Subsequently, during the flight, she discovered many things from Logan's thoughts and memories that she found very interesting. Logan indeed knew her, and he was actually a savior from the future. This current spacetime was actually one that had been altered. And all of this was actually caused by two visitors from another universe. One of the visitors was also Wolverine Logan. This made her increasingly curious. Logan's memories were incomplete, as she discovered while inspecting them, and an incomplete truth often piques one's curiosity even more. Clearly, that sabretooth Victor who arrived with the otherworldly Logan seemed to know everything. What Logan knew, he seemed to know as well. And what Logan didn't know, what wasn't in his memories, he seemed to know too. This made Jean's interest in Victor reach a level comparable to her interest in Logan. What she had to do now was first instigate the Logan before her to find those two visitors from another universe. Little did she know, the others were also looking for them. Also searching for Wolverine Logan were Professor X Charles, Magneto Eric, and others. Logan's defection meant that the opportunity Charles had been waiting for had finally arrived. In fact, they had been quite shocked and disappointed when Logan initially joined Apocalypse. For this reason, Charles had even risked meeting him secretly once. The result of that meeting, however, was beyond everyone's expectations. Logan no longer recognized Charles at all, and no trace of the others could be found even in his memories. Charles knew then that the Logan who had returned from the future had gone back to where he belonged. The Wolverine Logan before them was truly just a stranger to them. After failing to persuade the other party to leave Apocalypse, Charles and the others left. At that time, Magneto had not yet betrayed Apocalypse, and it was thanks to his cover that Charles was able to leave successfully. In the days that followed, Logan served as Apocalypse's sharpest claw. In the battles to conquer various regions, he was known for his fearlessness in the face of death. Especially after being bestowed with adamantium, he was invincible and unstoppable. Countless people who dared to resist Apocalypse died under his claws. Until one day, Magneto, also one of Apocalypse's Four Horsemen, defected. Logan, whose skeleton had been replaced with adamantium, met his natural nemesis. It was precisely because of Eric's defection that Logan, who had been campaigning everywhere, was recalled to Cairo by Apocalypse to be responsible for the city's security. Logan's memory awakening occurred shortly after he returned to Apocalypse's palace in Cairo. He was originally enjoying himself but unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up, his inner consciousness could be considered a different person. This was the price paid for traveling through time and space, destined to miss and forget a segment of history. Fortunately, Charles had been monitoring his situation. Almost the instant Logan defected, Charles contacted him through a secretly hidden cerebro. However, while contacting Logan, a small accident occurred. Someone had already secretly slipped into his mind at this time, and that person was Jean. Thus, the two mistook each other for intruders and engaged in a battle within Logan's mind. It was a good thing this person was Wolverine Logan, whose brain could repair itself automatically. If it had been an ordinary person or someone else, their brain would have turned into mush long ago. Ultimately, although Charles was driven out of Logan's mind by Jean, he successfully established contact with Logan. Logan, an unknown consciousness just tried to invade your brain, but I drove it away. Aren't I amazing? Looking at Jean, whose face was practically screaming for praise, Logan had no choice but to insincerely treat Professor X as an unknown consciousness and praise her. However, at this moment, he had already decided in his heart to rendezvous with Charles first. Although Charles was driven out of Logan's mind by Jean, he still left a contact address for Logan in the end. At this moment, Logan was bringing Jean to the contact address Charles had left him, attempting to get in touch and meet with Charles. But what he didn't expect was that the person greeting him here would actually be Magneto Eric. In fact, this was the result of a discussion between Charles and the others. Because Jean's actions were so swift, Charles was caught off guard and hadn't had the chance to carefully examine Logan's memories yet. Therefore, the others did not agree to let him meet Logan, on the grounds that they couldn't be certain if this was a trap specifically targeting him. Finally, after some discussion, they selected the two most suitable candidates, Magneto, who specifically countered Wolverine, and Red Devil, who was the fastest at slipping away. They planned to get the person under control first and bring him back before dealing with anything else. However, despite all their calculations, they still overlooked Jean's existence. Although Jean driving Charles out of Logan's mind at that time had already alerted them, they clearly hadn't given Jean enough weight, as Charles also believed he had only been driven out due to a momentary lapse in caution. Moreover, Eric had his helmet for protection. The moment he saw Eric, Logan subconsciously popped his adamantium claws. For no other reason than the fact that the memories Magneto had left him were far too profound. The instant Logan bared his claws, Jean took it as a sign of war. Before Eric could even speak, he felt a surge of immense force, and then he was sent flying backward. Seeing that things were going south, Red Devil immediately teleported to his side, intending to take Eric and leave. But the moment he was exposed to Jean's sight, he found that his body and limbs could not move, and even his abilities could not be used. After Red Devil fell into enemy hands, the next to be subdued was Magneto Eric. He was likewise bound by Jean's powerful telekinesis and then brought before her. Fortunately, Jean recognized Magneto's identity and knew he was also an enemy of Apocalypse, so she didn't kill them immediately but instead gave them a chance to explain. "Hey, Logan, long time no see. Where did you find this helper? Is she a new subordinate of Apocalypse? So, this really is a trap for Charles, isn't it? After all the trust he put in you, you actually treat him like this." Before Eric could finish speaking, Jean controlled him to shut up. But Logan understood much more. The other party was clearly misunderstanding him. After a good deal of explanation to Jean, she finally let them down. Eric also stopped Red Devil's attempt to take him away immediately, instead telling him to go back and report. The Logan that Charles was waiting for had indeed returned. In fact, from the very beginning, Eric had seen Logan's return. Because he had only seen that kind of look in the eyes of the time-traveling Logan from before. The Wolverine driven by Apocalypse was nothing more than a red-eyed vicious wolf. However, before he had a chance to speak, the other party's subconscious action led to Jean knocking him back and then controlling him. It seemed Logan had found an extraordinary helper. "Aren't you going to introduce your little girlfriend, Logan? But then again, it seems every time I see you, there's always a new girl by your side." The first sentence had originally made Logan feel some goodwill toward Eric, but the following one made Logan want to tear him apart. Unfortunately, they were allies now, and besides, they had fought together in the future to resist the Sentinel robot's carnage. "Her name is Jean. She should have been a member of the X-Men, but now the timeline is a complete mess, so I don't know exactly what happened. However, both her abilities and her character are trustworthy." When Logan said she could be trusted, the love showing in his eyes let Eric guess that things between him and this Jean were definitely not simple. As for whether he had a history with this Jean before him or the one from the future timeline, Eric felt it should be the latter, because the girl before him, who was as fiery as a wildcat, was clearly not Wolverine's type. But he clearly underestimated Logan's obsession with Jean, though that would all be a story for later. The most important thing right now was to find a way to deal with Apocalypse first. Although according to Logan, the timeline had been completely distorted and turned into a mess, that didn't mean they could just give up. Even without the future as a reference, they still had to fight for a bright future for themselves. Just as Eric and Logan were discussing their future plans, Jean suddenly issued a warning. She sensed a powerful being approaching, but she was unable to probe the other party's mind. However, she easily found the answer she wanted from the minds of the two people beside the other party. That powerful visitor from a different universe, Victor, had actually come here as well. Interestingly, he was actually accompanied by his alternate timeline counterpart in this timeline, that is, himself in this universe. In fact, The reason Victor and the others were able to find this universe's Wolverine Logan so quickly was thanks to his brother, Sabretooth. Between the two brothers, there was an extremely miraculous connection. As long as they wanted to, they could quickly find each other by following this link. At the same time Jean sensed Victor and the others' arrival, Victor also felt her presence. The massive Phoenix force contained within her body gave Victor a sense of great threat and pressure. And her subsequent actions turned this pressure into a sense of crisis. Under Jean's conscious manipulation, surrounding objects began to hurl toward Victor and the others. She wanted to test if this visitor from another timeline was truly that powerful. And Victor's performance did not disappoint her. There was no dazzling brilliance or mind-blowing special effects, simply through his fists and the impact of power, he shattered and sent flying the objects Jean had manipulated to fly toward him. But Jean's testing didn't end there. She began to use the most direct method. Using telekinesis to launch an all-around attack on Victor, it was only then that a faint, semicircular light shield began to appear around Victor's body. And as Jean increased her telekinesis output, the light on this shield composed of cosmic energy also began to glow brighter and brighter. With a crisp shattering sound, Victor's feet sank into the ground, and he retreated a full 10 meters. On the ground, 2 deep furrows were left where his feet had dragged. Is this supposed to be a greeting gift and a show of strength? It seems things are getting more and more interesting. So what if it's the Dark Phoenix? I'm a transmigrator, after all. Having said that, Victor raised his previously lowered head. A bloodthirsty and excited smile played at the corners of his mouth, and in his hand, the Muramasa demon blade was shining with a golden light, and in his hand, the Muramasa demon blade was shining with a golden light. The clash between Victor and Phoenix Jean could be described as world-shaking. The original secret meeting place had been transformed into a battlefield between the two. The intense explosions and raging flames bore witness to the power of both combatants. Flying through the sky by virtue of the Phoenix force, Jean constantly manipulated objects to smash into Victor. She also launched sneak attacks using telekinesis from time to time, but all of these were sensed and evaded by Victor using his beyond imagination combat instincts. Only when he encountered something truly unavoidable would Victor use the Muramasa in his hand to parry and cut. Whether it was a physical object, pure energy, or telekinesis, anything that met the Muramasa would be sliced apart and annihilated. Fortunately, the meeting place Charles had selected was far from human settlements, situated in a deserted ruin. Such ruins were numerous across the world following the Mutant War and under Apocalypse's rule. Aside from a few adventurous scavengers, almost no one came here. It was filled with dangerous beasts and various debris. Apocalypse's war to conquer the world could be summarized in just a few hundred words, but the death toll it contained and the destruction of the world order were immeasurable. This could be seen from the current state of chaos. Rather than saying Apocalypse ruled the world, it was more accurate to say that mutant thugs everywhere ruled their respective regions in his name. The thugs only needed to show submission to him and provide everything he demanded. As for other matters, such as how they treated the local ordinary people, he did not care. It was precisely because of this that Apocalypse's reign was described as a disaster. Rather than a ruler, he was more like the ultimate thug. His reliance for ruling this world was nothing more than the powerful strength in his hands. In fact, after Eric defected, the Resistance had once used another nuclear bomb in an attempt to kill Apocalypse. Unexpectedly, Apocalypse could also control matter. Subsequently, that nuclear bomb fell back onto the heads of the Resistance organization members. From that day forward, all Resistance organizations in the world began to move underground. Even Bolivar and his Sentinel robots began to break into smaller units and act in a decentralized manner. After all, no one wanted to be hit by a nuclear bomb. Not everyone was like Magneto and Apocalypse, who were unafraid of nuclear bombardment and could even counterattack. The people in the original Resistance settlements also began to live underground. Fortunately, Apocalypse didn't have much interest in purging them. He only required that they didn't openly stand against him. However, this time, the commotion from the fight between Victor and Jean still attracted the attention of a nearby subordinate of Apocalypse. Of course, this subordinate was only one in name. In reality, he was just a local tyrant responsible for providing tribute to Apocalypse. Of course, his strength was considered quite decent. At the very least, it could be seen from the fact that he had wings. He was an angel. There were neither many nor few mutants like him. The most powerful angel among them was one of the 4 horsemen under Apocalypse. That angel's wings were composed of solar flames, whereas the one before them had ordinary fleshy wings. He had originally noticed the commotion here and wanted to see what was happening to see if there was any profit to be gained. As a result, before he even approached the battlefield, he had already been discovered by Victor and Jean. Then, after the 2 combatants exchanged a glance, they simultaneously stopped their actions. Jean then used her telekinesis to pull that angel mutant before her. Upon seeing the insignia of Apocalypse on him, Jean's expression changed, and the mutant was crushed into a ball of flesh just like that. Victor watched the atrocity occurring before him without saying much, though his brow twitched. He knew Jean was continuing to provoke him. However, he no longer wanted to keep fighting. After all, continuing would result in one of 2 outcomes: the 2 of them going all out would attract Apocalypse, or Jean's Phoenix Force would completely erupt out of control and grind him into dust. Knowing when to stop, Victor retracted the Muramasa into his body and raised his hands, indicating he didn't want to fight anymore. Having had her fill of fighting, Jean saw that he had backed down and decided to give him some face. Only then did the 2 remember their teammates who had been caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, Magneto was there. He had manipulated metal to create a sufficiently safe shelter, protecting everyone inside. However, the flying debris and buildings had still buried them underneath. It wasn't until Jean and Victor finished their fight that Jean dug them out. Fortunately, everyone was an adult, so no indecorous incidents occurred. However, the Logan and Sabretooth of this universe kept staring each other down, though they managed to refrain from fighting. There were simply too many stories between the 2 of them. From depending on each other for survival to turning into bitter enemies, they both cared for and hurt each other. Perhaps they themselves could no longer untangle the relationship between them. Seeing that Jean and Victor had finished fighting, Logan immediately abandoned his brother and ran to the side of his goddess. Watching this scene, Sabretooth felt a sense of déjà vu. His gaze toward Jean then began to shift. However, as soon as Jean sensed his gaze, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. In fact, the Sabretooth in this universe also possessed a certain degree of immunity to telepathy. This was evident from Silver Fox's ability being ineffective against him, but against the powerful Jean, it seemed somewhat insufficient. This was clear from Jean reading his memories earlier and him almost being mind-controlled just now. Fortunately, Jean only wanted to teach him a lesson, so she only gave him a brief taste. Since the 2 had finished fighting and had even killed one of Apocalypse's subordinates, this place was no longer safe. Therefore, everyone needed to relocate as soon as possible, and the relocation site would be provided by Magneto Eric. Subsequently, with the assistance of Red Devil's ability, everyone was transferred to Charles's secret base. Of course, the completion of this base was also inseparable from Eric's assistance. When the 2 of them set aside their prejudices and worked together, probably only an existence like Apocalypse could suppress them. However, from the current situation, it seemed Apocalypse was also about to be toppled by the team they were assembling. Especially with the help of Victor and Jean, provided, of course, that they could secure the help of the 2. As for how to persuade Victor to assist them, Charles had already prepared his pitch. He had discovered one thing: Victor's previous assistance to Apocalypse was merely acting on a whim. But now, he had a firm grasp on Victor's vital interests, helping them return to their own universe. As for Jean, he felt a wave of complexity. For certain reasons, he had also obtained memories of future timelines. So when he looked at Jean, a surge of complex emotions welled up in his heart. Charles had once established a temporary link with the future Professor X through Logan's brain. It was precisely because of that link that his memories and those of the future Professor X became intertwined, allowing him to gain memories of the future. Looking at this student who should have essentially become his adopted daughter, and her tragic end in the original timeline, Charles felt a headache coming on. Little did he know, Jean had been using her abilities to monitor his condition all along. After learning about her relationship with Charles from Logan's memories, Jean had been keeping a close eye on this mutant with powerful telepathy. She could understand what Professor X had done to that Jean, but she still couldn't forgive it. Indeed, although she considered herself and that Jean as 2 different people, she still felt a degree of empathy. However, the Charles before her was no longer that Professor X, so she could only sigh with emotion. Compared to Jean's easygoing attitude, Charles's emotions were much more complex. After all, when he gained Professor X's memories, it was as if he had experienced everything personally. Therefore, it could be said that the Charles before her was also half a Professor X. It was for this very reason that he was so obsessed with Logan. Although he had many things to say to Jean, before that, he had someone even more important to persuade. Furthermore, he believed that the other party had also been waiting for him for a long time. Just like that, Charles turned his wheelchair toward Victor and flashed his signature smile. "Mr. Victor from another world, although we have known each other for a long time, we have never had the chance to sit down and have a proper talk. Now, I think we can have a good talk, can't we?" Seeing Charles flash that signature smile of the elderly Professor X, Victor felt a sense of awkwardness. But thinking about how the man before him had once linked with the future old professor, he instantly understood everything. Perhaps the future Professor X had influenced him, or perhaps the experiences of these years had made him more mature. However, Victor didn't care about any of that. What he cared about was whether the person before him had a way to send them back. Clearly, Professor X did not disappoint him. At Charles's gesture, Beast explained a vast amount of wormhole and parallel space theories to Victor, finally making a summary just before Victor fell asleep. He could work with Magneto to build a machine and create a wormhole to send Victor back, provided he could provide enough energy. As for the candidate to provide the energy, Victor and Charles tacitly glanced at Jean. Jean clearly felt their gaze, but neither of them were beings whose minds she could easily read. Moreover, she didn't sense any malice, so she just rolled her eyes and took no further action. Having reached a consensus, Charles and Victor shook hands with a tacit smile and began their cooperation. The next one to persuade was Jean, and at this moment, the sensitive Jean sensed the ill intentions of the two. However, after Charles opened his mind, he still successfully persuaded Jean. As for exactly how he did it, only Charles and Jean knew. They had talked alone in a room. When they came out, the others saw the expressions on their faces and tactfully refrained from asking what they had discussed. After obtaining the assistance of Victor and Jean, Charles and the others finally gained the confidence to challenge Apocalypse. However, before they could take action, someone else had already stepped ahead of them to challenge Apocalypse. This person was Bolivar, who considered himself the savior of humanity. He brought his newly developed Sentinel robots to challenge Apocalypse. No one knew the specific details of the battle anymore. The only thing they knew was that all of Cairo had been plunged into a sea of fire because of the battle between the Sentinel robots and Apocalypse. Among the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, Angel and Caliban both died in this battle. Although Caliban was subsequently resurrected as the Horseman of Pestilence, he became the only remaining horseman. As for Bolivar and his Sentinel robots, they were all turned to ash by the enraged Apocalypse, completely vanishing and being annihilated in the torrent of history. But his actions provided great convenience for the X-Men to defeat Apocalypse. Because now, the only one they had to deal with was a weakling horseman of pestilence, Caliban. In fact, Caliban really didn't cause much trouble. In front of the 2 Wolverines who were immune to diseases, he was quickly stabbed into a sieve. Despite his strong vitality, he didn't die but had his limbs severed. Unable to regenerate his limbs, he was left on the spot as a human stump. When everyone arrived before Apocalypse, he didn't seem surprised. He was likely accustomed to being betrayed and assassinated, so when he saw the group, he only gave Victor an extra glance and then said a word to Eric. "Eric, your duplicity does not surprise me. You are a man with your own ideas, yet you possess unnecessary mercy and ambition. Perhaps this is why you always fail to achieve success." However, Eric remained unmoved by his words. After all, a man like him had long since solidified his will and path and would not be shaken by a mere few words. Instead, he initiated the attack first, though his attack was easily blocked by the opponent. To put it bluntly, most of their attacks couldn't harm Apocalypse. And for those who could, like Wolverine, the damage he caused was healed almost instantly. Meanwhile, Apocalypse's output could easily deal lethal damage to them, and the range of his attacks was immense, making it extremely difficult for them. Consequently, by the end of the fight, the only ones who could continue battling Apocalypse were those who didn't fear death, like Wolverine and Sabretooth, and those who could fly, like Magneto and Phoenix. The exchange between them turned completely into an energy confrontation. The light beams and impacts flying everywhere made the battle as brilliant and colorful as it was dangerous. But as time passed, Apocalypse still began to fall into a disadvantage. As for the other mutants who came to support him, they were blocked outside the palace by the other X-Men led by Charles. They couldn't help against Apocalypse, but they were more than enough to handle these small fry. Moreover, with a super-powerful expert like Charles overseeing things, there was almost no possibility of a failure. In the words of a certain someone, it was already a flying dragon riding on the face. How could they lose? They indeed didn't lose, but after prolonged use, Jean's Phoenix Force began to experience problems. When the Phoenix-shaped impact energy erupted from Jean's body and completely destroyed Apocalypse's form, the X-Men were quite happy. Only Victor realized that things might not be quite right. In fact, Jean's situation wasn't too terrible. Because she didn't have a personality like Dark Phoenix, she had simply lost control of her abilities because the Phoenix Force was too massive. In the original story, Dark Phoenix was a second personality that gradually formed due to Jean's fear of her own power as a young girl, which emerged after being possessed by the Phoenix Force. This personality's character was full of desire, violence, and anger. Furthermore, her most commonly used ability was releasing Phoenix-shaped impact waves. Therefore, when Victor saw Jean use a Phoenix-shaped impact to turn Apocalypse into dust, his first reaction was to run to Logan's side and pull him out of the battlefield. Then he stopped all movement and watched Jean warily. However, the expected massacre did not occur. Although it took some effort, Jean successfully controlled the Phoenix Force within her body. Although during this process, the crack-like flashes constantly appearing under her skin made everyone think for a moment that she was about to explode and lose control. "That big cat over there, why are you looking at me with such wary eyes? Do you know something? Can you tell me?" Facing Jean's inquiry, Victor did not answer, but he temporarily lowered his guard. This was because he couldn't be sure what Jean's current situation actually was. In fact, rather than saying Dark Phoenix was split off by Jean, it would be more accurate to say that Professor X, Charles, created her single-handedly. Although she could separate from her original host and possess others, in reality, all of Dark Phoenix's desires came entirely from Jean, and she and Jean were originally one and the same. So the Jean before them, without Charles's interference, had gradually adapted to the Phoenix Force and no longer feared this power. Her desires could also be satisfied through this power, so the Jean now was the real Jean. She was a fusion of Dark Phoenix and the X-Men's Jean. Of course, she might not be the most perfect version. The most perfect one is called the White Phoenix of the Crown. But that didn't stop her from possessing this powerful Phoenix Force and beginning to manipulate it with ease. Solving Apocalypse didn't mean everything was over. On the contrary, it meant the beginning of a truly chaotic era. After the original government orders of various countries were completely wiped out by Apocalypse, mutant thugs everywhere became Apocalypse's spokesmen. And now, after losing the supreme being that was Apocalypse, the mutant thugs would inevitably want to elect a new king before they would stop. Of course, a greater possibility was the formation of a situation where various giants carved up territories, just like in the legend of the Mother Wolf. However, none of this would obviously happen, because Charles and Eric had already set aside their past grievances and decided to work together to rebuild order. They wanted to prove that mutants were superior to humans and also more tolerant. Just like that, they began to cooperate once again, and they established a brand new nation, Genosha. Perhaps this was a historical coincidence and necessity. Through the efforts of Charles and Eric, they built a magnificent city. Subsequently, Eric Laneshare once again served as the captain of the X-Men. Under his leadership, the X-Men set out once more and began to rebuild order around the world. Of course, these matters had nothing to do with Victor, even though this world's Wolverine and Sabretooth had joined the new X-Men and become capable subordinates under Eric. But Victor and Logan were now shut-ins in the Beast's laboratory. They were constantly cooperating with the Beast's examinations to find a way to locate their own universe. Yes, the Beast had successfully created a wormhole shuttle, but he encountered another minor problem. That was, the wormhole it opened led to a completely random universe. Unless relevant debugging was carried out before opening, followed by confirmation, there was only a certain possibility of performing a directional opening of the wormhole. And the final analysis results that completed all of this actually came from Muramasa. Because in this universe, Muramasa and its forger did not exist. Therefore, Muramasa's unique material only existed in the universe where Victor came from. Thus, after a series of analyses and debugging, the Beast successfully located Victor's universe. Although Victor asked repeatedly, the beast could only tell him that he could not guarantee the one he located was definitely Victor's universe. But one thing was certain, that universe would definitely be related to Muramis's material and have the same material present. Since they had something in common, there was bound to be a connection. Compared to complete randomness, it was a big step forward. Moreover, Victor couldn't be sure about the time flow between the two universes, so he could only choose to take the risk. And so, in a hurry, they called over Phoenix Jean and had her use the Phoenix Force to charge the machine with energy. Thus, Logan and Victor embarked on their journey home. However, what they never expected was that they did return, but the landing site seemed a bit off. Of course, this responsibility couldn't be blamed entirely on the beast's machine being unreliable. Jean's Phoenix Force also had some influence. Consequently, in the end, Victor and Logan did not land on Earth but were instead sent to the location of the collector. Yes, the material the beast located was exactly one of the collector's items. Even in the universe, Muramis's material was among the rarest, so it was kept as one of the collector's collection pieces. Of course, because it wasn't considered unique yet, it wasn't a very important collection piece. However, the misfortune was that on this very day, the collector happened to have nothing to do and came over to take a look. Then Logan and Victor were caught like little mice, stealing things. Originally, the collector wanted to keep them as collection pieces, but then he felt they lacked enough prestige. It just so happened that a few days ago, he lost a chess game to the Grandmaster. He had said he would send him 2 collection pieces, and these 2 could be considered quite distinctive, so he might as well give them to him. It was precisely because of this sudden whim of the collector that 2 more gladiators were added to the Grandmaster's arena. Although they were won from the collector, after being thrown into the arena, their treatment was still no different from that of ordinary gladiators. Well, Victor and Logan also had new nicknames. One was called Cosmic Kitty, and the other was called Steel-Headed Puppy, both given by the Grandmaster. Of course, they also had the chance to win back their titles. This required them to continuously engage in bloody battles and win victories in the arena. Although the Grandmaster in the movies didn't show much power, it doesn't mean he lacked it. Simply put, he might have just disdained to act. Thus, when they met, Victor didn't choose to resist, and he even watched as Logan was taken down by a high-tech device resembling an electric discharger. By the time Logan woke up, he saw Victor drinking whiskey. He realized that no matter where they were, Victor could always find whiskey. After catching the whiskey Victor tossed over and taking a heavy swig, Logan stared at Victor without a word, waiting for an explanation. From the current situation, there's a high probability we've returned to our own universe. However, the location might be slightly off. Although Logan was dissatisfied with Victor's explanation, he had no better options. After all, he wasn't some scientist or astronomy doctor who could figure out where he was just by looking at the constellations. Besides, he didn't have much time to think because right after he finished that bottle of liquor, his personal combat match began. As for Victor, he went to a new room with the other gladiators, where they watched Logan's match through the bars. To Victor and Logan's surprise, however, Logan's opponent turned out to be an old acquaintance, His Excellency the Archangel. No one knew where he had gotten the news that Logan had arrived at the cosmic arena. So, he had specifically come here to challenge Logan. Furthermore, this challenge was a wagered battle witnessed by the Grandmaster. If Logan lost to the Archangel would take his life. But if Logan won, the Archangel would no longer harass him when he was on the brink of death. Or rather, in the eyes of the Archangel, he would be immortal. In fact, the Archangel had challenged Victor at the same time. He originally wanted to fight them both at once, but the Grandmaster made him take them on one by one. Thus, he chose to finish off the easier one, Logan, first. When he saw Logan in ancient battle armor, he fell into a memory. Back when the angels and their followers fought together in the mortal world, the person, Angel, who always charged at the very front also had a face like this. Compared to the sentimental Archangel, Logan chose the simplest and most direct approach. He bared his adamantium claws and lunged straight forward. Then, amidst the Archangel's angry roar, he slashed several large gashes into his wings. Although the Archangel hadn't intended to fly up and bully Logan, there was a big difference between voluntarily giving up flight and being knocked down. The Archangel felt insulted. How could he be ambushed? He looked so much like that noble person, how could he do this? The enraged Archangel drew his weapon and slashed at Logan. This time, his beloved blade of death was actually parried by the other's claws. It wasn't until the crisp sound of metal clashing rang out that he realized Logan's original bone claws had been replaced by an exceptionally hard and sharp metallic substance. Even with the angel's blade in his hand, Logan could take the hit without any damage. This alone was enough to shock him. What happened next was even harder for him to accept. Logan's healing factor could actually repair the damage he dealt. In contrast to the Archangel's impotent rage, Logan was also filled with hostility. First, he had ended up in a different universe for no reason, though the time spent there was beautiful. But after Victor found him, the good days came to an end. Every day was filled with endless combat training and searching for a way home. As time passed, his longing for his wife grew stronger. And now, having finally returned, they weren't on Earth. Instead, they were in some unknown corner of the universe, and he didn't even know how much time had passed on Earth. So, the man and the angel, both full of anger, began a fight to the death in the middle of the arena. Of course, in reality, neither of them could die. Consequently, the battle lasted a very long time. The audience's enthusiasm went from peak to trough, until finally, no one was cheering anymore. However, out of respect for the Grandmaster, they didn't dare leave or doze off. So they cheered half-heartedly, pretending to be enthusiastic. Ultimately, the battle ended with the Archangel's defeat, and Logan finally returned with an exhausted body. Although there wasn't a single wound on his body, his spirit had reached its limit. As soon as he returned to the room, he fell asleep. During that time, some aliens with peculiar interests tried to do something to him. However, they were all stopped by Victor, who also gave them a little lesson in passing. Victor also took this opportunity to establish some prestige among the gladiators. After all, strength was respected here. But to completely win these guys over, he would need to enter the arena himself, otherwise, he would always be just a newcomer. In fact, Victor didn't have to wait long. An angel's recovery ability is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. At the very least, by the time Logan woke up, the Archangel had already fully recovered. Although the Archangel didn't really want to fight anymore, his pride and duty wouldn't allow him to back down, so he started the battle anyway. This battle was much more exciting than the previous one. Compared to the countless mutual stabbings between Logan and the Archangel, Victor was one-sidedly suppressing the Archangel. The golden glowing Muramasa and the blade of death in the angel's hand clashed and separated repeatedly. But while the Archangel was constantly parrying, Victor was always on the offensive. After this state continued for a while, Victor successfully caught a flaw in the Archangel's defense. With a heavy punch to his chest, the powerful cosmic energy contained within it instantly exploded inside the Archangel's body. Almost instantly, the Archangel was sent flying backward. Victor didn't let him off that easily, lunging after him immediately. As the Muramasa pierced the Archangel's chest, a surge of cosmic energy even more powerful than before poured into his body through the blade. As the energy flooded in, his skin began to crack, and golden light shone from within. In the end, the unfortunate Archangel exploded into ashes. Of course, he wouldn't die just like that, he would be resurrected in the Lord's heaven. But the embarrassment and shame were unavoidable. While the Archangel suffered defeat, Victor won his first victory in the arena. And he didn't just win, he won gloriously. After their victory, Victor and Logan's living conditions improved rapidly. This was because the ones they had defeated were no ordinary gladiators. This indicated that the Grandmaster had finally developed a small amount of interest in the two. After all, his life was far too long, and he needed something to relieve his boredom. However, he clearly underestimated Victor and Logan's ambitions. These two were not the type to contentedly stay in this place as gladiators. In fact, the gladiators here were either exiled sinners, criminals with nowhere else to go, or others of that ilk. In short, the Grandmaster took in many people with nowhere to go, making them his subordinates and gladiators for his amusement. Among all the gladiators, his favorites were always his champions. Of course, the title of champion was never fixed. As soon as one champion fell, a new one would be born. Naturally, the Grandmaster was never a truly fair man or god. He would occasionally intervene to manipulate matches, ensuring the gladiators he liked would win. During Ragnarok, when Thor had the upper hand in his duel with Hulk, the Grandmaster manipulated the match. Now, he saw Victor's potential and felt he had a bright future. After all, not just anyone could defeat a birdman from the high heavens. So, he arranged a new opponent for Victor, the current champion, Ares, one of the 12 Olympian gods from another dimension. Indeed, it was unknown where the Grandmaster had managed to find such a deity to serve as the champion of his arena. Although he wasn't one of the 12 Olympian gods of this universe, his strength was certainly not inferior to the Ares of this universe. In fact, the Ares of this universe had once come specifically to address this matter, but he arrived in high spirits and left disappointed. The Grandmaster gave him no opportunity to fight the champion. "Believe me, the price of this battle is more than you can bear." With just that simple sentence, the god of war from the Olympian pantheon abandoned his plans. This also showed that the Grandmaster was no simple character. However, Victor was unaware of all this. He only guessed that the Grandmaster might not be so simple. But since he hadn't intervened during Thor's escape, he likely wouldn't intervene when Victor made his own escape. But before Victor could put his prison break into action, his battle with the champion began. First, he was sent to get a haircut. His originally messy blonde hair was shaved into a buzz cut, and then he was sent to the armory to choose weapons for the duel. While these weapons were forged from famous metals in the universe, they still couldn't compare to special substances like adamantium. Therefore, after testing a few out, Victor stepped into the arena wearing a black combat suit. This was a newly discovered ability of his. He could use his cosmic energy for molecular restructuring. His earliest use of it was conjuring whiskey out of thin air. It wasn't until recently, as the cosmic energy within him grew, that he realized he could perform more and more types of molecular restructuring. Of course, the more complex and precious the restructured object was, the more energy it consumed. Currently, he was only at the stage of changing his outfit or conjuring a bottle of wine. As for creating adamantium weapons, that was out of the question. The reason adamantium weapons were even mentioned was, of course, because of his opponent. The man opposite him was holding, carrying on his back, and wearing gear, from armor to axes, hammers, and war swords, all forged from adamantium. Judging by his attire, Victor once thought his opponent was a Spartan warrior. As it turned out, he was more Spartan than a Spartan. He was the god worshipped by the Spartans, Ares, the god of war. Although a god, he couldn't fly or fire energy beams. This made him seem a bit less impressive, but a god is a god because he is powerful enough. His primary combat style was hand-to-hand combat and the use of various weapons. He was called the god of war because he was not only a top-tier master of close-quarters combat but also proficient in every weapon, including cold weapons like knives, swords, spears, battle axes, and daggers, as well as modern firearms. In addition to his near-immortal lifespan, he possessed superhuman strength, stamina, agility, durability, and reflexes. While most attacks and weapons couldn't harm him, he still possessed an incredible regenerative ability, allowing him to recover quickly even if he sustained conventional damage. It could be said he was the most formidable foe Victor had ever encountered. In their exchange, Victor fell into a disadvantage for the first time. Initially, Victor planned to end the fight quickly, unaware that his opponent was using adamantium weapons. Victor drew Muramasa, intending to cut down both the man and his weapon. But when their blades clashed, Victor realized he was in big trouble. Because the moment they engaged, the enthusiastic crowd in the stands shouted his opponent's name, Ares. In Victor's memory, Ares wasn't supposed to appear this early. Had a lot of time passed? Had Hulk already been here? But he hadn't heard anything about it when he was asking around. In fact, the Ares before him was indeed the champion before Hulk's arrival. If Victor and Logan hadn't come, he would have continued being the champion. It wasn't until after the events of Avengers, Age of Ultron that Hulk would arrive here, defeat him, and become the new champion. While Victor was distracted, an opening inevitably appeared in his movements. As the god most proficient in combat, Ares clearly wouldn't miss a single opening. Victor's slash was lightly parried by the sword in Ares's hand, and then he took a heavy punch to his left ribs. Victor's body buckled from the blow, and Ares's storm-like attack suddenly descended. Ares was never a merciful deity. He was well-versed in all forms of torture and striking techniques. Under Ares's continuous barrage, Victor was turned into a bloody mess, lying in the center of the arena. Witnessing all this, Logan almost went berserk in the cage where he was watching the match. He roared, shaking the bars of his cell, repeatedly shouting Victor's name. Victor did not disappoint him. Just as Ares raised his hands to accept the cheers and applause from the audience, Victor stood up completely unharmed. Even his torn clothes had returned to their original state, looking as if they hadn't even touched a speck of dust. This made Ares realize he had encountered his least favorite type of opponent. He hated facing opponents with such incredible recovery abilities. Lacking energy-based attacks, he usually ended lives by striking vital points. But against an opponent with no vital points and super recovery, he would have to completely destroy them on a physical level. As for the method of destruction, one could refer to how Kratos physically annihilated Zeus at the end of God of War 3. After paying the price for his carelessness once, Victor decided to go all out to defeat the opponent before him before considering the matter of escape. But once the second clash began, he found that even without being distracted, he was still no match for his opponent. Of course, this was in terms of combat technique. Victor was completely outmatched by Ares, who held the title of God of War. As the God of War, Ares was proficient in all known and unknown human combat techniques. This was the ability granted to him by his divine office. Thus, when Victor used his blade skills to fight him, he was quickly overwhelmed by Ares's transcendent swordsmanship. Fortunately, Muramasa had merged with him. After being knocked away several times, it would return directly to his hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how many times he would have been stabbed. However, Victor discovered something in his favor. The opponent's weapons were not made of true adamantium. Instead, they were secondary adamantium, which was slightly inferior. While this mass-produced alloy was incredibly tough, it was not indestructible. At the very least, an enraged Hulk could destroy it, which might be why Hulk later replaced Ares as the new champion. Presently, the longsword in Ares's hand was inevitably showing nicks and cracks from constant clashes with Muramasa. Having noticed this, Victor began to calmly continue his battle with Ares. Although he was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of technique, by going all out, he could still barely hold his ground. Moreover, he found that this kind of combat was immensely beneficial for improving his own skills. At the very least, the time it took for Ares to knock the weapon from his hand was getting longer, and the number of cuts he received was decreasing. While Victor fought steadily, Ares remained in a state of furious combat. In fact, he was somewhat similar to Hulk in this regard. Hulk grew stronger through rage, and Ares similarly relied on the anger generated in battle to maintain his divine power. Actually, besides technique, Ares was also slightly superior to Victor in strength. This forced Victor to expend more energy to parry his attacks. Fortunately, Victor also possessed incredible stamina, so he didn't have to worry about running out of energy. Furthermore, after coming to space, Victor found he could absorb cosmic energy even faster. With the empowerment of cosmic energy, his strength was sufficient to hold his own against Ares. Thus, the battle turned into a war of attrition. This was clearly not the outcome the Grandmaster wanted, so he decisively began to manipulate the match again. With a flick of his thumb, Victor felt his body instantly lose all sensation. As Victor collapsed, paralyzed, Ares's iron hammer came swinging at his face. Then, Victor's vision went black, and he lost consciousness completely. When he woke up, he found he had been sent back to his room. Logan was nearby, heartlessly eating fruit. "What the hell happened to you? Why did you suddenly stop? I thought you were going to kick the bucket. I didn't expect you to be so tough. After taking so many hammer blows, you only ended up unconscious." Victor knew Logan was concerned, he just wasn't good at expressing it. At least, Victor didn't sense much concern from his words. "I still underestimated this little thing on us. It can actually paralyze my body instantly, even the healing factor can't recover from it." After hearing Victor's words, Logan tossed the fruit aside. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he reached for the back of his neck. With a grunt of pain, Logan used his adamantium claws to slice off the device along with a piece of flesh. Originally, he wanted to pull it out directly, but he found that no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't get it off. Instead, it hurt like hell. One must realize that someone like Logan was already accustomed to pain. For him to find the pain of pulling this thing out unbearable, one could imagine how sinister the device was. With Logan leading the way, removing the little device was much simpler for Victor. As the adamantium claws sliced through Victor's skin, a piece of flesh along with the sinister little thing fell to the floor. Having removed the items that restrained them, Victor and Logan decided to use their specialties to wreak havoc on Sakaar. No bars or security doors could stop Logan's adamantium claws, and no guards or escorts could withstand a single light stroke from Victor's blade. With their seamless coordination, they fought their way out of the gladiators' quarters. While killing every guard who tried to intercept them along the way, they also triggered the alarms across all of Sakar. Upon learning of their escape, the Grandmaster surprisingly didn't get angry. Instead, he ordered his subordinates to turn off the incessant alarms because the noise annoyed him, and only then did he tell the others to go capture them. The capture operation was clearly not going smoothly, as Victor and Logan were not being brought before him. Instead, reports of the guards' screams kept coming in. While Victor and Logan were on a killing spree, they encountered a small problem. Although they had fought their way out, they couldn't find where the spaceships were. And even if they found a spaceship, an even bigger problem awaited them. As native Earthlings who only knew how to drive Earthling tanks and planes, neither of them knew how to fly a spaceship. But now that they had escaped, surrendering was out of the question. Victor felt that as long as they found a ship, they would find a way. Hard work pays off. By the time the recovered bodies of the guard units had piled into a small mountain, they finally found the Grandmaster's hangar. Which one are we taking? The one with the most weapons. When Victor and Logan boarded the ship, they were both completely bewildered as they stared at the array of panels and control levers. However, Victor quickly found a solution. He disembarked and picked up one of Grandmaster's subordinates who wasn't quite dead yet, then used his telepathic ability to read the man's memories and thoughts. "Hey, what are you doing? Just how many things are you keeping from me? You weren't like this before. What on earth happened to you, Victor?" Logan was extremely surprised and wary of the telepathic ability Victor had suddenly displayed. He even began to doubt if the man before him was the Victor he knew. After all, the world was full of wonders. It was entirely possible for someone to disguise themselves as Victor so convincingly that even he couldn't tell. "Put your claws away, Logan. Now isn't the time for infighting. I'm reading his memories to figure out how to fly this thing. As for how I got this ability, I can't explain it easily. It seems I changed like this after passing through the wormhole." The truth was that while Victor gained the ability to absorb cosmic energy through the Moonstone, he also inherited another trait, the ability to devour various forms of energy and make them his own. While passing through the wormhole earlier, Victor had absorbed a significant amount of Phoenix force dissipated in the air, which made the cosmic energy in his body even more powerful and unique. His matter transformation and telepathic abilities were strengthened or manifested because of this. Initially, Victor just found it exceptionally noisy. But with his extensive training, he quickly realized this noise was unusual and soon mastered the ability. In a sense, Victor was quite gifted. After gaining a new ability, he only needed a short time to master and utilize it effectively. Yet, he always remembered what he was truly best at. Thus, even though he had long been able to fly and use energy attacks, he still maintained hand-to-hand combat as his primary fighting style. Even the sharp Muramasa was only used on rare occasions. He relished the feeling of fist-to-flesh impact and the spray of blood. It was one of the few pleasures in his long life. After extracting the piloting skills from the guard's mind, Victor casually snapped his neck, sat in the pilot's seat, and started the ship. As for how Logan noticed Victor reading the guard's memories, it was because Victor's use of the ability wasn't as seamless as Professor X or Jean's. Instead, he used cosmic energy to forcibly invade the target's brain. Therefore, when golden energy extended from Victor's hand and began to entwine the guard's head, causing the man to scream and his eyes to glow, Logan realized something was wrong. That was why he questioned him, but after hearing Victor's explanation, he didn't ask further, given their years of friendship and the current situation. Shortly after Victor started the ship and burst out of the hangar, the frigates piloted by the guards gave chase. Thus, a massive aerial pursuit began. Although he didn't know why weapons across the universe were basically fired by pulling a trigger, it was definitely good news for Logan. This meant he wouldn't be troubled by not knowing how to operate the ship's weapons. As a battle-hardened veteran, Logan considered his shooting skill second to few, aside from Agent Zero. In fact, it proved true in this battle. Strafing the pursuing frigates with the ship's laser cannons wasn't much different from using a machine gun on a Federal aerial fortress, at least for Logan. It simply required better physical conditioning and reaction speed due to the higher velocities involved. Furthermore, the frigates could perform more complex maneuvers than fighter jets. But essentially, they still turned into fireworks when hit. Under Logan's strafing, the pursuers were all reduced to fireworks. Just as Grandmaster's fat steward was about to intervene personally, Grandmaster stopped her, allowing Logan and Victor to successfully escape into the wormhole. Once Victor steered the ship into the wormhole, he understood why a certain Valkyrie wanted Thor to steal Grandmaster's sightseeing ship. The shields of other ships simply couldn't withstand the impact of space junk within the wormhole or the gravitational pull of the wormhole itself. Just as the ship's shield was about to fail, Victor used his own cosmic energy to manifest a barrier, taking over for the original shield. However, his cosmic energy was also finite. Fortunately, the ship successfully exited the tunnel before his energy was depleted. Although one of the engines was damaged by space junk, they had made it out. The legendary Asgard was now right before them. Looking at the god realm, which was as beautiful as heaven, though Odin might kill anyone who used that comparison, it truly was like a fairyland, befitting the home of the Norse gods. After emerging from the wormhole, Victor and Logan's ship headed straight for Asgard. They had to land before an explosion occurred. Otherwise, they risked becoming space junk. However, Asgard was currently at its peak of power. As the god king who ruled the realms, Odin naturally wouldn't allow anyone to invade his domain at will. Thus, as Victor's ship neared Asgard, it was intercepted by Asgardians. Being a warrior race, Asgardians always fire first and ask questions later. If you're killed, then unfortunately, it means you weren't worthy of speaking to the great Asgardians. Facing the Asgardian interception, Victor stopped Logan from retaliating. Instead, he chose to push through and reach the surface first. Just as the intercepting fire arrived, Logan and Victor's beast instinct suddenly flared with a warning. It felt as though someone was watching them from the shadows. While Logan grew wary, Victor knew that the one watching them was the guardian of the Bifrost Bridge, the god of dawn, Heimdall. Victor's act of stopping Logan's retaliation was also for Heimdall's benefit, to show they harbored no hostility. However, Victor estimated they would still have to fight in the end. As the burning ship streaked across the Asgardian sky, the energy shield Victor had been struggling to maintain finally failed. Under Asgard's powerful defensive fire, the ship quickly exploded and disintegrated. Logan and Victor fell together into a lake on Asgard's surface. When they climbed out, they were met by a fully armed Asgardian army. "Wait, we are Midgardians, here to seek the protection of the gods of Asgard. According to the ancient pact, you are bound to protect us." Clearly, for someone like Victor, whose origins were unknown and who had forced his way into Asgard's domain, his words carried no weight whatsoever. At the leader's command, the Asgardian soldiers attacked. Victor only had time to tell Logan not to kill before the two sides were locked in combat. Although the Asgardian soldiers wielded weapons and armor forged from heavenly palace metal, they were still sliced apart effortlessly by the indestructible adamantium and the muramasa. One had to admit, however, that Asgard's army truly deserved its reputation as the mighty heavenly palace that once conquered the 9 realms. Even with inferior weapons, they used formation tactics to pin down Victor and Logan. The moment a warrior's blade was severed or he was wounded, another instantly stepped in to replace him. Hindered by their reluctance to kill, Victor and Logan were gradually forced back, yet it was clear the Asgardians intended to take them alive. With both sides holding back, the fight dragged on. Finally, Sif arrived with Thor's close friends, the Warriors 3. By then the Asgardian detachment had been knocked flat. The unconscious soldiers were stacked in a pile while Victor and Logan sat nearby, sipping whiskey. Faced with the scene, the newcomers had no choice but to deal with the intruders themselves. At the Four's charge, Victor and Logan's first reaction was to hurl their bottles. Fondrel caught his, took a swig, then waved the others to a halt. For the Warriors 3, centuries absent from Midgard, whiskey was a novel taste. Besides, the visitors clearly weren't here to make trouble. The proof was that every Asgardian warrior still breathed. So Fondrel decided to hear them out, and to ask if more of the drink was on hand. When everyone paused, he spoke. "You seem to be Midgardians, yet none I recall possess such strength or resilience." In answer to Fondrel, Victor had to explain what mutants were and how they related to Earth, Midgard. After his explanation, the Warriors 3 and Sif already believed their claim of being Earthlings. But how they had reached Asgard remained a mystery. Only a handful on Midgard possessed the magic to travel here, and those mages were obviously not these two. To prove their innocence, a fight was in order. Victor realized that unless he faced the warriors and demonstrated his power, they would not let the matter drop. It was an Asgardian tradition, respect was earned through strength. Very well, time to show it. First to step forward was Fondrel, student of Volstagg and the trio's finest swordsman, whose speed and agility surpassed the average Asgardian male. An Asgardian frame gave him bone and muscle density far above an Earthling's, granting immense damage resistance and strength. His opponent, Logan, needed no long sword. His claws were among the sharpest blades in the world. Coupled with a healing factor and muscle density beyond the norm, he could outlast Fandral in sheer toughness. As for speed, Logan matched the Asgardians' renowned quickness, and their clash turned white-hot from the outset. Unfortunately, Fandral's blade was soon chipped and notched by Logan's adamantium claws. With a pang of regret he tossed the sword aside and chose bare knuckles. Logan retracted his claws and raised his fists in turn. Fistfighting had always been a passion. Before gaining adamantium bones he had been a regular in illegal prizefights. Like Victor, he loved the feel of knuckles on flesh, but once upgraded, only Victor could still give him that thrill. Now Fandral wanted to brawl. Perfect. One punch to Logan's face, however, and Fandral instantly regretted it. The Midgardian's bones were too hard, pain shot through Fandral's knuckles as though they might crack. When Logan's fist met his face, the regret deepened. Were the man's bones forged from that same metal? Battered and guessing the truth, Fandral paid dearly for Asgardian pride. His handsome visage was pummeled into a replica of Volstagg's. Unable to watch, Sif called a halt. Volstagg stepped forth to redeem his pupil's honor. Yet Logan was waved back. Victor would not miss a chance to face the famed Asgardian weapons master. After the Grandmaster's arena, Victor knew his Muramasa skills still had glaring weaknesses. Against a foe with comparable steel and superior technique, he would be swiftly overwhelmed. If carbon steel blades that suppressed healing were added, he might be in real danger. Time to hone his technique. Sparring with Volstagg was ideal. In his youth Volstagg had been the mightiest warrior of the Heavenly Palace, the Lion of Asgard. A complete fighter, Volstagg mastered every weapon and unarmed style. His title was earned on the battlefield, not by rumor. Age had thickened his waist and slowed his step, yet skill and titanic strength kept him formidable. His opponent, Victor, owner of the cursed Muramasa, veteran of the Grandmaster's arena who had battled the war god Ares, feared no aging champion. As the two closed the distance, a duel of masters loomed. Meanwhile, Logan and Fandral, moments ago trying to kill each other, were already sharing a drink. While Logan and Fandral were drinking heavily, the clash between Victor and Volstagg officially began. The two first engaged in a probing attack, their weapons clashing and separating instantly. Through this experimental collision, the two realized that the gap in their strength was not large. In other words, Victor and Volstagg's power was about equal. But as a master of weapons, Volstagg drew more conclusions from this single collision than Victor did. That was that Victor still had flaws in his use of blade techniques. Although he could be considered a master compared to ordinary Asgardian warriors. However, facing a grandmaster of weapons like him, there was still a clear gap. After all, Volstagg's techniques were the essence summarized from hundreds of years of fighting alongside Odin to conquer the 9 realms. Victor, on the other hand, had only lived for over 100 years in total and had only used a blade for a few decades. Furthermore, he hadn't specifically delved into studying it, so it was natural for a difference to exist. If there is a massive gap in strength between opponents, then the gap in technique can be covered by overwhelming power. But when facing an opponent with similar strength, the role of technique begins to stand out. This was true back in the arena, and it was the same now while fighting Volstagg. Facing the massive hammer swung by Volstagg, Victor did not try to meet it head-on. Because compared to the heavy hammer, the Muramasa in his hand was simply too light and could easily be knocked away. Moreover, Volstagg swung his hammer so tightly that it was impenetrable. Victor had no chance to find a flaw to launch an attack. But this didn't mean Volstagg had won. His greatest weakness was that he was old and his physical condition had declined. He was no longer that Lion of Asgard with inexhaustible strength. After successfully dodging Volstagg's attacks multiple times, Victor noticed that the opponent's movements were starting to slow down. This indicated that the opponent's stamina had reached its limit. Sabretooth never missed any flaw of an enemy. He decisively seized the opportunity and launched an attack. But with the crisp sound of metal clashing, Victor's slash was successfully parried by Volstagg using the handle of his hammer. This was a tactic Volstagg had planned long ago. Knowing he couldn't fight a long battle, he first unleashed a burst of energy, then feigned exhaustion, intentionally revealing a flaw. Then, utilizing his rich experience, he successfully judged the path of Victor's slash, parried the attack, and gained this opportunity for a counterattack. Naturally, he wouldn't let this rare chance slip by. The massive Volstagg let go of the hammer handle with both hands and lunged directly at Victor. Facing the unarmed Volstagg lunging at him, it was too late to retract his blade for another strike. Victor had no choice but to let the Muramasa dissipate and hurriedly threw a punch, trying to stop Volstagg's movement. The punch Victor threw in haste didn't cause any damage to the thick-skinned Volstagg. Instead, Volstagg successfully tackled Victor to the ground. He then successfully utilized his weight advantage to pin Victor down. Following that, he raised his fists and gave him a sound thrashing. After taking many punches, Victor didn't even have a wound on his face. On the contrary, Volstagg's hands were significantly injured by the countershock. He felt as if his knuckles were cracked. In fact, his knuckles were indeed cracked. In terms of hardness, Victor's skeleton was not at all inferior to Logan's adamantium skeleton. Although Volstagg was an Asgardian and his bone hardness and density far exceeded those of an Earthling, they still couldn't compare to adamantium. After realizing his attacks couldn't cause damage to Victor, he decisively chose to stop and also prevented others from continuing the challenge. What material are your bones made of? Why are they so sturdy? I don't recall Asgardian bones being this hard. Facing Volstagg's question, Victor knew that what he had said earlier about mutants had already been put to the back of their minds. Victor had no choice but to repeat what he had said about mutants and then explain the reasons for the changes in his and Logan's skeletons. The Warriors 3 expressed great amazement at this, while Sif was much more reserved than they were. In fact, although Sif didn't have much screen time, as the woman who eventually becomes Thor's wife in the comics, she absolutely cannot be underestimated. In fact, it was Sif who made the final call to take Victor and Logan to have an audience with Thor. Originally, intruders like Victor and the others would have been locked directly in the Asgardian prison. But through observing their battle with the Warriors 3, Sif determined that their strength was not simple. Moreover, they harbored no ill will, so she decided to introduce them to Thor first. Then Thor would make the decision whether to lock them up or send them back to Midgard. As for seeing Odin, you're joking. Who is Odin? Someone you can see just because you want to. If it hadn't been for the Warriors 3 and Sif being nearby and happening to come over to handle it, what would have greeted Victor and Logan would have been an endless Asgardian army. Of course, if Victor and Logan were like Hela and had slaughtered the Asgardian army into a chaotic mess, then Odin would likely have taken action personally. As things stood, Prince Thor, as Odin's heir, could make the decision. After all, they were just two Midgardians who had broken in, though powerful, that was all they were. Actually, Victor was quite happy about not seeing Odin. After all, he had broken Odin's seal years ago in an attempt to seize the Tesseract he had hidden on Earth. God knows if Odin had tampered with the seal, like putting a mark on it or something. If he were discovered during the meeting, wouldn't that be extremely awkward? At that point, explaining it would be very troublesome. Although breaking into Asgard was just a small problem compared to coveting the Tesseract. But having coveted the Tesseract in the past and now breaking into Asgard, that was no longer a small problem. And such an issue couldn't be explained clearly in just a sentence or two. After all, in Asgard's vault, there were many treasures with destructive power no less than the Tesseract. As someone who had once coveted the Tesseract, who would believe you if you said you weren't here to steal treasures? Therefore, upon learning that he was not qualified to meet Odin and that his son Thor would decide their fate, Victor breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, despite all his calculations, he still missed one thing. That was that the Asgardian guards responsible for guarding the Tesseract back then, except for their leader, the Berserker who stayed on Earth, had all returned to Asgard. And the lifespan of Asgardians ensured that they were still in service at this time. One of those warriors happened to be on duty at the entrance of Thor's residence. So, Victor was exposed after all. The moment that guard stopped Victor, they recognized each other instantly. Then, the second he was recognized, Victor chose to disarm and surrender. Compared to the furious Logan, Victor was much more composed. He even had the presence of mind to complain that Asgard's prison food tasted much better than Earth's food. Logan felt both angry and amused at being dragged down by Victor and becoming a prisoner again. He was angry because he was a captive once more, and his plan to return to Earth early had gone up in smoke. He found it funny because he remembered how, in the past, it had always been Victor cleaning up his messes. This time, it was he who was caught in the fallout of Victor's actions. Of course, he didn't blame Victor for it, he was just making an observation. Still, being trapped here made him very uncomfortable. However, the two didn't stay there for long before a prison guard came to tell them that the greatest guardian god king, Odin, wanted to see them. Victor stated he would go after he finished his meal, and the guard displayed excellent discipline. He actually stood at the door, watching Victor finish every bite of his food and waiting for someone to clear the dishes before letting him move. This caused Victor to hold the character of all Asgardians in higher regard. It seemed there was a reason they could become the protectors of the 9 realms. As a thief who attempted to steal the Tesseract, you look a bit different from what I imagined. However, I have decided to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. At first sight, Odin decided to bring Victor under his wing. As an old schemer whose age was measured in tens of millennia, he naturally couldn't pass up a member of the new generation with such limitless potential as Victor. Of course, if the other party didn't know what was good for them, he wouldn't mind letting them witness the God King's thunderous wrath. Although he had recently felt himself beginning to weaken day by day, he still had confidence in dealing with a member of the new generation who had yet to grow up. In fact, it was precisely because he felt his own weakening that he hoped to recruit Victor into his service as one of his hidden pieces on Midgard. Because as things stood, neither of his 2 sons had reached the level where they could inherit the throne of Asgard. Yet, Ragnarok was fast approaching. And Victor indeed did not disappoint him. The moment he extended the olive branch, Victor seized the opportunity and immediately agreed to Odin's proposal. He agreed without even asking about Odin's conditions. Seeing him so ready to comply, it was Odin who began to feel conflicted instead. Because Victor was so straightforward, Odin felt embarrassed to be too harsh. However, Asgard was most famous for its various divine artifacts. But except for the very best few, none could rival the Muramasa in Victor's hand. Furthermore, Victor's compatibility didn't match these weapons. Weapons like Mjolnir often had requirements for the user's character. Moreover, Victor felt that swinging a hammer didn't quite suit his style. In the end, Victor obtained a branch of the World Tree. Both the handle of Mjolnir and Odin's eternal holy spear were crafted from branches of the World Tree. However, the branch Odin gave Victor had just been plucked from the World Tree and still retained its vitality. Odin used magic to seal it within an arcane crystal. As long as the crystal wasn't destroyed, it would remain in that state. As for how to use this branch, Odin stated that Victor would have to find the answer himself. Or perhaps one day, when Victor demonstrated his value, Odin would be happy to tell him how to use it. Regarding Odin's typical behavior of dangling a carrot, Victor didn't say much. After all, his main goal was to return to Earth through Asgard. Obtaining the World Tree branch and Odin's attention were considered unexpected bonuses. After all, others who wanted such attention never had the chance. Ultimately, Victor and Odin reached an agreement. As for Logan, he was more or less like a free phone that came with a data plan. Both became honorary Asgardian warriors, and the Heavenly Palace prepared a full set of equipment for them, from armor to weapons. It was better than what ordinary Asgardian soldiers used, roughly at the level of the equipment used by the Warriors 3. Of course, this decent level was by Asgardian standards. In the outside world, this set of equipment would be considered divine weapons and armor. After all, this was armor used by Asgardians. Just look at that Asgardian in the SHIELD agent's files. A tactical dagger made of alloy was like clay in his hands. So, one can imagine how outstanding the defensive capabilities of armor used as protective equipment by such a race would be. At the very least, it would have no problem resisting earthling weapons. As for the weapons of the Dark Elves, those weren't exactly ordinary energy weapons. Just as Iron Man's improved energy core was an isotope of the Tesseract, the Dark Elves' weapons were born from their research into the Reality Stone. Their weapons were powered by dark energy and black holes, and their particle guns fired lethal dark matter particles that could tear through biological tissue at a molecular level. If that still didn't illustrate Asgardian defensiveness, another example was Gamera's favorite sword, called Godslayer, named so because it could even kill an Asgardian. In terms of aesthetics, it might not quite fit modern earthling tastes. However, as a Nordic classical style, it was absolutely a top-tier work of art. Although the location where Odin received the two was in the Golden Palace, it wasn't in the main hall, but in a secluded small room. After finalizing the agreement between the two parties, Odin used his magic to manifest a contract and had Victor and Logan sign their names on it. As a contract personally drafted by Odin, it would remain highly binding as long as he lived. Of course, this binding nature was one-sided. Victor didn't care too much, though, because it only stated that when Odin needed him, Victor must answer his call. Naturally, Victor didn't have to respond to every trivial matter, and for every call he completed for Odin, Victor would receive a corresponding reward. In other words, this contract was essentially something like a mercenary contract. Once Victor and Logan had signed and confirmed there were no other issues, Odin lightly tapped his eternal holy spear, and the brilliantly shining Bifrost Bridge instantly engulfed Victor and Logan, sending them back to Earth. As the dazzling light of the Bifrost Bridge pierced through heaven and earth, Victor and Logan, holding Asgardian weapons and wearing Asgardian warrior armor, stepped out. They were surprised to find that someone was actually there to greet them. Or rather, the people greeting them were the Guardians of the Tesseract from years ago. They still adhered to the ancient pact and stood guard here. Obviously, they took Victor and Logan for messengers sent by the Heavenly Palace. After all, in their ancestors' records, the god King Odin and his army from the Heavenly Palace had descended in this very manner. We have followed the ancient pact, guarding this place and the Tesseract. But due to our incompetence, the Tesseract was lost. We hope the Heavenly Palace can forgive our transgression, reclaim the Tesseract, and continue to protect Midgard. Looking at the descendants of Odin's former human followers on Earth who had clearly been wronged and come to seek help, Victor couldn't help but give Odin some face. After all, he had just received benefits from the man, and he estimated that a certain dark-skinned fellow was still watching him and Logan. Therefore, Victor had no choice but to offer them some comfort and guarantee that he would reclaim the Tesseract. Upon receiving Victor's guarantee, the descendants of these guardians let out a cheer. Although times had changed and they knew the gods their ancestors once worshipped were just a more advanced civilization, some things remained unchangeable. For instance, the combat power of Asgardians far exceeded that of Earthlings, and Earth still required their protection. It was precisely for this reason that these descendants of the Guardians chose to continue observing the ancient pact. It wasn't because they were ignorant, but because they knew more than others. Now that the Heavenly Palace had dispatched warriors, reclaiming the Tesseract was naturally just a matter of time. In fact, Odin had not requested Victor to reclaim the Tesseract, otherwise, he wouldn't have left it on Earth in the first place. After learning from Victor that the Tesseract had fallen into the hands of the Earthling government, he didn't say much more, only telling Victor to ensure that other aliens didn't seize it. Victor didn't stay long in this freezing place. He had been missing for so long that he estimated a pile of matters was waiting for him to handle. This was indeed the case. After he and Logan left, a major event occurred on Earth, one with deep and lasting influence. Ultimately, this major event was Magneto's fault, or perhaps his daughter's. Shortly after Victor left, the war between mutants and ordinary humans intensified. During the period Victor was away, Eric got married and had a pair of children. He kept them by his side and trained them into his capable lieutenants. The elder of the two was a daughter named Wanda, who possessed powerful chaos magic and the superpower to modify probabilities. When these two abilities combined, she could warp reality. The younger of the sibling duo, Pietro, possessed super speed. Because of his silver hair, just like Magneto's, he was known as Quicksilver. Unlike the original story, because the siblings were raised and indoctrinated with theories by Magneto from a young age, they also completely approved of their father's actions. With their assistance, Magneto's cause began to flourish. However, his mindset also gradually shifted from maintaining a balance with Xavier to wanting to become the ruler of the world. This change in mindset caused his behavior to change as well, moving from having certain bottom lines initially to becoming increasingly radical. Under his leadership, the Brotherhood of Mutants grew stronger by the day. More and more powerful mutants began to join his ranks, identifying with his ideology of mutant supremacy. Under this trend, the X-Men led by Charles were gradually suppressed until they could barely hold their heads up. But as Eric's words and deeds became more excessive, more superpowered individuals began to stand in opposition to him. Initially, it was those affiliated with the federal government and SHIELD, such as the Howling Commandos, but later, even villainous organizations like Hydra stood against him. As the conflict between the two sides escalated, a battle beyond everyone's imagination broke out, involving almost all superpowered individuals and mutants. The final outcome of this conflict was marked by Magneto being struck down, followed by the federal government launching nuclear missiles that killed most of the mutants on the battlefield. As for Magneto, although he was spared, he was permanently imprisoned by the federal government. After witnessing such an outcome, Magneto's daughter Wanda was greatly traumatized. Using her abilities, she modified the reality of the entire universe to realize her father's dream. Mutants ruled the world, and their family became the rulers of this world, known as the House of M. However, the good times didn't last. The reality modified by Wanda eventually met with an accident. Due to the correction effect caused by the large-scale modification of reality, the memories of some superpowered individuals began to resurface. They started to regain their memories from before the modification, and upon learning the truth, they began to rebel against the House of M that ruled the world. Ultimately, the ending returned to the starting point. An earth-shaking battle took the lives of countless people, including Wanda's brother and father. The heavily traumatized Wanda finally broke down completely. After she cried out, "No more mutants," everything changed. Under the effect of Wanda's ability, all mutants disappeared. As everyone knows, according to Newton's third law, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Thousands of mutants disappeared, and the energy they possessed triggered an extremely intense chain reaction. The cost of this chain reaction was that mutants throughout the entire timeline vanished. Or rather, the mutant timeline was stripped away from this universe, becoming an independent timeline. In that stripped timeline, Wanda would no longer exist. However, her brother Quicksilver managed to survive. She couldn't bear to let him disappear with her. The reaction force generated by stripping the timeline turned into a massive surge of cosmic energy, floating in the universe of that mutant timeline, and was eventually absorbed by Jean, triggering the Dark Phoenix plot. In the current universe, mutants no longer exist. The returning Logan and Victor became the only two mutants. Furthermore, the history of their past existence had also been modified. All events related to other mutants had become as if they never happened. Except for them, no one else would possess these memories. However, the two of them didn't know this yet. After bidding farewell to the descendants of the Guardians, they put their weapons and armor into cases. They didn't want to be treated as middle-aged Chiunibu, being stared at by others while wearing Asgardian armor. Before leaving, they learned from the descendants of the Guardians that it had been less than half a year since Victor left. Initially, they thought it was just a difference in the flow of time between the two worlds. But when they left the polar region, found a safe house set up by HYDRA agents under Victor's command, and used the equipment there to contact Nina, they realized something was wrong. First, Nina welcomed their return, but then expressed total ignorance regarding the Apocalypse incident. Moreover, Logan's consciousness exchange event had turned into an accident caused by researching the Tesseract. Looking at the Tesseract emitting a blue light in the laboratory behind Nina, Victor only felt a massive headache. He guessed that Odin must have known for a long time that the Tesseract was in the hands of his subordinates, which is why he said those things. But all of this was too bizarre for Victor and Logan. Because besides the two of them, there were no other mutants in this world. People like Charles Xavier and Magneto Eric no longer existed. Even Dr. Essex, Mr. Sinister, had passed away long ago. As for Agent Zero, the position was now held by the grandson of the fastest gunslinger in the West. As for him and Logan, they had become two exceptional existences. Various irrationalities in history were ignored by others. Coupled with the disappearing mutants, Victor and Logan keenly sensed that something was wrong. However, they couldn't find a single clue because they didn't even know what had happened. The only thing they could know was that the reason they were spared was that they were not in this universe when it happened. Actually, this matter didn't have a very large impact on Victor. The one truly hurt was Logan. For one reason or another, he had become a bachelor again. His wife and children had become part of a history that never existed. Of course, for Logan, who didn't know what happened later, he only knew he had lost his wife. But that was enough. He swore he would find out exactly what had happened. Victor's thoughts were similar to Logan's. He also wanted to know what had happened. Furthermore, he had some ideas on how to investigate. If there was a problem with time, then he just needed to find that treasure that could influence and view time. However, for now, the guardian of that treasure was a bit difficult to deal with. And even if they defeated the guardian, they wouldn't be able to get the stone. Not to mention that after getting the stone, neither of them would know how to use it. That's right, the treasure Victor was thinking of was precisely the time stone among the Infinity Stones. This treasure, which could investigate and influence almost all timelines, should be able to help them find the truth. But how to obtain and use it was a major problem. In the original story, Doctor Strange and the Sorcerer Supreme operated it through magic spells, while Thanos controlled the stones through the Infinity Gauntlet. Victor didn't have an Infinity Gauntlet, and as for magic, he knew even less. Besides, even if the two of them were tied together, they probably wouldn't be enough for the Sorcerer Supreme to fight with one hand. Although they wouldn't die, being thrown into the mirror dimension and unable to get out would be a huge joke. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Victor decided to take things slowly. For now, the right path was to get rid of the hot potato, the Tesseract, in his base. Although he didn't know how it ended up in his hands, it was better to send it away early. Otherwise, it would cause trouble sooner or later. Hadn't he seen that few holders of the Tesseract came to a good end? After returning to the base, Victor learned from Nina that the Tesseract had been brought over by Dr. Zola because he felt his days were numbered. So he asked Victor to assist him in building a machine that could house his consciousness. The Tesseract was one of the rewards for helping him build the machine. Of course, it wasn't that the Tesseract was given to Victor, but rather lent to him for research for a period of time. However, Victor clearly didn't have a research genius like Howard among his subordinates who could research its isotopes from the Tesseract and invent a brand new arc reactor and transforming armor. After tossing it around, they could still only use it as a power source to extract pure energy. After extracting and compressing a large amount of energy, the Tesseract was sent back to SHIELD's secret base in the Federation. The supercomputer required by Dr. Zola was also completed. After being handed over to SHIELD, Dr. Zola ordered his subordinates to keep it in a secret bunker. What he claimed to the outside world was that this computer could predict the upcoming future through a certain algorithm. Victor was already too lazy to bother with Dr. Zola's actions. Because he could never quite understand these mad scientists, Dr. Essex from before was like this, and Dr. Zola now was the same. He was especially uninterested in their behavior of using themselves for experiments. At the same time, he also thought of one more thing. Besides the time stone, there was another treasure that could travel through time and space. It just required more energy. Fortunately, he had just extracted quite a bit from the Tesseract, so he decided to give it a try. After finalizing his idea, he called Nina, the current possessor of the Moonstone. Looking at the vampire girl before him who hadn't changed much, Victor took a deep breath. Then he told her everything, including his conjectures, and requested her help. Regarding everything Victor said, although Nina found it incredible and unlikely, she was willing to believe him, so she agreed to his request. Or rather, regardless of whether Victor explained or not, as long as he requested it, she would certainly do it. As she opened her palm, two moonstones emitting a golden light began to rotate, absorbing the energy blocks that had already been placed around them. After absorbing all the energy blocks in the room, they returned to Nina's body. Subsequently, the girl's entire body emitted an extremely intense light. After this light enveloped the girl's entire body, it also took Victor in. When the light vanished, the room was empty. In fact, the moonstone didn't send the two of them out of the current spacetime, it merely opened a subdimension, like forming a smaller bubble inside a larger one using its membrane. After dragging Victor and Nina into that subdimension, the stones began to replay the events that had been stripped from the timeline. When the vision reached the moment Wanda shouted that she wished there were no more mutants in the world, every image vanished, time rewound to the Celestials' arrival and started recalculating. In this brand new timeline, mutants no longer existed, it became a completely fresh line of history without a single mutant. Of course, the Moonstone only flashed through the evolution of the second timeline in brief. The older the era, the faster the images flickered. Only when it neared the modern age did the speed slow. The new timeline's development finally paused at the instant the mind of the otherworld Logan returned to this universe. Everything after that turned into Logan lying comatose. When Victor tried to rouse him with the Tesseract, an accident occurred. Should I say Eric really deserves the title Magneto, always making headlines, or roast Charles for being useless and letting things end up like this? Nina didn't pick up Victor's complaint. Instead she propped her chin in her right hand, lost in thought. Once Victor understood the whole story, he still couldn't come up with a good solution. He had never imagined the Scarlet Witch Wanda's power could be so overwhelming. Yet, judging by the present situation, Only one method might restore the timeline: eliminate a certain purple potato head named Thanos and gather 5 Infinity Stones, the Tesseract included. Victor weighed the difficulty, then decided to jot it down in a little notebook to check sometime, so he wouldn't forget. After the replay, the 2 moonstones flew back to Nina like treasures presenting themselves and began dancing around her. When she finished thinking, she reached out with her right hand and absorbed them. Victor inwardly scorned the stones for currying favor with the new owner, yet he couldn't help envying them. He forgot how, back when the moonstones served him, he'd squeezed them until only a sliver of energy remained, hardly grounds to mock their fickleness. Once the stones returned to Nina, the subdimension they'd woven with their energy collapsed. Victor and Nina weren't swept into any temporal storm, they simply reappeared in the original room. But they didn't rush out, they needed to discuss countermeasures for what they'd just seen. Whether to ignore the matter or attempt to fix it required careful deliberation. That ending had been too tragic and terrifying. Although Victor already had a restoration plan, it was perilous, and he didn't want Nina involved. The enemies they would face were too powerful, possibly not just Thanos but even the Avengers. Restoring the lost timeline meant altering the current one, perhaps erasing some of them. Now you believe everything I said. Still, looking at the present line, nothing seems wrong. At the very least, you're still here. Expecting some brilliant insight, Nina instead heard what sounded like a confession. Her face flushed, yet she didn't lose her composure. Rather, she forced herself to stay calm. Such behavior didn't fit Victor's usual habits. Personality quirks shouldn't change even if the timeline did. Therefore, Victor was likely planning something dangerous and trying to lull her. Had Victor known the girl had analyzed him so clearly, he might have acted differently. But he didn't know her thoughts, nor did she know his, so both kept talking to see what the other was scheming. Since you put it that way, are you asking me to pretend none of this happened? But have you considered Logan? Will he agree? Bringing up Wolverine Logan gave Victor a headache. He knew Nina would yield if he insisted, he sensed her feelings, but the timing wasn't right. Yet Logan was a stubborn mule. No, his head was harder than iron. Once set, nothing could pull him back. Still, Logan had flaws. While obstinate, he often charged into pitfalls and floored the accelerator down the wrong road. Without his healing factor and adamantium skeleton, and his massive popularity, Logan would have died countless times in canon. He's been duped about as often as he's succeeded, yet every time he climbs out of the hole and guts the one who dug it. But Victor balked at tricking Logan himself. It would abuse the man's absolute trust. Originally he'd only wanted to keep Nina out of danger, he hadn't counted on Logan. Now that she'd mentioned him, the plan had to change. After careful thought Victor decided to lay his cards before Nina. She would understand and help, as always. When Nina learned he actually had a way to restore the lost timeline, she was visibly shocked, her expression subtly shifting. Because in one fleeting image she had glimpsed a truth, she herself had been among the casualties of that battle. If the timeline were restored, she would most likely vanish along with it, yet she kept silent and simply waited for Victor to decide. In the end, Victor's decision did not disappoint her. He abandoned the idea of restoring the timeline, too difficult, and the cost too high. Even if he succeeded, conflict between mutants and humans would still be inevitable, even after using the Infinity Stones to rewrite reality. Leaving aside whether Victor could pay such a price, success would differ little from the House of M catastrophe Wanda had triggered. Better to let this timeline unfold naturally and see where it ultimately led. After all, if the line could no longer branch, memory awakening events like House of M would eventually erupt anyway. If that didn't happen, it would prove both timelines had evolved into separate universes. Further meddling would only backfire. As for persuading Logan, Victor already had his speech ready. In the final war he'd glimpsed, almost no one survived. That meant correcting the timeline would still cost Logan his wife, whereas leaving things be should leave AI alive somewhere in the world. The moment Victor and Nina stepped out of the room, Logan cornered Victor, unaware how accustomed he'd grown to seeking Victor's help when the stakes were high. Facing Logan's frantic need for answers, Victor ushered him inside, exchanged a knowing look with Nina, then locked the door behind them. After cloaking the room with cosmic energy, Victor told Logan everything: the coming clash between mutants and humans, Magneto's daughter's terrifying power, the House of M, and the chain reaction leading to the final war. Logan sat stunned for a long time. Even for Wolverine, the torrent of information took a while to sink in. Finally Victor voiced his conclusion: restoring the timeline would probably kill AI, while leaving it untouched would mean the two of them never met, yet each could live on. As Victor expected, Logan chose to bear the pain himself, tucking the memory away so she could live in peace. Victor said nothing of the sacrifice, he merely clapped Logan on the shoulder. Some things need no words. With Logan handled, Victor still faced a stack of problems, starting with his own changed identity. In this timeline Baron Zemo never existed, so Victor had become one of Hydra's hidden chiefs. He remained, of course, the Federal Army's immortal war hero, very much alive and unbowed. According to military records he'd simply retired. The official reason was that top brass, coveting his and Logan's ageless secret, had clashed with them. Victor's retirement and the military's acquisition of the super soldier serum ended the pursuit. As the only mutants left on this branch, Victor and Logan had accumulated memories even more spectacular than their original lives. Yet to them those memories were only stories, they hadn't lived them, merely inherited them. Juggling two sets of memories was harsh, but their healing factor repaired the damage and kept them sane. Not long after Victor returned the Tesseract, news broke that Dr. Zola had died. The death was merely smoke and mirrors. The old scientist had uploaded his mind into the supercomputer Victor helped build. When Zola's electronic voice crackled through from the European base, Victor realized the madman had truly turned himself into strings of ones and zeros. Victor offered no judgment. Strictly speaking, they'd been enemies not long ago. Even if the altered timeline made them allies for now, there was no guarantee it would stay that way. Sifting through reports from SHIELD sleeper agents, Victor concluded the universe was sliding toward the trajectory of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That meant another team of time travelers had woven themselves into history, and one of them was here to stay. The one who remained was none other than Captain America himself, Steve Rogers, after the Avengers Endgame. Yet Victor couldn't be certain. With Logan and himself in play, events might veer far from the films, and the Endgame might never occur. If the final battle never happened, Captain America would have no journey back. Confirming it would be tricky but not impossible. He need only assign an agent to watch Agent 13, Carter, and those around her. If Steve returned, he would seek her out. But Carter was one of SHIELD's finest founders. Tailing her without detection was no small feat. Victor had no operative skilled enough to shadow Carter unnoticed. There was another plan, far riskier, and Victor hesitated, for once executed, its consequences would be irreversible. The testing method Victor thought of was to organize a detachment to attack Carter. It would be best if he led the team himself. That way, Carter would definitely face a crisis, and if Steve really had returned, he certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Furthermore, even if Victor didn't take action himself, there was another perfect candidate, Bucky, who had become the Winter Soldier. Even after the timeline change, Bucky still became the Winter Soldier. Interestingly, however, during one of his missions, he had developed a romantic relationship with Black Widow. Ultimately, this relationship was discovered by his superiors, and they urgently recalled the Winter Soldier. They then sent the Winter Soldier to his developers to have this memory deleted. On Black Widow's side, her memory was also wiped. Although neither of them remembered the relationship, Victor discovered this romance, forgotten by them and everyone else, by reviewing the laboratory records. Amidst his sighs of emotion, Victor recalled his experiences in Westworld. In that universe, Natasha had even become Bucky's wife. However, due to Bucky's death, she became a widow. In the end, it was because of her that the town was redeemed. It was likely from that time onward that the precedent for his travels to parallel universes began. Although he hadn't visited many parallel universes so far, Victor had a premonition that he would visit more in the future. The stage of this current time and space was simply too small. However, he wasn't powerful enough yet. Even in this current universe, he wasn't among the most powerful individuals, let alone reaching the level of multiverse-tier powerhouses. Any one of those single-universe level powerhouses could slap him to death right now. Fortunately, Victor had found a way to become stronger. He only needed to absorb enough cosmic energy. Eventually, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative one. Regardless, he had nearly endless time to accumulate power. As long as Earth didn't explode and the world wasn't destroyed, he would one day become powerful enough. But precisely because of this, when this world faced a crisis, Victor had to step up and become one of its guardians. Of course, such situations rarely occurred. Most of the time, he could follow his own thoughts and make choices that best suited his personal interests. This caused Victor's role to appear to others as an existence that was both good and evil. He didn't care about others' opinions, he only wanted to be himself. Of course, he only said such things in his heart. In reality, he cared quite a bit about his reputation, which was why he branded himself as a hero of the Federation and the mentor who promoted Captain America Steve. On the other hand, he was secretly developing his own forces. Publicly, he was one of the wealthiest men in the Federation. Secretly, he was one of the hidden magnates of HYDRA. Before the timeline was modified, he had achieved this by masquerading as Baron Zima. After the timeline was modified, it changed so that he discovered Dr. Zola's secret and reached a deal with him. After taking over a massive amount of Hydra's legacy, he transformed into one of Hydra's new era magnates. Subsequently, through Nina, he brainwashed these subordinates who were originally loyal to the faith, inventing the notorious obedience brings rewards brainwashing scheme. He shifted their loyalty from the Hydra faith to him, Victor, personally. Though Victor knew the so-called Hydra faith was originally just loyalty to a powerful inhuman. During this brainwashing process, no accidents or resistance occurred, partly due to Nina's powerful psychic abilities and partly because these subordinates were already accustomed to obeying orders from superiors. In this way, Nina brainwashed them in batches and stages. Starting with suggestions, she gradually altered their subconscious and finally replaced their cognitive perception. She turned their original loyalty to their faith into loyalty to Victor. Or rather, Victor was now the one they had faith in. In terms of behavior, however, there wasn't much difference from before. It was just that when shouting slogans, the name surfacing in their hearts was no longer HYDRA, but Victor. Yet, that fanatical loyalty remained exactly the same as before. Additionally, the post-war Hydra branches were no longer as closely connected as they used to be. They began to become relatively independent, while they remained aligned on the broad direction. To some extent, each branch had started to become the private property of the magnates. Broadly speaking, they were still collectively known as HYDRA. Furthermore, they had obligations to share intelligence and assist one another. Of course, the former would be shared with reservations, while the latter required a price. Naturally, the shared secret of being Hydra meant their mutual trust remained quite high. For instance, last time, Dr. Zola having Victor's subordinates assist in building a supercomputer and lending out the Tesseract was a typical example. Of course, the trust between other Hydra branches couldn't reach the level of Victor and Dr. Zola. But it wasn't too low either, though in a life-or-death situation, betrayals would still happen. In such cases, people would sell out their direct subordinates, let alone an ally. Looking at the pile of documents on the desk, Victor couldn't help but feel a headache. He had to use these materials to organize his own memories. After the timeline was reset, two sets of memories spanning over 100 years were mixed in his mind, creating a chaotic mess. He found it difficult to distinguish which belonged to the current timeline and which were from the previous one. Therefore, he had Nina compile a large amount of relevant historical data and intelligence and place it on his desk. He intended to use these materials to indirectly organize his memories. He even borrowed both moonstones, as some things still required them for simulation and transmission. As for Logan, he had long been accustomed to memory confusion. Or rather, he didn't care about the past at all, he just wanted to live well in the present and future. So while Victor locked himself in his room, laboring hard to organize his memories, Logan had already moved past the grief of losing his wife. He had run off to Paris, France, to labor hard with passionate French girls. After Nina checked on Logan's whereabouts and actions, she stopped bothering with him, only instructing her agents to report if there were special circumstances. After laboring for a long time, Victor had only just clarified the differences in his Hydra identity compared to before. Although neither could be exposed, the trouble from exposure now would be much greater. After all, previously, if exposed, he could claim to be an undercover agent. Now, if exposed, he couldn't exactly say he was taking a roundabout way to save SHIELD. However, after experiencing so much, Victor didn't care as much about his reputation anymore. He knew that only strength was the ultimate hard truth. Moreover, even if his reputation was ruined now, he could still redeem it by performing well during the future Battle of New York or other major events. After all, in the Marvel Universe, even Thanos could become a hero who saved the multiverse and the goddess of death. What else was impossible? After figuring this out, Victor decided to stop worrying about whether his identity would be exposed. Instead, he continued organizing the memories related to this timeline. First was the origin of the Infinity Stones. It seemed they were no longer formed from the incarnation of Nemesis as in the comics, but were formed from 6 singularities at the beginning of the universe's birth. After their birth, the stones fell into the hands of the Celestials. The Celestials used these powerful stones against their enemies but were ultimately corrupted by the stones' power. To escape the stones' control, they sealed them away again. Among them, the sealing of the Power Stone was the most widely rumored in the universe. The Power Stone was sealed within a cosmic orb. The Space Stone became the Tesseract and eventually fell into the hands of the Frost Giants. After the Frost Giants were defeated on Earth, it fell into Odin's hands. Odin then left it on Earth, taking only the Frost Giant's casket of ancient winters. Victor didn't know whether to say Odin didn't know his goods or if he knew them too well. If he didn't know his goods, it was because he didn't realize the Tesseract was 10,000 times more precious than the Frost Giant's broken box. If he knew them too well, it was because he knew this thing would bring disaster to the Asgardians. In fact, the Tesseract did eventually bring a cataclysmic disaster to the Asgardians, but that was after Ragnarok. By then, Odin would be dead, so it wouldn't be his problem. Of course, if one had to find fault, it could only be said he picked up the wrong kid back then. Although Asgard always considered itself the protector of Earth, in reality, there was a nation on Earth even more ancient than them. That's right, it was the Wakanda of the Black Brothers. Asgard's first ruler, Buri, was born in 7353 BC. But the birth and unification of Wakanda traced back 2.5 million years. When a vibranium meteorite crashed to Earth, 5 human tribes established Wakanda there. Of course, in the subsequent million years, these 5 tribes fought one another, wanting to monopolize the meteorite and Wakanda. It wasn't until 10,000 BC that the first Black Panther, Bashanga, guided by the panther goddess Bast, consumed the heart-shaped herb and unified Wakanda. It was only then that the true Wakanda was established. But even so, it was earlier than Asgard. Moreover, possessing vibranium weapons, Wakanda's strength was not inferior to Asgard's. Similarly, before Odin was born, the magical protectors of Earth had already appeared. That was the guardian of the Time Stone, Agamotto. He became Earth's first sorcerer supreme and forged the Eye of Agamotto, using magic to protect Earth from multidimensional invasions. It was from him onward that generations of sorcerers supreme, relying on their powerful personal strength, carved out a fierce reputation across the realms that made gods and demons retreat. However, the Sorcerer Supreme and Wakanda were protectors hidden in the shadows. Earth's first protector on the surface of the realms was Asgard's third ruler, Odin. He first defeated the fire giants, and then, during the convergence of the 9 realms, he defeated the Dark Elves who used the Reality Stone, sealing the two separately. Subsequently, his daughter Hela was born. Like many other Asgardian rulers, Asgard itself was the source of her power. As long as Asgard existed, her power was infinite. And as she grew, it meant the gradual weakening of the previous ruler. This was a choice destined by history, or at least that's what Odin thought at the time. He and his daughter campaigned across the 9 realms, and the glory of Asgard swept through the 9 kingdoms. But a rift began to appear between father and daughter. Odin realized that peace was the only way to unify the 9 realms and decided to stop the wars. But Hela's growing ambition and power made her start coveting the throne. However, Odin was still in his prime at the time. He defeated and imprisoned Hela. At the same time, he hid the history of Hela's existence and, after Thor was born, declared him Odin's firstborn son. But what he didn't expect was that as time passed, his power still began to gradually weaken. And his weakening meant Hela grew stronger by the day. Until recently, the decline of his power had become visible to the naked eye. The 9 realms began to experience turmoil because of this, and thus he realized that Ragnarok was finally descending. Precisely because of this, he began to arrange a series of trials and final affairs. He wanted to know which of his 2 sons was the savior of Asgard. Although the final facts proved they both were, at this moment, he needed to arrange a series of trials for them to prove themselves. He had originally planned everything out, but the appearance of Victor and Logan gave him unexpected surprises. Especially Victor's unfathomable potential made him determined to bind him to Asgard's chariot. So, he gave Victor a precious branch of Yggdrasil and even imitated those heretics by playing a tiny trick on that agreement. That's right, those patterns Victor had ignored were actually contract scripts favored by certain extradimensional beings. They often used such means to swindle the souls of the ignorant and greedy. Under the pressure of Ragnarok, Odin was forced to resort to such means. But this was actually quite normal for an old schemer and super ruthless man. He could even strike at his own daughter Hela, let alone anyone else. And Victor was destined to be embroiled in this dispute of the Asgardian princes due to his own oversight. But right now, he was marveling at Odin striking at his own daughter. In fact, this information, resembling a secret history of the universe, was all simulated by the Moonstones. Of course, it was only to a general extent. Victor couldn't withstand anything more. This was specifically simulated by the Moonstones according to Victor's needs. The simulated timeline finally stopped in 1409, when Odin hid the tesseract containing the space stone in a church in Tonsberg, Norway. After the simulation and transmission were complete, the two Moonstones quickly left Victor's room and returned to Nina's body. For information beyond that, Victor could only query through paper documents. And with this search, a long time passed. After organizing his memories, Victor came to a conclusion: the next 20 years would be a rare period of stability for Earth. He could use these 20 years to improve his strength and influence to prepare for the 21st century, where crises would emerge one after another. Although most of the future heroes were born during this period, Victor sometimes maliciously wondered what the future would look like if he killed them all while they were still infants. However, after considering the consequences of a chaotic timeline, he decisively chose to give up. Moreover, if he killed all the heroes and couldn't defeat Thanos himself later, that would be a real disaster. Actually, these years weren't perfectly stable. Earth had brushed with destruction before. The most typical example was Star-Lord's father, Ego, who claimed to be a celestial, sharing the name with the cosmic celestials, translated as gods. But whether Ego was truly one of the celestials remained a doubt. He descended to Earth and fathered a son, Star-Lord, with a human woman. This powerful being, who didn't even understand his own origins, left his seeds of expansion on Earth. Shortly after he left, Victor dug up that seed and fed it to his cat. That's right, because of the timeline reset, Victor's beloved cat, Luther, had also disappeared. Therefore, he made a special trip back to the Federation to adopt a regular cat. When he first brought the cat back, its behavior and habits were no different from any other feline. That was until Victor brought back the seed Ego had left behind. The gluttonous Flurkin swallowed it in one gulp. Having witnessed the entire process, Victor was completely stunned. He felt his luck was absolutely explosive. He had picked a cat at random, and it turned out to be a Flurkin. With this kind of probability, he could have gotten rich just by buying lottery tickets instead of running the family business. Speaking of business, his old friend Howard seemed to have invited him to the Stark World Expo again. As both a close friend and a shareholder, he had to show his support. Howard had previously told Victor that he had discovered a new element that could change the entire world. If used as an energy source, it could solve humanity's energy crisis. However, he didn't intend to announce it just like that. Instead, he planned to leave it for his son, Tony Stark. It had to be said that Howard loved his only son to the extreme. He was even willing to give up everything for him. And that included his beloved reputation. However, Victor knew that his precious son often clashed with him. On one hand, it was because Howard was too busy with work. On the other hand, it was because he wasn't good at expressing his love for his son. If he had half the skill in handling his son as he did in handling women, perhaps they would have been a harmonious, loving family long ago. But now, it had turned into a daily cold war between father and son, with his wife caught in the middle trying to soothe them both. Of course, as Howard's good friend, Tony naturally knew Victor. He was extremely interested in the fact that Victor's appearance never changed. Since his earliest memories, Victor had always looked like he was in his 20s. By the time Tony was in his teens, Victor was still the same, even looking not much older than himself. He had once asked Victor and Howard about it, but the answer he received was that it was a military secret that children couldn't know. Little did they know, this answer planted a habit in Tony, whether good or bad, of using computers to hack into military backends to check their hidden secrets. Thanks to Tony's outstanding talent, he was never discovered or caught. However, he never found the secret of Victor's agelessness in the military records either. Most of the materials he could find were redacted and shielded top-secret files. What was recorded within were the great contributions Victor had made in mission after mission. Of course, not all of it was positive. As the founder and first leader of Black Ops, he had also done a lot of dirty work. But this didn't affect Tony's admiration for him. Young boys always love excitement and rebellion. Howard was also pleased that his son had a good relationship with Victor. After all, he had been friends with Victor for many years and knew what kind of person he was. He also knew some of Victor's secrets. With his son on good terms with him, there would be no need to worry about danger in the future. It was precisely for this reason that every time Howard held the Stark World Expo, he would invite Victor to attend and bring his son along. This year was no exception. After receiving Howard's invitation, Victor decisively set aside his current affairs and returned to the Federation to attend the Stark World Expo. But unlike previous years, he was no longer alone this year. He brought a date. While this would disappoint many women at the evening banquet, Nina was very happy. Because the female companion Victor brought was none other than the midnight vampire, Nina Price. Now, she was no longer affected by the curse or influence of the moonlight. Even if Dracula, the progenitor of vampires, appeared before her, he could no longer exert any influence or control over her. She had completely removed the negative effects of her bloodline curse. While remaining immortal, she no longer possessed the many weaknesses of vampires and werewolves. Of course, the vast majority of the credit went to the two moonstones. They were indispensable to Nina's current state. While Nina benefited, the moonstones also gained significant advantages. First, they had developed a preliminary sense of self-awareness and established a strange symbiotic relationship with Nina. They were no longer separate entities but had become one with her. Nina's original source of power had also been replaced from dark energy to the cosmic energy of the moonstones. This was the biggest secret to her overcoming the curse. Although on the surface her abilities hadn't changed much, their essence was completely different. It was even unclear if she could still be considered a vampire. After the moonstones reached symbiosis with her, their relationship became similar to the relationship between Victor's current existence and himself. Although they could manifest through energy, they had essentially become a part of her body. Of course, it wasn't ruled out that a powerful individual could strip them away. But as of now, such a powerful individual had yet to appear. Moreover, Victor would not allow such a thing to happen. After attending the World Expo, Victor and Nina declined Howard's kind offer to send them back by private jet. Instead, they chose to drive back to the old Clyde family home. Victor wanted to go back and see his parents in this universe. However, on the drive back, they encountered a UFO incident. Unluckily, this time it was a real alien spaceship descending to Earth. Therefore, Victor had to slam on the brakes, turn the car around, and chase after the spaceship that was moving rapidly through the sky. His plan to go home was ruined just like that. Fortunately, because of Earth's atmosphere, Yonda didn't dare to fly the ship too fast. This allowed Victor to successfully obtain the ship's location after contacting Dr. Zola. Upon learning that the ship was heading all the way to Colorado, Victor roughly guessed who the owner of the ship was and the purpose of his trip. Although he knew this was likely Yonda taking a contract from Ego to pick up Star-Lord, Victor still couldn't help but feel an itch to intervene. Thus, at Victor's signal, Nina used the Moonstone's ability to open a portal, arriving directly at the location where the ship had landed. At that moment, Yondu had just finished snatching the person and was about to board the ship and leave. In his view, this primitive and backward planet had nothing else worth his time besides the mission target. It wasn't until Victor stepped out of the portal created by Nina that he realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. As a famous raider roaming the universe, Yondu never thought he would meet his match on an obscure, primitive planet. When the Yaka arrow he took pride in was caught by the opponent's hand and remained motionless no matter how he controlled it, he knew things were about to go south. But the way things developed next was completely beyond his imagination. After handing Yonda's arrow to Nina to play with, Victor gave the Centaurian, who looked like a troll, a sound beating on the ground. Fortunately, Yonda didn't just look like a troll, his vitality was as strong as one too. That's why he wasn't beaten to death by Victor. After Victor discovered that the opponent didn't actually possess much super strength, he let him go and even returned Star-Lord to him. After patting Yondu on the shoulder and telling him to leave quickly, Victor and Nina walked through the reopened portal and left. Yondu was also completely bewildered by the sudden beating. But this also proved one thing: this planet was not as simple as he had thought, so it was better to leave early. The reason Victor specifically ran over to pick a fight with Yondu was because he wanted to know what level he stood at in the universe. Of course, Yondu's personal strength wasn't much. He and his subordinates combined were his true foundation for roaming the Milky Way galaxy. However, his subordinates weren't just sitting idly by while Victor was bothering Yondu. It was because they were powerless. The moment Victor moved, they were controlled by Nina's powerful telepathy, unable to even budge. Yondu only learned about this when he questioned them afterward. This made him even more grateful that he had run fast enough, otherwise, he might have been stuck on Earth. He mused that it was no wonder Ego came to this planet to find a woman. It was indeed a place of hidden masters. In addition to his lament, Yondu also looked at the young Star-Lord with more respect. And after learning what Ego had done to his other children, he made a decision that changed his own fate, Star-Lord's, and perhaps even that of the entire Milky Way galaxy. It must be said that the closer it got to the new century, the more Earth began to fall into a period of many troubles. The year after Yondu took Star-Lord away from Earth, the Kree arrived. In fact, Victor originally had no idea the Kree were coming. He was busy playing with fire, using a cat wand to tease the Flurkin. He still found it hard to believe that this animal, which looked no different from a cat and even liked catnip, was actually the famous Flurkin. Just as he was having fun teasing the cat, Nina suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. The Moonstones, which originally wanted to manifest directly, suddenly went quiet after sensing the Flurkin's presence. Seeing the way Nina looked at the Flurkin, and recalling the Flurkin's history of swallowing the Tesseract in the movies, Victor quietly picked up the feline, took it to another room, prepared a pile of cat food for it, and then closed the door and walked back. As soon as Victor entered the room, the two Moonstones lit up spontaneously, and then displayed a scene that Victor was very familiar with. It was the scene from the movie where the Kree arrived and shot down Carol's fighter jet. Subsequently, the Kree Marvel was killed by the Kree Special Forces sent to hunt her down. But then Carol accidentally destroyed the jet's engine, causing her DNA to merge with Marvel's. In other words, in a sense, Carol could be considered a Kree as well. It was for this reason that after she was taken back by Yon-Rogg and given Kree blood, she was perfectly fine. Although her recovery mostly relied on her own abilities and powerful vitality, she, knowing none of this, considered herself a Kree warrior and was full of gratitude to Yon-Rogg for saving her. The scene Victor saw ended with the Kree taking Carol away. Recalling the origin of the Moonstones, Victor finally knew why these two were so nervous. They were afraid that Carol would become a tool for the Kree and then return to Earth to take them back. Their current lives were much better than staying in a Kree research lab. So Victor could only say, "Don't worry, even if that woman comes, she won't be able to beat me." Although they were skeptical of Victor's claim, the situation was already a reality, and the Moonstones could only reluctantly return to Nina's body. Shortly after Nina walked out of the room, Victor pulled an earpiece from his pocket. The person on the other end was named Ulysses Claw. His current location was just outside the dome of the most mysterious country on the African continent, Wakanda. He had reached a small deal with Victor and received a bit of help. Now, it was time to prove his worth. With Victor's assistance, Claw and his detachment obtained enough firepower for a low-intensity combat. Most importantly, Victor also sent a special team to help him break through Wakanda's high-tech dome. As for how they found Wakanda's location and were able to know the strength of the dome, they would need to ask their other partner, Prince Enyobu of Wakanda. Although Enyobu was a prince of Wakanda, he was unfortunately not the eldest son. Not only did he lack the eligibility to inherit the throne and become the Black Panther, but he was also dispatched to the Federation, the most powerful nation in the outside world, to serve as a sleeper agent. There, he witnessed the discrimination and unfair treatment his compatriots faced in the Federation every day. His thoughts began to change. This should not be their destiny. He wanted to change all this, but as the head of an overseas sleeper cell, even as a prince, he did not have much power. So, he began to develop his own influence, starting first with his subordinates, those who were also born in high-tech Wakanda but were now stationed abroad. It was easy for them to feel empathy for their suffering compatriots, just like their prince. Moreover, they often encountered the same treatment in their daily undercover lives. This made it easy for them to develop empathy and subsequently join Enyobu's team. However, having only these people was not enough. They had no weapons, and their numbers were too few. Yet to the outside, they were already a formidable underground force. Furthermore, because of his recruitment efforts, he established a connection with Chloe. After all, in a situation where Wakandan weapons were unavailable, the weapons of outsiders were barely acceptable. Especially with the developments over these years, the gap between external weaponry and Wakanda's was becoming visible to the naked eye. Moreover, Wakandans were human too, they would die if shot or blown up by grenades. As Enyobu studied in the outside world, he increasingly felt that Wakandans were more like a group of primitives holding high-tech weapons. Perhaps in some aspects they were more advanced than the outside world, but sometimes he didn't know how to evaluate it. Therefore, he was so desperate to change this situation. Even if it meant cooperating with the devil, he wouldn't hesitate. It was with this mindset that when his old friend Chloe brought his ancestors' adventure notes to ask this underground mogul from Black Africa about information regarding the legendary Wakanda, he chose to cooperate. In exchange, the other party had to give him half of the stolen vibranium. He intended to use this vibranium to manufacture weapons and arm his subordinates so he could return to Wakanda and change everything. After receiving Victor's funding and Enyobu's intelligence, if Chloe still couldn't enter Wakanda and get the vibranium out, then he would probably be worse than a pig. Of course, if he failed, even if he were a pig, Victor would skin him and turn him into a hot pot. For the sake of his own life and the potential wealth and glory of the future, Chloe went all out this time. And he indeed did not disappoint his two partners. He successfully blew open Wakanda's dome shield. Then, led by the Wakandan traders sent by Enyobu, he successfully entered the vibranium mining area and stole a large amount of vibranium. To do this, he killed many Wakandan guards and destroyed their mining machinery. This drew the frantic pursuit of the then king and the army of Wakanda, but Chloe was ruthless and lucky enough. After abandoning the subordinates who stayed behind to cover the retreat, he successfully escaped the pursuit of the Wakandans with the vibranium and his remaining men. It was through the massive profits of this operation that Chloe became the most powerful arms dealer in the Federation's shadows. If Stark Industries was the emperor of arms in the light, then Chloe was the king of arms in the darkness. Even Stark Industries had some cooperation with them. Even more fortunately, he evaded the pursuit of the Black Panther, the incarnation of the King of Wakanda. In fact, after the King of Wakanda learned he had been betrayed by his own brother, the first person he sought out was his younger brother, Enyobu. He severely blamed Enyobu and confirmed the information came from James, actually Zuri. Enyobu resisted arrest and attacked Zuri, only to be accidentally killed by Chaka. Enyobu's son, Eric, was abandoned because Enyobu's death had to be kept a secret. What Chaka didn't know was that Enyobu had already told his son the truth about Wakanda. From that day on, the seeds of hatred for the next generation were sown. Of course, Chaka was still quite good to his nephew in secret. He secretly funded his nephew's admission to MIT, hoping he would lead a good life. Unfortunately, in the end, his nephew still disappointed him. Of course, the details of this matter cannot be explained in a single sentence. After dealing with his family affairs, Chaka went after Hydra, who had assisted Chloe. As a nation with a long history, Wakanda naturally had some understanding of Hydra's existence. However, this time, Chaka hit a brick wall. Victor wore a white skull mask and a combat suit with a pattern of two crossed bones on the chest. Calling himself Crossbones, he faced the Black Panther who had come to challenge him. Although he wore armor made of vibranium and Victor had no way to harm him directly without using Muramasa. After all, vibranium could directly absorb and reflect even the attacks of Mjolnir. Therefore, although he was crushed by Victor in terms of strength and other aspects, he ultimately managed to survive. But he was still heavily wounded and had to return to Wakanda to recover, giving up his pursuit of Chloe. Because of this, Chloe was able to survive and remain at large until the next generation's Black Panther found him and settled all scores. After repelling the attacking Black Panther, the nickname Crossbones began to resonate within Hydra. Of course, except for a few tycoons, no one knew Crossbones' true identity. They only thought he was one of the high-level figures in Victor's branch and was loyal to Victor. Of course, Victor's side also made a public announcement that Crossbones only had a mercenary relationship with them, though of course, no one believed it. Thus, after Victor successfully repelled the Black Panther, the last year of the 80s passed peacefully. But the upcoming 90s would be a decade where the winds and clouds would rise again. Many important things happened or were foreshadowed during these 10 years. And Victor was ready to face it all. He wanted to change the fates of some old friends. To obtain a sample of the super soldier serum, Hydra planned an assassination and dispatched their proudest killer, the Winter Soldier, Bucky. The detailed report of the operation was delivered to Victor's desk as soon as it was drafted. As the originator of Black Ops, Victor could be considered the pioneer of such killings. Hydra therefore decided to seek his opinion, and after reading it Victor declared it excellent, flawless, airtight. As long as no one interfered, it would surely succeed. More than Hydra's doomed scheme, Victor was intrigued by the birth of two newborns. In a small Eastern European family surnamed Maximoff, twins were born, the future Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. As for how Victor knew, he had two moonstones to thank. Shortly after the twins' birth, they revealed their identities to him. Seeing the grown-up likenesses of the twins, they were identical to Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch before the timeline reset. Of course, their parents, in short, it was a tragic story. And Victor could not alter their fate, for that would provoke unknown temporal turbulence. After all, Scarlet Witch's future power would be enough to affect time and space, yet she herself had changed nothing, proof enough of many things. Though he could not change the twins' destiny, he could still change that of his old friend Howard and Howard's wife. The operation plan had already landed on his desk. If he still couldn't handle it, he might as well twist off his own head and feed it to the cats. Thus, after carefully studying the Winter Soldier's plan, Victor drafted one of his own, ensuring Hydra obtained the serum while keeping the Starks alive. In fact, sending the intel to him had been a test by the rest of HYDRA. Everyone knew of his relationship with Howard, longtime colleagues and close friends, each holding shares in the other's company, closer than brothers. The test's purpose was to gauge Victor's faith, whether he was more loyal to Hydra or already harbored other ideas. Victor merely thought, your tricks are still too green. So he mapped out his own operation against their plan. Yes, he chose the simplest, most direct method, intercept the Winter Soldier and save the Starks as sabretooth Victor Creed. But Victor hadn't expected them to play a trick, altering the operation date and watching his subordinates' every move. They still underestimated his resolve. Victor had Nina fake his presence at the base while he slipped back into the Federation. He was prepared for a long vigil. If they didn't act, he would watch the Starks every single day. Yet the moment he neared the Stark mansion he spotted HYDRA agents surveilling the couple. These elite normals were invisible to Victor, and he remained invisible to them. Still, Victor stayed alert, continuing his stakeout. Only for Howard would Victor personally intervene. His persistence paid off. On a date different from the one in the plan, the HYDRA agents launched a major move. After observing their deployment, Victor confirmed it was the final pre-operation setup. Sure enough, the next day they struck. They first cleared other vehicles from the route, making room for the Winter Soldier, then signaled him to begin. Just as Bucky raced his motorcycle to chase the Stark's car, Victor intercepted him on the highway. Victor chose the most direct, brutal method: stand in the bike's path, block every bullet with a cosmic energy shield. Then catch the Winter Soldier's metal fist bare-handed, yank him from the speeding bike, and slam him to the ground. Riderless, the motorcycle sped on, only to be destroyed moments later by Victor's thrown Muramasa. Destroying the bike removed any chance for Bucky to pursue the Starks. As Victor reclaimed Muramasa, the battered Winter Soldier struggled to his feet. His body warned him he was near collapse, yet his mind insisted he must complete the mission. But the man barring his way was sabretooth Victor Creed. So, moments after Bucky rose, Victor struck again. Already at his limit, Bucky took the final blow and blacked out. After dropping the Winter Soldier, Victor stayed alert and gave chase. Thanks to his greatly enhanced abilities, he overtook the Stark car without transport. Hydra had prepared a contingency. After sending the Winter Soldier, they dispatched a second team. When Victor arrived, they were posing as police and had pulled the Starks over. Victor instantly recognized them. Howard, stepping out, sensed something was wrong. As the agents prepared to strike, Victor arrived on scene, drawing their attention. He unveiled a new technique. In an instant he summoned Muramasa, raised it high, and flooded it with cosmic energy, all converted into a blinding flash that left everyone but him sightless for a long while. With this new move Victor blinded every assassin present. The rest was simple. Victor leisurely dispatched all the killers, then helped the equally blinded Starks back into their car to wait while he finished things. Of course, the Starks cooperated with Victor's actions because they recognized who the visitor was, knowing he was a friend, not an enemy, and wouldn't harm them. What Victor did next stripped the remaining HYDRA agents of any will to fight. He produced a device the size of a soda can and set it upright on Howard's car. He then activated it. The device unfolded a hemispherical energy shield field, something his research team had reverse-engineered from his own cosmic energy principles. As for the tiny gadget's power source, it drew on energy crystals condensed from the Tesseract. Though the Tesseract had later been handed over to the federal military for Project PEGASUS. Dr. Zola, exploiting his authority, had already siphoned off and manufactured a large batch of such crystals beforehand. Victor had seized the chance to acquire a crate of them, originally earmarked as power reserves for new gear. First Nina absorbed a portion with her moonstone, then a ginger tabby devoured more than half. What little remained was barely enough for the prototype in his hand and day-to-day consumption. Any further R&D would have to wait until Tony produced the Tesseract's isotopes. Of course, once the miniature arc reactor was ready, Victor could retrofit it into a larger shield generator. Because this one was a prototype, he'd added a recharge function. He could top it up with his own cosmic energy. That way, once the stored crystals ran dry, the device could still serve as personal equipment. There was, however, a difference between shields powered by Tesseract crystals and those charged by Victor himself. First, color, Tesseract-powered shields were pale blue, Victor-charged ones were gold. Second, defense, Tesseract shields carried spatial properties, blocking almost any attack, but only for a limited time. Once depleted, they vanished instantly. Victor-charged shields, on the other hand, could be sustained indefinitely as long as he kept feeding them energy, and their strength could be adjusted at will. Victor could, of course, project a shield bare-handed, but then he'd have to channel energy continuously. With the generator, energy could be stored in advance and handed to teammates for defense during squad operations. As for the shield's upper limit, Victor had tested it with a howitzer. With Earth's current tech, nothing short of a thermonuclear strike could break it. So when he saw a HYDRA agent pull out an anti-tank missile, Victor chuckled unkindly and watched the rocket streak toward them on a long plume of flame. Victor and Howard's sedan were swallowed by the blast. Still unsatisfied, the agents added several more warheads. They even opened up with grenade launchers and automatic weapons, forgetting their objective had been to seize the super soldier serum sample, not annihilate Howard. When the smoke cleared, they saw the shield intact, pale blue, with no sign of weakening. As Victor stepped out, the slaughter began. Expressionless, he showed them what a killer without feelings looked like. He shot into their midst faster than any agent could react, and blood and limbs filled the air. Many were dead before they felt pain, heads already parted from shoulders. Within minutes, not a single HYDRA agent remained alive. Only then did police and Federal National Guard units reach the scene. SHIELD quickly took over, branding the incident the death throes of a Far Eastern superpower. Which was basically true. The other side had only days left. Yet Howard sensed something off. His route and cargo today were top secret, yet the attackers knew, and so had Victor. Less than an hour after the police arrived, SHIELD showed up. Their investigation was clearly perfunctory. But he had no energy to dwell on it. First an assassination attempt, then Victor's dazzling rescue. He needed the best hospital care at once, and doctors to examine his wife. Tony he entrusted to Victor. He asked Victor to let Tony stay at his place for a while. Until he was discharged or the truth uncovered, but his inquiry met massive obstruction from the start. No matter whom he contacted, the answer matched SHIELD's version word for word. Like his son, Howard was stubborn. He sought Victor out. If Victor had arrived in time, he had to know something. Victor did know, but explanations were awkward. He dropped hints. SHIELD itself was compromised. Howard was sharp. The clues, added to the anomalies, confirmed his suspicions. He made a momentous decision. First, maneuver Pym out of the company and beyond SHIELD's reach, then sever Stark Industries' cooperation with the agency. SHIELD soon noticed, but as a founding member Howard had the right to choose. The HYDRA sleeper cells, cowed by Victor's threat, dared make no further moves, at least not until their leader spoke. The rest of Hydra's council, Dr. Zola aside, united to make trouble for Victor. They had, however, misread one thing. Whom did they take Victor for? Some craven rat skulking in shadows like themselves? So when they came knocking, Victor sent them packing without a shred of guilt. You cook up a scheme to test me and act like you're in the right. Try it. I'll pay every last one of you a personal visit, rip your heads off, and feed them to the cat. Under Victor's mix of shameless bluff and open threats, every Hydra head, at least on the surface, backed down. Whether they'd keep scheming behind the scenes was anyone's guess, not that Victor cared. After all, his promise to twist their heads off for cat food wasn't empty. Offend or test him again and he'd happily turn them into kibble. His orange tabby wasn't picky anyway, it could swallow planes and tanks, so a few snake heads were snacks. Cats eat snakes, after all. Still, Victor had defused Howard's crisis for good, no one would bother him again. The price was steep, though. From that day on, Victor's partnership with the other Hydra chiefs was finished. They hadn't declared open war, but the rift was irreparable. As for Dr. Zola, he'd known from the start their relationship was pure mutual exploitation. That exploitation had simply reached its limit. They might cooperate later, but the old trust was gone. Victor didn't mind, his own power base was solid now. With the new millennium, Hydra would fade like a setting sun. Before that, Hydra would peak by riding SHIELD's coattails, then plummet. Even Dr. Zola hadn't foreseen the dive, but he was too busy consolidating Hydra's scattered factions to worry. In fact, he welcomed the other heads' break with Victor. Victor's semi-independence would expose who had secret agendas. That way Zola could spot the traitors, identify the faithful, and start reshaping the organization. While Zola integrated, Victor told his men he was formally seceding from HYDRA. Their reaction pleased him, blank stares, wait, weren't we already out, or Hydra. Rings a faint bell. Victor's gloating lasted only days before Moonstone slipped in to report the Kree were back on Earth, and this time they'd brought refugee aliens. Victor asked who the refugees were. Moonstone revealed a cluster of green-skinned aliens and he realized they meant the Skrulls. These homeless refugees' living space was still being crushed by the Kree, so a few enlightened Kree decided to help them. Wamar, slain by Kree special forces, had been their champion, helping the Skrulls capture and guard a massive Kree warship. With her death, even the Skrulls lost track of the ship. Their leader, desperate to find family and friends, clashed with amnesiac Carol and Kree forces. The Skrulls' disregard for Carol cost them dearly, yet it also brought Carol back to Earth. Soon after landing, she drew SHIELD's attention and the Skrulls. SHIELD itself had already been infiltrated by Skrull agents, and Carol's arrival marked the start of Nick Fury's legend. At that point he was only a mid-level agent, not yet the feared director. Because aliens on Earth was unprecedented, SHIELD swallowed its pride and asked the last man they wanted to see, sabretooth Victor Creed, for help. How much the Hydra moles inside SHIELD pushed the request only they knew. They'd love nothing more than Victor and the aliens wiping each other out. When the summons arrived, Victor was escorting young Tony and his parents at that year's Stark World Expo. Howard scowled at the SHIELD agents, but held his tongue for Tony's safety. He simply told Victor to be careful and let the agents lead him away. The incident let Tony learn of SHIELD earlier than planned. The agent sent to fetch Victor was none other than the deputy director's top operative, the excellent SHIELD agent Nick Fury. Looking at the smiling, two-eyed Nick, Victor felt a twitch of revulsion. The grin reminded him of the sleazy hitman he'd worked with in that other film with Deadpool. Victor decided to salvage some dignity and cleared his throat. Ahem, maybe we should keep this serious. Aliens using Earth as a battlefield is kind of a big deal. So two alien factions? Our intel shows only one alien woman and a fallen meteorite. Where does your information come from, Mr. Victor? Nick, future director of SHIELD, caught the slip instantly. Victor realized he'd said too much. He gave a dry laugh, ignored the question, and pulled Nick into the car, speeding straight to Carol's location. He itched to test the legendary Captain Marvel, still unawakened, yet more than enough to excite him. Besides, he didn't mind helping her powers bloom a little early. Captain Marvel, Carol, perhaps never imagined that she would return to her hometown, Earth, in such a manner. First, she was brainwashed by the Kree and lost her memory, then she caused a huge ruckus on a Skrull warship. Finally, due to an escape pod explosion, she fell from the sky and landed in a video rental store. And this video store happened to be a Blockbuster. Well, that part doesn't really matter. Perhaps Marvel just wanted to give Blockbuster an advertisement back then, but for Captain Marvel, it wasn't exactly a good thing. Because when she sought assistance from the police, she was treated like a brain-dead fan who had watched too many sci-fi movies. So the police didn't pay much attention to her, but fortunately, that police officer, out of professional ethics, reported another thief claiming to be an alien who had snuck into the video store. It was precisely because of this report, combined with the observed meteor crash site that day, that SHIELD dispatched an agent to handle this theft incident. Of course, he also eavesdropped on the conversation between Carol and Yanrog. But initially, they were just being cautious and prepared to take Carol back for investigation. However, they didn't expect to be attacked by Skrulls while on the mission. The Skrulls, desperate to find their loved ones, had decided to use all means to recover their kin and the missing spaceship. And their only clue came from Carol. So they began to take all measures, including attacking and replacing members of SHIELD. But their first attack ended in failure. At this time, Carol still thought she was a guardian of universal peace, so she saved Fury's life from a Skrull's gun. Although that shot might have been aimed at her anyway, her actions ultimately gave Fury a slight sense of goodwill toward her. After all, someone who chooses to save a person instead of using them as a human shield certainly wouldn't be a bad person. Furthermore, the weapon used by that assassin seemed to be an energy weapon. Although Fury's rank at the time wasn't high enough for him to access records about HYDRA, as long as he wasn't stupid, he should have known that while the entire Earth was still using gunpowder-based kinetic weapons, why would anyone be using pure energy weapons? What happened next overturned his worldview even more. A Skrull disguised as Agent Coulson was sitting in his passenger seat. Yet he completely failed to notice the other's identity until Agent Coulson, who had been left behind at the video store, gave him a call. Since Coulson had been left behind at the video store, who was this person beside him? He instantly felt as if he were in a horror movie. Fortunately, his years of experience as an agent allowed him to react quickly and find a solution. He successfully staged an artificial car accident, and, at the cost of his own injury, dealt with the Skrull in the passenger seat. It was precisely the corpse of this Skrull that proved the existence of aliens. This triggered unease among the high-ranking officials of SHIELD, ultimately leading them to the idea of requesting Victor's assistance. When Fury brought Victor to sit across from Carol, Carol's keen sense of danger made her look at Victor immediately. "I know what you're thinking, you think I'm one of those green-skinned Skrulls in disguise. I have a way to prove myself, look." Saying this, Victor extended his right hand clenched into a fist, and then golden cosmic energy began to emerge from his hand, eventually turning into an energy impact. Seeing the tape recorders turned into a pile of junk by the impact fired by Victor, Carol stood up warily almost in an instant. But after thinking for a moment, she sat back down with a smile. Then she turned her gaze toward Nick Fury, and the smile on her face became even brighter. "Since he has already proven himself through his actions, what about you? Agent Fury, how are you going to prove yourself?" Nick Fury couldn't use cosmic energy, so naturally, he had no way of firing off a blast like Victor. He had originally intended to ask Victor for help, but Victor looked at him with a suspicious expression. Not understanding the situation, he had no choice but to reveal all his secrets to Carol, just like in the movie. He even ended up sharing his private quirks before finally passing the test. But just as Carol was about to have Fury take her to Project PEGASUS, Victor stopped him. Then Victor looked at Carol's beautiful face and gave his signature smile before a fight. "Since Agent Fury and I have both proven our identities, shouldn't you also prove whether or not you're a Skrull in disguise?" Originally, Carol also wanted to fire an impact like Victor, but Victor grabbed her fist and suppressed the surging cosmic energy within her body. "Let's not destroy the things here, after all, it's the owner's personal property, and he'd be heartbroken. So, let's go outside to settle this." Saying this, Victor released Carol's fist and was the first to walk out, followed closely by SHIELD Agent Fury. After glancing at her fist and Victor's departing back, Carol followed the two of them out. "How about a sparring session with me? I imagine this is the first time you've met someone who, like yourself, possesses such powerful energy control capabilities." Regarding Victor's invitation, although Carol's reason told her not to agree, her desire for an opponent she could go all out against made her choose to strike. With an energy impact from Carol, the sparring began. Facing the energy impact aimed straight at his head, Victor didn't even have the desire to dodge. He directly extended his left hand and caught the energy bare-handed. With a forceful squeeze from Victor, the energy that could have destroyed a tank vanished into thin air. Seeing Victor catch her attack so easily, Carol's expression changed, but she also quietly felt relieved. It turned out that when she first saw Victor preparing to catch her attack bare-handed, she was worried he would be severely injured, ruining her plans to investigate Project PEGASUS. But now it seemed that the one who might need to worry about getting injured was likely herself. Clearly, Carol didn't yet know how powerful the energy contained within her body was, which was why she had such concerns. As the only person present who knew the truth, Victor didn't plan on telling her just like that. After all, opportunities to easily defeat Captain Marvel were rare, and this might be the only one. Because at this moment, Victor wasn't sure where her limits lay. Based on her performance in the movies, she could easily travel through space at faster-than-light speeds and effortlessly destroy an entire Kree fleet and Thanos' flagship. Since Victor didn't know exactly how strong those things were, he intended from the start to seize this opportunity to test Carol's power. His catching Carol's attack bare-handed just now was also one of his testing methods. Judging by that strike, the energy Carol could control was likely not inferior to his own, and might even surpass it. Should it be said that she is truly a creation of the Tesseract? Just as the Mind Stone, another of the Infinity Stones, created the Scarlet Witch and her brother, the Space Stone Tesseract created the equally, if not more, powerful Captain Marvel, Carol. Victor was actually quite envious of this, but unfortunately, he wasn't favored by the Infinity Stones. Since he already had the ability to independently absorb and control cosmic energy, he could only accept reality. Unlike the current Captain Marvel, who preferred long-range energy attacks, Victor still favored close combat. He knew that energy fired outward would continuously dissipate as it traveled, whereas the power contained within a fist would be entirely absorbed by the enemy's body the moment it made contact. After dodging and dispersing several of Carol's attacks, Victor had rushed in front of her and grabbed her fist just as she was about to fire another energy impact. Then Carol felt her world spinning. She was thrown high by Victor and then slammed onto the ground. However, this kind of throwing technique, which would be lethally powerful against an ordinary person, didn't have much effect on Carol. This was because Victor didn't dare use his full strength. He didn't want to smash a crater into the ground here. But the follow-up punch he landed truly contained powerful cosmic energy. Carol clearly wasn't the type to just sit and wait for death. Once she reacted, she launched an equally fierce counterattack. Both of their energy-laden fists quickly struck each other's bodies. This caused the two, who were originally very close, to be separated. One was driven deep into the ground, while the other was sent flying back several meters. When Carol climbed out from underground, Victor had already stood up and walked over to her side. Looking at Victor's extended hand, she smiled and grabbed it. As Victor pulled Carol out of the hole, the brief sparring session came to an end. As for Fury, who had been watching from the side, he had long since been stunned. His previous work involved researching where threats to humanity would originate. Now it seemed that, in addition to aliens from the sky, powerful superhumans on Earth had to be included as well. If these superhumans were willing to use their abilities to protect humanity, then they could become superheroes. But if they used their abilities for crimes or to satisfy their own desires, the resulting trouble would be immense. As a good agent who believed every man is responsible for the rise and fall of humanity, Nick Fury now began to form ideas on how to deal with such crises. Of course, that's a story for another time. What he had to deal with first were these two superhumans, Victor and Carol. Led by Fury, the three of them soon arrived at the former base of Project PEGASUS. However, by now, Project PEGASUS was a thing of the past. The person they were looking for had long since perished in an accident, leaving nothing behind. Furthermore, because she had conducted unauthorized experiments, she had caused the death of a pilot and billions in losses. Consequently, the people here weren't friendly toward them at all. Of course, this wasn't the biggest problem they encountered. The biggest problem was a Skrull disguised as Nick Fury's superior, who had brought people to arrest Carol and Fury. But clearly, he hadn't obtained memories regarding Victor. Otherwise, he should have brought a warship instead of a bunch of SHIELD agents. Compared to Fury's agent lockpicking skills and Carol's violent lock-opening technique, Victor clearly preferred the latter. Except he was even more violent than Carol, he just tore the door right off. For him, it was simply easier. Because every time he destroyed a control system, it would only lead to the electronic door locking completely rather than opening automatically. So over time, he developed the habit of just tearing doors down. After all, it was just a matter of one kick. Regarding Victor's behavior, Carol surprisingly agreed with Fury that he was too crude. Facing the SHIELD agents who came to arrest Carol, Victor told Fury and Carol to leave first. He would stay behind to deal with the Skrulls and SHIELD. When the Skrull disguised as the SHIELD officer came before Victor, looking at Victor's defiant smile, his heart was not as calm as he appeared. His biological instincts were constantly sounding alarms, as if he were facing the most dangerous cosmic being in the universe. "Shall we talk privately? Your boss or predecessor should have told you that facing me, no matter how many people you bring, it's all the same." Subconsciously, the Skrull chose to obey Victor's words. Ignoring the objections of the other agents, he ordered them to withdraw from the room. After all the agents had withdrawn, the Skrull reverted to his original form. He hadn't expected such a dangerous person to exist on Earth, so he decided to change his approach to negotiating with the Earthling. In fact, this was the default law of the entire universe. Except for those high and mighty idiots like the Asgardians, other aliens shoot first and ask questions later. If you don't have enough strength, you won't even get a chance to negotiate. Those with a better heart leave after finishing their business. If you encounter those with ill intentions, the entire planet could be burned into glass. But now, Victor had demonstrated his strength, causing the Skrull to lose confidence in his actions. With the Kree closing in step by step, he could only choose to negotiate with Victor. Surprisingly, Victor was quite easy to talk to. He first expressed deep sympathy for the Skrull's plight and sternly condemned the Kree's brutal behavior. The Skrull wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and then set off with Victor to where Fury and the others were, to persuade and tell Carol the truth about everything. Meanwhile, the Kree had finally reached the outer edges of the solar system and were heading straight for Earth. However, they didn't know what kind of miserable fate awaited them. When Yanrog landed on the ground, it was Carol who greeted him. After refusing his attempt to announce her code name, he questioned her about her memories of the first time she woke up. Under Victor's reminder, the Skrull disguised as Carol answered Yanrog's questions, but her identity was still seen through. Just as he was about to take the next step, something unexpected happened. Enough. Enough humans and Skrulls have died over the past few days. So, now it's time for a few Kree to die. As soon as Victor's voice fell, his figure emerged from the room. This invisibility technique was something he had learned from his former student, Magneto Eric. Eric once used his ability to distort surrounding visible light to achieve an invisibility effect. Victor could do the same, and since Yanrog's mind was entirely on Carol, it wasn't surprising that he hadn't noticed Victor. After Victor finished speaking, he handed the Flurkin in his arms to the trembling Skrull chief scientist, asking him to help take care of his pet. Yanrog clearly recognized that the feline was actually a Flurkin, so he didn't dare move rashly. Only after the Skrull walked out of the room holding the Flurkin did he raise his gun to kill Victor. But before his finger could even reach the trigger, he was sent flying by one of Victor's punches. Looking at the wall that had flown out along with Yanrog, Victor did some calculations. He realized that rather than helping Carol's friend repair this wall, it would be better to rebuild a bigger and better house. He wasn't short on money anyway, and he estimated that more than just this wall would be destroyed. Yanrog's detachment had been waiting on the grass outside for news from their commander, but instead, they saw their commander being punched into the sky along with a shattered wall. Walking out of the room with the broken wall was not the powerful, defected Carol they had expected. Emerging from the dust was a tall human male. Furthermore, his abilities were severely inconsistent with the data on humans in their intelligence. At the very least, the humans in the intelligence reports didn't have glowing eyes, nor could they punch their captain to who knows where. Regardless of whether the intelligence was right or wrong, no one could stop the Kree Special Forces. The Kree Special Forces were fearless, and with that mindset, they launched an attack on Victor. The first to charge was their deputy captain, Korath. He was a typical Kree soldier, tough, self-disciplined, and viewing obedience to orders as his sacred duty. He was also a master swordsman, the green lightsaber in his hand was invincible, having eliminated countless enemies for him. But today, he met Victor, and he was destined to have his sword broken here and now. Victor was not like Carol, who hadn't fully mastered her powers, nor did he have any sense of camaraderie with them. There's a saying on Earth, live by the sword, die by the sword. But you probably won't understand that, so you can just go ahead and die. These were the last words Victor spoke into the ear of the corpse after he had sliced both the man and his sword in two with Muramasa. While Victor was looking down to say this, Minerva, the sniper, successfully seized this opportunity and fired a shot at Victor's head with her sniper rifle. Sneak attacks aren't a good habit. Although you might be considered a beauty among the Kree, you're not my type. Even if you were, you'd still be dead today. The energy bullet Minerva fired failed to hit Victor, as it was blocked by his energy shield. Seeing things were going south, another Special Forces member charged forward. He was the strongest presence in the team. He thought he could hold out for a moment to create an opportunity for Minerva to escape or land a kill. Clearly, he overestimated himself and underestimated Victor. A golden blade swept through his body. His torso, cut in two, stopped in place, while his lower half charged forward quite a distance before stopping. Only then did Minerva realize that this planet might be far more dangerous than they had imagined. Victor's next words, in particular, made her even more flustered. Speaking of which, you call Earth Planet C-53, don't you? You aliens are all like this, liking to talk to yourselves without ever asking for the opinion of us Earthlings. Just like how the Asgardians call this place Midgard and appoint themselves as our protectors. When Victor mentioned that Asgard was Earth's protector, Minerva felt like her head was about to explode. Although Asgard had long since ceased its wars, when they conquered the 9 realms and roamed the universe back then, the Kree Empire was still a bunch of primitives. If those protective and warlike Asgardians found out that the Kree Empire dared to step into their territory, a massive war might be unavoidable. Thinking of this, Minerva suddenly remembered something. She immediately scrambled up, intending to find Captain Yanrog and have him stop calling Ronan's fleet. However, Victor had already arrived behind her. Once his hand gripped her neck, she found she had completely lost control of her body. In this manner, with one hand gripping Minerva and the other holding Muramasa, Victor wiped out the rest of the Special Forces members and the Kree grunts. After dealing with these so-called Kree elites, Victor carried Minerva over to Yanrog. The heavily wounded Yanrog was calling Logan's fleet, and upon discovering this, Minerva struggled to warn her captain. But she couldn't make a sound, nor could she control her body. Yanrog, noticing the light suddenly blocked, looked up only to see Minerva's fragile neck being snapped by Victor. Then, worried he wouldn't die, Victor gave him another blow. Just as he had done on the battlefield long ago, he pulled a radish again. Looking at the splashing blue blood, all the blood in Yanrog's body rushed to his head. But he could only seethe in impotent rage, for he was so heavily wounded he couldn't even stand up, let alone seek revenge. This is war. Like you, I fight for the interests of my own planet. And my hands were stained with blood in war long ago. Earth's civilization may be young, but it never fears a challenge. In the end, Victor spared Yanrog's life because he needed him to go back and tell the other Kree that Earth was not to be trifled with. If any random nobody wanted to come to Earth to play king, they would have to pay a price in blood. Shortly after Victor finished off Yanrog's detachment on Earth, Ronan's Kree fleet arrived in Earth's orbit. By this time, Carol had already deactivated the cloaking system of the Skrull ship, so they were exposed before the Kree fleet. However, Ronan didn't attack immediately but tried to contact Yanrog. As a result, the communication interface showed a large cat face, and then the holographic projection flickered and the connection was cut. That thing just now was a flurkin, wasn't it? How could such a dangerous creature exist on a planet as backward as C-53? Since that useless Yanrog has now been fed to a flurkin, let's launch a missile attack. Naturally, when the Kree attacked, they didn't just target Earth. They also included the warship where Carol and the others were in their range of attack. Facing the imminent crisis and recalling what Victor had told her, Carol finally let go of the shackles in her heart and released her full power. In just an instant, Carol's entire body was enveloped in light. She then went to the ship's launch bay, opened the hatch, and flew out alone. Although Fury and Carol's friend wanted to stop her, they could only trust her at this point. And Carol indeed did not let them down. she thoroughly displayed the powerful abilities bestowed upon her by the Infinity Stone. She soared freely in space, her body radiating golden light. She was like an angel of justice, bringing destruction and punishment to the invaders. Ronan looked at the warships in his fleet turning to ash and the powerful Carol, then glanced sideways at his adjutant. In his mind, he cursed the bastards in the Imperial Intelligence Department to high heaven. What do they mean by Earth being extremely backward and safe? Even Yanrog's battle-hardened Starforce was fed to a cat on Earth, and now his fleet was being torn to pieces by this woman glowing with golden light who had appeared out of nowhere. To avoid further losses, Ronan decisively had his adjutant order the fleet back to the jump point, choosing to evacuate this remote and dangerous planet. After repelling the Kree fleet, the Skrulls, Fury, and the others returned to the ground in their ship with the Tesseract, along with Carol. Afterward, Carol's friend looked at her home, which had been turned into a flat field, and wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, Victor had SHIELD clear out the nearby residents in advance, so there were no casualties. As for the reconstruction of the houses and roads here, Victor had originally intended to cover it himself. But then he suddenly thought of the faces of the high-level committee members of SHIELD and the Hydra lurking within. He decisively made a phone call. After a friendly and enthusiastic exchange, SHIELD took over the reconstruction work here. Of course, they were only responsible for the funding. They would naturally assign relevant departments to handle everything else. As for the Kree technology, while it was being taken over by SHIELD, a backup was also sent to the current helm of Stark Industries. Although Howard was old and his eyesight was failing, he still served as the helmsman of the giant ship that was Stark Industries and as a protective umbrella for his son, Tony. After nearly losing his parents, Tony's originally rebellious attitude had changed. Howard also changed the way he treated his family, starting to involve Tony in his work and often teaching him personally. It seems your Uncle Victor has sent us another grand gift. Take it and analyze it well to see if it can be integrated with our current technology. Looking at the Kree technology Victor had sent, Howard just took a brief glance before handing it to Tony beside him. Although Howard was still the spokesperson for Stark Industries on the surface, he had actually handed over many matters to his son, Tony Stark, who surpassed his father. Of course, Tony didn't just inherit his talent in technology, his talent in dealing with women was equally outstanding. And later on, Tony would cause quite a bit of trouble because of it. While Victor, Carol, and the others were celebrating Earth's successful repelling of the invaders, the planet Zenhobri, far away in another part of the universe, met its most tragic fate. Weak as they were utterly unable to resist, for their opponent was the invincible Dark Titan, Thanos, and the army led by his Black Order. Because they failed, they had to swallow the bitter fruit of defeat. Half of the life on the entire planet was slaughtered. Although the reconstructed Zenhobri became prosperous and filled with the fragrance of flowers and birdsong, the trauma caused by losing loved ones and half the population would never heal. After completing the healing of this planet, Thanos also gained another surprise. That was his adoption of an adopted daughter, Gamora. After completing everything, Thanos evacuated the area. To him, this place was just a small step in his great journey. In fact, on his great expedition leading directly to the end point of death, he and his legion had never failed until they encountered Earth. After Carol and the Skrulls spent a pleasant time on Earth, they eventually chose to leave. Carol left because there were still countless other planets in the universe threatened by war, so she was going to help them. As for Earth, she had originally been somewhat worried, but after seeing Victor, she could set off with peace of mind. As for the Skrulls' departure, it was because they still had countless compatriots scattered in various corners of the universe. Since the Kree threat no longer existed, they were going to find them and then return to their new home on Earth together. Before leaving, Carol also fixed Fury's pager and added a function to call her. Then came the moment of parting, but this parting was for a future reunion. Thus, Victor didn't go to see Carol and the others off. Instead, he was boredly playing with the Tesseract. After many years, this Tsundere Infinity Stone actually stopped rejecting Victor. But as Victor was playing, he accidentally tossed it, and the Tesseract flew into the air. It was then eaten by the orange cat Flurkin, who had climbed in through the window as usual. So when Fury brought people to recover the magic object, Victor had no choice but to hand the orange cat over to the cat lover Fury. After the other party promised to treat it well, Victor could only let it stay at SHIELD for a while. Anyway, because of this incident, Fury had been promoted. Taking care of a cat shouldn't be a problem, probably. As the first bell of the new year rang, Tony failed to have a good New Year's Eve at the turn of the century because he had actually ignored Killian and his AIM project to go chase a beautiful female doctor of biology. As a result, he was caught red-handed by old Howard. While being reprimanded, he was also grounded at home and the company for the next month to assist his new colleague, Killian, in designing the company's new project, AIM. In contrast to Tony, Killian was actually a fanatic fan of Tony's. Of course, part of this was Howard's doing. He was truly getting old and needed Tony to become his successor. Originally, he intended to announce his retirement after the turn of the millennium and have Tony take over as his successor. However, Tony's performance on New Year's Eve left him far too disappointed. Therefore, he decided to postpone his retirement and test Tony for a while longer. Meanwhile, Victor's New Year's Eve turned into a night of memories for him and Logan, two centenarians. Having come all this way, they had experienced so many joys and sorrows, and of their former comrades in arms, only they remained. They talked about the past, about Wolverine and Sabretooth being biological brothers in a different dimension, and about their plans for each other's future. After drinking all night, Logan set off on his own journey early the next morning. He ultimately decided to go to Japan to take a look, as he still couldn't quite let go. After seeing Logan off, Victor made a phone call to Nina to ask about the interview for the new chef at Clyde Manor. Nina told him over the phone that she had hired Ma Hunkel from New York as the new chef for Clyde Manor to replace the retiring old John. Furthermore, she believed that the dishes Hunkel made were incredibly delicious, and Victor had to come back and have a proper taste when he had the chance. One must realize that for Nina, as a vampire, to actually praise a human chef's cooking as delicious, even Victor couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and anticipation. In fact, he was also a bit afraid, if the food that chef made really happened to suit a vampire's palate, then things would get very interesting indeed. Therefore, he cancelled the meetings originally scheduled at the company for that day and went home early, prepared to taste the skills of the new chef. As for the company, the difference with or without Victor wasn't actually that significant. This was because the actual manager of the company was still a descendant of Hershey, the founder of the Hershey Company. Rather than calling Victor the boss, it was more accurate to say he co-owned the company with the Hershey family. Ever since he funded Hershey back in the day, Victor had made the decision not to participate in company management. On the battlefield, he might be the decisive and ruthless Sabretooth, but in the treacherous business world, Victor really didn't want to spend his energy going in circles with merchants. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and would twist the other party's head off. In this regard, Victor greatly admired Howard. That guy had started from scratch and built the entirety of Stark Industries into the largest munitions enterprise in the whole Federation. Only he knew the hardships and struggles involved. It was precisely because of the solid foundation he laid back then that the current Tony Stark had the capital to do whatever he pleased. In fact, much of Tony's flamboyance and talent was inherited from Howard. It was just that Howard didn't have Tony's good luck of having a great father, so he could only become Iron Man's father instead of Iron Man himself. If Tony had met an exceptionally good father, then what Banner encountered was an unprecedented nightmare of a father-in-law. As a nuclear physicist with a doctoral degree, Robert Bruce Banner not only possessed a brilliant mind but also a beautiful and gentle fiancée. He should have had a boundless future. That was until his future father-in-law, General Ross, had him participate in a federal military project. After learning that his daughter had found a gamma-ray expert as a boyfriend, General Ross was overjoyed. This was because he had a crucial project on his hands related to gamma rays. If this project succeeded, the military could immediately break free from SHIELD suppression, and the Federation could soon dominate the globe. This project was a continuation of Captain America's Super Soldier program. Although SHIELD took most of the data after becoming semi-independent, the federal military still kept quite a bit for themselves. Over all these years, they had never given up on continuing research into the Super Soldier program. It was thanks to the split timelines that only one of the two madmen of the federal military, General Ross and Stryker, remained. However, this also led to another problem: there was no longer anyone to compete with General Ross for military funding. So, with plenty of funds in hand, General Ross naturally couldn't keep the fortune to himself. He brought his future son-in-law into the project as the lead person in charge. After all, he only had this one daughter, so his son-in-law was essentially no different from a son. It was because of this that Banner joined General Ross's project. But Banner, who had always been successful in scientific research, encountered massive trouble this time. No matter how many experiments and calculations he performed, the final result was always failure. This made the proud Banner completely unable to accept such a reality, so after yet another failed experiment, he chose himself as the subject. The results of this experiment ended with him being taken to the hospital by ambulance, while his beloved fiancée, Betty, stayed faithfully by his hospital room until he transformed into the Hulk. When Banner, having turned into the Hulk, broke out of the room, he didn't notice Betty outside, which led to her being injured by the collapsing hospital ward. Upon learning all this, General Ross fell into a dual state of fury and ecstasy. He was furious because that boy Banner had actually injured his daughter, and ecstatic because his super soldier serum project had finally succeeded. He then mobilized an entire army and set up an inescapable dragnet, intending to capture the transformed Banner. However, the Federal Army, which seemed incredibly powerful in his eyes, became vulnerable before the Hulk. Tanks were torn apart like toys, and attack helicopters were swatted down like flies. As for the missiles fired at the Hulk, their effect was no different from a firecracker. Instead, they caused a series of massive destruction to the surrounding environment. After discovering that conventional forces could not pose an effective threat to the Hulk, he formed the famous Hulkbuster Battalion to continue the pursuit. The Hulkbuster soldiers were elites from various special forces, including members of the SAS and many mercenaries retired from special forces. However, when the newly formed Hulkbuster Battalion first faced the Hulk, they were smashed to pieces by the Green Giant. Having lost both face and pride, General Ross had to turn to his connections in the military to find a way to deal with the big trouble he had created.